On the outskirts of Donghai City, among a junkyard of used cars at a transportation terminal, Ren Yuan sat on a lounge chair, enjoying the winter sun. Beep, beep, beep. A time-worn bus slowly drove through the junkyard gate. The driver opened the rear double doors, got out, and stood next to the car, gently stroking the doors with his hand. "My faithful companion of 8 years," he said sadly. Ren Yuan rose from the chaise longue, picked up the form lying nearby, and walked over to him, handing the document to the driver. He held the papers for a long time, not daring to sign. "My friend, everything in life comes to an end, and cars are no exception. Sign it already. If it's too hard, go home, have a drink, and tomorrow will be easier," Ren Yuan said, patting the driver on the shoulder and stepping aside. Scenes like this happened regularly, and Ren Yuan had long since gotten used to them. There were still many sentimental people in the world. Reaching the entrance to the dormitory, he settled down again in a sun lounger and dozed off. He had a nightmare, as if boiling water had been poured on him, and his skin began to peel off into large pieces. Waking up in horror, he found himself covered in sweat. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the sun had turned from white to crimson red, and the temperature around him was rapidly rising. Damn it! Ren Yuan managed to curse these words when the sun suddenly flared up with an unprecedented light, and a beam pierced the atmosphere, hitting him straight on the forehead. Ren Yuan fell onto the lounge chair as if he had been mown down. He woke up in the evening. The lights at the entrance to the dormitory turned on automatically, and the old bus was still parked to the left of the gate. Ren Yuan sighed heavily. It seemed that today was not a day for sleep. He had a dream within a dream, and a nightmare at that. He stood up from the lounge chair and walked to the back door of the bus, where the form and pen were left in the cabin. The back door was open. Ren Yuan climbed into the cabin, picked up the documents and pen. Having inspected the situation, he went to the driver's seat. The keys were sticking out of the ignition. It was an old model of the bus, apparently from the latest batch, since the new ones were already electric. He turned the key, started the engine, climbed behind the wheel, lit a cigarette, and began blowing smoke rings. His hands pressed buttons on the dashboard indiscriminately until the radio turned on. The familiar theme song began to play. Welcome to the radio show Ailey Talks About Donghai. The program is sponsored by White Coke, my favorite cola. Now your favorite host Ailey will talk about today's interesting events in Donghai. Soon, the male voice was replaced by a charming female one, and Ren Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Speaking of today's events in Donghai, at 1:13 o'clock in the afternoon, the people of Donghai... No, the entire southern hemisphere felt an incredibly intense heat. Experts attribute this to the most powerful solar storm in history. Experts? Ha ha! Ren Yuan spat contemptuously, throwing the burning cigarette butt out the window. As he was about to start the bus and enter the territory, a countdown appeared before his eyes. 17, 43, 06. The numbers kept decreasing. 05 Nanga 03. The third number changed every second, so the biggest one must show the hour. Are my eyes broken? When Ren Yuan wanted to rub his eyes, the countdown turned into a panel with various parameters. Body, plastic/metal. Available for modification engine. Water cooling with supercharging. Available for modification fuel. Gasoline. Available for modification. Optimization of interior space. Available for modification. Installation of weapon systems. Available for modification. Tires. Rubber. Available for modification. Scan. Bus. What the dream? Ren Yuan's first thought was that he was sleeping. Such things seemed too fantastic. He pinched his arm hard, the sharp pain confirming that this was not a dream. He carefully touched the sign, Available for Modification, next to the engine. The next second, the entire bus shook violently. Is it ready yet? Ren Yuan tried to press the gas. Vrrrr. The engine sound changed from the wheezing of an 80-year-old man to the roar of a 30-year-old man, reminiscent of the rumble of a sports car. Wow, it really works. Ren Yuan's heart was pounding wildly with excitement, as if he had won 1 million in the lottery. Although he never won. But the feeling must be exactly like that. The modification of the body, tires, and other options immediately darkened after he chose the engine. No matter how much he pressed, there was no reaction. After many unsuccessful attempts, an exclamation mark appeared on the control panel. Lack of energy. Lack of energy. What kind of energy was needed was not specified. But Ren Yuan had a bold idea: to convert this bus into housing. The old dormitory on the dump was dirty and smelly, used for who knows how many years. Carefully driving the bus to the entrance of the dormitory, he pulled out an extension cord from the room, plugged in the grinder, and climbed into the bus with the tool. By the next morning, Ren Yuan had completely dismantled all the seats in the cabin. Wiping the sweat from his face, he took off his respirator and lit a cigarette. Sitting in the empty cabin, he thought about further modifications. The timer appeared again. Now there were 8 hours left. While Ren Yuan was frowning, trying to understand the meaning of the countdown, the radio that was on spoke again. Breaking news. A virus epidemic has broken out on the west coast of Malay country. The number of infected people is rapidly increasing. The military has already been dispatched to maintain order. The capital time is 12 o'clock. We ask citizens to stay at home. The virus from the west coast of Malay has spread throughout the planet. We strongly advise you not to leave your home. At this moment, Ren Yuan's phone rang. Taking off his gloves, he answered. Zhang called. Fei. Hello, Ren Yuan. Listen to me. Damn, things are bad. Have you seen the news? No. What happened? Is it the end of the world? Ren Yuan answered automatically. Damn, you already know? Do you realize what I saw at the mall today? Zombies, real zombies. Zombies? No time to explain. Wait for me. I'm on my way to you. After the conversation, Ren Yuan opened the news on his phone. Everything was exactly as Zhang said. Fei. The footage at the Tianhai shopping mall in Donghai was blurred, but no amount of censorship could hide the blood on the floor. Soon, Zhang Fei arrived at the junkyard. Seeing the bus at the entrance to the dormitory, he shouted enthusiastically from afar. Wow, you're really cool. You've already started remodeling the car. Hearing Zhang's screams, Fei, Ren Yuan got off the bus. Zhang Fei ran up to him and shoved the phone under his nose. On the screen was the same zombie from the Tianhai shopping center, only uncensored, raw footage. It was clearly visible how the zombie gnawed through the artery of the man it had knocked down. The blood spurted out like a fountain to a height of 5 or 6 meters. This scene made Ren Yuan's heart beat wildly. Living in peacetime, he had never seen such a thing, and instinctively touched his own neck. Is this countdown related to zombies? What countdown? What should we do? Zhang looked at him suspiciously. Fei, it's okay. Look, if the virus spreads en masse, it won't be stopped. Quick, let's buy supplies. Do you have any money? Zhang Fei looked through his pockets with a sad expression, cleaner than his face, and said helplessly, You know me. I haven't found a job yet. Ren Yuan also scratched his head. He had just gotten a job as a security guard at the dump, and his salary had not yet been paid. We'll lend you money. The idea was good, but both of them had low credit ratings. In the end, they managed to borrow 5,000 from a loan shark. If the epidemic doesn't start, Ren Yuan and Zhang It would be better for Fei not to go anywhere at all. They will simply be slaughtered. The closest supermarket to the dump was about 5 kilometers away. For 5,000, they practically looted half of the goods, especially cheap things like water. They bought them all up. If the store owner had known about the approaching apocalypse, he would have definitely strangled both of them. As they moved the purchases back to the dump piece by piece, Ren Yuan saw the countdown again. Only 30 minutes left. It was already getting dark. The sun was slowly disappearing behind the horizon along its usual trajectory. Ren Yuan and Zhang Fei was sitting in the bus, and Ren Yuan was chain-smoking cigarettes. Zhang Fei couldn't stand it. I don't know whether the apocalypse will start or not, but I know for sure. If you smoke like that, you will definitely die. 10, 9, 8, 2 dots, 1 dot dot dot. The sun on the horizon suddenly flashed with a blinding light, as if it was about to destroy the world. After the flash, it completely disappeared. Ren Yuan looked at the darkened sky with sweat. Zhang Fei stared motionlessly at the sun, as if the scorching disk had not yet disappeared. This is the State Television Emergency Channel. Citizens, the virus has completely spread. Please, survive. After these words, only static was heard on the radio. Zhang Fei? Ren Yuan looked towards the gate of the car dump without turning his head. After several shouts from Zhang Fei didn't answer, and Ren Yuan began to wonder, had this guy really lost his mind from fear? Approaching Zhang Fei from behind, he patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, his eyeballs completely white. Zhang Fei. You... Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Fei opened his mouth to a size impossible for a human being. The corners of his lips were torn, and he pounced on Ren Yuan right in the salon. Ren Yuan hurriedly put out his hands to defend himself, but Zhang's strength Fei was incredible, beyond all imaginable limits. In the struggle, Ren Yuan suddenly saw a grinder lying nearby. With all his might, he squeezed Zhang's throat with his right hand. Fei, he reached for the tool with his left hand. After several attempts, he managed to grab the handle of the grinder and turn it on. The instrument roared, the disc spun, and Ren Yuan struck Zhang's hands with it. Fei, in one move, both arms were cut off in the middle. Blood splashed onto Ren Yuan's face and neck. Having lost the support of his hands, Zhang Fei fell completely on him. With his right hand, Ren Yuan pushed him aside sharply, rose up, and sat astride Zhang. Fei pointing the grinder at his head, he cut through the skull like a wooden board, the top half of Zhang's head. The fairy separated, and only then did the movement stop. Ren Yuan turned off the grinder and threw it aside. His hands were shaking violently, his legs were buckling, and he couldn't get up several times. What is this? What is this? Are you crazy? Ren Yuan started screaming at Zhang, sobbing and crying. Fairy Dot. This was his only friend. Although they did not particularly help each other, they often drank and chatted together. There were still some feelings between them. However, Zhang's death Fei has already become a fait accompli. After sitting in the corner of the salon and smoking a few cigarettes, Ren Yuan came to his senses a little, opened the door, and pulled out Zhang's body, Fei, from the bus. To the right of the dormitory, he dug a hole about 1 meter deep with a shovel and buried Zhang there. Fairy Dot. Ren Yuan wanted to get some water from the tap to wash the interior, but he found that the water had been turned off, and the lights at the entrance to the dormitory were not lit. Both the electricity and the water had been cut off. Ren Yuan reluctantly went to the dormitory, took 2 changes of clothes and instant noodles. At the exit, he suddenly noticed gasoline, which he used to collect from decommissioned cars. Taking 2 large cans of fuel and holding the noodles under his arm, he got on the bus. He somehow cleaned the bloodstains in the cabin with mineral water and a towel and sat behind the wheel again. The panel with the bus data appeared in front of him again, and the inscription, "Available for modification," lit up again. Ren Yuan looked at these options in confusion. He needed both the body modification and the power plant upgrade. After thinking for a bit, he pressed the body modification button. The bus shook. The outside of the interior was covered with thick armor, instantly turning from an old bus into an armored car. Wow, this is real tuning. Having filled the tank with 2 canisters of gasoline brought from the hostel, he noted the thoughtfulness of the modification, as if it was created specifically for the apocalypse. The filler neck of the fuel tank was moved inside the cabin. Now it was possible to refuel without leaving the car. The back of the car was piled high with supplies he and Zhang had bought. But there was still a lot of free space. However, Ren Yuan had not yet decided what to add there, and the situation outside did not encourage any more thinking. The gates of the car dump, where no one had looked for months. Actually, you couldn't call them people anymore. 3 zombies with a strange gait headed towards the bus, stuck to the windows and started sniffing, as if they were looking for something. And the bus could no longer be called a bus. It was a real large armored vehicle, the entire body of which was covered with armor. Even the windshield was replaced by an armored plate. Instead, an electronic screen was installed, broadcasting the surrounding situation. Ren Yuan was currently looking at the screen with 3 zombies. If he was not mistaken, they were attracted by the smell of blood that remained in the cabin. Ren Yuan started the bus from the driver's seat. The car roared with the sound that makes a man's blood boil. Ren Yuan's scalp even trembled. Pressing the gas pedal and releasing the handbrake, the bus rushed forward like a black dragon and very successfully crashed into the fence of the car dump, breaking a huge hole in it. Ren Yuan didn't wear a seatbelt, so he flew out of the driver's seat and hit the front armor plate. Damn. Road safety comes first. If you break the driving rules, your family will shed tears. Ren Yuan returned to the driver's seat, rubbed his head, buckled up, and drove out through the hole. At the gate of the abandoned junkyard, there was a dirt road without asphalt. There was usually no one here. Ren Yuan was now planning to find a supermarket and stock up on supplies. Supplies were the most important thing for survival. Soon the car pulled up to the place where he and Zhang had been during the day Fei was buying groceries. The door of the shop was wide open, snacks and drinks from the shelves were scattered on the floor, large bloodstains were visible everywhere. It seemed that the owner of the shop had mutated too. Ren Yuan really wanted to go out and collect the snacks and drinks scattered on the floor, but he was afraid that the supermarket owner would suddenly jump out and bite him. After thinking about it, he found the only way to both collect the supplies and protect himself from the attack. Ren Yuan chuckled, turned the car to face the entrance of the supermarket, and stepped on the gas. The entire bus rammed into the store. Even the left wall partially collapsed. Seeing on the monitors that no zombies had appeared, Ren Yuan reversed the car, drove out of the store, opened the door, and walked out. He began to collect drinks and snacks from the floor. He spent about 5 minutes picking up everything that could be picked up. The rest was buried under the rubble of the wall. Looking at the snacks piled up in the back of the car, Ren Yuan thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Although these products were not high in calories, they would last him 3 to 5 months alone. But what to do after 3 to 5 months? Then I will find food and water for the rest of my life. Sometimes people have a mentality of dissatisfaction. This is what Ren Yuan was experiencing now. He had completely discarded the thought of danger. Now he only wanted to go to the center of Donghai City and do a big deal there. Ren Yuan got behind the wheel, lit a cigarette, and, looking at the images on the monitors, drove off. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the fuel gauge before leaving the junkyard, but now it showed 1/5 less. That's just unrealistic. This meant that the bus would only have enough gas to get to the city center. To get back, you'll need to refuel, but you can only refuel in the city. It's unknown where you'll find a gas station on the outskirts. Ren Yuan knew of only one, next to the Tianhai shopping center. Now, it was impossible not to go there. On the way, Ren Yuan kept looking from the monitors to the fuel gauge. Only when the car pulled up to the Tianhai shopping center did he breathe a sigh of relief. But looking at the monitors, he smiled bitterly. There were zombies everywhere on the streets. Some even climbed onto the bus and were beating on it. In such a situation, getting out of the car meant certain death. There was no other way. However, these zombies clearly could not penetrate the armor of the bus. Only in large numbers they rocked the body. But the rocking for a minute or two could still be tolerated, but longer began to get on the nerves, especially in the confined space of the cabin, not seeing what was happening outside. Damn, when will this end? While Ren Yuan was thinking about how to get out and fill up, a group of people suddenly ran out from around the corner. Living people, not zombies. Almost instantly, all the zombies turned and rushed towards this group. In front walked a man with a rifle in his hands, dressed in a military uniform of the ground forces. It seemed to be a soldier. Seeing the zombies, they began to retreat in the direction they came from, and the zombies surrounding the bus also followed them. Good people. In an instant, all the zombies from the gas station area followed. Ren Yuan hurriedly opened the door, grabbed the canisters, and jumped out of the car, hurriedly inserted the fuel nozzle into the neck of the canister. He froze for a second, realizing that he had not turned on the fuel supply. He ran to the pump, turned on the feed, and gasoline began to flow from the gun. While filling up, Ren Yuan kept glancing in the direction where the zombies had disappeared, afraid that they would suddenly return. Luckily, while he was filling up 2 large canisters, the zombies never showed up. On the contrary, even more zombies began to gather in that direction, and gunshots rang out. Damn, they're even shooting. After all, people helped him. After filling the canisters, Ren Yuan quickly returned to the car, poured fuel from the canisters into the tank, then went out to the pump again and filled the canisters again. Only after that did he close the bus door with satisfaction. Shots could still be heard in the place where the group of people had disappeared. It was worth going to see. If it was possible to help, then help. They were military after all. Those people were surrounded in a small building. They locked themselves inside behind a metal door. A crowd of zombies crowded at the entrance and pounded on the iron. There was a small window in the door. Now it was open. A rifle barrel was sticking out from there and shooting was being conducted outside. Ren Yuan drove straight to the building, turned the bus with its rear double doors towards the metal door, and forced a bloody path through the crowd of zombies. Ren Yuan opened the doors, but he was met with a bullet. Damn, don't shoot. He's alive. He came to save me. Open the door quickly. The rifle barrel in the window of the metal door was removed. Half of his face appeared. After examining Ren Yuan, they immediately opened the iron door, and a group of people entered the bus in single file. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, we would have definitely died. The man in military uniform thanked Ren Yuan, and the 2 fat men with big bellies, after getting on the bus, immediately opened the bottle of drink that Ren Yuan had picked up in the supermarket and began to drink greedily. Didn't your mother teach you to ask permission before drinking someone else's? Ren Yuan said without ceremony. He had always felt disgust for such people. Ren Yuan understood the joy of being saved, but to consider his bus as his home was unforgivable. The middle-aged man in military uniform hurriedly apologized. Sorry, they are scared. I will compensate for the water later. Boom. The entire body began to sway violently. Ren Yuan hurriedly ran to the driver's seat and saw through the monitor that the zombies had already climbed onto the roof of his car. Now half of the bus was buried under zombies. Ren Yuan quickly fastened his seatbelt and shouted back, "Hold on tight! We're moving!" Boom! The upgraded engine roared, the body of the bus jerked forward, and the zombies on the roof began to fall one after another. Where do you need to go? I'll give you a lift, but you can't stay in my car for long. The fat man with the big belly muttered, "Oh, you've really worn me out. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just sit here." And the soldier found himself in a difficult situation. His face wasn't very good. Ren Yuan realized that these 2 fat men were probably some kind of bosses, and the uniformed soldier was their bodyguard. Ren Yuan didn't have time to deal with them now. He had to concentrate on driving. There were more and more zombies on the streets. One could say the density was like a human crush. 1 zombie to 1 zombie, and the bus's penetrating power was becoming weaker and weaker. Don't go forward. Let's reverse through the right street from the Tianhai shopping mall. At this moment, a middle-aged military man suddenly appeared behind Ren Yuan, looking at the monitors from the driver's seat. Are you sure you can leave from there? I don't know, but I guarantee that there will be far fewer zombies there than here. Ren Yuan turned around sharply. The bus made a sharp turn on the street full of zombies, knocking down a large pile of undead. Ren Yuan had been pressing the gas pedal all the time on this section, but now he increasingly felt that the bus's power was insufficient. Ren Yuan couldn't help but glance at the bus's scan panel. All the available for modification after the systems were blacked out. Ren Yuan hit the steering wheel. What kind of energy is this? At least explain it so he knows where to look. Nothing is written about what kind of energy is needed. All he can do is replenish it himself. Indeed, just as that soldier said, there were far fewer zombies on the right street, only a few scattered along the road, and Ren Yuan simply crushed them. Seeing that the situation had become less tense, Ren Yuan said without turning around, "Where are you going? If it's not far, I'll give you a ride. If it's too far, I'll find a safe place and drop you off, and then you can figure out the rest. I have things to do, so I won't keep you." Regardless of whether it was because of the magical modification capabilities or just because of these fatties, Ren Yuan did not plan to leave them in his car. If there was only one military man, Ren Yuan might still consider it, but these fatties? No way. Standing behind Ren Yuan's side, "Thank you, you've already helped us a lot." Ren Yuan looked at him. "To be honest, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even glanced at those guys behind me. Take as much food as you can carry from the back, and when it runs out, I'll come up with something myself. This is entirely out of respect for your status. This is the most I can do. Good luck." The car had already reached the outskirts of the city, and there was almost no gas left in the tank. Ren Yuan found a secluded place, stopped, walked to the middle of the car, and looked at the military man. "Ready?" The military man smiled and nodded. "Thank you. My name is Sun Liang." Ren Yuan frowned and thought, "No need to thank me. My name is Ren Yuan." As he spoke, he grabbed Sun Liang's neck with his wrist and led him to the driver's cabin. Walking away from the fatties, Ren Yuan said quietly, "Listen, brother Sun, how about we just leave these fatties behind? It'll be just the two of us." Donghai again. "But these fatties are really nasty." Sun Liang was silent for a long time, his head down. Then he quietly took off the pistol hanging on his hip, put it in Ren Yuan's jacket pocket, and gave him a few more magazines. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Ren Yuan. I have a task. I will not interfere." He said these words with determination. Although he did not like these fatties either, but orders are orders. As a soldier, he must answer to the end, even if it is the path to death. Ren Yuan only shook his head helplessly, drove Sun Liang to find two more working SUVs. Sun Liang and the fat men took half of Ren Yuan's food and left. Ren Yuan touched the gun in his pocket and sighed involuntarily. What a good man, and yet he has to protect some fat idiots. With this gun, Ren Yuan at least had some basic means of self-defense. The day was already beginning to dawn, but the fog was very thick. Even the monitors only showed what was within 5 meters. Ren Yuan parked at the side of the road, took a few bags of chips and a bottle of cola from the back, sat in the driver's seat, and while eating the chips, pressed the buttons on the CCTV control panel. Suddenly, he accidentally pressed the red button. Ren Yuan always thought that this was the alarm button, but when he pressed it, he found that the entire monitor screen turned red. The chips involuntarily fell from his hands onto the floor. "Is this a thermal imager? Cool." Ren Yuan happily took a big sip of cola and burped. In my free time, I glanced at the thermal imaging screen out of the corner of my eye. A silhouette of a person appeared on the red image. The figure was blurry. It was unclear whether it was a man or a woman, but the gait did not resemble a living person. Ren Yuan didn't pay attention anymore and concentrated on his chips, but soon someone started knocking on his car door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was weak, somehow powerless, not like a zombie. Ren Yuan stopped chewing the chips, became alert, and listened. A weak voice penetrated through the crack of the double doors. "Help! Help!" Ren Yuan put down the chips and looked carefully at the monitor screen. That figure was already half hanging on the double doors of the bus. Judging by the voice, it was a girl. Maybe I should open the door and take a look. If she was pretty, save her. If she was ugly, pretend I didn't notice. Ren Yuan pulled the gun out from his belt, pulled the bolt, took the safety off, and walked lightly to the double doors, pressing the opening button. The pneumatic doors immediately opened, and the frail figure fell straight onto the floor of the salon. "Hey, hey, hey, I haven't looked at her yet." Just as he was about to turn the girl's face towards him, two zombies suddenly jumped out of the left fog. Ren Yuan's hair immediately stood on end, instinctively raised his gun and started shooting. A gun is something that anyone can use, but hitting is another matter entirely. 2 shots. Both missed. The zombies were getting closer. When there were only 3 meters left to the girl, Ren Yuan finally hit the first zombie. The bullet hit the chest. The zombie stopped for a moment from the impact. Ren Yuan leaned forward, put the gun to the zombie's forehead, and fired again. The shot rang out. The corpse fell. The second zombie immediately approached, ready to pounce on the girl. Ren Yuan put his foot out and kicked the second zombie hard, knocking it down, then immediately jumped off the car, stepped on the zombie's chest, and finished it off with a shot to the head. The screams of zombies were getting closer and closer. It seemed like a large horde was heading this way. Ren Yuan grabbed the girl by the legs and pulled her into the car, jumped in himself, and slammed the doors. Indeed, 4 or 5 seconds later, blows were heard from all sides. Damn, I almost paid with my life because of a beauty. Ren Yuan simply threw the girl into the car. There was no time for gallantry then. Zombies are not gallant. The girl's hair was scattered on the floor. Ren Yuan fixed it with his hand. The girl was really nice, lips like cherries, very cute. Ren Yuan put his jacket under the girl's head and sat her down in the corner. He sat in the driver's cabin and continued eating chips. He looked at the time. It was already 5:30 in the morning. A yellow light began to rise on the horizon. The fog gradually dissipated. The moment the edge of the sun appeared, the monitor screen suddenly went dark and returned to normal after about 4 or 5 seconds. What was that? Was the energy the control panel was talking about really connected to the sun? It seemed like every time the sun emitted energy, the car modification options lit up. Ren Yuan opened the modification panel again. Indeed, 4 options were already lit up. Hull, armor plating. Available for modification, darkened. Engine, liquid cooling with supercharging. Available for modification, darkened. Fuel, gasoline. Available for modification, illuminated. Optimization of interior space. Available for modification, illuminated installation of weapon systems. Available for modification, illuminated tires, rubber. Available for modification, illuminated. Scan. Bus. Ren Yuan, looking at the glowing options, began to suffer from a headache. Both the weapon system and the space optimization, he needed everything. But now the main problem is gasoline. The power of the bus has increased, but the power source is really annoying. If you don't drive far, you have to look for gasoline everywhere. But what if you still need gasoline after the upgrade? It's a choice. For now, you can drive even without the upgrade. It just uses a lot of gasoline, so the engine modification can wait. The tires can wait too. Space optimization? It's still bearable now. Right now, the most practical thing for Ren Yuan is the weapon system. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and pressed the weapon system modification button. The hull shook violently. The modification was completed, but no changes were visible from the inside. However, in the bus, where there had previously been no place for the second pilot, a seat suddenly appeared next to the driver's. Together with it, the system of monitors moved to the co-pilot's place, and in the driver's place there remained only a screen showing forward in the direction of travel. The only advantage is that the driver's place monitor turned into a large screen covering the entire area of the front glass. Damn, I finally don't have to drive with my head down. A joystick and several buttons of different colors appeared in the co-pilot's place. It seemed that this was the control interface for the weapons system. Ren Yuan moved from the driver's seat to the co-pilot's seat and pressed the red button. The sound of machinery working began to resound overhead. At the same time, aiming marks appeared on the 4 monitor screens in the center, and gun barrels protruded slightly from above. Ren Yuan looked at the control panel. All the available for modification options darkened, but a line of numbers appeared after the weapon system. Installation of weapons systems, 12.7mm heavy machine gun, 30,000 rounds. Not only the weapon was installed, but also the ammunition was included. Ren Yuan rubbed his hands and pressed the green button under the joystick. Bang! Only a weak shot was heard in the cabin, and the monitor showed how a bullet raised a large cloud of dust in the place where the left side sight was aimed. Damn it, with this thing, the zombies are scary! Ha 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 ha! Ren Yuan sat in the co-pilot's seat, looking at the video monitors and laughing stupidly, completely unaware that there was already a person standing behind him. Is that an autocannon? Did you build it yourself? A weak female voice rang out, so unexpectedly that Ren Yuan jumped and instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist. Turning around, he saw that it was just the girl he had saved. I woke up. You came up to me so quietly, you scared me. He exhaled with relief. You were just so engrossed in watching. She smiled weakly. Ren Yuan thought, "And when did you come to your senses?" "From the moment you sat in the front seat. I saw how happy you were, so I decided not to disturb you." Ren waved his hand. "Okay, there's food and water in the back. Take it, don't be shy." "Thank you." Of course, he had been alone for a long time, and although the girl was attractive, he wasn't going to act stupid. He wasn't one to lose his head right away. "My name is Ren Yuan, and I'm you, Huan Huan. Listen, how did you end up in such a remote place?" The girl's face darkened. "I was returning home on leave, and then I killed them myself." Her eyes filled with tears. Ren quickly waved his hand. "That's it, shut up, forget it," as if I didn't hear anything. He didn't even try to imagine what it was like to lose loved ones. He had been alone since childhood. He simply couldn't understand such a thing. He didn't even have a family. Only one friend, Zhang Fei. He brushed the memories aside and asked, "So what next? Where are you going? I can give you a lift." Yu Huan stared absent-mindedly at the screen in front of her. "I don't know. There's no home anymore. No connection with the army either. I don't understand what to do at all." "Are you in the military?" Ren Yuan was surprised. "You don't look like a soldier." Indeed, next to the seasoned female soldiers, she looked fragile and defenseless. "I'm a technician. I worked with electronics. By the way, did you modify all this yourself? It looks like a factory assembly, even cooler. And the machine gun. Where did you get it?" Ren evaded the answer, got off with a couple of general phrases. Fortunately, she did not insist. "Wait a bit, the fog should clear," he said, changing the subject. "This fog? What's wrong?" Yu Huan stared at the monitor with alarm. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror and she exclaimed, "There's something there." Ren immediately looked at the screen. The thermal camera showed a large spot, pulsating red. It was approaching. Boom! The bus shook violently. Ren couldn't hold on and fell into the co-pilot seat. "What the?" He was scared, a natural reaction to something unknown. Yu Huan fell to the floor after being jolted by the bus. Her face turned white with fear. Boom! Another hit. The side armor buckled. The bus tilted to the right, but the weight of the structure kept it from tipping over. "Something is crashing into us. Get behind the machine gun. I'll drive." Yu Huan jumped up and took the gunner's seat. Ren started the engine and stepped on the gas. Boom! The third blow was the hardest. It was good that they had already moved, otherwise the coup would have been inevitable. However, the impact caused the bus to change direction and fly straight into a metal fence on the side of the road. On the other side of the fence were farmland. The car crashed into the soft soil and got stuck. The camera showed almost nothing. Is that a bull? A silhouette was visible on the screen. Despite the fog, the figure of a huge bull was discernible, 1.5 times larger than usual, with one broken horn arch, bloodshot eyes, and a hostile look. He was scrabbling along the ground with his front hoof, preparing to attack. "Shoot! What are you waiting for?" Ren barked, noticing the girl's confusion. The wheels were stuck. The bus couldn't move. The cabin would have collapsed if the enemy had been more serious than a mad bull. Ren briefly thought that if the bus had tracks, this wouldn't have happened. But that was just fantasy. Pah! Yu Huan pulled the trigger. The first bullet hit the bull, leaving a bloody furrow. The enraged beast rushed to attack. The girl desperately twisted the sight, but she couldn't shoot any further at the target. Boom! Another blow, and the bus moved. The bull accidentally pushed it out of the mud. The back end ended up on the hard slope of the road. Buses, as a rule, have rear-wheel drive, and now Ren was able to take advantage of this feature. The car pulled out onto the highway again. The fog cleared. Ren didn't waste any time, turned around and sped forward. There were abandoned cars along the way, but not many. The bull got out onto the road and continued to pursue them. "He's crazy! The car isn't red!" Ren cursed. "There's blood all over it! When did you last wash it?" Yu Huan shouted. Ren suddenly remembered that yesterday he was racing through the streets, knocking down zombies. What bad luck! He's going to ram me again! Slow down! Ren slammed on the brakes, and literally a second later, the bus was hit again. If he had hesitated, they would have been blown away into the field again. "Shoot already! Don't spare the bullets!" he shouted. "I'm not used to such a sensitive system. Everything is too precise and without delays. I've never worked with such a thing," Yu Huan complained. "Without delay, is that bad?" Ren just shook his head. Apparently, his homemade system was really cool. He pressed the pedal to the metal. The distance between them and the bull gradually increased. "That's it. We finally broke away. This control system—" "Don't ask. I won't tell the truth anyway," he quickly interrupted. After a pause, Ren added, "Where should I give you a ride?" He didn't hide it. It was time to say goodbye. It was awkward, with a girl on board. The military has a base outside of Jingling. It's the closest point where there could be troops. Jingling is a huge city. Fortunately, the base was outside its borders. Then we need to get fuel. You saw it. This monster guzzles gas like a beast. The fuel was almost gone, only 2 canisters left. If we didn't refill the supplies, the trip would be over. He stopped at the side of the road and went to the luggage compartment. There was complete chaos there. Everything was scattered, water and snacks were lying on the floor. Some of the drink bottles were spilled. No way. Fuel canisters were rolling around on the floor. They were plastic, and it was extremely dangerous. Ren remembered a video of 2 gas tanks exploding from simple shaking. Static electricity from the friction of plastic surfaces. They were just lucky that there was no explosion. After pushing the trash into a corner, he carefully filled the tank and got back behind the wheel. Jingling was still a few hundred li away. And then, when they were almost out of gas, they finally saw a gas station. The old Shuangcheng oil station. The sign is peeling, the shop next to it is closed. Around them are a dozen zombies, once ordinary customers who decided to fill up. Fuel is spilled on the ground, hoses are lying around all over the place. And this is only the beginning. "Damn, something's definitely wrong here," Ren Yuan muttered worriedly. Yu Huan silently took over the turret on the bus roof and opened fire on the nearby zombies. There were just over a dozen of them, and they were soon eliminated. But Ren hadn't taken his eyes off the dark facade of the closed mini-market all this time. Nothing could be seen through the cameras inside. The room was pitch black. And then something flashed in one of the windows. White, barely visible. But he definitely noticed it. "There's someone inside." Yu Huan also glanced toward the store, frowned, but saw nothing. "Wait," Ren muttered. "They might not be zombies. If they were dead, they would have reacted to the noise and jumped out. But there was silence." He thought for a second, then gave the order. "Fire 2 shots at the front door." "Seriously?" she asked, surprised. "You don't want us to get caught refueling, do you?" "Better to be on the safe side," Ren snapped. Years of living alone had taught him not to trust anyone or anything. Paranoia is not a weakness, it is a survival tool. Pah! A shot rang out, and a moment later, a bald man jumped out of the store, his hands raised, and fell to his knees in panic. "Don't shoot! I'm not a zombie! I'm a human!" he shouted and craned his neck forward as if he wanted his face to be seen better. "Should we go down?" Yu asked, looking at Ren. "Are you crazy?" She didn't understand what the problem was. An ordinary person, nothing special. But Ren knew that people could be more dangerous than the dead. He activated the microphone on the panel. "Let everyone in the store come out. We need to make sure none of you are infected." The bald man perked up. Right now. Guys, come out. Rescue has arrived. Official forces?" 3 more young men appeared from the darkness. But their behavior was alarming. Their gazes were lowered. Their movements were constrained. Suspicious. Baldy looked around, expecting someone to get off the bus. But the door remained closed. Suddenly, the turret on the roof turned right at him. In a panic, he jumped up and rushed back into the store, followed by the other 3. "You're not the army. Who are you anyway?" Ren responded calmly but harshly. And you're not as clean as you want to appear. Scratches on your hand? Bloodstains on your pants? Do you think I don't notice such details? The end of the world is no reason to forget about justice. So I advise you to come out and tell everything. Otherwise, the machine gun will start talking. No, please, I'm going out. The bald man begged and, no longer as cheerful as before, went outside. 3 young men appeared behind him. One of them was shaking all over, as if he already knew what was waiting for him. The bald man looked back and suddenly pointed his finger at his companions. It's them. They forced me. What? You were the one who suggested it. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even thought about it. Come on, you just made me the scapegoat. You pushed me first so you wouldn't feel guilty. You participated too. Now let's die together, whispered one of the young people, shaking like an aspen leaf. Stop! What are you talking about? What did you even do? Ren couldn't stand it. It's all inside. See for yourself. Let there be no more evil in the world. I'll pay for everything with my life. What happened in the store? Ren, without waiting for an explanation, pulled out his pistol and replaced the magazine. Keep an eye on them. If they move... He ran his finger across his throat. Understood. Just be careful. You nodded. Ren put on his mask and opened the back doors. He went down. The bald man gave him a strange look. Too attentive. Ren noticed this. But now he was interested in only one thing. What were they hiding? Oh, my curiosity, he muttered under his breath. As soon as he entered, it hit him. The stench, the mess, the overturned shelves, the clothes on the floor. And among these clothes, a naked woman's body. No sign of life. The hair around him seemed to have been torn out by force. Ren's insides clenched. He felt the blood rush to his face. He pulled his face away, took off the safety catch, turned around and walked out. He walked 5 steps towards the 4 by the bus and fired. Bang, bang, bang! He emptied the entire magazine, then took out the last one and prepared to shoot again. But there was no need. All 4 were lying on the ground. The horror he had seen in the store left no chance for mercy. What if it had been his girlfriend, his loved one? Ren could not let this go unpunished. The bald man, who had been shot in the stomach, was still moving. He looked at Ren with such hatred that if a look could kill, Ren would already be ashes. In your next life, don't be a human. You don't deserve it, he said, and shot him in the head. Ren, get on the bus quicker. Someone's coming. Yu screamed from the car. Ren came to his senses, made sure the bald man was dead, and rushed back. The driver's seat. On the monitor screen, 3 cars were approaching on the highway. It was not yet clear who exactly. Damn. The car seems familiar. He squinted. And it seems to me. What happened in the store? I'll tell you later. The main thing now is to hide. We put away the weapons, pretend that the bus is abandoned. He didn't really expect the trick to work, but it was worth a try. A couple of minutes later, the cars pulled up. Army jeeps, turrets on the roof, fighters in uniform. 4 of them got out. 1 went to the store. He didn't return for a long time. Captain, come and have a look. This is important. Tell me what's going on, the man in the white shirt responded. Better take a look yourself. The captain went in, then came out with a stony face and looked at the bus. He raised his hand, and all the soldiers took aim at him. Stop looking. Get out. Let's talk. Why talk? Let me blow this junk up, one of the fighters growled. You promised me you'd be calm. So keep your word, the captain replied coldly. Speak here. I'm listening, Ren said, sighing heavily. The captain gestured for him to lower his weapon. Are these zombies you're doing? And those 4 too? Holy shit, Ren thought. This guy is definitely not simple. Everything you saw in the store is true. They deserved it. Or do you want to protect them? The captain smiled. No. If you hadn't killed them, I would have. People like that have no right to live. Then it's all clear. Mind your own business, Captain He? Yu suddenly exclaimed. He frowned in surprise. Who are you? It's me. You, Juan Juan. Ah, that's right, that's right. You're from the north. How did you end up here? Yu got off the bus and came closer, next to Ren. I returned home during my vacation. The outbreak began suddenly. The parents turned. When they became zombies, they weren't them anymore, he said softly, placing his hand on her shoulder. I understand. She wiped away her tears and turned to the bus. Ren Yuan, this is Captain He, the commander in the jingling area. It looks like this is a converted bus. You must have done a great job. Ren, not looking at them, said, Now that you've found your people, you can't go on the same path with me. Without the bus, he might have joined them himself, for safety. But now, he knew what he was capable of, and he wasn't going to share it. Yu walked up to the door of the bus. Open it. He hesitated. Could it be that she changed her mind about leaving? Yu Huan walked to the back of the bus, picked up 2 empty canisters, and jumped down to the ground to fill the tank. Then she filled both canisters with fuel again and dragged them back into the bus. I don't know how to thank you for saving my life. No need for anything. You have gasoline. That's enough. Ren Yuan waved his hand, fearing that the girl would suddenly say something like, Let me thank you with myself. He considered this a clear catch. A wife as a gift? Come on, who are you telling? We haven't even really known each other for a day. It's clear that she has some other plan, he thought to himself. Yu Huan just covered her mouth, laughed softly, waved goodbye silently, and jumped off the bus. Ren didn't bother to find out anything. He dreamed of finally being alone. This was the only way to properly understand the crazy capabilities of the modification system. As the bus rolled away, He Yun, who was watching from the side, asked, Who was that anyway? Yu shook her head. I don't know. We've only known each other for a couple of hours. We don't even really know each other. But he has a bus. That's something incredible. Bus? You mean the armor? Not only that. The engine is clearly not original. There are 4 turrets on the roof. And everything is controlled electronically, through a separate system from the second pilot's panel. We couldn't even dream of control at such a level. He Yun scratched his chin. Damn. And now I regret letting him go. And at this time, Ren Yuan himself was on cloud 9, merrily sipping cola while driving. I'm like a fire in winter, lit up and bringing light, he sang, breaking into a false note, launching another attack of good mood. A quick glance at the map confirmed that the route lay towards Jingling. He decided not to enter the city for now, but to find a place somewhere on its outskirts to wait for dawn and renew the engine. The current fuel consumption was simply hellish. It wasn't far to the city, but the road ahead was blocked by abandoned cars. They had to turn off to the side of the road, into a field. Fortunately, the ground was firm. The bus didn't get stuck in the ground. The whole day on the road, and only by 8 in the evening, Ren reached the outskirts of Jingling. The fuel ran out. The bus stopped right in the field. He had to wait for the morning and charging for the upgrade system. Meanwhile, in the distance, in the city itself, fires were blazing brightly and terrifying screams could be heard. He felt an emptiness in his stomach. For the last 24 hours, he had eaten nothing but snacks and water. No hot food, no meat. In this new world, the main thing is to survive. And he has already coped with this task. Now it's time to live in pleasure. And in Jingling, there are probably still supplies that will help him get this pleasure. He could not fall asleep. In the car, lying on the driver's seat, he ate a mountain of hot chips during the night. Soon, it was dawn. A thick fog hung over the field again. You can't see anything 5 meters away. There was an hour left before the system was activated. But this hour dragged on like an eternity. Ren sat, dreaming like a child on New Year's Eve. And then a flash lit up the interior. The panel displayed the available engine upgrade options. He immediately pressed them. The bus shook violently. A pedestal appeared in the center of the interior, like a tall pedestal with a translucent capsule, inside which a sparkling object was rotating. Little sun, that's what it looked like. The blinding light soon gave way to a soft blue glow. The screen showed the following updates. Hull armor. Available engine, turbocharged. Available power system, fusion reactor. Available interior optimization. Weapons available. Tires available. Scan, bus, available. A thermonuclear reactor? Ren stared with his mouth open. He expected something cool, but this is a reactor. It's like a spaceship, really. And this is just the first level of upgrade. Now even the engine was different. Instead of liquid cooling, turbocharging was installed. He didn't know anything about technology, but it sounded impressive. Everything had changed, even the fuel indicator. Now, instead of a scale, there was a digital monitor with readings from 1000p to 23,000p. Probably this is the energy level. He started the engine. Instead of the usual roar, there was a quiet, almost cosmic hum. A blue energy vortex shot up from the sphere in the center of the floor. The reactor was working. The harder he pressed the gas, the more actively the vortex pumped out energy. He wiped his forehead and swallowed. So this is it, the source of humanity's dreams. And this was just the beginning. What would happen next? Maybe the bus would actually take off one day? The fog was clearing. The sun was rising. And his stomach was growling. Ren winced. Enough snacks. He wanted hot rice, fried vegetables, something normal, at least a warmed-up army ration, and cigarettes. He ran out of cigarettes. Now that was a disaster. He finished a couple of dry cookies, finished the rest of his cola, and stared at the monitor, a jingling silhouette. The main road leading into town was packed with abandoned cars. Even in the fields under the bridges, there were cars. Zombies wandered between them. He drove in circles for an hour, looking for a passage. And then, finally, he spotted a narrow passage, an alley between two buildings. At the end, a concrete wall. He decided, enough circling, and drove forward. The passage was on the edge of the bus's width, 1 centimetre by 1 centimetre. He stepped on the gas. The bus jerked, the windshield hit the wall. The wall didn't hold up. The concrete crumbled into dust, and the street opened up behind it. And then he realized that he was in a crowd, an endless, solid mass of zombies filling the entire block. Several thousand heads turned towards him at once. It was impossible to turn around. The impact had turned the bus sideways. The back end crashed into the wall. There was no way back. There was only one way left, forward. He hit the gas, crushing the dead. Boom! A sudden crash from above. Someone heavy fell on the roof. The armor buckled. Boom! Again, and again, right above his head. A crack appeared in the roof. Boom! The crack widened. Ren's hair stood on end. He jumped to the control panel and activated the synchronized firing mode of all 4 turrets. Tra-ta-ta-ta-ta. There was a scream. It seemed he had hit it. He climbed back behind the wheel and pressed the pedal again. The bus, illuminated by blue light, slowly but surely began to break through. The reactor energy was at 10,000p. Damn you, this is not a good day. Boom! Another blow, this time from behind. Still on the roof. He couldn't look away. Shooting the turrets wouldn't solve anything. Too many dead. Boom. This time, a blow to the forehead. The zombies flew off and the camera finally worked again. On the screen, a grey wall. He put the car in reverse and pressed the gas hard. The bus drove back. Turn gas. In this hell, he was like a reaper, crushing, clearing his way. Having lost his blind spot, Ren Yuan found it easier to control the bus. He began to literally break through the crowds of the dead. However, the number of zombies was staggering. Suddenly, the roof of the bus shook. One of the zombies jumped off it right into the center of the crowd in front. This dead man was different from the others. His physique was simply monstrous. He looked like he was carved out of steel. His abdominal muscles weren't just 6 or 8. They were dozens, solidly sculpted like a lizard's scales. Ren not only didn't slow down, but on the contrary, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor, driving the bus straight at this muscular creature. But the zombie didn't retreat. It was as if he was waiting for the impact, standing right in the trajectory. The bus was already racing at about 200 kilometers per hour. At that speed, even concrete should crumble, let alone flesh. At the very last moment, the zombie jumped up and crashed into the bus's forehead. Bam! The front armor in the passenger area buckled. The zombie was thrown aside, and the bus slowed down sharply. Savage. Do you even know what inertia and kinetics are? The car temporarily broke away from the crowd. The mutant flew to the side and crashed into a shop window. As the bus drove away, the zombie barely crawled out, letting out a furious roar. After driving a couple of blocks, Ren slowed down. It seemed that there were no living people here anymore. Only half-decayed corpses wandered the streets. Oh, wine and tobacco, he cursed with unexpected joy. He had not visited such establishments before. Expensive cigarettes were beyond his means. Only Zhang Fei was telling something. Yanjiu Ding. He read the title. Yes, it sounds good. He stopped at the entrance, took the gun. 7 bullets. The door was locked, but the lock was weak. He pulled. The handle remained in his hand. Inside, everything looked like the end of the world. Clean, tidy. On the left were racks of cigarettes. On the right were display cases with elite alcohol. Ren went straight to the tobacco. Choose? Stupid. He grabbed everything. There were about 400 or 500 packs on the shelves. Everything went into use. He loaded the entire back compartment. Then he came back and grabbed 2 bottles of Dundi Mao Tai. He wasn't much of a drinker, but he figured a few sips were like medicine in tough times. He had entertainment now, but food was still a problem. He desperately wanted some boiled rice. But rice was usually available in supermarkets. He spotted one at the entrance to the city, but it was crawling with zombies. The bus allowed him to break through, but he didn't want to get involved with the horde. He decided to look for another option. After the mutant with dozens of abs, Ren became more careful. Driving through the streets, he simply rammed the blocking cars. This gave him a certain pleasure. He explored 4 or 5 streets. There are 0 supermarkets, but there are plenty of restaurants. Right, restaurants. How could I forget? There must be rice supplies there, and also the necessary utensils. Maybe even some frozen food or vegetables. He turned and returned to the large dining room he had seen earlier. The doors were wide open, but inside were a dozen zombies, apparently the ones who had dined here before the disaster. Ren activated the turrets and cleared the room. Then he went inside. He hadn't seen a single corpse in a chef's uniform, so the chef was probably still out there somewhere, in the back of the kitchen. Ren jumped inside through the distribution window. He was extremely careful. He saw a door leading deeper, apparently a roasting area. Approaching it, he noticed blood on the handle. Of course. He changed the gun to his right hand, pulled the bolt, wrapped his palm in a rag, and began to slowly open it. Click! Scarlet eyes behind the door. The look lasted for about 4 seconds. The creature opened its mouth in a wild scream and rushed at him. Bang! The bullet entered right into the head. The creature collapsed. It was wearing a chef's hat, high, like the head chef's. Apparently, he was the chef. In the pantry, he found 2 sacks of rice. He dragged them to the window where he came from. He returned to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Carrots, tomatoes, potatoes. Almost everything was spoiled. Only the carrots were more or less okay. He took one and took a bite. He opened the freezer. The smell was like from a rotten grave. All the meat products had long since gone bad. White flakes on the surface, blood, everything stank of death. Ren immediately spat out the carrot, almost throwing up everything he had eaten that morning. Ooh! A quiet but intense roar reached his ears. The sound was distant, but clearly aggressive. Someone made it with all their might. Ooh! Getting closer. Ren shuddered, turned around and ran away, jumping back through the distribution window, grabbing a bag of rice. He raced to the bus. As he exited, he looked down the street. A crowd of dead people appeared on the left. Ahead was the same zombie with the sculpted press. There were just over 100 meters left to the bus. He jumped inside, threw the bag into the cabin, and rushed to the steering wheel. Without hesitation, engine, gas, and the bus rushed forward. But the zombies seemed to have gone wild. They ran after him at inhuman speed. The bus itself seemed to clear the way for them. "Damn you! How many cars are here?" He hit the steering wheel. The streets were blocked by dozens of abandoned cars. The speed was dropping. Ren was nervous, and in a panic, he felt for the turret controls on the panel. One hand on the wheel, the other on the fire button. All 4 turrets were redirected back. They opened fire. The crowd pressure eased, but not for long. Pa, pa, pa. Beep, beep, beep. The screen lit up red. One of the turrets had overheated. It was out of order. The shooting weakened. The zombies sped up, and then he noticed the gate. Behind it, an empty lot. Not a single car. Ren's heart fluttered. He swerved and flew inside. On the wall to the left was a sign. Jingling University. Excellent. Universities always have several exits. Let's go around in circles and then we'll see, he thought. But then something strange happened. 3 people were standing in one of the windows, waving a red flag. "Idiots, hide!" he shouted. But they continued to call for help. They didn't see that there was a horde behind the bus. Ren abruptly turned the bus sideways to show them the back. Seeing this, the 3 immediately ducked. The flag disappeared. He grinned. Not students, adults, maybe teachers, but definitely not professors. Too young. The bus sped through the university square. The horde was behind it. It seemed the zombies hadn't noticed the 3. Ren decided to lead the horde away, slowing down to give the others a chance. But the crowd was too big. Some of the zombies still broke into the building. There was no turning back. If those 3 were eaten, he could only sympathize. The building stood in rows, 3 at a time. Between them were narrow passages. At the end was a fence. On the 2nd floor, the silhouettes of zombies were already visible. Apparently, those 3 had almost no chance left. Ren glanced at the screen, stepped on the gas. The bus rushed toward the fence. Boom! Beyond the fence was a green zone and a river. Ren's pupils narrowed. Not from shock, because beyond the river, the road probably ended again. Ren Yuan jerked sharply to avoid falling into the river. The bus almost fell off the cliff. He turned the steering wheel, turned back onto the campus territory, and broke through another part of the concrete fence. The car flew out onto a spacious square. But even here, a dense mass of zombies was already waiting for them. The only way out was to turn around the school building. Behind it was a flower bed, and, as luck would have it, the dead were swarming around it too. True, there were fewer of them than those pursuing from behind. "Hey, help!" came from above. These were the same 3 who had waved the flag from the roof. They were somehow still alive and were now trying to climb down from the roof using a makeshift rope made from tied curtains. One of them had already reached the 2nd floor. The building was 5 stories high, and it was obvious that such a structure would not support the weight of all 3 of them at once. The guy with gold-rimmed glasses stood out in particular. He looked the youngest of the 3. "Faster! Get down! Quickly!" he shouted, looking at his comrades leaning out from the roof. Ren was torn apart by an internal conflict. Save them? That meant exposing himself. Abandon them? They would die. But whatever happened, he had brought this horde with him. And it was his responsibility. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly turned the wheel and drove the bus right under the boy in glasses. "Now, get off! Faster!" he shouted to the other 2. At the same time, he moved to the co-pilot's seat and activated the turret, starting to shoot zombies near the flower bed. At that moment, the main horde reached the square. The guy in glasses jumped onto the roof of the bus, stretched out his hands to help his comrades. But when the last of them reached the 3rd floor, the fabric gave way and broke. Both fell onto the roof of the bus. Ren instantly switched the turret back, pressed the fire button with his foot, and, holding the steering wheel, pressed the brake with one hand and turned sharply. The bus turned around the flower bed. All three, clinging to the hole left by the mutant's blow, were barely keeping from falling. It was hard to believe that they were teachers, real stuntmen. Despite the adrenaline, they looked pretty resilient. Seeing that they were still holding on, Ren began to maneuver between the buildings, leading the horde behind him. There was nowhere to retreat. The zombies were advancing from every side. A breakthrough was the only chance. But to survive on the roof after being rammed? Unlikely. One of the three patted the other two on the shoulder and pointed to the camera in the cabin. Then they simultaneously showed Ren okay. But Ren did not see these signs. In any case, he was going to rush forward without them. Another circle, and again the central square. This time it turned into a real carpet of bodies. Hundreds of dead heads, like grain poured out in the sun. Damn me! Did I drive all the zombies of the city here? He exhaled in shock. The three above gulped. The guy with glasses tensed even more. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go! Ren shouted, switching the turrets to forward fire. Hold on, from above. This is about to get crazy, he warned the three. The rear wheels dug into the tiles. He released the brake. The bus took off like an arrow. First came a burst of turret fire, cutting a bloody trail. Then came the bus's armor, turning the zombies into mush. 12.7mm bullets tore through bodies, piercing 4 to 5 zombies at a time. The car raced through the horde, but suddenly the zombies began to part, opening a passage. It seemed suspicious. And then, there he was. The king of the dead. That same mutant with dozens of cubes. He was standing right at the gates of the university. All the other zombies gave way to him. What did I do to you? Are you in love or something? Ren chuckled bitterly, looking at the dent in the roof. The guy in glasses shouted, It's the Zombie King! Get away from him now! But it was too late. The gate was less than 50 meters away. No way to turn. No way to stop. They collided. Boom! The mutant, as if waiting for the right moment, brought his fist down on the front of the bus. A hole appeared in the armor, but he himself flew tens of meters away, flying into the second floor of the nearest store. The wind rushed through the hole, but Ren had no time for the coolness. He was shaking with horror. Such force! And the bus was armored. He pressed the pedal to the floor. The reactor in the center of the bus glowed a blinding blue light, producing maximum power. The bus drove around the building the zombie had crashed into and continued on its way. Damn, Ren muttered, shaking behind the wheel. The force of the impact was unimaginable. He could still feel his blood running cold. Meanwhile, there was joy above. They had seen the Tsar thrown back. They were happy, thinking they were saved. But Ren did not slow down. He raced away from the city until he had broken away by a good 10 kilometers. Only then did he stop. The three on the roof were exhausted. Some from fear, some from the shaking. The bus had been traveling over rough terrain the entire time. When the bus stopped, they literally collapsed in relief. Ren frowned, looking at the hole in the armor. But he was thinking about something else, about those sitting on his roof. Let them in? Number earlier, maybe, but now there is a thermonuclear reactor in the center of the cabin. If they see it, what will you say? You see, I have a nuclear bus. How can I explain that? And then a cry came from above. Is that a tokamak? No, it is not a tokamak. There are no superconducting coils, no ignition systems. This is a different way of containing plasma. This is a technological breakthrough. This is a nuclear bus. Ren froze. Damn, he groaned. I forgot about the hole. 3 of them had already climbed down and were knocking on the back door. They seemed to want to get in. Ren, giving in, opened the doors. Besides the bespectacled guy, there were 2 guys who looked exactly alike. Twins. As soon as the door opened, they rushed inside, but Ren immediately pulled out his gun and clicked the bolt. The twins stopped, stepped back with surprised faces. "What are you doing?" Ren said coldly. "Did I give you permission to come in?" "I just opened the door. This is called self-defense. If you try to interfere again, I'll shoot you." They smiled awkwardly and exchanged glances. But the guy in glasses saved the situation. "I told you. Less books. More common sense. He saved our lives. Poking around in his secrets is disrespectful." "You don't understand anything. This is a reactor, a breakthrough for all of humanity." "Shut up! Are you crazy?" He turned to Ren and apologized. "Sorry, these two are stubborn. I am Chen Anyang, and this is Zhao Jianjun and Zhao Jianguo." "Yeah. Nation builders then," Ren muttered. "Listen, Chen, I see you are sane. I don't need gratitude, just silence. You've seen what I'm capable of. If you blab, I'll find you. And you know that's not an empty threat." He paused. Then he added, "Don't even think about saying you didn't see anything. We saw it and forget it." But one of the twins interjected, "No. We can't be complicit in hiding that kind of technology. This is the future of humanity. We must then die right now." Ren aimed his gun. Chen rushed between them. "What are you doing? Can't you see that he's already furious? Shut up, both of you, right now. As a citizen of the Dragon Country, I am ready to die for the motherland. But I will not remain silent about what I saw." "Unless you kill me," Zhao Jianjun said firmly. "Ready to die for the country?" Ren Yuan frowned. Or maybe I was wrong about him after all? An academician? A state official? Well, that's a different matter. Ren had always felt a deep affection for his country. And if we are really talking about people from state research institutes, he would be ready to help transfer the technology of controlled thermonuclear fusion to them. "Are you three from the State Academy of Sciences?" Ren clarified. Chen Anyang nodded quickly. Yes, that's right. These two are nuclear physics experts, and I specialize in virology." "Come on up." Ren stepped away from the door, letting them pass. All three of them had astonishment on their faces. Zhao Jianjun and his brother didn't even believe it at first. Are you serious? Are they really letting us in?" "My name is Ren Yuan. Please." He made an inviting gesture. He was a patriot by nature, and most importantly, he understood perfectly well how monstrous the power of the modification system was. Today it works, but what if it breaks down tomorrow? What if it disappears? This was a chance. The risks were not so great, but the possible dividends were gigantic. Everyone present understood what a controlled thermonuclear reactor was. "You are a hero not only of the Dragon Country, but of all humanity. We thank you," the two old men said sincerely. They ran around the reactor with delight, like children. "Oh my God, this is not a tokamak. This is a perfect reproduction of the solar core. Here it is, a real artificial sun. Synchronous start of the reaction, ignition, energy retention. What kind of force controls this process? It is impossible." Meanwhile, Chen Anyang stood by the driver's seat and stared at the gaping hole in the armor. Is this what that zombie did?" Ren nodded silently. "Unbelievable. I refuse to believe it. No carbon creature could do such a thing. Unless ... What? Unless it's a god." He flinched back, but continued to stare into the breach. "Hey, be careful." Ren flinched as he nearly collided with the reactor in the center. "No, I refuse to believe that there is a god. There was a glitch somewhere. Everything is wrong." "You mean this zombie is a god?" Ren asked. "No, but he's moving towards it. He's evolving. He's becoming stronger, smarter. What will happen when he reaches the top? Humanity is in danger of dying. We won't survive unless we change with them." Chen Anyang, as if confused, sank to the floor, muttering something under his breath. "Sometimes it's better to know less." Ren sighed. For people like him, Seeing something that destroys the foundations of the scientific picture of the world is like entering a nightmare. Ren handed the three a bottle of water and went out onto the roof to check the damaged turret. But seeing that only the hole remained, he immediately waved his hand. It was beyond repair. "Ren Yuan, listen!" Chen called out, jumping out of the cabin. "What now?" "I need a zombie, alive, and equipment. Urgently. Very urgently. It's like you think I can materialize a lab out of thin air." "Zombies? Okay, we'll figure it out. But with the equipment, we have to act. This is critical for the future of our planet. Technology is not all that will be in the future. We have to evolve." So it came to this. I became a courier for the supply of zombies and laboratories. Ren smiled bitterly. He was about to wave it off when he saw two cars approaching in the distance. Recognizable shapes. Why, those are He Yun's and Yu Huan's cars. Were they also in Jinling? He hurried back to the bus and closed the doors. A minute later, the cars pulled up. Yu and He Yun got out. There were fewer people with them than before. Apparently, not everyone survived the encounter with zombies in the city. "Ren Yuan, what are you doing here?" "I should ask. I thought you were going somewhere else." "And left the city?" "You were in Jinling? Did you drag a zombie into the university?" He Yun was clearly furious. "Yes, I was. Looking for supplies. I wasn't at the university." You destroyed everything." Yu sank to the ground. "You have 10 seconds to leave. Otherwise, I'll destroy this junk." Hyun barked, ordering the fighter to get the explosives. "Try it." Ren activated the remaining turrets and aimed them at the enemy. "Who's with you?" Zhao Jianjun's voice was heard from the cabin. "It's nothing. The dust is annoying. I'll figure it out," Ren replied. "Do you have someone on board?" Yu perked up. "If you have professors on board, hand them over immediately." "This is a matter of national importance," He Yun added, having already learned the task. "Professors? There are no professors here." "But there is one bullet left." "Do you need it?" Ren said mockingly. "Blow it up." The officer removed the charge and began to prepare the detonator. "Last chance. Let the passengers out." "And you have one last chance to get out. Now." Ren squeezed the activation button. "He-yun, put that away immediately." "What are you doing?" Zhao Jianguo interrupted the monitor. "Do you know him?" Ren asked. "I know." "Out." Ren roughly pushed all three of them out of the cabin. "Wait, let me see it again." Zhao Jianjun begged. "Go away," Ren snapped. "Are you crazy? Don't you understand who you're setting up?" Zhao Jianguo exploded, looking at He-yun. "You've ruined your career, you idiot." "It's just a bus," he muttered. "A bus? Do you at least know?" "You'd better keep quiet," Ren interrupted calmly. "You're still a fool, as you were." Zhao Jianjun couldn't help himself. Listen, Ren. He-yun wasn't quite right in the head when he was a child. Be patient, will you? After all, it's a common cause." Zhao Jianguo tried to smooth things over, but Ren didn't answer. He just started the engine and drove away. He had done everything he wanted to do. He had played his part, and he wasn't going to risk it if the truth about the reactor got out to someone like He-yun. He realized He-yun was a soldier, a good one, maybe even heroic, but not a friend, not an ally. The people watching him go were silent. Zhao Jianguo pointed at He-yun with fingers shaking with anger. He just shrugged. "Maybe it's for the best," Chen Anyang said thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses. "This Ren Yuan isn't as simple as he seems." There was no point in returning to Jinling. It was too dangerous to stay there. And one bag of rice wouldn't last long, so they had to find a new place to gather supplies. Ren Yuan stopped the bus under a spreading tree and unfolded the map. The nearest large settlement was Kunlun City. It was located between Jinling and the Donghai coast. The permanent population was about 6 million, but given the number of visitors, the real number was clearly much higher. Living in Kunlun was cheap, and working in Donghai was convenient. Many did so. This is how you have to calculate which city has the least chance of running into millions of zombies. It's crazy. While he was thinking, Ren felt very tired. For several days in a row, he had been either running away or looking for fuel. His body needed rest. Without noticing it, he dozed off, his head on the steering wheel. In his dream, Zhang Fei appeared to him, frightening him with his distorted, unnatural pose. He waved his hand, but suddenly the limb disappeared. Ren woke up in a cold sweat. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was dark outside. He grabbed the bottle of cola, greedily took a sip, and immediately doubled over in pain. Ha! What the hell? Did I drink glass? The burning in his throat was unbearable. The wind from the breach in his armor from the Corpse King's blow blew on his face, bringing relief. But suddenly, Ren noticed something strange. My hand. What happened to my hand? He looked down and went cold. The entire hand had rotted. The skin had turned black, exposing the veins and muscles. It looked terrible. He mechanically moved his hand in front of his eyes and stopped, staring at the hole in the frontal armor plate. A piece of flesh hung on the edge of the hole. Almost unnoticeable, a barely visible streak of blood stretched nearby, ending on the steering wheel. There was a fingerprint on it. His finger, but whose blood? The blood of the Corpse King, he realized. The metal had damaged the monster at the moment of impact, and the blood had gotten inside, on his hands, infected. That's it. The end. Ren cursed, clenching his teeth, clutching the mangled limb. He knew the virus was in, and there was no turning back. His breathing hitched, his vision darkened, and he passed out again, his forehead hitting the steering wheel. In his sleep, he alternated between hot and cold. He coughed, trembled, and struggled to come to his senses. Opening his eyes, he saw hands that weren't his. Or rather, not quite his, scraped, covered in sores. The exposed muscles trembled with tension. That's it. We've arrived. It was already light outside, and all he wanted now was a plate of plain, white rice porridge. Nothing else. No people, no goodbyes. Just a little food. There was rice in the bus, but it was impossible to cook without a pot or a stove. Maybe internal space optimization would help. Maybe there was a built-in kitchen. A crazy thought flashed through his mind. He opened the modification interface. Energy accumulation complete. Several items became active again. Hull lining, available engine, available power unit, available interior optimization, active weapons, inactive tires, active without hesitation. He selected optimization. The bus shook as if an earthquake was shaking it. The shaking lasted for about a minute before it died down. Now Ren was faced not with a cabin, but with a door. Between the driver's seats was a glass cabinet with drinks. The passenger compartment was unrecognizable. Futuristic trim, leather seats, a hidden thermonuclear reactor. Instead of it, there was now a metal table. In the depths, another door appeared. Behind it was a bedroom, a bed, a sofa, a refrigerator. But the most unusual thing was the table itself. Ren wanted to find out what it was for and activated the interface again. Now, there is a new item. Internal optimization, inactive. Medical robot, active. Combat robot, active. Repair robot, active. Wow, live yourself, but set up your comrade. He chuckled. He activated the medical robot. The space was illuminated by a bright light, and against its background appeared a girl, as if she had come from an ancient painting. Perfect appearance, refined features, a dress in a traditional style. Seriously? Is this a robot? Unit 3360 activated. Program loaded. Please set a name. Tsuihua, he blurted out. He himself did not understand why. The name has been identified. Tsuihua, the girl said, opening her eyes and immediately looking at his hand. You have an injury. Let me help. She took out an injection and administered the drug. Half a minute passed, and Ren felt a coolness spreading through his body. The affected area began to recover rapidly. This is the creator's serum. It accelerates evolution and bypasses the infection stage, said Hua. Are you sure you're not human? I'm a modified clone, a bio-robot with its own personality. Holy shit. Exactly. That's really impressive, she smiled. Ren caught his breath, looked up at the panel with his supplies, cigarettes, alcohol. He stretched, took out Dundee Mautai and a pack of cigarettes, and lit up. And this table, it does something, right? It's a universal kitchen module, uses reactor energy for cooking. A stove, a pot, and a work surface, all in one. He was amazed. These technologies were amazing. Although for a second he even thought, what if there are feelings between them? He immediately pushed this thought away. Hua remained calm. Okay, time to go, he muttered, entering the cabin. He glanced at the breach from the king's blow. Repairs were possible, but not now. First he needed a repair bot, and that would take a whole day of recharging. Kunlun waited. Now, with Hua nearby, the fear of the zombie king was fading. He flicked his lighter, sucked in the smoke, and sang. Suddenly, a knock on the door. Without looking, he opened it. What is this aroma? So familiar? Ren sniffed the air. Rice? With a touch of latnyashki? He turned around. Hua was holding a square vessel from which steam was coming. He turned off the engine and approached. Did you cook this? It turned out that she cooked fried rice with broken noodles. He was shocked, but when he tried it, he was surprised. The flavors clashed, but it was quite edible and even filling. He emptied the entire pot, wiped his mouth, and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Very tasty. If you give her a full kitchen and ingredients, she will create masterpieces. Now the desire to go to Kunlun has increased many times over. After surviving the first stage, you want to live, not just exist. Actually, it was the same before the apocalypse. It's just that now the law of the jungle has become obvious. Ren Yuan took a sip of cola and started the bus again. After driving most of the day through potholes and ravines, he finally reached a road that could be called a road. Asphalt with rare cars. Finally, he was able to drive on. Ren Yuan complained that this was inhuman labor and drove quickly. According to the map, he had arrived at a small town on the outskirts of Kunlun. Wandeng City. It was a big city, or at least it felt big. The streets were filled with parked cars. But surprisingly, there wasn't a single zombie nearby. It was logical that there would be zombies in such a densely populated city. Ren Yuan parked outside the city and looked at the passenger camera. He had a premonition that there were survivors somewhere. And indeed, 5 minutes later, as Ren Yuan waited, 5 people came out of the store. The leader was still cursing, clearly having encountered something that upset them. Damn, it's so hard to see all this inedible food. Why didn't these people give it up before they died? Now we look at it and are afraid to eat it. Let's find something else. Don't even touch the contaminated food. If all else fails, let's just go back to the chips. Hu's third brother. Look, it seems like she wasn't there yesterday. Third brother looked in the direction indicated. There was a large, dark red iron shell on the outskirts of the city. Su Bingcheng, come and see, third brother said, pointing to the skinny young man behind him. Su Bingcheng swallowed and said, maybe we shouldn't go. Stop talking nonsense. Go if I say so, otherwise you won't eat today. You're always busy and eat whatever you want. What do I need you for? Third brother said contemptuously. Su Bingcheng was horrified. He even saw a piece of intestine hanging on the bus. But under the pressure and insistence of third brother, he still took the first step. Life is important. But first, he needs to survive. Without food, he will die sooner or later. He just needs to come and take a look. It shouldn't be a big problem. Ren Yuan sat in the passenger seat and watched the CCTV footage. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Liu Bingcheng walking towards the bus. Su Bingcheng walked towards the bus, looking back at every step. About 10 meters away from the bus, a turret suddenly emerged from the roof and pointed its muzzle at him. Su Bingcheng was stunned. Although he couldn't recognize the large black iron block, he still recognized the turret sticking out of it. "What the hell is this gun? A machine gun! Hey, what are you sneaking around for? Take another step forward and I'll cut off your head." The third brother also saw the turret rising from the roof of the bus, and all four immediately hid in the roadside stalls. Only Su Bingcheng stood there at a loss, his legs shaking like bars. Most of his brown casual pants were instantly soaked. Damn, I wet myself. Ren Yuan was speechless. He didn't shoot, but simply raised the turret. "Brother, I didn't do anything wrong. Don't shoot." Su Bingcheng fell to his knees, bowed, and shouted, "No one cares what you did. I ask you, where are the zombies here?" Ren Yuan asked the question that worried him the most. "Huh? Zombie? The day before yesterday. Yes, the night before yesterday, some strange sounds came from Kunlun, and all the zombies ran there." Su Bingcheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was not looking for trouble, but rather asking for directions. "Kunlun. Why is there trouble wherever I go?" Strange sounds, Ren Yuan thought for a long time. When he looked up again, Su Bingcheng, who was kneeling on the ground, had disappeared. "Don't run! Come back!" Ren Yuan instinctively shouted. It would have been fine if he hadn't run away, but after returning, Su Bingcheng ran even faster, losing his shoes and falling without looking back. Ren Yuan had no choice but to fire his machine gun at Su Bingcheng's retreating path. Bang! Su Bingcheng suddenly stopped, but his pace was too fast to stop. As soon as he stopped, his body suddenly swung forward and he fell face down. Ren Yuan slowly rode to within 5 meters of Su Bingcheng. Looking at the CCTV footage of Su Bingcheng lying motionless on the ground, he said, "I haven't even finished asking questions. Why are you running away?" Su Bingcheng turned his head with a sour expression, looking at the CCTV camera at the front of the bus. He was missing 2 front teeth, his mouth was full of blood, and his speech was slurred. "Brother, I have something to say. Let's talk. Let's meet again. Do you smoke, huh?" You smoke?" Su Bingcheng was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Kuihua, give him a pack of cigarettes." Ren Yuan shouted into the car. Kuihua opened the double doors, holding a pack of cigarettes, and walked up to Su Bingcheng. Su Bingcheng's gaze completely turned away from the bus. He stared at Kuihua, completely ignoring the blood still flowing from his mouth, and swallowed hard. Kuihua also noticed Su Bingcheng's gaze. She walked up to Su Bingcheng, threw a cigarette in his face, and turned away. "Come on, smoke, please," Ren Yuan said with a smile. Su Bingcheng was obviously a heavy smoker. From the start, he swallowed tirelessly, a gesture a heavy smoker could only do after 3 days without cigarettes. The nicotine in his lungs was gradually draining, his mouth was dry, and he swallowed tirelessly. He watched Kuihua board the bus before coming to his senses. He picked up a Longhua cigarette from the ground, tore open the package, pulled out the cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Then, with trembling hands, he pulled out a plastic lighter from his jacket pocket. He tried several times without success, but finally, holding the lighter with both hands, he lit it. He took a deep drag, leaned back, and sighed long and hard. Damn it! The third brother and the others watching him also watched with dry mouths. Some crazy guy has long since robbed all the shops in town, snatching up all the cigarettes, looking for nothing but them. Damn, this kid smokes alone. He doesn't even think about us, spat the third brother. It's okay. Wait until he comes back. A good thrashing will make him behave. If he is reasonable, consider letting him smoke a few more cigarettes, Ren Yuan said with a smile. Great. I have plenty of cigarettes, but you should bring something in return. For example, food. Don't forget, I don't need snacks. Rice, noodles, vegetables, anything will do. Su Bingcheng took the cigarette out of his mouth and held it between his fingers. He looked at Ren Yuan excitedly and asked, Really? But his face immediately became stern again because he was not alone. Moreover, he was also under someone's control. Wait a minute, I'll ask our boss for instructions. Su Bingcheng looked back and said, Okay, hurry up. No need, I'm going. I want to ask what the exchange rate is. A pack of cigarettes won't be exchanged for a whole bunch of food. Third brother walked out of the store with his men. He realized that Ren Yuan was just a refugee asking for directions. This tank-like car was perhaps only a slight threat. In addition, the girl who had just come out to offer cigarettes was indeed quite impressive. Third brother was now planning how to kill Ren Yuan and seize his car and Kui Hua. Ren Yuan thought seriously for a moment and said, "I was originally going to give you more cigarettes, but I changed my mind. Just one pack, no more. And leave the rest to find me the supplies I need. If you don't return by the appointed time, you will die." 3 more turrets rose from the roof of the bus, simultaneously aiming at Lao San. Everyone was stunned, especially Lao San. At first, he hoped to deceive the thieves and kill the bus robbers, but now it seemed that everything would not be so simple. "You are a robber." Lao San gritted his teeth and looked at the bus with hatred. "The countdown of 15 minutes. It starts now." This was Ren Yuan's only answer to Lao San. There was no point in talking further. In Ren Yuan's eyes, Lao San was already a corpse. His treacherous thoughts were impossible to shake off. "Go and bring the food here. Don't forget, take the closest one." Lao San emphasized the last 3 words. The closest one? Isn't that the contaminated food from the roadside stall? That batch of rice and vegetables, all covered in zombie blood. By the time Ren Yuan finishes eating that food, he will have turned into a zombie. Then the car belongs to his third brother, and so does the beauty. Oh no, the beauty will definitely turn into a zombie too. It's a pity she's such a good figure. My third brother wasn't so lucky. But those girls in the camp aren't bad either. As he thought about it, a lustful smile spread across his face. While the third brother was thinking about his plans, his men had already started bringing supplies. The rice was in sacks, although there were still water stains on the surface, as if it had just been wiped. "You idiots, don't you know how to purify water?" The third brother mentally cursed the men who were carrying the supplies. There were 15 bags of rice, a basket of tomatoes, half a box of eggs, and some cabbage. The tomatoes were a little wilted, but still edible. Ren Yuan told Kui Hua to get off the bus and load all the supplies into it, sorting them into the lockers in the middle car. Unfortunately, there was not enough rice, so Ren Yuan had to choose only 5 bags of cleaning solution. "Brother, look, these have been delivered. Can I go?" the third brother said with a fake smile. "Well, let's go." Ren Yuan no longer thought about them. He just wanted to have a hearty meal of fried dishes. "Xiao Hua Hua, cook." "I'm hungry," Ren Yuan said, looking at Kui Hua, who was sitting and studying the rice. "Huh? You got hungry so quickly? Wait a minute, I'll make it now. By the way, the water in the car is almost gone. The remaining water is only enough for 3 days." Kui Hua looked at Ren Yuan and said with a smile, "Water. It seems that the task is still very difficult." Ren Yuan returned to the cabin and began to study how to get to Kunlun City. Wanding Township is less than 10 kilometers from Kunlun, but can only be reached via the Kunhai Expressway. Below the highway, there's farmland, and the ground is so soft it's practically impassable. And with so many cars on the highway, it's clear that no matter what you do, you're not going to get to Kunlun quickly. Hell, it doesn't matter. Let's check the highway entrance tomorrow. Wait, damn it, there's still 10 kilometers to go to that entrance. Ren Yuan covered his head, and his face reflected sadness. "It's time to eat." Kui Hua's voice came from the middle machine, accompanied by a scent. Unlike last time, this time there was no taste of spicy noodles, but the natural aroma of rice, fried vegetables, and 2 eggs. The table above the reactor was already set. The dishes were arranged. Only 12 minutes had passed. How could this happen so quickly? Ren Yuan was sitting on his right. Kui Hua was sitting opposite him, and there were plates in front of them. Kui Hua didn't move, just stared at Ren Yuan without blinking. "Why are you looking at me?" "Eat," Ren Yuan asked, puzzled. "First, try it and feel the taste," Kui Hua answered carefully. Ren Yuan picked up a piece of tomato with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It was sweet and sour and a little salty. Very tasty. At first it was a little salty, then sour, and after a few chews, it became sweet. Very tasty. I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't use quality ingredients, Ren Yuan praised, giving a thumbs up. Is it really delicious? Kuihua's eyes lit up. She also took a piece with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, frowning. Is it delicious? You haven't tried it yet? Ren Yuan was very surprised. Isn't it normal for chefs to taste the food first? Why? You haven't eaten it yet, how about me? I just follow the amount of ingredients calculated by the system. If the measurements are accurate to the gram, the taste should be right. Kuihua muttered as she looked at the ceiling. Can this work? Ren Yuan stared at Kuihua in amazement. Of course. My system records all kinds of blue star delicacies and massage techniques. I know a lot, Kuihua said playfully. Okay, hurry up and eat. Ren Yuan interrupted Kuihua's bragging. If she continued, Ren Yuan would want to kill himself with a piece of tofu. This was the only meal Ren Yuan had eaten since the apocalypse. It was gradually getting dark, and Ren Yuan, who had never had a family, sat down at the table with a girl for the first time. Kuihua was a robot. No, not really a robot, just a modification. Her brain was still flesh, a modified clone. Ren Yuan opened the bottle of Mao Tai he found in Jinling. He wasn't much of a drinker. Sometimes even the smell made him shudder. But today, he just wanted to take a sip. If only because Kuihua had appeared, it was worth celebrating. Although Ren Yuan had been a loner since childhood, he was still a human being. Humans are social animals, and ultimately they can't live alone. Then your parents? Parents? Haha, I was thrown out of the orphanage when I was born. The director raised me. In my mind, the director is my parent. Kuihua asked cautiously, Then where is your director? Why don't you go after him? He died. He died when I was 12. Since then, I have not trusted or loved anyone. After a pause, Ren Yuan continued. The new director is a middle-aged woman. Her name is Kui Li. We always call her Kui Ming. Ha ha ha, mainly because she deprives us of food and beats us. Ren Yuan sighed and said, That's how we grew up under the beatings of this life-threatening director. When I was 17 and about to leave the orphanage, a fire broke out and all my relatives died. Later, after checking the fire, it was found that the fire was caused by the chicken soup that Kui Li was cooking. She beat me and forgot about the chicken soup that was still cooking in the pot. The flames of the liquefied gas burned through the gas pipeline, causing an explosion. Apart from me, no one survived, including Kui Li. She died instantly. The blast wave tore off the lid of the pot and a shard of glass pierced her neck. She died right before my eyes. Sorry, enough chatter. Let's have a drink. Kuihua interrupted Ren Yuan, who was talking about his difficult childhood. You know what? I don't trust anyone, and I don't believe that there are good people in this world. Perhaps the only people I still feel good towards are the military. Ren Yuan sighed. I still remember the veteran's wife crying over him when she pulled me out of the rubble. What was his name? Did you visit his family later? Kuihua, now a gossiper, had returned to her usual gossipy nature. It was as if it was a mother's gift, even for clones. It was a gift in our genes. Ren Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know his name, but I remember he had a daughter. She stood behind his wife, apparently unaware of her father's death. Ren Yuan clinked glasses with Kuihua again, and then drained the drink in one gulp, sending a chill down his spine. It was so fucking disgusting, I don't even understand what some drunks are thinking. This thing is simply tasteless, but on a whole new level. Kuihua's face turned slightly red, and with a dumbfounded look, she explained the side effects of alcohol to Ren Yuan. This wine, if you drink less, can improve your blood circulation. But if you drink too much, it can cause cardiovascular disease. Strange, right? With that, she fell to the floor of the carriage with a bang. Ren Yuan, who was also a little drunk, felt the entire carriage spinning. Shaking his head, he sat up from his seat, helped Kuihua up, and carried her to the bed behind him. He covered her with a folded blanket, walked out of the bedroom, and sat in the booth. He grabbed the cigarettes and lighter from the glove compartment and lit one. If he had said that this cigarette would sober him up, he would have been met with a stream of exclamations. Nonsense, nonsense. But after taking a drag, Ren Yuan felt much more sober. Even the dizziness had significantly subsided. Suddenly, Ren Yuan saw something like a white object floating across the dim CCTV field. Ren Yuan shook his head for a moment. Was it cataracts or just too much to drink? Damn it, there was someone there. Ren Yuan saw the white object floating by again. He looked at the recording carefully, then turned on the thermal imager. And indeed, right in front of him, behind the wall, a faint glow was visible. The source of the heat was a humanoid, probably a man, judging by his confident movements, devoid of that graceful femininity that is characteristic of a woman. Ren Yuan got behind the wheel and pointed the machine gun at the wall, aiming it sideways into the man's head. Bang! The 12.7mm bullet failed to penetrate the wall. Ren Yuan fired again, and the bullet tore a large hole about 50 centimeters to the left of the man's head. According to CCTV footage, the man collapsed to the ground in panic. His head was shaking from side to side, as if he was looking for something. 30 seconds. If you don't come out, I'll shoot the ball hanging around your neck. 30-20. Wait! Shit, big brother. Did you miss 1 through 9? The third brother's figure quickly ran out from behind the wall. He was still wondering why this guy hadn't turned into a zombie yet. Hadn't he eaten the rice and vegetables he'd given him? Explain why you're hanging around here. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, you can go to hell. Brother! Brother! Slow down. Look at this. The third brother took out a golden object from his hands that looked like gold. Gold? Brother, you have good taste. This is gold. This is my gift to you. Don't tell me you snuck in here in the middle of the night just to give me gold. Besides, I'm not interested. If you don't have anything that interests me, I don't mind letting you go. Ren Yuan didn't like people like third brother, so he didn't need to be polite. Brother, tell me, what do you want? I'll give you everything. Just let me go. Okay. Third brother was about to cry, filled with regret. Why did he come so quickly? Couldn't he have waited until tomorrow morning? What do I want? Depends on what you have. Ren Yuan didn't mind using him for a little while longer before beating him to death. Moreover, even if he had not come, Ren Yuan would have gone to look for him. Leaving people like him in the apocalypse would sooner or later become a burden. The best solution would be to destroy them. The third brother's eyes lit up, and he grinned lustfully. Brother, I have something for you. I guarantee you'll like it. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me what it is. Ren Yuan was starting to lose his patience. Third brother was clearly stalling for time, playing unfairly. Seeing that Ren Yuan was about to shoot, third brother closed his eyes and shouted, "No, no, no. I give you my most precious treasure." Ren Yuan paused, thought for a moment, and asked, "What treasure?" Third brother looked at Ren Yuan with deep regret and said, "We will have to persuade you to come with me to our camp. Yes, lead the way." Ren Yuan drove the bus, following behind third brother, practically pushing aside all the broken cars. Like a garbage truck cleaning the streets, the crowded streets became clean. The third brother limped for another 7 or 8 minutes, and they reached the foot massage parlor. Foot bath. There are 2 floors. The window on the second floor still glowed with a dim yellow light. The light flickered with the wind, like a candle. Tiantian Foot Bath. Wow, what a refreshing name. Ren Yuan couldn't help but mutter. The entrance to the footbath on the first floor was blocked by a roller shutter, which seemed to have been pulled down after hearing the noise of the bus. A head with a mouth as swollen as a sausage stuck out from the second floor window. It was none other than Su Bingcheng, the same man who had fallen so hard this afternoon. This San. "Guo, what's wrong with him?" Su Bingcheng asked, looking at the third brother. "What the hell is swollen? Open the door and get my baby out." The third brother smiled awkwardly as he looked at the bus. The third brother had to look back at every movement because the machine gun on the roof swung from side to side in time with his movements. Inside the bus, Ren Yuan was operating the driver and co-pilot seats in an extremely awkward position. His right foot was hooked onto the automatic transmission lever, his left one onto the gas pedal. His hands were on the steering wheel, a cigarette was sticking out of his lips. After waiting a couple of minutes, he finally opened the sliding door from the inside. The first to appear was a young man with dyed yellow hair, following behind the third brother. The yellow-haired man looked at the third brother and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Su Bingcheng told you to bring out your little treasure. Have you brought it out?" The third brother asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "She's inside." "What are you doing, brother? Why are you suddenly taking her out? What the hell are you doing, giving her away? What else could you have done?" The third brother said angrily. "But brother, didn't you say that later? That you would be the first so that we brothers could try?" The yellow-haired man looked like he was suffering from constipation. Ren Yuan, who was watching from above, was completely stunned. What the hell was this treasure? Bang! Ren Yuan shot straight at the legs of the two men. The yellow-haired and third brother jumped back as if they were too late, having lost part of their legs. "What the hell is this, little girl? You can hurry up. If you hesitate any longer, I'll shoot you in the leg." Brother, don't worry. Go quickly. Take the little girl out. If it's too late, we'll both die." The third brother angrily hit the yellow-haired man on the head. "Su Bingcheng, take her out." The yellow-haired man covered his head and reluctantly shouted towards the revolving door. Su Bingcheng's head popped out, and as soon as his head appeared, his body flew out. It was as if he had been thrown out. Trash. "You don't even dare to hit a woman. Let her go, let her go, let my daughter go. I did everything as you said. Why are you treating me like this? She's still young, too young. If you have any problems, come to me." There seemed to be an argument going on behind the door. At this moment, Ren Yuan finally realized who this so-called little girl was. Bang! The machine gun on the roof of the bus opened fire. A bullet flew out of the barrel, hitting the yellow-haired man in the leg. His right leg was torn off at the base of the thigh, throwing the entire thigh 4 to 5 meters away. "Oh my leg!" The yellow-haired man's screams echoed through the streets. Third brother wiped the blood from his face and collapsed to the ground, shaking. "I told you, my patience is not limitless, third brother. You're next if you don't obey." The third brother nodded quickly, threw himself on the ground and bowed. "I will obey. I will obey. I will obey your order, brother. Release everyone in this room. Don't leave anyone behind, including your so-called baby and that woman who just screamed." The third brother staggered to his feet, leaning against the revolving door. He stuck his head in, said something, and sat down again. There were 3 others in the room, a young woman, a little girl, and a fairly strong young man. "Brother, look, there's our little girl. In a year or 2, she'll be a graceful young lady. By then, if you don't mind, we can do it now, even if we die," said the third brother with a frantic look. Hearing his words, the girl immediately hugged the girl and burst into tears, her eyes full of hatred and despair for the whole world. "Beasts! You are all beasts! A herd of beasts!" The girl screamed at Ren Yuan on the bus with all her might. The young man standing next to the girl hit her hard in the face. "Did I tell you to talk? Shut up." Bang. Without thinking, Ren Yuan shot the youth in the head, and he went crazy. At that moment, Ren Yuan's heart was filled with despair, and he even began to doubt the world. The mother and daughter in front of him were the same mother and daughter he met 5 years ago when he was 17. The girl was very little when they saw each other last, but now she has grown up and become a beautiful young woman. No wonder the third brother couldn't let them go. Ren Yuanqiang suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at Lao San and the others and said, "Let these two, one big, one small, sit down." After that, he opened the double doors of the bus. The young woman was clearly resisting, but for the sake of the child, she had to do as Ren Yuan said. The yellow-haired man continued to sob on the ground, and the third child stared blankly at the headless boy. Eventually, the young woman pulled her daughter onto the bus. After the mother and daughter boarded the bus, Ren Yuan quickly closed the door. He fired a barrage of bullets at the sobbing yellow-haired man and the stunned third child, not stopping until they were reduced to mincemeat. Taking a few deep breaths, Ren Yuan pointed the gun at Su Bingcheng and said, "Stop!" Ren Yuan treated Su Bingcheng with restraint. He seemed to be under pressure and did not want to kill innocent people. If he killed everyone he saw and took everything he could find, what would that be? Different from the third child? He needed to wait for the mother and daughter to consult before making a decision. Ren Yuan opened the cabin door, stepped into the car, and looked at the exhausted mother and daughter. The young woman looked exhausted. Her lips were cracked and trembling as she spoke. "Please let my daughter go. I will do whatever you need. She is still little. Big sister, you don't recognize me at all. 5 years have changed her so much." Ren Yuan had grown from a young, immature boy to a grown man. The young woman did not answer him, only repeated her last words over and over again, her eyes full of fear. Ren Yuan was powerless. This was clearly not something he could quickly explain. He opened the top compartment, took out 2 bottles, water, and handed them to the young woman. He also took out 2 chocolate bars and handed them to her. The young woman took the water, unscrewed the lids, and began to drink, not forgetting to unwrap the candies and hand them to the little girl. Ren Yuan could not stand it and went to the bedroom in the back of the train car. Kuihua was still dozing. Ren Yuan called out, "Hua Hua!" There was no answer. "Ahem, Hua Hua!" And again, no answer. Ren Yuan entered the carriage, grabbed Kuihua's hand, lifted her up, and patted her head. "What are you doing? Let's go." You can't even drink. You're worse than me. Get up. Something happened." Hearing Ren Yuan's words, Kuihua immediately sobered up. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "What happened?" Ren Yuan was silent for a moment and then asked, "Do you remember that veteran I just told you about at dinner?" "Yes. What happened? Did you find his family?" "Yes." "Found it!" Kuihua sat up straight from the bed, her eyes wide, and asked, "Where are they?" "On the train." "Hey, wait! Let me finish." Ren Yuan grabbed Kuihua just in time to stop her. "I'll go cook. Let's celebrate." "I'll cook later." Ren Yuan briefly explained what happened to Kuihua. Kuihua raised her eyebrows and was about to get out of the carriage to whip the corpse, but Ren Yuan hurriedly grabbed her and said, "Quickly explain to her. She still thinks that I'm going to do something bad to her and her daughter. Be obedient and leave." Ren Yuan opened the carriage door and entered the cabin. He hadn't looked at the mother and daughter this entire time, mainly to avoid unnecessary embarrassment. Just when the young woman was still wondering why Ren Yuan hadn't done anything to her, the door of the back carriage suddenly swung open and a very beautiful girl came out. "Sister, hello. My name is Kuihua," Kuihua said with some concern. "Hello." The girl looked at Kuihua and then at the cockpit. She didn't understand why Ren Yuan needed such a broken woman when he had such a beauty. "Did your husband die saving someone?" Kuihua asked directly. The girl's gaze suddenly dimmed, and she sank into memories. About a minute later, tears welled up in her eyes. "Yes, he was a soldier saving a child. I don't blame him. It's his job. I hate myself for not taking good care of Yaya." Kuihua patted the girl on the shoulder and asked, "Sister, what is your name?" The girl wiped away her tears and asked, "Yelan. Madam, did he force you too?" Kuihua quickly shook her head and explained, No, he didn't force me. We are friends." "Are you hungry? I will make you dinner," said Kuihua, standing up to prepare food for Yelan and her daughter. "No, madam, we are not hungry. I still want to know why he saved us. Don't tell me he is a good man. I don't believe it. I saw him kill someone." Facing Yelan's aggressive question, Kuihua didn't know what to say. She was afraid that if she spoke directly, she wouldn't be believed. "Do you remember what the man your husband saved looked like?" Yelan recalled. "No, I didn't even go to see him then." Kuihua took a deep breath and said, "But he saw you and remembered your appearance. How do you know all this?" Yelan looked at Kuihua in confusion. "Because the person who just saved you is the same young man your husband saved all those years ago." What? Ye Lan's face twisted in disbelief. Mom, I know this uncle, it's him. I know him. Yaya, who had been curled up in Yelan's arms all this time, suddenly spoke. Yelan instantly felt relieved, and tears streamed down her face. Wang Jiangguo, is it you, my spirit? I don't blame you. I didn't protect Yaya. Yelan suddenly roared as she looked at the ceiling. This roar was an echo of all the suffering she had gone through since her husband's death. Kihua took out 2 injections and injected one into Yelan and Huahua in turn. This is the vaccine against the Creator's virus. After you've been vaccinated, you won't have to worry about the zombie virus anymore. Even if you get bitten, it's okay. You can still eat contaminated food, Kihua explained. After receiving confirmation from Yaya, Ye Lan relaxed her defenses against Kihua. She smiled and said, "Thank you, girl." Kihua removed the injection, wiped Yaya's face and said, "Yaya, behave well. I'll make you dinner. Wait a minute." Then, turning to Ye Lan, she said, "Sister, there's a bed at the back. You can rest for a while." "No, I'll just sit here," Ye Lan replied with a smile. "But I can't cook while you're sitting here." Kihua smiled awkwardly. "Oh well." Ye Lan carried Yaya to the trunk. Seeing the mother and daughter enter, Ren Yuan opened the door of the cabin and stuck his head out. "Hua, how are you?" Ren Yuan asked quietly. Kihua waved her hand at him not to worry. Ren Yuan got out of the cabin and stood in the middle of the car. He sighed in relief, scratched his head and said, "Thank you. Are you hungry? I'll make some more." "You can eat it," Kihua said, swinging the spatula a few times. Ren Yuan shook his head and walked toward the trunk. When the door opened, Ye Lan, who was sitting inside, instinctively flinched. Ren Yuan stood there, embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Ye Lan seemed to notice his embarrassment and smiled, explaining, "It's okay, I was just too nervous." Ren Yuan leaned over, bowed, and said, "A drop of kindness must be repaid with interest. A saving grace cannot be repaid. You will never be treated unfairly again." Ye Lan simply covered her mouth with tears as she watched Ren Yuan bow to her. She accepted the bow, perhaps on behalf of her husband, or perhaps for the sake of the still young Yai she held in her arms. "Thank you." Ren Yuan looked at Ye Lan and asked, "Su Bingcheng, should he die?" Ye Lan froze for a moment, not knowing what to say, sobbing. That was enough. No answer was needed. Ren Yuan closed the trunk door and entered the cabin. Su Bingcheng was still kneeling on the ground, now much more sober. Never commit a sin, no matter how small. "Did your teacher teach you this?" The sudden voice startled Su Bingcheng. He thought that he would have to kneel here all night. He didn't dare to get up and run, not knowing whether Ren Yuan was watching him in the car. He also didn't dare to take any risks. Losing would kill him, and winning? No, he couldn't win. Su Bingcheng turned to the bus and said with a hint of fear on his face, "I didn't do anything wrong even when I was beaten. If you don't believe me, ask Ye Lan. But you didn't stop it, did you? Have you ever thought that if you had intervened, Old Third, Yellow Hair and the rest could have been saved? The sin that is deeply rooted in a person multiplies endlessly. Once it begins, there will be no end to it except death." Su Bingcheng remained silent, not knowing what to say. He didn't really stop it. His mind went back to the first day of the virus outbreak, when he, Yellow Hair, Third, Ye Lan and the others were locked in the foot massage parlor. Everything that Huang Mao and Lao San had done to Ye Lan came back to him, and he began to regret not stepping in and stopping them. "You can go now." Can I really leave?" Su Bingcheng looked at the front of the bus with disbelief. He tried to see through the cold steel, read Ren Yuan's expression, figure out whether what he was saying was true or lying. "Let's go." Su Bingcheng slowly stood up and began to walk away, step by step. After a few steps, he looked back to make sure Ren Yuan was really going to let him go. But everything was shattered when he looked back for the 4th time. He saw the machine gun pointed at him on the roof again. He turned away from the cold machine gun and with difficulty moved forward step by step. Bam! Sometimes not stopping is also a sin. Ren Yun shot Su Bingcheng only because he did not stop. People often retain common sense when bad thoughts first enter their minds. If someone had intervened and stopped them at that moment, there is a good chance that nothing would have happened. The main factor was Yelan's silence. Ren Yuan left this sad place, Wandeng village, and headed towards the intersection marked on the map. After driving for more than 10 minutes, he finally vaguely saw a broken-down car on the highway. Ren Yuan parked it on the side of the road. He turned around and opened the door of the cabin. Yelan and his daughter were sitting at the table, eating. Kuihua was also sitting nearby, watching them eat. They were eating happily. Apparently they hadn't eaten for ages. Ren Yuan took out 2 drinks from his cabinet and placed them on the table. Then he said to Yelan, "Don't worry, we have plenty of food." Hua, you'll have to be patient and sleep in the cockpit. Until the next repair, the co-pilot's seat will be your bed. Of course, Kuihua didn't refuse. She was programmed to obey Ren Yuan's orders, even if he ordered her to die immediately. No, I want to sleep with Sister Hua. Hua agreed, but someone else did not agree. Yaya, who had been obediently eating just a moment ago, dropped her food and pouted at Ren Yuan, as if to say, "If you don't agree, I'll cry." "Okay, there's a bed and a sofa in the back. 2 on the bed, 1 on the sofa. Choose yourself," Ren Yuan answered helplessly. After dinner, the 2 women and the child boarded the carriage. Ren Yuan sat alone in the cabin, playing with a pistol that had 1 bullet left. He was wondering what to do with tomorrow's energy. The large hole in the front of the train had not yet been patched, so a service robot was needed. A combat robot was also considered, but the interior was too cramped. With so many people, it would be difficult to sleep. After all, they were all clones. Thinking about this, Ren Yuan opened the modification panel. Optimize the internal space. Modifiable dark medical robot. Modifiable bright combat robot. Modifiable bright. Maintenance robot modifiable bright. Since Hua was summoned, Ren Yuan had been busy with other things and hadn't paid much attention to the modification system. Now he was surprised to find that he still had enough power to call another robot. That was great, and he immediately clicked on the option for a maintenance robot. Number 9925 at your service. System activated. Programming in progress. Programming complete. Please say 9925. Ren Yuan opened the door of the cabin. A young man with a backpack on his back was already standing in the car. His clothes were all in his pockets. In a word, there were a sea of pockets. Shishun. Voice authentication was successful. "You have successfully called 9925, Zishun. Come on, first seal this hole and the crack in the roof," Ren Yuan said, looking at Zishun. "Please explain your task. Didn't the service robot have its own consciousness? Was he really a robot?" Ren Yuan stepped forward and squeezed Shishun's hand. It was cold and hard. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a dark metal hand. "Fix the car," Ren Yuan said, stroking his chin. "Task accomplished. Fix the car." Shishun began to take things out of his pockets. In a matter of seconds, Shishun pulled out at least 7 or 8 black objects that Ren Yuan did not recognize. Then, with a quick movement of his hand, he assembled a strange black pistol from the parts. Then Zishun entered the cabin, picked up the pistol, and pointed it at the large hole made by the Corpse King. A stream of black liquid gushed out of the muzzle. Soon, the large hole disappeared, and the front armor plate became smooth, looking completely undamaged. Ren Yuan noticed that different substances burst out of the muzzle when repairing different places and damages. When repairing a torn armor plate, a stream of black liquid came out of the muzzle. Black liquid. And when the crack in the upper armor plate was repaired, a blue gas. Was this 3D printing? As Ren Yuan watched Shishun expertly repair the machine gun, which only had the back half of the grip left, he realized. This was a damn 3D printed weapon, but the material was very modern. Repairs completed. Tires nearing end of life. Countdown 68 hours, 56 minutes, and 32 seconds. Hissing. I didn't have time to worry about the tires. Luckily, they were found here. If they exploded in Kunlun City, wouldn't they become zombie food? Ren Yuan decided to fix the tires tomorrow. After completing the task, Xishun returned to the cabin and sat in the passenger seat, carefully reviewing the CCTV footage. It was better to use clean equipment. At least I won't have to worry about someone destroying it while I'm sleeping. Ren Yuan leaned back in the driver's seat and thought about what he needed to find when he arrived in Kunlun. The first thing was food and water. If possible, you can also find some entertainment, mobile phones, computers, and the like. Even without the internet, you can play single-player games and watch local videos. Ren Yuan was awakened by the noise in the car. It was a real drama between three women. Ren Yuan opened his eyes and looked. It was already dawn. He looked at the time. It was already 10 in the morning. He had slept very soundly. It was the most restful sleep he had had in a long time. Stretching, Ren Yuan opened the cabin door. Kuihua was cooking. It was the first time he saw Kuihua cooking. The flat table had turned into a square pot. Some blue energy was flowing under the pot. It didn't look like fire. Ren Yuan shook his head helplessly. If Liu Jianguo's brothers saw this, they would definitely point Ren Yuan's nose and scold him. How could Ren Yuan turn a nuclear reactor into a furnace? Isn't this nonsense? Yaya stared intently at the tomatoes frying in the pot, swallowing her saliva continuously. Ren Yuan was also a little hungry, so he simply leaned against the cabinet next to him and watched Kuihua's skillful movements. He needed to find a way to send Yaya and Ye, Lan, to a safe place. Keeping them like this wasn't the best idea. The only place Ren Yuan could think of was a military region, and the military region he was familiar with was Jinling. Turning around and heading to Jinling. That was clearly unreliable. Thinking of sending someone away right after he had escaped suffering was completely inappropriate. Let's wait until Kunlun and then find an opportunity to visit Jinling. Having strangers is always inconvenient. At worst, let Liu Jianguo inspect the reactor again and ask them to protect the mother and daughter. After dinner, Ren Yuan returned to the cabin and opened the modification panel. The tire, rubber modified, is glowing. Ren Yuan pressed the already illuminated, modifiable option, causing the car to shake slightly. The data on the panel also changed. Tire, basic all-terrain, special tire, modifiable dark. Ren Yuan was looking forward to seeing what these so-called all-terrain tires looked like, but they were completely covered in armor, making them invisible. He tried the gas pedal. Even the initial speed increased. Damn, he should have changed them sooner. Changing the tires meant he no longer had to drive on the highway and could now drive through the soft, muddy fields. Ren Yuan drove straight into the fields below the highway. And indeed, the tires did not get stuck in the soft soil. On the contrary, they rode as smoothly as if on a smooth road. The 30-kilometer journey took almost 40 minutes, a surprisingly fast pace considering the bumpy terrain and the fact that the road skirted several ditches. The buildings of Kunlun are barely visible on the CCTV camera, and Yelan and Yaya are already on, back seat. Compared to Jinling and Donghai, there were far fewer cars in Kunlun. Ren Yuan found a random road and drove onto the streets of Kunlun. Strangely enough, there was not a single zombie on the streets, not even a few scattered ones. It seemed to be surprisingly quiet here. This was the footbath street. Ren Yuan looked at the row of footbaths and shook his head helplessly. Footbaths and saunas were a futile exercise before the apocalypse. Sunlight filtered through the cracks between the buildings, illuminating a street that had seemed busy just a few days earlier. Suddenly, a disheveled figure emerged from the curb, dragging a suitcase. It seemed like the contents were incredibly heavy. Every step required Ren Yuan to use all his strength to drag the suitcase along. Seeing the bus that suddenly appeared on the street, he raised his right hand with difficulty. His eyes lit up with hope. Damn. Son Liang! Ren Yuan hurriedly drove up to Son Liang, opened the door, and pulled him into the bus. Then he told Xishun to carry the suitcase to the bus. What's going on? Didn't you escort those fatties back to the war zone? Ren Yuen frowned as he looked at Sun Liang. "Hello, long time no see, no water." Sun Liang gasped. Ren Yuen took out a bottle of mineral water from the cabinet, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to him. Sun Liang took the water and drank it in one gulp. He finished the bottle in 3 gulps, but he was still choking. "There are a lot of zombies coming up ahead." Zhishun's voice came from the cabin. "Ahead! Get out of here immediately!" Ren Yuen shouted into the cabin. "Damn, I knew it would be bad." Ren Yuen smashed the cabinet in the car in a rage. Of course, he stumbled upon another military operation. "What's in the box? What did you do in Kunlun? The box is the Corpse King's head of the Corpse King of Kunlun City. Run!" Ren Yuen quickly ran to the cabin. Zhishun steered the bus to turn around, but it was too late. The zombies had already boarded the bus, and the escape route was blocked. Damn it, this is a full-scale mobilization. The zombies, visible to the naked eye, covered the entire street, and there was no end in sight. "All the zombies in the city are here. Run! The Corpse King of Donghai is here too. Run!" Sun Liang gathered all his strength and shouted this phrase smoothly. "Don't turn around. Get out! Get out! Boom!" The roof of the bus shook, and then the armor began to crumble, piece by piece. Only the Zombie King could do that. Shit, a newly repaired bus. All these zombies on steroids? They're coming for the Zombie King's head. Looks like we don't have a chance to escape. Sun Liang finally stopped breathing. "Then throw away the head," Kui Hua said. "You can't throw it away. More than 100 lives have been lost. I'm the last one, and even if I die, I'll die with this head. Open the door and let me out. I can't involve you." "Shut up, you piece of shit. I owe you." Ren Yuen was furious. He had seen Sun Liang's behavior. No matter what happened, he couldn't let him get off the bus and face that sea of blood and corpses. If all else failed, he would knock him unconscious and throw the box overboard. "Zhishun, attack!" Ren Yuen commanded from the machine gun and began to destroy the zombies, but there were too many zombies, and the Zombie King was sitting on the roof, constantly destroying the armor of the bus. The armor on the roof of the middle car was badly dented, forming a gap through which the zombie could stick his hand. Ren Yuen controlled 4 machine guns, aimed at the Zombie King in the center, and opened fire. The bullets bounced off his skin. Damn it. "Bulletproof?" Ren Yuen hurriedly pulled Zhishun out of the driver's seat, got behind the wheel himself, and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The reactor began to rev up, and the fuel gauge needle soared to its peak. The bus drove through the zombie horde like a steamroller, cutting a bloody path. The regular zombies couldn't do much damage to the bus. The Zombie King on the roof was the biggest threat. Seeing that the armor of the middle car was about to be broken, Ren Yuen steered the bus into a foot massage parlor located on the side of the road. The width of the entrance was just over 4 meters, just wide enough for the bus to pass. The Zombie King on the roof crashed right into the store's sign. The bus was going so fast that it completely smashed into the store, breaking through several layers of the wall. The Corpse King was also stunned by the impact, his back caught in the metal brackets holding up the billboard. He struggled a little, but managed to stay in place. Ren Yuen hurriedly began to reverse, but the CCTV video showed that it was impossible, and he could not get out. The bus was motionless, unable to withstand the force of the impact, making it impossible. Fortunately, he could continue moving forward. There was another wall ahead, and Ren Yuen could only hope that it was not very thick, and given the current momentum of the bus, he could break through it. Boom! A crack appeared in the wall, but it did not collapse. Gritting his teeth, Ren Yuen stepped on the gas, and Zhishun aimed all the machine guns on the roof at her. Boom! Another blow. Finally, the wall gave way, creating a huge hole, and the bus smoothly slid inside. The moment the bus jumped out, the building it had just been in collapsed. It turned out that the wall was load-bearing, which explained why the bus hadn't crashed through the first time. It was a shopping mall, the lights were out, and it seemed quiet. Ren Yuen did not slow down as the bus passed through the mall. In his haste, he did not even bother to check the entrance. For a moment, the entire mall was filled with a creaking sound. Soon, zombies began to emerge from the collapsing building behind him. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the second floor. In the CCTV footage, Ren Yuan saw a tall figure emerging from the spiral staircase. Compared to the muscular zombies of Jinling, this one looked much more ordinary, although it was significantly taller than the Jinling King. Zombie. The Zombie King quickly made eye contact with the bus as he jumped down from the spiral staircase on the second floor. He rushed towards the back of the bus with inhuman speed. "Zishun, clear out!" Ren Yuan commanded, his voice interspersed with the noise of the scene. Ren Yuan had no time for anything else. He had to find a way out quickly. Otherwise, in this tight space, the Zombie King would catch up with him sooner or later. The machine gun slowed the zombie down a little, but it didn't help. At this moment, Ren Yuan finally noticed the exit. He was on the left side of the bus. Ren Yuan jerked the steering wheel sharply, causing the bus to shift slightly to the right. He rushed towards the main entrance. He wasn't sure if he could get out because the door looked too strong. It was a revolving door with a metal bracket in the middle. He deliberately tilted it slightly, eyes wide open, as he watched the CCTV footage. Boom! The bus, finally getting what it wanted, flew out of the mall. The revolving door wasn't as strong as he thought, so even after leaving the mall, he retained a fair amount of momentum. The bus sped straight toward the street shops. Ren Yuan jerked the steering wheel sharply, passing the walls. After breaking 7 or 8 tempered glass doors, he finally managed to stop the speeding bus. "Don't go there." Sun Liang had barely spoken before the bus had already turned off the street. Ahead lay a huge square. The mall was full of zombies. Lots of zombies. "It's all over. All the zombies in the city are here," Sun Liang said, standing in the booth and looking at the surveillance footage. All the zombies ran out onto the street, crowding into the building. Zombies had already filled 2 floors. Someone on the 3rd floor was constantly shooting. Damn, what kind of crazy person is this? Ren Yuan saw a very familiar figure. It was He Yun. They were dead. "Don't waste time. Let's go." Sun Liang looked at Ren Yuan and sweat appeared on his forehead. "Don't worry. As long as the Zombie King is not here, ordinary zombies won't do anything to us," Ren Yuan said calmly. "He's coming." Sun Liang looked at the CCTV camera in the back with despair, pointed at the jumping figure on it and said, "To hell with it. I have to kill you today." Ren Yuan was also furious. This Zombie King was too rude. "Brother Sun, I beg you for a favor. Don't tell anyone what you saw today." Ren Yuan stared at Sun Liang. Sun Liang was a little taken aback by Ren Yuan's sudden seriousness, but quickly agreed. "Fine. I won't tell you even if I die." Sun Liang, once he made a promise, had to keep it. This was a side effect of long, systematic execution of tasks. He was simple-minded and spoke seriously. He was a soldier, or as they often say, a soldier, referring to people like Sun Liang. He was a good soldier, but not a qualified commander. "Kuihua, release the middle car." Kuihua reached out and closed the cabin door. Ren Yuan activated the modification system and pressed the modification options on the back of the combat robot several times. But after only 2 presses, the modification options went out completely. Number 10,031 at your service. The system has been activated and the program is loading. Program complete. Please dial 10,031. Number 10,032 is at your service. The system is activated and being programmed. Programming is complete. Please dial 10,032. Number 1. Number 2. Voice authentication was successful. You have successfully called numbers 10,031 and 10,032. Number 1, number 2. The carriage suddenly opened. Kuihua looked into the cabin with a calm face, looked at Ren Yuan and said, "We are coming. Kill that Zombie King behind." Ren Yuan gritted his teeth as he watched the approaching Zombie King on the surveillance camera. Mission accomplished. Kill the Zombie King. Mission accomplished. Kill the Zombie King. 2 silver-white all-metal robots, reminiscent of heavenly warriors, stood firmly in the center of the carriage. Suddenly, robot number 1 looked up at the armor plate on the ceiling, deformed by the Zombie King's blow. He reached out, grabbed the gap between the plates, and pulled them up with a sharp jerk. The plates flew out. revealing a large hole in the roof. Two silver-white figures, one in front and one in the back, jumped out of the hole in the roof of the carriage. Only then did Ren Yuan get a good look at the combat robot. He was huge, almost 2 meters tall, clutching a strange-looking pistol in his hands and a sword on his back. Number one suddenly jumped off the roof of the bus, sheathing his pistol and throwing it over his back. He then drew his long sword, holding it with both hands, and charged at the Zombie King. The Zombie King flinched, as if sensing danger from the metal figure in front of him. However, Number One's speed was relentless, aided by the two energy jets behind him. When he was about 3 meters away from the Zombie King, Number One suddenly swung his sword. Pfft! The Zombie King's head fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned, even Ren Yuan himself. He never expected the combat robot to be so ferocious. Number Two stood on the roof of the bus, firing a pistol at the zombies surrounding him. The gun didn't shoot bullets, but blew energy, very similar to the energy of a nuclear fusion reactor. After killing the Zombie King, Number One returned to his seat on the bus and jumped onto the roof. "Quick! Sun Liang, take care of my sister!" He Yun stuck his head out and shouted towards the bus. There were too many zombies around. Even with the formidable power of the combat robots, their numbers were already overwhelming. In addition, Ren Yuan did not know the source of the combat robot's energy. If the power runs out, the consequences will be disastrous. Sun Liang, with tears in his eyes, looked at the building on the CCTV footage. When He Yun shouted his last words, the third floor was completely overrun by zombies. The shooting stopped. Ren Yuan shook his head helplessly. There was no hope, and it was too late. He started the bus and raced through the swarm of zombies. There were too many of them. Some even climbed onto the roof and attacked the combat robots. Two even escaped their attacks and jumped into the car. Fortunately, Sun Liang managed to kill 2 zombies with his gun. Shishun quickly sealed the hole. Damn, these 2 idiots are so unreliable. They had no choice but to dismantle the car while they could. Ren Yuan ordered Shishun, not forgetting to grumble. Bad luck, or just plain bad luck? Ren Yuan couldn't understand why bad things happened everywhere he went. Was he possessed by a curse? Or maybe the god of bad luck? After driving for 15 minutes through the zombie swarm, the bus finally emerged as a dark red, blood-soaked mess. Strings of entrails hung from the front of the bus, along with several severed limbs. The 2 combat robots were an impressive sight, their bodies covered in shreds of flesh. Ren Yuan found a small river and drove the bus straight into the water, flooding half of the bus. Zhishun spent over an hour scrubbing it with a bucket. Fortunately, he wasn't a clone like Kuihua, otherwise he would have vomited long ago. Ren Yuan also sent the 2 combat robots into the river to bathe. The air in the car was stale. Ren Yuan lowered his head, studying the map, and Kuihua stood behind him, patting his shoulder. Ye Lan and her daughter did not come out of the back compartment at all. Only Sun Liang sat on the floor, lost in her thoughts. Ren Yuan did not know how to persuade, so he simply pretended to be stupid. Sun Liang did not cry, did not fuss, and did not shout. At this moment, the trunk door opened, and Ye Lan appeared, sitting next to Sun Liang. She saw everything that had just happened. The passenger seat monitoring system was also installed in the trunk. Except for the lack of a weapon control system, everything else was the same as on TV. You completed the task, and their death was not in vain. It was their duty. "If I were you, I think you would die without hesitation," Ye Lan said as she looked at Sun Liang. Perhaps because of her husband, Wang Jiangguo, she had a special affection for soldiers. Seeing Sun Liang in uniform, Ye Lan felt a sense of familiarity. "It's okay, thank you." Sun Liang's face twitched, and he forced a smile. Sometimes, death is not the worst thing. The most painful thing is to survive. "If you are sad, there is wine in the car," Ren Yuan said, without turning around. Sun Liang stood up and saw a bottle of Dong Di Maotai in the cabinet. It was the one Ren Yuan and Kuihua had left over from the night before, and there was more than half of it left. Sun Liang quickly took a sip, but the neck of the Dong Di Maotai bottle was uncomfortable. There was a glass bead on the neck that blocked the neck if the bottle was turned upside down. Sun Liang shook it twice and then held it parallel to his mouth. He waited for more than a minute before finally taking a big sip. His throat tightened and he swallowed a big gulp of wine. Before leaving, He Yun's sister told me to look after her brother. And now, Sun Liang fell to his knees and burst into tears. He had wanted to cry for a long time, but there was no excuse. He drank to vent his emotions. More than 100 people, 80 of them died at his hands. These damn zombies, these damn viruses. Sun Liang looked at the box with hatred. Ren Yuan asked curiously, "By the way, why do you need the head of this zombie king? Wouldn't a normal zombie's head do? The zombie king has a small amount of evolutionary genes. They need to develop an evolutionary vaccine." Qiwa whispered into Ren Yuan's ear while massaging him. "I don't know. The day before yesterday, He Yong brought 3 professors from Jinling. 2 of them are working at the headquarters, and the third, as soon as he entered the safe zone, set up a temporary laboratory. For 2 days in a row, the entire base was busy catching zombies for him. Zombies were constantly being sent to this professor's lab, until yesterday morning when the lab submitted a new request requiring a certain type of evolved zombie. He said it was the Zombie King." Sun Liang took another sip of wine and said, "The original plan was to capture the Zombie King from Jinling City, but it failed. Almost half of the special forces in the entire Jinling base were lost. You went to Jinling. How dare you?" Ren Yuan is still afraid of this zombie with dozens of abdominal muscles. The higher-ups quickly realized this and cancelled the plan to eliminate Corpse King Jinling. They changed the plan and turned their attention to Kunlun City. But Kunlun is too close to the East China Sea. The original planned group of 400 was reduced to 150, primarily to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies in the East China Sea. These 2 cities are so close. Then why did the Corpse King from the East China Sea end up in Kunlun City? Ren Yuan asked in confusion. "Ha ha ha. We were also curious at first. But do you know what we saw?" Sun Liang smiled wryly and continued. "The Corpse King transmitted a message using electromagnetic waves. The moment the waves were transmitted, all of our communication equipment went haywire, like a magnetic field. It burned out all the transistors. The organisms emit electromagnetic waves. They have advanced to the 2nd level of evolution," Kui Hua explained. Ren Yuan could only express his disappointment at Sun Liang's plight. All he could do was to return him safely to the Jinling safe zone. After a short conversation, Ren Yuan learned the exact location of the Jinling military region from Sun Liang. Kunlun City is only 200 to 300 kilometers away from Jinling. At current speeds and bus speeds, it's only about an hour's drive. The safe zone was created on the territory of a huge ecological park. Once a must-see tourist site, it has now been converted into a safe zone. The outer perimeter of the safe zone is the original barbed wire fence, with 2 additional rows of wire inside, creating the impression of complete safety. Inside the fence, there are machine gun positions every 10 meters. These are the same 12.7mm machine guns that are mounted on the roofs of the buses. Large craters are also visible around the perimeter of the safe zone, indicating the impact of artillery fire. The main gate remains the original park gate, but is now a massive iron gate, probably added later. There are 6 machine gun positions where the gates used to be. Inside, there appear to be numerous concrete mixers working, apparently pouring some kind of structure. They are pouring a wall. Pure concrete, no additives, mixed with rebar. 15 meters high and 5 meters wide, Sun Liang noted as he watched the people bustling about behind the wire fence. "How many people are there? How will they get food and water?" Ren Yuan asked, puzzled. The Jinling military region, part of the Eastern Group of Forces, is stationed here. 130,000 officers and soldiers. 180,000 civilians, a total of 310,000. As for food and water, do you see this river? It is a source of water. Sun Liang sighed and continued. As for the food, I think it's better for you not to know. Otherwise, you'll be uncomfortable eating, and then we won't be able to accept you. Ren Yuan frowned and asked, "Why?" Sun Liang just shook his head and remained silent. beep, beep, beep. When the bus approached 10 meters from the safe zone, a red alarm suddenly sounded from the gate. Please get off the bus for inspection. If you are a surviving civilian, we will provide you with all the food you deserve. A soldier shouted from a machine gun position above the gate, holding a loudspeaker. Let me go down and talk to them. Sun Liang got off the bus, holding on to the door of the cabin. Ren Yuan only then noticed that Sun Liang's legs were awkwardly bent, and every step seemed to cause him great pain. But he did not give up and reached the gate. Click. Standard greeting. Reconnaissance Company Red One is heading to Kunlun on a mission. All 152 officers and soldiers, except Ensign Sun Liang, have perished. Tears were streaming down his face, but he barely managed to hold back his shaking hands and spoke again. Our unit has completed the mission. Please return. The gate immediately opened and a group of soldiers came out, carrying Sun Liang to the safe zone. Wait, Before he could finish speaking, Sun Liang lost consciousness. A soldier approached the bus, waved his hand, and led him to a safe zone. Once outside the gate, Ren Yuan saw a massive grey wall. The construction was already half finished. The wall surrounded almost a third of the residential area. You are simply obsessed with infrastructure. It has only been 3 days. Ren Yuan sighed. Comrade, please come out for inspection and disinfection. A soldier in a protective suit and gas mask stood in front of the bus. Behind him was an improvised disinfection station consisting of tents. Soldiers with bottles of disinfectant stared at him. Soon a car pulled up from the residential area. A man in his 40s or 50s stumbled out, followed by a girl in her 20s. The middle-aged man seemed agitated, opened the door, and jumped out before the car had even regained its balance. He stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Where was that man? Where was he? The middle-aged man looked around helplessly, as if searching for something. The soldiers present were silent, not out of indifference, but out of a lack of words. They were He Yun's father, He Weiguo, and his sister, He Xiaoxue. He Weiguo grabbed the soldier's shoulder, shaking him back and forth, and asked, "Where are the people from the First Red Army? Reconnaissance Company? Where are they?" "He's in the infirmary," the soldier said, and walked out without looking back. He made it clear that only one person had returned, but He Weiguo clearly refused to believe it. He rushed into the infirmary and collapsed on the floor when he saw Sun Liang lying on the bed. "What should we do? Get off the bus?" Kuihua frowned and looked at Ren Yuan. "Xishun, stay here. We'll get off." This time, Ren Yuan planned to come to the safe zone to find a safe place for Yelan and her daughter. He had to get off the bus. It was unavoidable, but for safety reasons, Ren Yuan still took the number. One combat robot with him. The bus had already entered the safe zone, and the detection. It was only a matter of time before a combat robot appeared. A robot? The soldier looked at Ren Yuan in surprise. Are robots really that advanced now? Disinfection. Ren Yuan, Kuihua, Yelan, and her daughter, including number 1, were subjected to mandatory disinfection. After changing clothes, Ren Yuan was taken out of the disinfection room. Number 1 was already standing outside. After a while, Kuihua, Yelan, and her daughter also came out. "Wait a minute. They want to see you," the soldier said to Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan soon realized who wanted to see him. He saw a familiar figure approaching from afar. "Liu Jianguo. Ha 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 ha, little Ren. Here we meet again. How are you?" Liu Jianguo happily shook Ren Yuan's hand. In the next moment, his smile froze. He looked at the number 1 combat robot standing behind Ren Yuan in amazement. This is an infinite energy transmission. How did they do this? How did they even manage to do this? This isn't a Tesla coil. Liu Jianguo exclaimed, pointing to the blue power source on number 1's chest. Wireless power transmission. Ren Yuan was a little puzzled. How could this be wireless power transmission? Oh my! This robot gets its power from the reactor in the car. Liu Jianguo slapped his thigh. "Tell me, who did this? It wasn't you? You don't even know what wireless power transmission is." Liu Jianguo desperately wanted to know who made the robot and the reactor. "Jianguo! Don't worry. Is this the guy you were talking about? The old man in uniform looked at Ren Yuan and smiled. Ren Yuan did not recognize the old man, but he recognized the star on his shoulders. These were the 3 general stars. Commander Lin, this is the key. This is the hope of humanity. Liu Zhangguo's enthusiasm for the reactor remained unwavering. Okay, I get it. You've already said it. Commander Lin showed a calmness befitting his age. Hello, young man. I am Lin Miao, Commander-in-Chief of the Jinling Safety Zone. You can call me Old Man Lin. Lin Miao extended his hand to Ren Yuan. Hello, I will call you General Lin. Old Man Lin. I don't deserve it at all. My name is Ren Yuan. I have heard your name and more than once. He Yun mentioned it to me. Both Professor Chen and the 2 Professors Liu, they all think very highly of you. Beep, beep, beep. A loud alarm sounded throughout the security zone. The box containing the head of the Corpse King Kunlun that Kuihua was carrying suddenly exploded into a powerful bolt of lightning, a flood of zombies. General Lin, the command needs you! The guard who was following Lin Miao came over and tried to lift him into the car. What are you panicking about? Lin Miao forcefully pulled the guard's hand away, clasping his hands behind his back. Aren't we ready? Just go, Lin Miao said calmly. But the guard's face was distorted with anxiety. Everyone, load your guns. The sound of bolts was heard, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the dark mass of zombies to appear in the distance. Kuihua had already dropped the box on the ground. It was an ordinary box, not a power block. The head of the Zombie King Kunlun emitted electromagnetic waves, and the Zombie King Jinling nearby received them. 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. The entire regiment, 6 shots, rapid fire. Boom. A continuous stream of fire came from the safe zone behind them. Artillery fire. About 10 seconds later, a huge flash of fire suddenly erupted from the zombie swarm in the distance, creating a vacuum in the dark mass of zombies. Fire! All the machine guns opened fire at once, and in an instant, smoke and gunpowder dust filled the entire defensive perimeter. Too much! Suddenly behind, Ren Yuan heard the sound of airplane propellers cutting through the air. Dozens of helicopters took off from the residential area and flew towards the zombie swarm. By this time, the zombie horde was less than 500 meters from the first barbed wire fence. Water! They're going to explode! Water! The machine guns kept firing, constantly belching bullets, some barrels even glowing red hot. There were too many zombies. For every 50,000 killed, there were 50,000 new ones. Some, even if they were hit by a bullet, would not die unless their body was broken, or they were hit in the head. Zombies do not explode. The machine guns became more and more silent, and the zombies came closer. The attack helicopters fell completely silent after launching missiles. It was too late to go back and reload. The only major firepower left was the large caliber artillery in the rear. Where were the armored vehicles? Lin Miao looked at the zombies in the distance, and fear flashed in his eyes. The armored vehicles were his last honor guard. If she were gone, the Jinling safety zone would be finished. However, when the zombies rushed towards the first barbed wire fence, the armored vehicles still had not appeared. Lin Miao closed his eyes. Some soldiers rushed to attack the zombie horde, pulling the triggers of grenades, while others with C4. ZZ! I am Lin Hu. The armored unit is under attack. We can no longer support Area 3. Goodbye. Dad, kill ZZ. The radio communication was cut off again. Good son, you are worthy of being a descendant of my Lin family. Lin Miao clenched his fists with trembling hands. Ren Yuan, take Chen Anyang with you. Go north. There is a large base there. It is the last hope of the Dragon Country and the safest place. After finishing speaking, Lin Miao rushed to the machine gun position in front of the gate. He ran beyond his age. He ran beyond his age. He ran as fast as he did when he was young, covered in blood, but he did not retreat. Who else but me? Who else but me? All the soldiers shouted, each of them looking at the zombies rushing forward with a determined gaze. Ren Yuan could not wait any longer. Seeing them die in front of him would melt even a heart of stone. These people weren't the bald guy at the gas station or the third brother from Wandang town. They had faith, loved ones, and people to protect. First, follow General Lin, Ren Yuen said, looking at Lin Miao's back. He ran to the bus. After everyone got on, number 1 returned, carrying Lin Miao. His hand was bitten. Half of his palm was missing. You should have left me here to die. Lin Miao looked at Ren Yuen with weak eyes. He had no strength left. No, you have to tell me where the armored vehicles are. We have to support them. Ren Yuen couldn't handle the normal zombies because numbers are everything. But if it was the Zombie King, Ren Yuen wouldn't mind beheading the zombie army. Against armored tanks, normal zombies were completely useless, no matter how many there were. So the only way to deal with the tanks was the Zombie King. That's it. Ren Yuen was going to kill the Zombie King. General Lin, look at them. Look at your soldiers. Do you want them all to die here? Tell me where Lin Hu is. 5 kilometers to the east, a depression. All the armored vehicles are there. The safe zone is too small. There is no room for so many machines. Ren Yuen quickly got into the cabin, started the engine, and rushed in the direction Lin Miao indicated. 300,000 people. Another 300,000. Less than 10 minutes later, 5 kilometers later, Ren Yuen reached the depression. Some of the tanks in the trench had their turrets blown off. Dozens of giant zombies leaped back and forth across the turrets, waving their arms and destroying anyone they landed on. The tank's armor was torn like paper, and the soldiers inside were killed. Scattered, scattered. Lin Hu stood on top of the tank, waving a red flag. His tank rushed towards the Zombie King, who stood motionless, as if mocking Lin Hu's ignorance. Fire! Boom! A shell shot out of the barrel like a sharp sword, aimed straight at the Corpse King's head. Unfortunately, the King of Corpses dodged the projectile with a simple movement of his head. The loader in the bus already had the projectile in his hands, but instead of sending it into the barrel, he simply held it in his hands, as if expecting something. Kill. Lin Hu roared, and the loader inserted the fuse of the shell into the barrel, shouting, Go! Go! Wait! Lin Hu stopped the loader in time, seeing a white figure. Like a flash of light, she appeared behind the Corpse King they were racing towards. The Corpse King's head slid in a straight line from his neck and fell to the ground. Lin Hu stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Another white figure shone in the distance, knocking down the undead king with every jump, each blow aimed at the neck. What are you doing? Go to the safe zone. I will deal with the undead king. Ren Yuen's voice came from the bus's loudspeaker. Everyone, follow me to maintain the safe zone. Don't worry about the zombie kings. Lin Hu roared with all his might. Their radios were completely jammed by the electromagnetic waves emitted by the zombie kings. Just as he received the order to rush to the safe zone to help, dozens of huge zombies suddenly jumped out from the lowlands. The power of the zombie kings was a nightmare for conventional weapons, and the tanks simply could not realize their full potential. It seemed that the group's combat capabilities were weakened. Kuihua frowned. How can it be weakened? Ren Yuen looked at Kuihua with wide eyes. Yes, according to the information in my brain, combat robots should be able to fly, and they don't even need to use the star-breaking sword. This sword can be filled with energy. It's incredibly powerful. Do you mean that the combat robots are weakened? Ren Yuen asked, rubbing his chin. Yes and no. Most likely, the current energy supply is not enough for the combat robots to unleash their full potential. His energy source, thermonuclear reactor. Dozens of zombie kings were quickly destroyed. Perhaps they could no longer be called zombie kings since they all evolved from normal zombies. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Ren Yun turned around and looked at Lin Miao, who was smiling in the car. I forgot, he was infected with a virus. Kuihua was slightly embarrassed. Then why are you still standing here? Save him, Ren Yun said with annoyance. Kuihua quickly took out a syringe from her bag and injected Lin Miao into her neck. Take the old man to the sofa in the back of the car. What are you doing here? There were still many soldiers left in the armored unit. At least half of them could still be moved. Ren Yuen roughly calculated and found that there were more than 80 Type 98 main battle tanks. For ordinary zombies, the armor thickness of the Type 98A was quite sufficient. It didn't matter if they were shooting or not, they could just run them over. More than 80 tanks, side by side, formed a long isolation zone and rushed towards the zombie army. 2 barbed wire fences surrounding the safe zone were broken, and several zombies poured in. Most of the soldiers continued to fight desperately. No one could retreat even a step. Ren Yuen was about to rush to help when suddenly the one he least wanted to see appeared. A familiar figure, familiar abdominal muscles, their number increased, as if he was wearing armor made of fish scales. It's him again! Ren Yuen narrowed his eyes. This is a 3rd-level evolution form. It won't pass. It will easily break the Tonggu alloy. Kuihua asked anxiously. Tonggu alloy? It's the black armor on the bus body. It's a special alloy. What should I do? Even if I don't go, he will come. Ren Yuen helplessly spread his hands. Seeing that he had a feud with this zombie, he ran into the wall again and again. Let the combat robots pass. We will try to keep our distance, Kuihua exclaimed, as if facing a formidable enemy. Kill the Corpse King. Mission accomplished. Kill the Corpse King. Mission accomplished. Kill the Corpse King. Number 1 and Number 2, who were standing on the roof of the car, jumped up and rushed towards Corpse King Jinling. 2 silver-white figures simultaneously drew the star-smashing swords hanging on their backs. Looks like he has intelligence. Damn, he can even command his minions. Ren Yuen watched as the Corpse King gave orders to the normal zombies to block the battle robots. A 3rd-level evolutionary form, with the intelligence of a 15-year-old human. 2 battle robots jumped out from his left and right, raising their star-smashing swords and slashing at the Corpse King. The Corpse King dodged both swords with a furious leap. Damn, he can dodge! The Corpse King immediately began running towards the horde of zombies behind him. Countless zombies began to attack the 2 combat robots. I don't understand why this is necessary. Ordinary zombies can hardly harm a combat robot. He noticed the mechanical form of the combat robot and is about to release an electromagnetic wave. Kuihua continued with a slight smile. But he seems to be too confident. The magnetic field alone would not be enough. As expected, the Corpse King exploded into the zombie horde with a bolt of lightning, instantly paralyzing all surrounding electrical systems. But the combat robots did not fall, but approached the king. Roar! The Corpse King roared furiously, rushing at Number 2 at breakneck speed, even faster than Number 2, demonstrating the power of physical strength. Without the king's physical energy, the battle robot was unable to keep up, and the king struck Number 2 in the chest, just above the energy receiving port. A stream of blue light instantly erupted from Number 2's chest. Energy paralyzing him, his lower body unable to move. Meanwhile, the first star sword was about to strike the zombie king's neck, and it seemed like the king's head was about to shatter. The Corpse King snatched the star sword from the second's hand and placed it on his shoulder. The first one's star sword slammed down on the sword on the Corpse King's shoulder. The second one was a head taller than the Corpse King, and when the Corpse King pulled his sword towards him, the blade was at a 45-degree angle to the Corpse King's shoulder. The first one struck with all his might. The star sword slashed across the second one's blade, turned away from his original position, and neatly chopped off the right arm of the Corpse King. Roar! The Corpse King roared, threw the second one away, and ran away without looking back, not even picking up his severed arm that fell to the ground. Shish! The second one broke. Can Seishun fix it? Repairing a combat robot requires the highest level of clearance. It cannot be repaired, Seishun replied dispassionately. Then I'll have to summon him again. Fortunately, the sun still rose every day, and Ren Yuen had plenty of energy. The zombie king fled, but the zombie horde continued to attack the safe zone. The armored vehicles arrived too late, and a large number of zombies had already penetrated deep into the defensive positions. We can't hold out any longer. Where is General Lin? Asked the officer in charge of the defense of the position. General Lin is in that vehicle, Commander. The soldier held the C4 ball in his hands, tears in his eyes. Good brother. In the next life, we will still be brothers. The commander gritted his teeth and hugged the soldier with the C4. Kill! The soldier jumped out of his position and rushed to the place where the zombies were crowded. The zombies kept rushing towards him on the road, but he, like a tank, knocked down all the normal zombies rushing towards him. It was the strength of a man ready for anything. Boom! A huge flame with a big piece of meat filled the whole sky, and blood fell on the commander's face. Brothers from the 318th Regiment, do you see this bus? They will expose everything we did today, and everyone will see it. There are no cowards in the 318th. Captain, I'm leaving first. Captain, goodbye. When all the machine guns finally fell silent, their last remaining means of attack was to attack the zombie horde with C4. Not a single civilian was harmed, and all the dead were soldiers. Out of the way. Let me pass. I'm a reservist. The young man in the suit tried to break free from the protective ring of soldiers and rushed towards the positions of the 318th Regiment. Don't interfere. It'll be your turn only when all active soldiers are dead, said the soldier who stopped them. We are doing nothing, said Kuei Hua, watching the scene. What can we do? Ren Yuan was a little confused. At this moment, on the second line of defense behind the safe zone, Chen Mingsheng, the commander of the 319th Regiment, was anxiously giving his soldiers the order to blow up the city wall. But the wall was too thick and too high. If it completely collapsed, they might not be able to get out, and the safe zone would be impossible to defend. The entire wall of the safe zone was C-shaped, and the other side had not yet been sealed. The gates were already occupied by a horde of zombies. At this point, hundreds of thousands of civilians were trapped in a corner of the city. To get out, they had to make a hole in the wall. Damn it. The wall was supposed to protect people, but now it was hurting them, Chen Mingsheng said angrily. Captain, the explosion is taking too long. We just poured the first batch of the wall, and the concrete is drying quickly. So this is the most difficult part. No matter what, we have to make a big hole here, otherwise everyone will die. Go to C4, Chen Mingsheng said, looking at the blasting team leader in front of him. A 5-meter-tall concrete and reinforced concrete structure would have blown up in a day, even with C4, and we don't have any drilling equipment right now. A directed explosion on such a wall is simply impossible in a short time. Wait, tell me how long it will take to blow it up. Give me 8 hours. 8 hours? Chen Mingsheng pointed to the 318th Regiment's position and said, let's see if they can hold out for half an hour. Stop the explosions and prepare to break through. Use all the explosives to clear the way. I'll go first, and you, the explosion team, follow me. I guarantee we can do it. The commander of the demolition team, not afraid, breathed a sigh of relief. According to him, the city wall inspired much more fear in him than the zombies. This is Chen Mingsheng. Lao Du, are you dead? Zizi, I can hold out for another 15 minutes. This is my limit. 15 minutes later, it's all up to you. Remember, I said that we would all die by this time. Zizi. The voice of Du Guobin, the commander of the 318th Regiment, came from the intercom. The city wall cannot be blown up. We are breaking through. Concentrate the remaining forces on the left flank. Attack, Chen Mingsheng commanded. Zizi! More than 100,000 people are evacuating. 10 minutes is not enough. Farewell, old Chen Zizi brothers. Let's live for the last time. This is the greatest honor. With that, Du Guoben jumped out of the trench, clutching explosives in his hands. They divided into groups of 30, 10 meters apart, and the instantaneous explosion created a 300-meter vacuum in the zombie swarm. And so, group after group, Chen Mingsheng took off his helmet and picked up the C4 explosive pellet. The electronic fuses had already been attached. All that was left was to rush forward. Ren Yuan had already arrived by bus at the 319th Regiment's positions, where the soldiers were already unloading their machine guns. Who's the commander? Who's the commander? Ren Yuan turned on the loudspeaker. I am Chen Mingsheng, commander of the 319th Regiment. Why don't we evacuate from the rear? The wall is too thick. Conventional explosives won't break through it quickly. We need to break through from the front. The wall has become a deadly threat. I remember you said that the swords in the hands of combat robots can generate energy, right? Ren Yuan asked, looking at Kuei Hua. Kuei Hua frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Break the city wall." "The task is clear. Break the city wall." Number 1 put away his weapon, jumped off the roof, took off the long sword from his back, and ran towards the city wall. The long sword in his hand slowly began to turn blue, and then the blue color became lighter and lighter until it turned into a white light. The reactor in the car is working at its limit, and the whole bus is shaking. "Stop! The reactor is going to explode! Everyone out!" Ren Yuan jumped out of the driver's seat. "Are you crazy?" Kuei Hua looked at Ren Yuan with concern. "No, you don't understand. I can't let them die again. As a dragon, I can't stand this. Robotic maintenance of the reactor could prevent it from exploding, but the energy generated by the star-smashing sword is too great, and the reactor will shut down. With the current capabilities of the maintenance robots, it will take 8 hours. Can it be repaired?" Ren Yuan looked at Kuei Hua in surprise. "Yes, but the bus won't be able to move for those 8 hours. Moreover, all the equipment powered by the reactor's energy will stop working, which means the maintenance robots will also stop working, making repairs impossible." "Isn't there another solution?" Ren Yuan asked, looking at Kuei Hua. "Yes." Kuei Hua began to undress until she was completely naked from the waist up. Ren Yuan swallowed. "This is my self-contained power source. Connect it to the backup power port of the maintenance robot, and it will work." "Don't forget to help me get dressed," Ren Yuan said, and handed Ren Yuan a square box. After unplugging the box, Kuei Hua instantly lost consciousness, falling into a vegetative state. Number 1 had already reached the edge of the city wall, and the white light emanating from the Star Destruction sword in his hand stretched for tens of meters. Number 1 swung the Star Destruction sword furiously. A flash of white light, like a hot knife cutting through butter, instantly cut a huge diagonal hole in the wall. Then another blow in the opposite direction, and a huge X-shaped breach appeared before everyone. Phew. The reactor went dark. Even the flowing blue light disappeared. Combat robot numbers. 1 fell to the ground. Zhishun fell into the co-pilot's seat. Kuei Hua also fell into Ren Yuan's arms. Everything had gone horribly wrong. This was the price he had paid for his determination to save lives. Damn, how I regret this. Ren Yuan wiped his face in agony. What kind of weapon was this? "It's terrible. Commander, the wall is destroyed. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Don't just stand there. Organize an evacuation. Leave everything unnecessary. Leave everything." "Evacuate," Chen Mingsheng ordered his soldiers. The civilians began to evacuate through the huge X-shaped breach in the wall, and at that moment, the defense of the 318th Regiment finally collapsed. A swarm of zombies rushed towards the inner fortifications of the 319th Regiment. Ren Yuan was in bus, trying to figure out how to use Kuei Hua's self-contained power source. Kuei Hua was paralyzed before she could speak. Ren Yuan put on Kuei Hua's clothes and placed them on the driver's seat, then reached out and unbuttoned Zhishun's shirt, which was full of pockets. Zhishun's chest, like the power source of a combat robot, was a transparent space. This empty space must have been filled with blue energy before. Ren Yuan tried to knock on it several times, but there was no response. Having completely lost the power of speech, he suddenly noticed a bulge on Zhishun's neck. He reached out, touched it, and gently pressed. With a click, the transparent glass cover on Zhishun's chest opened. Damn, this is just a battery-powered toy? Ren Yuan inserted Kuei Hua's self-contained power source into the transparent glass cover on Zhishun's chest. The source instantly started working, and the blue light quickly rose from the chest to the top of the head. Looking at Zhishun, who had already sat down, Ren Yuan sighed with relief and said, "Fix the car. The task is clear. Fix the car." Zhishun stood up, walked to the middle car, and lifted the multifunctional food processor onto the reactor. Inside the reactor, Everything was open. Now the reactor was dark, without the usual light. Sishan opened the glass cover, revealing the active zone, a black spherical object. It looked like a black billiard ball, but with a metallic sheen on the surface. Shishun took out the multifunctional repair gun he had used that day from his pocket. He adjusted the gun's controls, pointed the barrel at the reactor core, and opened fire. A red energy wave hit the core directly. The reactor's energy overload triggered the safety mechanism. The core stopped the deuterium-tritium fusion reaction, which caused the reactor to shut down. It needs to be restarted. The restart time is 8 hours. So it's not a breakdown, it's a flameout. How is the leak protection? The excessive output current triggered a safety mechanism, automatically shutting off the power. Now all he could do was wait. But did he have 8 hours to spare? A small number of people had already evacuated the safe zone, but most were still surrounded. The 319th Regiment was desperately trying to slow down the zombie advance. Lin Hu and the others hadn't appeared since they had crashed their tanks into the zombie horde. It seemed like they were in dire straits. "Brothers on the bus, get off quickly. You can evacuate first," Chen Mingsheng shouted in front of the bus. Evacuate? Impossible. Ren Yuan will never abandon the bus. Not to mention his already upgraded equipment, even upgrading another machine would take time. In this apocalyptic world, who knows what will happen in a few days? "No, I can't leave this machine. Take General Lin away." Ren Yuan walked to the back of the car, carried out Lin Miao, and handed him to Chen Mingsheng. "This is General Lin. What happened to him?" Chen Mingsheng looked at Ren Yuan, confused. He was bitten by a zombie, but he was vaccinated. "Just take care of him, and I have a favor to ask of you," Ren Yuan said, looking at Chen Mingsheng seriously. "Vaccine? We have a vaccine? Okay, tell me, and I will do everything for you." Ren Yuan turned around and shouted to the back of the car, "Sister, get out." Ye Lan pulled Ya out of the car. Ren Yuan pointed at the mother and daughter and said, "Please take care of them. You must take care of them. I will arrange everything immediately. Send them along with Professor Chen and the others." Chen Mingsheng immediately picked up the phone and started calling. Soon, a soldier in combat uniform walked up to Chen Mingsheng and saluted. "Captain, what is your name?" Chen Mingsheng asked, looking at Yelan. "Yelan, this is my daughter Yaya." "Yaya, call me uncle." "Hello, uncle. Protect them, mother and daughter." "You must protect them," Chen Mingsheng said to the soldier. "Ren Yuan, listen to me. The zombie virus can evolve infinitely. Their lifespan is endless. There is a high probability that they will replace humans and become a new species. Their intelligence will increase as they evolve." Chen Anyang stood behind the soldier. "I've seen it. Before coming here, I've seen dozens of king-level zombies," Ren Yuan said with a frown. "Humans can evolve too. I'm already working on an inactivated vaccine for the zombie virus. We're still researching it, but it's doable. The inactivated zombie virus can allow humans to evolve on their own, rather than turning into beasts like zombies." Ren Yuan wanted to say, "I have already taken the vaccine you are talking about." But he held back. He had already revealed too many secrets in the past 2 days. "Take care of yourself." "Take care of yourself." Yelan, her daughter, Chen Anyang, and the others left. Chen Mingsheng looked at Ren Yuan and asked, "Are you really not leaving?" "I am not leaving. I have reasons not to leave." "Don't worry about me." Chen Mingsheng took out a cigarette and handed it to Ren Yuan. They both lit up and looked at the defensive positions in the distance that were constantly spewing fire snakes. "Hey guys, is this worth it?" Ren Yuan couldn't understand why they needed this. People had to believe. Some people believe in Buddha, some in God, and some in gods. Whatever it is, everyone has faith. There are no absolute believers in this world. Our faith is in people. It is like an anti-revival attack in some religious sense. They can throw bombs at the enemy for God's sake, and we can throw ourselves at the enemy who harms the masses. No, there is no comparison. Compared to them, you are purer and more dignified. Chen Mingsheng chuckled and asked, "Can I ask a question?" Ren Yuan nodded silently. "Where did you get this robot?" Ren Yuan lowered his head and did not answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, it was that he didn't know how to answer. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. I'm just curious. I'm leaving. If everything goes well, I'll see you in the next life. With that, Chen Mingsheng headed for the far defensive position. Renyan would never forget this view from behind. If someone had to die, it had to be a soldier. This is our duty. Chen Mingsheng waved his hand without turning around. Ren Yuan returned to the bus, watching from the driver's seat. He couldn't stop it. He had already done all he could. Xishun remained where he was, manually starting the reactor. The core was already glowing blue. Explosions continued in the distance. Most of the civilians in the rear had already evacuated, and the rest followed suit. There were only a few soldiers left holding off the zombies, perhaps 100. The machine guns had ceased firing. All available weapons were out of ammunition. These were the troops stationed in the city, without heavy weapons, only conventional ones. They were already preparing for the final assault. Captain, everyone has been evacuated. Bring the trucks and block the exit. Captain, we have no more people. Chen Mingsheng shook his head helplessly, looking away. Exit. No one was coming out of the huge X-shaped gap. He was about to turn back when he saw a truck swaying towards him. The car stopped right in the middle of the gap, and a familiar figure came out. It was none other than Ren Yuan. This guy, ha ha ha. I like him. Brothers, once he blocks the exit, let's break out together. Let's try to lure the zombies out. He can't die here. He holds the key to the future, Professor Chen said, and in order to help us, he can't leave now. Let's help him one last time. Seeing Ren Yuan blocking the exit, the soldiers around Chen Mingsheng turned their gazes to him. Captain, give orders. Long live the Dragon Nation. Unfortunately, you have passed away. Who can we turn to when the nation faces difficulties? Ha ha ha. Kill the last 100 or so people rushed to attack the zombie horde, and Ren Yuan captured it all on the CCTV camera. Every face was clearly visible. Boom. Huge clouds of grey smoke, accompanied by red flames, slowly rose up. Every explosion made Ren Yuan's heart flutter. He never imagined that he would witness such a scene. Looking at the CCTV footage, Ren Yuan picked up the half-empty bottle of Dongdi Mao Tai that Sun Liang had drunk. He took a big sip and drank it down in one gulp. A sharp burning sensation filled Ren Yuan's throat. There was no more movement on the battlefield, only the roar of the zombies. The bus did not escape the zombies' pursuit. Although the bus was completely closed, the zombies seemed to sense someone's presence inside. Ren Yuan did not move. Even his breathing was restrained. There was only one reason. The zombies sensed the energy released by Xishun to activate the reactor. Hissing. They have a special sensitivity to electricity, similar to how the zombie king can emit electromagnetic waves, which normal zombies can certainly sense. Ah! Ren Yuan could only sigh helplessly as he felt the bus shaking, praying that no more king-level zombies would appear. It was already dark, but the reactor maintenance had only lasted for a little over an hour. The control equipment was completely dark, not because it was dark, but because the bus was completely overrun by zombies. Ren Yuan was desperately worried about the shaking of the bus when he suddenly noticed something unusual about his arms. They seemed thicker, the muscles on his arms were more muscular, and the gaps between his fingers widened, giving him a strange appearance. Has it evolved? Ren Yuan began to examine his fingers. The bus continued to shake until late at night, and Ren Yuan felt a slight numbness. Meanwhile, the reactor startup was entering its final stage. The blue light from the reactor core was already billowing, and there was only half an hour left until the process was completed. Ren Yuan felt a strange sensation in his stomach, a strange, aching sensation. Boom, Ren Yuan's worst fears came true. The roof suddenly caved in, a force only the Zombie King could muster. Boom! A huge crack appeared in the dented armor. A pair of pale hands reached through the crack and grabbed onto it. With a click, the armor plate lifted completely, revealing the Zombie King's face on the roof. It was a female zombie. She was wearing a tight white suit covered in large, dark red bloodstains. She was standing on the roof, looking at Ren Yuen from the car. At that moment, a normal zombie slipped through the crack. Ren Yuen panicked and pulled out his gun and shot at the zombie, but the first shot misfired. Damn, he's out of bullets. The gun Sun Liang gave him, and he'd unloaded it long ago. The zombie, wounded in the chest by Ren Yuen, rushed at him. Ren Yuen kicked him and dove into the cabin. What a disaster. Only half an hour? Only half an hour. Where did this zombie king come from? Ren Yuen cursed the ancestors of the female zombie king for 8 generations, but it was all in vain. The zombies kept knocking on the unlocked cabin door. Ren Yuen could only lean on the door, resting his foot on the center console and pressing his back against it. Ren Yuen could only pray that the zombies would not show interest in the lifeless Jishun, otherwise he would die today. Fortunately, the zombie king did not move, but stood on the roof, looking at the blue light. Reactor, as if thinking about something. But ordinary zombies crawled into the machine one after another, filling the already narrow compartment to the brim. Everything in the middle section was covered in zombie blood, except for Zishun and the reactor in the middle. Suddenly, the zombie king, standing on the roof, extended his right hand towards the reactor core and roared. Then, a powerful electric discharge erupted from his outstretched hand and struck directly into the reactor core. In an instant, all the lights in the car turned on and Zishun stopped. The launch was successful and the mission was accomplished. Ren Yuan, who was stuck in the cabin, was confused. How could this even happen? Wasn't there still half an hour left? However, the indicator on the center console reminded him that the power supply had been restored and Kuihua in the trunk had also woken up. Ren Yuen. Kuihua opened the trunk door and it immediately closed. Ren Yuen stretched out his leg with difficulty, started the car and pressed the pedal. Gas. But as his foot got closer and closer to the gas pedal, the cabin door behind him also opened slightly. Ren Yuen had to remove his foot and hold the cabin door again. But how could he start the car with his foot removed? Ren Yuen was momentarily confused. Just when he was at a loss, Ren Yuen suddenly saw something that shouldn't have appeared in the cabin. A box! Sun Liang's box! He didn't pay much attention to it until Ren Yuen saw the box, and he couldn't help but groan to himself. It wasn't Zishun's energy that attracted these damn zombies here. It was the head inside that damn box that attracted them. Ren Yuen still couldn't figure out what it was for. In the lowlands where the armored troops were stationed, the combat robots had killed dozens of zombies but hadn't found anything special. So why were they so interested in the head of the Kunlun zombie king? Without thinking, Ren Yuen hooked the box with his foot, resting it on one end into the door and the other into the passenger seat. He flipped over to the driver's seat, started the bus, and stepped on the gas. The bus instantly rushed through the crowd of zombies, and the enormous pressure on Ren Yuen's back pressed him into the driver's seat. Unfortunately, the box that was pressed against the door fell. The door automatically opened, pulling all the zombies to the back door. Luckily, Kuihua was holding her with her hand. The CCTV suddenly lit up, revealing a tent, the headquarters of the 319th Regiment. The bus passed right above it, and Ren Yuen suddenly remembered that the number 1 combat robot was still standing by the wall. He didn't see it on the recording, but 10,031 and 10,032 in the modification system were inactive. Number 2 had been damaged by the Zombie King. But what about number 1? Hadn't number 1 lost contact because its reactor had shut down and lost power? Even after restarting the reactor, it was still inactive. It was clear that number 1 had been kidnapped by someone from the 319th. They must have been taken during the evacuation. Ren Yuen didn't know who had kidnapped them, but it was definitely related to the 2 Liu. The bus flipped over the tent and headed straight for the former defensive position. The ground was littered with broken limbs. Both zombies and the female zombie king, who was sitting on the roof, had disappeared, probably thrown out of the bus, surviving in the zombie swarm. Ren Yuen didn't pay attention to it. Suddenly, a large crater appeared ahead, similar to the one caused by an explosion. Ren Yuan slammed on the brakes, and instantly the zombies from the back of the bus rushed into the cabin. One of them pounced on the center console, baring its remaining teeth and growling at Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan's anus clenched, and he quickly turned the steering wheel and floored the gas again. The zombie was sucked into the bus again, but once the vehicle stabilized, they returned to the cabin. One of the zombies bit Ren Yuan's head, but Ren Yuan dodged it by breaking his neck and slamming on the brakes. The zombie instantly crashed into the bus's security camera, shattering the entire screen. Shit, Ren Yuan missed the battle robots, thinking how great it would be if Zishun was a battle robot. Ren Yuan could only constantly slow down. He kept driving, not daring to stop for a second, as dozens of zombies were shaking in the car as if they were in a meeting. Qiwa in the back car also felt terrible, but Ren Yuan was fine because he was wearing a seatbelt. Just as Ren Yuan was about to throw off again. Speed! Suddenly, Cuihua's voice came from the cabin. Are you driving a car or a roller coaster? You can't ride a roller coaster like that. Do you think I want this? There are zombies in the cabin. Before he could finish speaking, the zombies crashed into the center console again. Let Zishun deal with them. Isn't Zishun a maintenance robot? Ren Yuan asked as he turned the steering wheel. Who told you that maintenance robots can only do maintenance? Qiwa exclaimed. Zishun, destroy the zombies! Mission accomplished! Destroy the zombies! Damn it! Zishun, who had been standing motionless in the carriage, let go of the reactor and pulled a pistol out of his pocket. The pistol was much smaller than the multi-purpose repair pistol, completely white, with a transparent magazine through which blue light flowed. Energy. With a dull thud, like a laser gun shot in a movie, a flash of white light pierced the zombie trying to get into the cabin. For a moment, the cabin was filled with continuous light, and from the outside, it seemed as if a white light was piercing the body of the bus. Ren Yuan could finally drive the car calmly. Half an hour later, he parked the bus near the forest. He got into the middle carriage, but inside, the floor was littered with broken limbs, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. The supplies from the locker were scattered. Most of the cigarettes Ren Yuan had picked up were gone, and not even a bag of rice was left. And there was no water. Not a single bottle of purified water. Only a few bottles of soda were still left in the locker. Ren Yuan couldn't help but sigh, holding onto the wall of the carriage, and said, "The price is too high. The 2 combat robots are gone, the supplies are gone, and the carriage is full of holes. I will never save people again." Qiwa opened the door of the back carriage with difficulty, frowned, and looked at Ren Yuan and muttered, "I think you have a talent for operating a roller coaster. You are not sleeping, damn it. But I am so tired." Ren Yuan didn't care whether the car was dirty or not. He just sat down on the ground. Qiwa opened the double doors, and together with Zishun, he started to unload the body. The body could be easily removed, but the blood in the car was not so easy to clean up yet. They had run out of water, which was bad news, and the sight of all that blood in the car made it impossible to eat. After ordering Zishun to fix the car, Ren Yuan ran to the trunk. He was so tired, that all he wanted was to get a good night's sleep. The trunk was relatively clean, except for the slightly dirty bed linen. Ren Yuan didn't bother to clean it, but simply pulled up the blanket and lay down on the sofa. He slept soundly until the next morning. Ren Yuan rubbed his eyes and sat up from the sofa, but as soon as he reached out, he felt something soft. He turned on the light and saw that Qiwa had somehow laid down next to him. Ren Yuan's hand was now in an awkward position. He carefully climbed out of the trunk and entered the cabin to access the modification system. To his surprise, all the available options were dark. Only 3 options of the robot were lit. Could it be that there was no recharging option today? No, if the robot has no recharge capability, it will not catch fire. So there is still solar energy, but this time it is not enough to transform other projects. Reluctantly turning off the transformation system, Ren Yuan lit a cigarette and started the bus. Last night, Ren Yuan left Jinling City from the west. After driving for more than half an hour, he was tens of kilometers away from Jinling. Further west was Hue Province, and to get to Hue Province, he had to cross the Longjiang Bridge. The Longjiang River is the longest river in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was a long way to cross the Longjiang Jinling Bridge. Ren Yuan did not dare to return to Jinling now. No one knew how many corpse kings there were in Jinling now. Even with a fleet of combat robots, Ren Yuan was not confident that he could completely surround Jinling. After all, as Kuihua said, the combat robots were only using a small part of their potential, mainly due to the insufficient energy output of the energy terminal. Simply using the sword, breaking stars, led to the reactor overload and its shutdown. If more robots were involved, the reactor might explode. Alas, I must first go to Anhui province to avoid humiliation. After driving for more than half an hour, Ren Yuan finally reached the Longjiang Bridge in Jinling. But the view from above completely discouraged him. Cross the road. The bridge was littered with wrecked cars, and a few zombies were wandering around. The cars were splashing into the Longjiang River, and the ones that had fallen were already rising above the water. Damn, I wish I had a plane. The Longjiang River ran through the entire territory of Long Country. If he hadn't crossed the bridge, he wouldn't have been able to do it even if he had travelled halfway across the country. So what could he do? Force his way across. He had no choice but to drive the bus. Otherwise, he couldn't avoid Jinling if he wanted to find supplies. Ren Yuan drove the bus, squeezing through the crowd of cars. But before he could get very far, he got stuck on the bridge, completely blocked. Even with the engine running at full speed, the bus couldn't move any further. The only reason he could still squeeze through was because of the gaps between the stuck cars. There was no opening left. The cars were piled on top of each other, making it impossible to pass. Ren Yuan tried to clear the way with a machine gun, but it did not help. Then he tried to back up, using the force of the blow to squeeze through, and only then was he able to squeeze forward a little. Several cars on the bridge were even thrown into the Longjiang River. Ren Yuan finally managed to squeeze through after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The entire bridge was covered with broken and wrecked cars, and the railings were almost completely derailed. Kuihua had been complaining to Ren Yuan all day, complaining about his driving skills and his rough methods of crossing the bridge. However, she had no other choice, so she let him cross the bridge on his own. After crossing the bridge, the road was still clogged. Ren Yuan found a lower section of the road and pulled over to the side of the road. Nearby was the city of Luoyang, the capital of Anhui province, and also densely populated. Ren Yuan shook his head and gave up on the idea of going to Luoyang to find supplies. Gurgling! Ren Yuan's stomach gurgled. He hadn't eaten for over a day, but there was no food on the bus. Ren Yuan could only take a sip of cola to satisfy his hunger for a while. After leaving the highway, he found himself in a wasteland. After driving a little, he saw a city. It seemed quite large. From afar, he could see several wisps of rising smoke. People. Wow, this was a very rare phenomenon. From the East China Sea to Kunlun, and then from Kunlun to Jinling, Ren Yuan had seen at least 80 major cities. Most of them were uninhabited, overrun by zombies. But the city from which the smoke rose was the first he had seen. It was a small town, much smaller than Wandeng. Ren Yuan entered the city. There were many people, even on the streets, sleeping on blankets. It was hard to believe that there was such a small town with people living so close to Jinling, but these people seemed to be in poor health. Who are you? Get off the bus. A skinny young man with dyed blue hair and a Type 54 pistol stopped the bus. Ren Yuan didn't even pay attention to him, simply ramming the bus. This kind of person was clearly a cancer of society, a traitor to the people. Hey, don't you understand, right? This is my territory. If you don't come out, I'll shoot. The blue-haired young man pointed a gun at the bus and followed it, talking about shooting but not moving. Passers-by looked at the bus, their eyes showing slight bewilderment, but many also expressed despair. Ren Yuan stopped the bus, turned on the microphone and said, "I need food. I'll trade you for cigarettes." "Cigarettes? Haha, we can't afford that. You asked in the wrong place. Walk 30 meters, there's food there." The blue-haired youth waved his hand dismissively, hissing, judging by his words, "Cigarettes are trendy now? Okay, let's go check it out." Following the blue-haired boy's instructions, Ren Yuen parked the bus in front of the karaoke TV. Someone was singing inside. Where did they get electricity? Damn it, what luxury! I haven't been an older brother for many years. I just want to love someone truly. Time can't be turned back. The singing inside was unusually free. Could this be the same criminal group that wasn't destroyed during the pre-apocalyptic crackdown? Ren Yuen, full of skepticism, shouted, "Hey, the one singing inside. Hey, I haven't been a big brother for years." But the singing didn't stop. Hissing. Wasn't I speaking too quietly? Ren Yuen turned up the volume on his microphone and cleared his throat. Ahem! Is anyone inside? The singing suddenly stopped, and a large bald man rushed out of the main entrance of the karaoke club, with a tattoo of Buddha Maitreya on his stomach. I'll sing you a song. You're done having fun, right? Hey, that car's cool. I heard you have food here. I can trade you some cigarettes? Sure. 1 pack of cigarettes and 1 bag of rice. Vegetables and fruits separately. 1 tomato for a pack of cigarettes, 1 egg for 2 packs of cigarettes. Of course, I only guarantee the appearance. Whether the inside is edible depends on luck. There were a lot of cigarettes left after the last raid in Jinling. Ren Yuen didn't smoke much, so exchanging them for food was just right. Of course, give me 5 bags of rice, 10 tomatoes, and 10 eggs. Good. First, cigarettes. 7 cartons of cigarettes. Good or bad, it doesn't matter. Cigarettes will do. Shishun, take the 7 cartons and pass them on. The fat man stared at the double doors of the bus. The longer Ren Yuen looked, the more he felt something was wrong. I wanted to know what this fat man was up to. Shishun got out of the car, clutching 7 packs of cigarettes in his hands, and handed them to the fat man. Wow, Emperor Longhua. Excellent quality, man. Do you want to cooperate? The fat man looked at Shishun. No, thank you. Just give me the supplies I need, Ren Yuen said. The fat man was stunned, then shook his head slightly and walked into the karaoke. 3 burly men got out with 5 bags of rice, tomatoes, and eggs. The fat man, with a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets, looked at the bus and said, "Brother, you really don't want to think about it?" Ren Yuen ignored him. After Jishun loaded the supplies onto the bus, it left. To the left of Bai Miao village, there was a river with relatively clear water. Ren Yuen drove to the bank and wiped the blood in the car. By the time he finished, it was already dark. Kuihua was cooking, and Ren Yuen was sitting behind the wheel, bored, looking at the map. Time for dinner. Coming. As soon as Ren Yuen opened the cabin door, there was a loud bang, and the bus flipped over on its side, lying on the riverbank. Damn it. What the hell? Ren Yuen rubbed his head in confusion, having just hit it on the dining table. Boss, this bus is so damn strong. I thought it would break into 2. Great, this bus is ours. With him, we won't be so embarrassed when we get to Luoyang again. Oh, if only this guy had come earlier, maybe the second brother wouldn't have died. The fat man and his 3 henchmen from the KTV caravan in Bai Miao town were pointing at the bus. It was obvious that this was a robbery. Dude, just get out of here. Bus and give us the bus, and I'll let you go. I'll let you go. Ren Yuen was furious. A perfectly good dinner had just been ruined. Too many stupid things could easily lead to accidents, so Ren Yuen was not used to talking nonsense. He simply activated the transformation system and nodded to the combat robot. Number 10,033 at your service. The system is activated and being programmed. Once programming is complete, please state 10,033. Number 3. Voice authentication successful. You have successfully called 10,033 number 3. Kill those brutes outside. Mission accomplished. Eliminate the attackers. This time, Ren Yuen opened the double doors with a quick glance and his hands, afraid that number 3 would raise the roof again. It just so happens that the double doors were right above his head. Boss, look, the doors are open. This guy is still a coward. Hell no. Why do I look like a robot? Shoot. Shoot quickly. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the entire riverbank was filled with the sound of gunshots. Number 3 jumped out of the car, raised his gun without hesitation, and blue energy from the magazine began to burst out. Pull. The white light pierced the younger brother next to the fat man, and the bullet fired from the rifle in the fat man's hand left only a spark on the third. The fat man was dumbfounded and stood motionless until a white light pierced his body. If he had been given a choice, he would definitely not have thought of attacking Ren Yuan again. The fat man and his men died with their eyes open. The weapon in their hands was the standard .56 caliber that the Dragon Kingdom had armed itself with in its previous life. This kind of weapon was truly powerful. The .56 caliber should be hidden in the armory. Unless you count some backward weapons, the Baimiao armed police force should be considered backward. This fat man robbed the armed police? Ren Yuan leaned over and took the gun from the fat man's hand. He hadn't held a rifle since he was a child. He fired 2 shots into the river. The gun was new, probably taken out of the arsenal, and there was still excess grease in the bolt that had not been cleaned out. Ren Yuan carried all the guns back to the car and asked the third bus to pick them up. Most of the chassis had been bent by the explosion, and the front wheel bearings were slightly bent. Shishun only needed minor repairs. Ren Yuan looked at the rice scattered on the floor of the car and scratched his head. He didn't eat a single bite of rice, but he wasn't hungry now. He just didn't want to. I'll buy more later. Kuihua shook her head helplessly, as if she was used to this kind of life with surprises. Wait, let's do it later. Ren Yuan decided to go back and take a look. In any case, the fat man was dead, and he would go get cigarettes, which could be considered the return of property to its former owner. At this moment, most of the survivors in Baimiao town were looking back at the entrance to the town. The shots should have attracted them. Look, the car is back. Shish, isn't she 3 months pregnant? 3 months, and her belly is already as big as 10. It looks like she's about to give birth. You didn't ask Lao Li to take a look? The blue-haired boy frowned. What are you looking at? Lao Li looked and shook his head. When I asked why, he ignored me. He just muttered under his breath. Strange, strange. We'll talk about this later. The car is already here. Ren Yuan's appearance interrupted their conversation. Ren Yuan parked his car right in front of the karaoke club, and the blue-haired youth hurried to greet him. Brother, this was done by Zhang Hui and the others. We are just disguising ourselves for him. We have done nothing wrong to the world. After finishing speaking, he froze, as if waiting for Ren Yuan's answer. Yes. Yes? What do you mean? Yes? The blue-haired youth asked in confusion. Are you going to bring the food here? Ren Yuan did not answer. He got out of the car and went straight to the karaoke bar. The room was full of various supplies, including rice and snacks. The shelves behind the bar were full of drinks, and there was even a diesel generator in the corner of the room. Carry out as much food as possible, and you can also carry out drinks. Try to get some beer, Ren Yuan said to Kuihua, who was following behind. Now we finally don't have to fry eggs and tomatoes. There's cabbage here, and there's a freezer there. Kuihua pointed to the refrigerator next to the generator and said. The blue-haired young man followed Ren Yuan, and Ren Yuan held the gun he had taken from the fat man. I said, brother, you can leave some for us. If my car is short of space, I can leave some for you. Do you know where that fat guy got the gun from? The gun was stolen from the city police station. Everyone in the police station turned into zombies. Zhang Hui gave me this gun. So you're Zhang Hui's subordinate? No, I'm not. I had no choice. So many people outside depend on me for their lives. Zishun was tasked with moving the KTV's things, and Ren Yuan held a meeting to inspect the many rooms. Most of them were empty, without a single item. Ren Yuan was about to give up when he heard a crunching sound as something fell to the floor at the end of the corridor. Who? Ren Yuan slowly approached. It was the room at the back, number 8105. Kuihua reached for the door, and Ren Yuan pointed the gun at her. Ah! The door swung open, and a chaotic female scream came from inside. The room was full of women in sexy lingerie. Damn! Zhang Hui, what an idiot! The blue-haired youth exclaimed in amazement. You don't know? Ren Yuan frowned, looking at him. How should I know? We are not allowed. If it weren't for you, I probably would never have come here in my life. How am I supposed to deal with this? Ren Yuan couldn't help but feel a dilemma. All these women looked pretty cute, 6 in total. Ren Yuan didn't care anyway, especially if someone was already playing with her. Even if they weren't, he didn't really need it. Give it to me, so-and-so. Bring 6 sets of clothes. The blue-haired youth shouted towards the door. The things had almost been taken out, and there was nothing else in the room except for the women. Brother, why don't you stay and work together? With your car, we'll definitely get rich, the blue-haired youth said, looking at Ren Yuan. Take care of yourself. The food left here is for you. Whether you survive is up to you. With these words, Ren Yuan started the bus. Leaving Baimeow City, Ren Yuan drove onto the highway. The traffic on this section was light, allowing for relatively easy driving. Ren Yuan's thoughts were still occupied by the women in light dresses at the karaoke. He was an ordinary person, and it was hard to resist. The more he thought about it, the more his mouth became dry. He simply pulled over, trying to figure out how to drown out his increasingly disturbing thoughts. At that moment, Kuihua opened the door of the cab and looked at Ren Yuan in confusion. Why did you stop so suddenly? Hey, are you sick? Kuihua noticed that Ren Yuan looked a little unwell and hurriedly diagnosed him. No, don't come here. Damn, oh! Kuihua's actions stunned Ren Yuan. He pushed Kuihua away, hurriedly opened the cabin, pushed open the double doors, got off the bus, and looked at the starry sky. He sighed in relief, finally suppressing his evil thoughts. He didn't dare do this. Evil thoughts lurk in everyone, especially at times like these. When they get stronger, they can get out of control. Ren Yuan didn't want to be like Zheng Hui or Lao San. What's wrong with you? Kuihua chased after him. The cold air had already sobered Ren Yuan up considerably, and the dryness in his mouth had almost disappeared. It's okay, I'm hungry. Let's cook something, Ren Yuan said without turning around. Okay, then I'll go cook dinner. Kuihua didn't realize that she had just escaped a disaster. She thought that Ren Yuan was simply having health problems. Lying on the highway guardrail, Ren Yuan looked at the distant city where the lights should have been burning and sighed. I wonder if the glory of human civilization will ever return. Ren Yuan lit a cigarette and stood on the emergency lane, leaning against the barrier. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of fire. Then flames burst into flames, and the air was filled with the crackle of gunfire. It was a small village below the highway. Perhaps not even a small village, since there were only a few houses surrounded by farmland. The fire and flames were steadily approaching the bus. Ren Yuan suddenly noticed a car disguised as a wreck behind the bus. If it weren't for the dried blood and flesh on the front of the car, Ren Yuan wouldn't have recognized it as a modified SUV. Something bad had happened again. The Dulelu conspiracy. But this time, it wasn't a battle between humans and zombies, but a shootout between 2 groups of armed men. Tracer bullets filled the air. Ren Yuan returned to the bus. Kuihua had already prepared dinner and was clearing away the dishes. Ren Yuan sat straight down on the chair next to the dining table. Since he had taken away Zheng Hui's supplies, this was the most luxurious meal Ren Yuan had ever eaten. Roasted beef, braised pork, fried eggs with tomatoes, and beef stew with potatoes. Wow, what luxury! Ren Yuan swallowed his saliva. Try it. Ren Yuan was looking forward to taking a piece of braised pork and putting it into his mouth, but the sweet taste completely turned him off from eating. How can it be sweet? How can it be sweet? Braised pork can't be salty. Hua, remember, you can't make sweets in the future. Ren Yuan frowned and looked at Kuihua. This is the Donghai gang's braised pork. Don't you like it? Don't Donghai people like sweets? Kuihua asked doubtfully. It's not for everyone. I just like salty things. And I'm not from Donghai. To be precise, I'm from Anhui Province, Shuchun. Since the old dean is from Shuchun, I grew up eating his food. Ah, I see. I won't make sweets anymore. Try this. This beef and potato stew is delicious. Where does the chili come from? I must say, it was very tasty. When they were almost finished eating, gunshots were heard from the car. Ren Yuan had no intention of moving. He wanted to see who was involved in the firefight below. Quickly, quickly, retreat. Command Center, we have received a response. Team B has failed their mission. We have been spotted by the enemy. Over. Evacuating as planned. No more fighting. Over. Captain, can you smell that? It smells so good. Yeah, Captain, I can smell that too. It smells like stewed pork. Are you guys starving? Where's the stewed pork? The enemy is closing in. Machine gun cover. Ren Yuan watched from the driver's seat. 8 people were climbing up from the field below the highway. Having climbed over the fence, the machine gunner set up the machine gun on top and opened fire on the people in the field. The bullets hit the bus's armor with a crack. Quickly, into the bus. Evacuate! Evacuate! The commander began to give orders to the others to evacuate. Hey, why does this bus look so familiar? Lao Luo, look, is this the one mentioned in the mission? The man named Lao Luo blinked and exclaimed, Damn it, it really is like that. How did it get here? Never mind, I'll go down and check. Lao Luo walked straight to the double doors of the bus and knocked. Is anyone on board? No one on board. We're from the Luoyang military region. Whoosh, those guys again, from the military region again. Ren Yuan was cruelly deceived last time, so he decided to pretend to be dead. Lao Lo, how are you? Is anyone on board? The captain also got out of the SUV and stood next to the bus. Take a defensive position and block the enemy. It looks like it's empty. Wrong. According to intelligence, this bus is very powerful. It shouldn't have gotten into trouble. Maybe it's asleep? Knock again and see. No one on board. No one on board. We are from the Luoyang military region. Ren Yuan couldn't help but groan. It seemed like these guys weren't going to let him go. He must be awake, or something must have happened. Lao Lo, report the situation and ask your superiors to send reinforcements. I'm afraid something might go wrong. Okay, I'll report. Keep an eye on those down there and make sure to stop them. Ren Yuan couldn't help but be intrigued. Since these people were from the Luoyang military region, who were these people down there? How dare they fight with the people of Luoyang military region in Luoyang territory? Command Center, please respond. This is Team B. We have located the S-level mission target, but it seems there is no one in the vehicle. Requesting backup. Over. Confirm whether you have indeed located the S-level mission target. Come in. Lao Lo, take a closer look. This is no joke. The entire Luoyang has been hovering around this car for the last 2 days. If this lie about military intelligence comes out, we'll both be hanged. Stop pretending. You don't even know my eyes. I'm the only one on the team who's seen the target's photo. I remember it better than you do. Lao Luo seemed a little angry. Command, I have confirmed that this is a rank S mission target. Requesting backup. Over. You must protect the mission target. Even if you all die, the target must remain unharmed. You may die, but the target must remain unharmed. Understood. Mission accomplished. Lao Luo and the captain exchanged glances, noticing the serious expressions in each other's eyes. This damned Holy Light Society, even at this hour they continue to act like this. Kill him. Yuan Su is injured. Medic! Pull him out! Ah, it hurts! Stop screaming! Show courage. We Zhaolong have no useless people. Lao Luo, we can't hold out any longer. We can't hold out any longer. The enemy's firepower is too great, the captain said, squatting. Don't tell me. Pass it on to the command. You heard the mission too. Find a way to stop them. When the backup arrives, Ren Yuan watched all this, his face twitching. It was impossible to hide, so he just helped them finish off the enemy first. Ren Yuan hadn't used the co-pilot's machine gun for a long time, so it came in handy today. 4 turrets immediately rose from the 4 corners of the bus's roof, rotating and aiming at the people on the highway below. Yes, 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 a golden shell hit Lao Luo in the collar, crouched under. Bus. Oh shit, it's burning me. Shit, how can it be so big? Lao Lo exclaimed, looking at the projectile in his hand. It was a .50 caliber bullet. Only then did he look up and see the machine gun mounted on the car spewing out fiery snakes. Wow, I told you there was no one inside. It's an armored vehicle. Hurry up, I can only help you until then, Ren Yuan said and stepped on the gas. He really didn't want to interfere with the military district's affairs. Hey, damn it, don't go there. Lao Lo was still a step late, and the bus had already flown away. Oh, trouble. Lao Lo slammed the hood in despair. What should we do? Asked the captain, looking at the bus's receding headlights. What else should we do? Report to the authorities. You and I can't do this. Command center, target. What happened to the target? The target has entered the Holy Light Society's defense zone. What did you say? What happened? Didn't you just say there was no one in the target's car? It's my fault. I'll handle it, Lao Lo said, lowering his head. Prepare for rescue. Team A and Team C have already left for you. You must return the target safe and sound. Lao Lo, who do you think we have offended? The captain patted Lao Luo on the shoulder and said, the guy in the car he attacked was probably pretending to be empty. He only attacked when he saw that we were in danger. He probably had a good impression of us, but he doesn't want to deal with us. Wheezing? What do you mean? Stop guessing. Wait for help from other teams. Ren Yuan was in high spirits, thinking that he had just avoided a serious problem, but he didn't realize that he was on the way to another one. There were no broken cars on a large section of this highway. It looked like they had already cleared it out, and there was some debris on the side of the road. Why didn't you help them? Kui Hua asked, rubbing Ren Yuan's temple. I saw it, but you didn't. Was my machine gun wasted? No, okay, you're right. But I thought I heard that guy shouting something. Him? Wait, Zishun, let me check the CCTV cameras in the back of the car again, Ren Yuan said in a daze. He told me not to go that way. Why? Ren Yuan frowned in confusion. Wow, Hua, with your skills, you could open a massage parlor and make a killing. This is technology. Hey, come on. As you wish. Wait, are the troops moving out in front? It seems like they are setting up artillery, Ren Yuan asked, watching the flashing lights on the CCTV footage. The bus had night vision, and Ren Yuan turned it on. Logically, normal lights shouldn't work in low light conditions. Is that the indicator on the helmet? Identification, friend or foe? I thought I had broken away from them, but after all this time, I was back under their hood. Ren Yuan sighed helplessly. Rushing in was too rude. Maybe he should just bend over and say hello. Ren Yuan slowed down and slowly approached the lively group. As he got closer, Ren Yuan could see everything a little more clearly. There seemed to be something special about these people. Why did they have such thick beards? Alarm! Alarm! Suddenly, two screams pulled Ren Yuan out of his trance. What the hell are these foreigners? Why are foreigners even near Lu Yang, and fully armed at that? This is simply ridiculous. Please get off the bus and get checked. This is the Holy Light Society. We pose no threat to you, but please help us with our investigation. Two armed soldiers pointed their machine guns at the front of the bus. Speak Lungo. I don't understand your nonsense. Please get off the bus and get checked. This one sentence seemed to exhaust all his brain cells. Ren Yuan had already prepared himself, stepping on the gas. Several foreigners entered Lungo territory and actually tried to search me? Boom! The bus slammed right into the two foreigners standing in front of it, throwing two bearded men aside. Shit! Blow up that bus! Use the RPG! The bus broke through their defenses, but after passing by, Ren Yuan realized that there was more to it. The back was crawling with foreigners. Ren Yuan killed many people with his car, and the enemy began to fire rocket launchers at the bus. The missiles hit the side armor without causing serious damage. Are they humans? Tsui Hua exclaimed in surprise. Yes, but they are from Mili country. I don't know how they got here, but it's not good. Shishun, clear them out. Suddenly, the entire defensive position was filled with the roar of gunfire. Bullets and shells flew everywhere, and missiles hit the bus every now and then. Even the car had a big hole from an anti-tank missile. Ren Yuan drove the bus, constantly weaving through the crowd. But people and zombies are different things. People know how to hide, not just wait for a bus to hit them like zombies. Faster, faster, faster. We have to save the target. Fire! Suddenly, dozens of heavily armed soldiers appeared to the left of the foreigner's position and began shooting at him indiscriminately. My God, what is he doing? Lao Lo cried out in despair. The flames of the explosions were everywhere, and Ren Yuan had no idea where he was going, so he could only act by feel. Boom! Suddenly, a shell hit the front armor plate of the driver's seat, destroying all the CCTV footage. Damn. Take that! That's powerful! Ren Yuan's pupils narrowed. Without the armor plate, his vision became much clearer, but at the same time, he was completely exposed to enemy fire. Ren Yuan saw the direction clearly and rushed towards Luyang. After 4 more missiles hit, the bus finally broke out of the encirclement. Feeling the cold wind whistling through the cabin, Ren Yuan flushed. He was furious. He was a man who could maneuver among zombies, but in Luyang, he was overshadowed by a crowd of foreigners. It was humiliating. But there was no choice but to retreat and try to get revenge later. The lockers on the left side of the middle car were completely destroyed and all the drinks were gone. Fortunately, the cabinets with rice and cigarettes were not damaged. Shishun, fix the bus. Ren Yuan parked the bus at a roadside farm. If he continued on, meeting the enemy again would be a real show of force. The best option was to repair the bus before continuing on. The damage to the bus was particularly severe. There were 5 or 6 large holes in the interior. The surveillance monitor in front was even torn off. This showed that the people's firearms could still be deadly to the buses. Fortunately, the bullets did not hit the reactor. Otherwise, it would have exploded due to the damage. However, these foreigners were a serious danger. It was logical that foreigners would hardly show up here, especially fully armed. Could they have been ambushed in this area before the apocalypse? That was even more unlikely. With the power of the Dragon Nation, these people would never have entered its territory. The only explanation was that they became the Dragon Nation after the apocalypse. As for why they appeared in Luyang City, it was unknown. While Zishun was smoking a cigarette, the bus was already being repaired, and Ren Yuan walked past it. Tik tik tisk, this is the legendary factory reset. After tossing and turning almost all night, Ren Yuan finally broke the dawn. Ren Yuan yawned and drove into a small grove by the road. Go to sleep, Hua Hua. Yes, go. I don't feel like sleeping very much. Ren Yuan lay down on the sofa. Before he could close his eyes, Kui Luan suddenly appeared in the back seat of the car, lifted Ren Yuan's head, sat down on the sofa, and placed Ren Yuan's head on her lap. Inhaling the faint scent of Kui Hua's body, Ren Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. It was not a dream, but torture. But it was truly intoxicating, a mixture of pain and pleasure. After settling down, Ren Yuan closed his eyes. In his dream, Ren Yuan saw a middle-aged man in a military uniform. There was something strange about this man. His head was much larger than usual and slightly swollen. Who are you? The man was wearing a white uniform, but it resembled ancient clothing. More like a long robe. The only sign that it was a uniform was the medal on his chest. On the medal were engraved 2 characters that Ren Yuan did not recognize. They were somewhat similar to the ancient script of the Dragon Kingdom. The hieroglyphs of the Dragon Kingdom are mostly square, unlike European languages, which are written with about 20 letters. Who are you? The figure in the form asked Ren Yuan. In dreams, people are not aware that they are dreaming, and the figure in front of him seemed very real. But soon, the figure in the form disappeared. Perhaps due to the lack of clarity of consciousness or some other reason. Dreams are difficult to control. If you are not careful, it is easy to get lost in them, and it is difficult to control your behavior in them. After the middle-aged man in uniform disappeared, Ren Yuan blinked and woke up. Kui Hua also fell asleep on the sofa. Ren Yuan smiled slightly and was about to stand up when he noticed that Kuihua's clothes were remarkably similar to the man in his dream. The only significant difference was that Kuihua was wearing women's clothes, while the man was wearing men's clothes, and he had another medal. Ren Yuan's thoughts suddenly spun around. Everything that happened today was so strange. From the moment he crossed the Jinling Bridge, everything that followed had a strange connotation. Ren Yuan sat up from the sofa, entered the cabin, and activated the modification system. All modifiable items except the fusion reactor caught fire. He. It takes 2 days of energy to upgrade to level 2. For Ren Yuan, who had just been taught a lesson by the missile, upgrading his armor was the top priority. In the end, protection was paramount. Scan, bus hull, armored plating. Modifiable glowing engine, base 2. Modifiable glowing power, fusion reactor. Modifiable, dark interior optimization, main space. Modifiable glowing combat robot X3, maintenance robot X1, medical robot X1. Weapon system assembly. 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, 23,809 rounds. Modifiable glowing tires. All-terrain special tires. Modifiable glowing. Ren Yuan pressed the armor button and the bus suddenly shook. There were no visible changes inside. However, the armor in the modification system had changed. Body. Armor protection. Multifunctional emergency response armor. Modifiable hidden. Ren Yuan opened the double doors and got off the bus. Nothing has changed on the bus except for a large triangular shovel at the front, replacing the original front armor. My God, just a ram? Maybe the vehicle's armor has been reinforced? And it's just not visible? Ren Yuan was deeply disappointed with the modification system. He returned to the bus, activated the repaired video surveillance, and started the engine. Yesterday, he finally managed to get some vegetables, but they were all spoiled. Luoyang is here, and it would be a shame not to visit it. Strangely enough, there are almost no cars on the roads around Luoyang. Even the roadsides are bare, only a few broken cars. They must have been cleaned up, but what will these people do with these broken, abandoned cars? After much thought, Ren Yuan still couldn't figure out how to use broken machines. Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Need an engine? Unlikely. There is nothing special about such an ordinary car engine. Steel. Kuihua stood behind Ren Yuan, not noticing him. So they took away broken cars only for the most primitive material. Steel? Kuihua nodded and said, "There is no other explanation. Steel is also a very simple target. They are casting something that requires a lot of steel. It could be a city wall or a starship." Ren Yuan quickly shook his head and rejected this idea. No. The casting of the city wall can be completely replaced by cement, like in Jinling. As for starships, it is even more impossible. With the current technology of the Blue Star, even the simplest energy source has not been found. How can we build starships? This is not necessarily so. At least among the Blue Star people I know, there are those who possess the first level of star energy. This is what you call a controlled nuclear fusion device. You mean? Me? Ren Yuan looked at Kuihua in surprise. Now it makes sense why the Luoyang military region is looking for you. And since you entered the Millet encirclement, they immediately sent out a rescue party. This shows that they value you. And the only thing you told them that might interest them was the thermonuclear reactor in the train car. Shh! I'm being followed. This won't do. Ren Yuan didn't understand the principles of a thermonuclear reactor, but he did understand the basics. You can't build just one core in a year or two. It is not something that can be simply looked at and studied. Manufacturing requires more than just appearance. It also requires certain experimental parameters and drawings. Regardless of any of these factors, if they decided to build a fusion reactor, the one in Ren Yuan's car would definitely be dismantled. Or worse, they could simply dismantle the reactor in the bus and install it elsewhere. That would be incredibly awkward. After all, they are from the Luoyang military region. Should I refuse? Or should I refuse? Ren Yuan thought that the only way out was to flee, and the sooner the better. Let's get ready. Enter Luoyang City, gather supplies, and head west to the southern province. We can't stay here any longer. As the saying goes, the more we fear being robbed, the more we fear being targeted. Luoyang is a large city in the central part of the Dragon Country with a population of tens of millions. Of course, zombies are rampant in the city. But the most important thing is to check what kind of emergency response armor this is. The road to the city is surprisingly clean, and there is even a big sign along the way. The city is teeming with zombies. Luyansky Military District. This is all nonsense. Of course, there are zombies in the city, that's for sure. But this signature, these guys Ren Yuan, had a bad feeling. Why did he always run into these people wherever he went? There were also zombie corpses lying on the road to the city. They looked freshly killed, with bloodstains, so they were no more than a day old. The streets were surprisingly clean. They exuded an air of impeccable cleanliness. Ren Yuan glanced at the shops he passed. Most were open, although a few were closed. The days on the bus were rather boring, so Ren Yuan decided to find himself some entertainment, like a tablet or a phone. His phone had long since run out of battery because he didn't have a charger, and mostly because of his bad luck. Since the apocalypse, he had been in constant motion. Appliances, hairdressers, fruit shops. Why so many useless things? Almost half the street was filled with hairdressers. How did they even manage to do business? It seemed like they were all going home. There were plenty of restaurants, but no electronics. Maybe supermarkets, fruit stands, or fresh produce stores. Don't bother looking. 4 or 5 days had passed, and everything that was supposed to smell bad had already gone bad. Hua, do you need a face mask? Don't you girls like that? Me? I need you? Kuihua asked, pointing to her nose. As soon as Kuihua raised her finger, Ren Yuan suddenly noticed a button under her sleeve. The button was not the key. The key was that it matched the badge on the chest of the middle-aged man Ren Yuan had dreamed of last night. Don't move. Wait. Ren Yuan parked the car on the side of the street. He carefully took Kuihua's hand and examined it. The longer he looked, the more it resembled something. What exactly does this text mean? Hua, can you tell me what it means? Do you mean this? Duri, Kuihua asked, pointing to the button on her sleeve. It's Tian. Is it pronounced Tian? Do you know how to pronounce it? Translated into blue star, it's Tian, which means the biggest, the highest. Isn't that what you call Tian? The biggest, higher? It seems that the old man in the dream last night was from the same place as Hua. Ren Yuan continued. Then, do you know what kind of world it is? Kuihua frowned and thought for a long time, but she still couldn't give Ren Yuan a clear answer. My memory, it doesn't seem to be, it's completely empty. Ren Yuan knew without a second thought that Kuihua's memory had been altered, or perhaps erased, like a new phone with factory settings. Although Kuihua was a flesh and blood clone, she also had a chip implanted in her brain that stored more than just medical knowledge. Some things are pointless to ponder. Ren Yuan refused to ask, knowing that further questions would yield no answers. The entire street had been cleared and the shops emptied. It was clear that whoever had done this had done a thorough job. Even the barber shop's belongings had been taken out. It seemed he would have to go downtown if he wanted to find food or necessities today. Ren Yuan slowed the car down. The engine no longer made noise. It was practically silent. Except for the occasional screeching of the tires as they hit obstacles, there was little noise. The road leading into town was not so easy to drive, littered with broken-down cars. Ren Yuan circled around for a long time before finally finding a small alley. This would allow him to go around the blocked road, but the alley was narrow, so Ren Yuan carefully made a path for it. Suddenly, scraps of paper began to fall from the roof of the bus. They were black ink on white paper, as if written with a brush, thick, clear characters. Help! Up there! Ren Yuan adjusted the angle of the CCTV camera and looked up. From about the 3rd floor, someone was waving at the bus. It was a man in a baseball cap, looking rather clumsy. He was throwing a rope out of the window. What a disaster! Ren Yuan, watching the man on the roof, increased his speed. However, the alley was too narrow and uneven, and the front of the car crashed into the corner of the wall. The man on the third floor, seeing that the bus seemed to be leaving, did not pay attention to the fact that the rope was completely taut and simply jumped off. He grabbed the middle of the rope, and when it reached, at the end, he found himself right at the first floor. But how could he keep from being hit by the sudden fall? The rope slipped from his hand and he fell down, landing on the roof of the bus. Ren Yuan almost shot him with a machine gun, but after thinking it over, he changed his mind. Lie down, or you will be held accountable for this. The joy of the cap that he managed to escape death lasted only a second before Ren Yuan's words brought him back to earth. He shook his head, as if not understanding what Ren Yuan meant. I told you to get down, not to stand on my bus, or you'll be held accountable for this. I don't have to save you. Of course, it's not easy for such a person to live for so long, but if Ren Yuan saved him, where would he leave him? In the car? It would be a time bomb. Ren Yuan didn't dare take such a risk. Since he didn't want to kill him or save him, he could just leave him lying there. He was doomed anyway. Ren Yuan was heading to the center of the city, where there were undoubtedly zombies. If he had known better, he would have jumped out of the bus. And sure enough, before the bus had even left the alley, the cap had landed on the window. Unfortunately, there was a chain-link fence nearby, so he had no choice but to stay there until he passed out. It wasn't about cruelty. Ren Yuan, he simply had nowhere else to go. At times like these, human nature is unpredictable. Even if it was a person in uniform, Ren Yuan might find him cute. After all, they are still very cute. There is a highway leading out of the alley. There are very few broken cars on the road. Most of them are parked on both sides of the road. There are white lines painted on both sides of the road. It should be free parking. There was a similar road in front of the orphanage where Ren Yuan worked. There is a white line on one side of the road, and it is full of parked cars. The road is not one way, so there is very narrow space for cars to pass at both ends, and accidents often happen there. In such places, you can often see what old drivers call ghosts poking their heads out, and these ghosts are often children from their orphanage. Only Ren Yuan knows of 3 or 4 children who were killed, run over. Across the road was a villa district. It was called a villa district, but in reality, it was a legendary new village, not much different from the small Western-style houses built in the countryside. Since all the shops are empty, I'll go to the residential area. They wouldn't evict every single one of them, right? Ren Yuan parked the car at the gate of the complex. Before the apocalypse, these areas had traffic restrictions and tolls, and the toll booths were still there. If it breaks through, it could attract zombies, which would be disastrous. Ren Yuan grabbed the Type 56 submachine gun he had taken from Zheng Hui. This rifle was powerful, but the sound of the gunshot was deadly. When it fired, it was time to run. Kuihua and Shishin stayed in the car. For safety, Ren Yuan took third along. He had to admit, this robot was very well designed. It walked silently, unlike the ones in the movies where it clanked like clogs. The door to the security room was wide open. Ren Yuan poked his head through the window to see if there was anyone inside. There was only a half-eaten bowl of instant noodles and a fork scattered haphazardly on the table. There was also a mobile phone, but it was an old-fashioned one. Many of the guards were older and rarely had fancy phones. After all, some of them wouldn't know how to use them even if they did. After leaving the guard room, Ren Yuan looked around. The door to the building on the right was closed. It was a blast door, damn it, so getting in without a key would be pretty hard. The building on the left had its back to Ren Yuan, and from his current vantage point, he couldn't see the door, so he walked around it. The first and second buildings were locked, and the third one had its door slightly open. Ren Yuan opened the door with the barrel of his gun and tiptoed inside. Wow, I'm rich now. When he entered, he saw a small courtyard. To the right was a patch of land where a row of green onions and cabbages grew wildly. It was a pleasant surprise, but Ren Yuan had no intention of touching it right away. He would wait until he was ready to leave. There was no need to worry about the onions running wild if they were growing in a field. In a pinch, we can just drive up in a car and take him away. Ren Yuan! Ren Yuan! Can you hear me? Hua Hua? Where are you? Over here, over here. The voice of combat robot number 3 rang out. Oh, there is such a function? Why didn't I know about it? Of course you don't. My brain chip records everything that happens on the bus. Then think about it. Are there any other hidden functions? Can you tell me about them all at once? That would be very convenient. I don't think so. That's all. Oh yeah, there's also the virtual projection function. Look! Suddenly, a blue light shone from Third's chest and a virtual image of Kuihua appeared in front of her. Not bad, not bad. Great. I can talk to people without getting off the bus. Yes, the video from the center console can also be connected to the combat robot's field of view. There are still so many secrets in the bus that Ren Yuan doesn't know about. The power terminal behind the fusion reactor alone is a mystery. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Ren Yuan asked. Can you help me check if there are sanitary pads there? Do you robots use them? I'm telling you, Hua Hua, I'm well read, you can't fool me. I was in suspended animation before, so of course I didn't have any menstrual reactions. But now, I am on the blue planet, and menstruation is a self-healing system designed to adapt to the atmosphere of the blue planet. Okay, shut up. I will help you check. Ren Yuan quickly interrupted Kuihua's explanation. If he continued, it would probably be time to go to physiology class, and Ren Yuan did not have time for that. The door to the house was also half open and led to a large living room with a wooden spiral staircase. There were 2 rooms on the left and one on the right. The room on the left contained both sanitary pads and a bathroom. It seemed that girls usually kept sanitary pads at home, whether it was for convenience or for some other reason. Ren Yuan had no idea. From his experience, he had used the women's toilet several times, and this was how he reacted. Unfortunately, there were no sanitary pads in this toilet. Most likely the reason was the absence of a woman in the house, because Ren Yuan noticed a set of razors. Coming out of the bathroom, he turned the door to the room on the left. It was not locked, so it swung open. There was a bed and a table in the room. On the table was a desktop computer with a gaming chair. The computer was water-cooled. Ren Yuan had been into this for a long time, but due to finances, he was never able to buy his own computer. Now it was useless. The internet was down, and even with electricity, he couldn't play online games. The internet company's servers must have crashed. The other room, without a door, was the kitchen. Unfortunately, there were no dishes, just clean cutlery. The dust on it didn't look like it had just settled there after the apocalypse. It must have been there for months. It was rather awkward, living in a large city villa and not cooking, giving up such a wonderful way. Live. Ren Yuan couldn't imagine eating takeout every day. It would be unbearable. At best, he would have to eat out. After leaving the kitchen, Ren Yuan walked up the stairs. On the second floor were 2 rooms, one on each side, and a living room in the middle. In the living room was a long tea table, on which sat a teapot, remarkably similar to a purple clay one, although most likely an ordinary one. Ren Yuan pushed the door on the right. Oh my God. It stinks! A stench similar to rotting feces hit him in the face. Ren Yuan couldn't help but blink, trying to hide his tears. It stinks exactly like rotting feces. Damn. Ren Yuan saw a shocking sight. There were 2 bodies lying on the bed in the room. Judging by the state of decomposition, they must have died before the apocalypse, but they had not yet been discovered. By the time the bodies began to smell, the apocalypse had only just begun, which is why they were left there. The bodies were probably a man and a woman, and judging by their clothing, they were fairly young. The man was lying on the bed, and the woman was pressed against him sideways. There were 2 bottles of medicine next to him, probably sleeping pills or something similar, but the labels said pills to strengthen the stomach and improve digestion. On the bedside table, there was a piece of paper pressed against it. Mobile phone. Ren Yuan walked over, picked up the phone, and picked up the piece of paper, skimming through it. Swing, Mom. I'm a disrespectful son. I can't support you in your old age. I have cancer. I don't want to die in agony, so I decided to commit suicide. Girl, don't be sad. I love you very much. I just can't be with you anymore. Goodbye. Were those the man's last words? What about that woman? What happened? After a moment of thought, Ren Yuan suddenly understood. The man had cancer, broke up with her, and committed suicide at home, leaving a letter. The woman came to him, read the letter, and, overcome with despair, also committed suicide. Tsk, chok, chok, what a pair of star-crossed lovers, finally together. Perhaps this was a kind of happiness for them. At least they didn't have to worry about what was today or tomorrow. It was all over. At least the blue planet in their minds was still beautiful. Ren Yuan closed the door again and went downstairs. There was probably nothing left here except green onions and cabbage in the yard. The main door to the fourth house was also closed, but not locked. Ren Yuan opened the iron gate. Unlike the previous family, this one was not growing vegetables, but flowers, a few gardenias. There was a shovel against the wall, and Ren Yuan grabbed it just in time to dig up some green onions and cabbage. The door to the house was locked, but the window was open, probably to ventilation, and there were no protective windows. Ren Yuan jumped out the window and entered. The window led to a bedroom, apparently a girl's. The room was covered with anime posters, mostly pink. On the bed were more than a dozen plush dolls of various sizes, most of which were also pink. Considering all of this, it was clear that this room was a pink girl's room. Ren Yuan looked over the table by the window. The drawers were filled with books, and underneath them was a wooden box. Ren Yuan pulled out the box and shook it gently. He heard something heavy inside. He opened it and found a test tube with a blue liquid inside that gave off a terrible smell. Could it be a sample of some kind of virus? Ren Yuan hurriedly returned the test tube to the wooden box and placed it on the table. He wiped his hands on his clothes before standing up. He opened the door to the hallway. To the left of the hallway was a bathroom. Fortunately, this bathroom had what Kuihua needed. Damn, how pink is this person? Even that thing was pink. The cups, towels, and toothbrushes in the bathroom were pink. Even the toilet seat was fucking pink. Unable to take it anymore, Ren Yuan grabbed a pad from the closet, stuffed it into his pocket, and walked out. At the end of the hallway, there was a staircase on the left and a door on the right. It was a double door, which is rare for most people. Double doors in houses usually do not have locks. Pushing them open, he saw the most luxurious of them all, a luxurious lamp hanging from the ceiling. In the middle of the room stood a large conference table, surrounded by many wooden stools, each with a cup of tea on it. On the wall next to the door hung a projection screen, and in the corner of the table stood a projector. It was a small projector, unlike the big ones used in movie theaters, which usually had their own power source. Ren Yuan spun it around a few times, and a small green dot lit up above the projector. The projector was emitting a beam of light, directing it toward the projection. Screen hanging on the wall. Is that a drawing? Wait a minute. Phi Long number 1. Large-scale strategic aerospace launch platform. What is this? An airplane? A 242-meter-long airplane with a 680-meter wingspan. Is this an airplane? Ren Yuan couldn't understand the drawing, but he could still make out the specifications at the bottom. I've never heard of Long Guo researching something like this. Could it be that the owner of this place is just doing it for fun? Not true. Judging from the layout, this is definitely not a joke. Carry 2 large thermonuclear reactors? Ren Yuan took 2 steps back, leaned against the negotiating table, and said in a trembling voice, "That's why they came to me." Damn. Ren Yuan saw a name he didn't want to see at all. Chief Designer of Fusion Reactors, Liu Jianguo. Chief Designer of Composite Power Engines, Liu Jianjun. My God, these 2 brothers. Damn. We can't stay here any longer. We have to escape. Ren Yuan is a patriot and a soldier, but that doesn't mean he can give up everything. The bus is everything to him now. Everyone, including the combat robots and General Lin Miao, witnessed this. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't commandeer Ren Yuan's bus by force for the sake of the common good? Wasn't that killing a donkey after he'd done his job? Damn, I shouldn't have done that back then. Damn, how I regret it. Ren Yuan put away the projector and quickly returned to the bedroom. As he climbed out of the window, he suddenly noticed a box. Forget this thing. I'll return it and let the professionals take a look. Ren Yuan rushed to the bus. Green onions, cabbage, damn it. My bus. That's what mattered. Back on the bus, Ren Yuan handed the projector and the box to Kuihua and immediately turned around, heading back the way he had come. But failures kept coming. The man he hadn't saved fell and broke his leg. The bleeding must have attracted the zombies, and now the alley was crawling with them. The zombies had noticed the bus too and were rushing towards it, their mouths open, curiously watching everything that moved. Forward! Forward! Ren Yuan, ignoring the approaching zombies, rushed straight to the street where the broken car was lying. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor, but the road was crowded, and he had to ram the broken car several times. The area was only 30 meters, but considering the current situation, it would take at least an hour to get there. Bring out the battering ram! Bring out the battering ram! Kuihua warned. Right. How could I forget? While Kuihua was speaking, Shishun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had already lowered the ram. He drove a few dozen meters, braked sharply, and then suddenly let go, and the bus flew forward. It crashed into a pile of broken cars, scattering them on both sides of the ram. As if ploughing a field, in less than 10 seconds the bus left the road, returning to the road Ren Yuan was driving onto the city. Just when Ren Yuan thought he had managed to escape, 4 men suddenly jumped out from the end of the street with rocket launchers in their hands and opened fire on the bus. The missiles raced towards them, their tails blazing with fire. Bam! 3 of them hit the front of the bus, but as soon as the missiles hit the front armor, a bulge suddenly formed on the skin, causing the missiles to explode prematurely. There was an emergency response armor mentioned in the system. Before Ren Yuan could think, 4 more people suddenly ran out from the street and fired 4 portable anti-tank missiles. Missiles do not have a guidance system and fly in a straight line, but anti-tank missiles are different. They have infrared homing heads that automatically lock onto a target and calculate its trajectory for interception. That's why anti-tank missiles fly chaotically, while rockets fly in a straight line. As expected, every rocket that narrowly missed the bus detonated prematurely from dynamic protection. The enemy also noticed the dynamic protection on the bus, and 2 more jumped out from around the corner and started setting up tire crushers on the road. Those guys again. A fight was brewing. It was the same group of foreigners from the night before. How did they know Ren Yuan was here? It was very strange. Yesterday, Ren Yuan ran very fast, almost without stopping. Logically, they should not have found him. Drone, Ren Yuan realized. If no one was watching him on the ground, then he was somewhere in the sky. Careless. Didn't dodge. Ren Yuan didn't know if the new all-terrain tires could withstand the impact of the shredder, but now was not the time to think about it. Ren Yuan didn't even slow down. He charged straight towards the installed shredder. The tire didn't burst, but the shredder punctured it and got stuck in the rear wheel bearing. The rear wheels of the bus suddenly sparked as if 2 hot wheels were installed in them, and sparks flew everywhere he went. Sishin fired a machine gun to fight back, but the enemy had no intention of pursuing him, which once again confirmed Ren Yuan's thoughts. They must have been followed by a drone. They wouldn't have to make any effort. They could simply follow the bus and catch up when it stopped. Since the drone was high in the sky, Ren Yuan had no real way to stop it. The only way out was to quickly escape from the area of effect. The distance and time were long. First, Ren Yuan did not know the flight range or the drone's flight range. If it were a fixed-wing drone, there would be no need to hide. It would be caught no matter where it went. But it seemed there was no other way. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. The bus sped away, leaving Luoyang behind, and continued driving into the night until it completely left Hui Province and reached Zhongzhou Province. Zhongzhou was a major grain-producing province in the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Land of Wheat. Although Ren Yuan was not particularly interested in wheat, it was considered the main breadbasket of Zhongzhou. Upon entering Zhongzhou, Ren Yuan stopped a bus. The brake disc was stuck in the bearing and had to be removed. Otherwise, the noise would cause unnecessary trouble. By the time Zixun finished repairing the car, it was already deep into the night. Ren Yuan parked the car in the forest and hid, disguised. Finally, it was quiet. I was so tired, Ren Yuan said with a deep sigh. You shouldn't have been so zealous. You could have killed them all, Kuihua said. You don't understand. This group of people is not easy to get in touch with. They have such a ridiculous name, the Holy Light Society. I guarantee that if I let the combat robots debut, our troubles will never end. I can't kill everyone, right? Kuihua nodded, suddenly understanding, walked up to Ren Yuan from behind and massaged his shoulders. By the way, I haven't given you this yet. Ren Yuan handed Kuihua the pad he took from the room. Wow, there really is one. Thank you. Ren Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, This thing is in almost every home. It's easy to find. By the way, did you see what I gave you? What? A projector? Not yet. No, I'm talking about a small wooden box with a test tube inside. Kuihua returned to the trunk, took out the box, and handed it to Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan opened the box and took out a test tube. This looks like... Wait. Kuihua took out a mobile phone-like device from her bag and scanned the vial. It was an inactivated zombie virus, but it was far from suitable for human use. Direct injection would likely result in death. Zombie virus? It was definitely useless. Ren Yuan thought it was something else, but after so much time, it turned out to be a zombie virus. The test tube didn't matter, but the projector did. The contents were so shocking that Ren Yuan couldn't help but open it again to take a closer look. There were also drawings showing the construction progress. The dragon's frame was already being assembled, with a large fusion reactor mounted on each wing. However, the fusion research papers showed a superconducting tokamak coil, perhaps the only device ever created by mankind that comes as close to control of thermonuclear reaction. It uses electromagnetic fields to control a continuously compressed thermonuclear reaction process. But the energy generated by thermonuclear combustion is so great that it burns out all components that generate the electromagnetic field, causing the reactor to shut down. Maximum time. The tokamak operation time, which people had been researching before the apocalypse, from the ignition of thermonuclear fusion to thermonuclear burning, was only 150 seconds, which was already the limit. The projector contained not only the drawings and design parameters, but also a plan for a device for controlled thermonuclear fusion. There was no specific plan, just a few photos and a name. The first photo was of a foreigner. The photograph was very old and greyish, as if it had been taken in the last century. The man in the photograph was Rainer Weiss, a physicist who studies gravity and graduated from Sparrow Institute of Technology in Mile. This man had once proposed a theoretical concept for the artificial creation of gravity. He did not specify a specific method for implementing it, but only stated that he was conducting research in this area. The second photo was taken in a lab. It shows a large mechanical component. The small print on it explains the name of the device: Gravitational Confinement Control Device. It is the only known method of generating energy, other than the tokamak electromagnetic field control device, that can sustain nuclear fusion for a long time. No other. But gravity confinement has always been a patent of nature. People could only think about it. No one knows whether the device in the photograph is successful. After all, it seems to have been a long time since it was successful. Otherwise, people would have entered the space age long ago. The last picture is of a house. A very ordinary wooden house, taken, apparently, on a farm. At the bottom of the photo, there is also a caption, Bern Weiss, son of Rainer Weiss. The photo shows a house, but underneath it there is a name, clearly indicating that the person is inside. Blue Star Time, June 28, 2018. Logically, this is a top-secret plan that Ren Yuan could hardly see. But he saw it, and it makes me think, Something happened to whoever was keeping the projector. Maybe they originally planned to hold the meeting in this villa, but who knew that the virus would break out, creating an inevitable situation? Moreover, 3 years have passed since the plan was made. So who knows whether they implemented it at all? Perhaps an improved version was developed, but one thing is certain: the reactor problem is still not solved. Turning off the projector, Ren Yuan sighed and said, "Do I know too much? It doesn't matter. No one knows that I know so much. Hua hua, I'm hungry. Then I'll go make dinner. But I only have eggs and rice left, and there's almost nothing left in the car." After dinner, Ren Yuan felt uneasy. After thinking about it, he decided to leave. There weren't many people. After driving a little, he saw a small village ahead. Most of the houses were still made of clay. In the land of dragons of the 21st century, such villages are rare. The houses were made of clay mixed with dry straw. The roofs were covered with straw or other waterproof material, and some were even covered with polyethylene film. The village was deserted, and there were no zombies either. It seemed as if no one had lived here for a long time. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the CCTV footage, turning away from the bus. It was wearing patched clothes, a bun on its head, and barely noticeable fabric shoes. "So you are from the East China Sea, huh? Could you please get off the bus and talk?" Ren Yuan was momentarily at a loss. It was so late at night that anyone who didn't know might mistake him for a ghost, and Ren Yuan had been afraid of such things since he was a child, thanks to his rich imagination. He swallowed and remained silent, not taking his eyes off the figure in the CCTV footage. The figure turned around. It was an old man with a long beard. He patted his hand and pointed at the bus. "Don't look. I'm not a ghost. Don't worry, young friend. If you need anything, just say so." Ren Yuan didn't dare get off the bus. The situation was truly too strange. "I've been waiting here for several days." "Waiting for me?" "Yes." "Young friend, could you come down and talk?" The old Taoist invited him, but Ren Yuan still decided not to go out. It was better to avoid such situations. "Young friend, have you been having troubles lately? There is something on this bus. Throw it away and everything will be fine." The old Taoist smiled as he looked at the bus. "What? The head. I can feel its presence." "What? The head? What head? Ha ha ha." The old Taoist laughed silently. "The head? Where did this head come from?" Could it be? Ren Yuan glanced at the black box on the passenger seat. It contained the head of the Kunlun Corpse King, who had been hiding and had not been dealt with in time. Hearing the old man's words, Ren Yuan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "Shishun, throw it away." Shishun picked up the box, entered the bus, opened the double doors, threw it away, and closed the doors again. Seeing the box fly out of the bus, the Taoist nodded and said, "I did my best. Come out, Commander Lin." A familiar figure appeared from the thatched hut to the left of the old man. "See you soon, little Ren." Lin Miao smiled as he looked at the bus. It looked good. "Commander Lin, how did you know I was coming here?" "Ha ha ha ha, this proves that we are destined to meet. I just saw the light and thought it was one of the survivors, but when I got closer, I realized it was you. I heard from Lu Yang that you seemed to be avoiding us, so I asked the Taoist to set you up. You okay?" "Commander Lin, how can I help you?" Ren Yuan asked helplessly. "Can I come in and talk? It's terribly cold outside." Lin Miao wrapped his military coat tighter around himself. Ren Yuan got off the bus and followed Lin Miao into the thatched hut. A single candle was burning, its faint flickering adding warmth to the room. Let's go have some tea. I have nothing else." Lin Miao poured Ren Yuan a cup of tea. "By the way, allow me to introduce myself. This is Ren Yuan, Xiao Ren, and this is Taoist Qingfeng. Nice to meet you, friend." Qingfeng clenched his fists and bowed to Ren Yuan. "Nice to meet you." Taoist Qingfeng, why are you here? Didn't you go north?" Ren Yuan asked, looking at Lin Miao. "There are problems in the north. Lu Yang is now the reserve headquarters. The Northerners are evacuating to Luoyang. Why? Because of the zombies? No, because of the animals. A huge number of wild animals, most of which are wolves. We call them mutant wolves. The speed and strength of these wolves are 4 to 5 times greater than that of normal wolves. They are invulnerable to any bullets of caliber less than 10 millimeters, Lin Miao said solemnly. Ren Yuan suddenly remembered the cow, which was also a mutant. Animals evolve faster and deeper than humans after being infected with the virus. Of course, the zombie king still poses the greatest threat. Lin Miao took a sip of tea and continued. The northern base is being attacked every day. We are not afraid of large-scale attacks. This is just another bomb. But a surprise attack? Lin Miao was stunned, then waved his hand and smiled. Yes and no. It is a surprise attack, but it is more like guerrilla warfare. As if they have a clear battle strategy. They will not attack fortified positions, but will constantly sneak up on supply convoys. This is too strange, Qing Feng interrupted. Wolves are intelligent predators, and packs are even smarter. Each pack has a military advisor who is always with the Wolf King. This military advisor is usually skinny or has birth defects, but is extremely smart, cunning, and fierce. Lin Miao was also stunned and then said, I don't know if they have a military advisor, but they are incredibly cunning. Can their lair be found? Just drop a big bomb on them, Ren Yuan said. It's not that simple. They can break up into small groups. The entire wolf pack is scattered throughout the north, and from what we've seen, they've developed a primitive system of hierarchical management. This is outrageous. Ren Yuan was afraid that Lin Miao would say that these wolves could shoot. Wait, if you say there's danger in the north, then why are you here? Ren Yuan frowned as he looked at Lin Miao. I came for Taoist Qing Feng. Taoist Qing Feng is an old friend of mine. He contacted the Luoyang military region via radio. I came here after hearing the news. So all those who escaped from Jinling are in Luoyang. Lin Miao shook his head and replied, Not in Luoyang, but on the border between Zhongzhou and Luoyang. There are already at least 1,000 king-level zombies in Luoyang City. What? Ren Yuan suddenly stood up. He just escaped from Luoyang, and his forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. Did you go to Luoyang? Lin Miao stared at Ren Yuan with wide eyes and continued, Thank God, you are okay. Ren Yuan now understood why they left such important information as the projector in Luoyang and did not go after it. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, it was that they didn't have the opportunity. Lin Miao looked at Ren Yuan and said, It's great that you're here. Could you give us 2 old people a ride? Our escort won't arrive until the day after tomorrow, so you're just in time. Ren Yuan thought for a moment and said, Okay, but I won't do it for free. You have to... Ren Yuan rubbed his hands. Why didn't I realize last time that you were like this? We did all this for the country. I just asked you to give me a ride, and you actually demanded a reward. Lin Miao was like a cat whose tail was stepped on and was furious. How dare you bring this up last time? I almost died in Jinling. What did I say? Last time, I treated it as a gift. There is no need to discuss anything this time. Ren Yuan was angry. Okay, stop arguing. This is just a reward, right? What do you want, young man? Let's see if I can give it to you, Qing Feng said hurriedly. Ren Yuan rolled his eyes and continued. And also, you have to pay for the vaccine. I don't need money, just give me materials of equal value. Lin Miao opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. He actually survived thanks to the vaccine Ren Yuan gave him, and the military district has already started testing the remaining antibodies in his blood. Regardless, he got a great deal. Good. Tell me what you want. Ren Yuan nodded and said, Food, vegetables, fruits, frozen meat, anything will do. High-quality ingredients would be great. High-quality ingredients? You dream. There's a garden outside the window. You can pick whatever you want. Lin Miao waved his hand. Vegetable garden? Ha. I planted this when I was tired and bored from meditating. I usually eat by myself. Now that I'm leaving, I'll give it all to you. Consider it your reward. Then I'm ashamed. Ren Yuan rubbed his hands and smiled. Ren Yuan drank the tea from the cup in one gulp, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Good tea, Taoist. I roasted it myself, and the tea leaves were picked from the street," Taoist Qingfeng said, after taking a sip of tea. Lin Miao poured Ren Yuan another cup and asked with a smile, "Have you met anyone?" "Of the survivors in Luyang." Ren Yuan took the tea that Lin Miao handed him, took a sip, and replied, "Yes, a man and a woman, or a man and a woman." Ren Yuan put down his cup, knocked his hand on the table and asked, "Do you have friends in Luyang?" Lin Miao lowered his head and replied, "My old friend's daughter, her daughter, and her daughter's boyfriend. Before the apocalypse, I, an old friend, was constantly busy with military affairs and could not return home to be with them. After the apocalypse, there was no such opportunity." Ren Yuan suddenly remembered those two bodies hugging each other. "No way. Could you please elaborate? Where exactly? Or what characteristics do they have?" Lin Miao thought for a moment and said, "This woman is very beautiful." "Beauty? How can you tell if she is beautiful after all this baseness?" "More precisely, as if they live in a villa," Ren Yuan said cautiously. Lin Miao stood up abruptly and looked at Ren Yuan. "Have you seen them?" Ren Yuan rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Then there is no need to ask. They are dead." Lin Miao stood for a long time with mouth open, not saying a word. The air in the room froze. Ren Yuan had no choice. He couldn't lie with his eyes open. This was really very unfair. Why? Why is that? Ren Yuan was about to say something when Taoist Qingfeng, who was standing next to him, grabbed Ren Yuan's hand and whispered, "His friend never had a daughter. This is his daughter." "Then why?" Taoist Qingfeng waved his hand again, interrupting Ren Yuan. Then he stood up, walked to the door, turned around and said to Ren Yuan, "Leave him alone." They stood outside the house for a long time without saying a word. The Taoist reached out and took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He pulled out 2 crumpled cigarettes from the pack, smoothed them out in his hand, and handed one to Ren Yuan. "This, Taoist priest, you have broken your vows. Aren't you forbidden to smoke?" Qing Feng squinted at Ren Yuan and said, "This is a monk, not a Taoist priest. We Taoists believe in following our hearts and achieving immortality. Although I have not heard of anyone achieving immortality, we still have very few rules. The rules are meant to restrain those who lack self-control. For the truly immortal, there are no rules. Everything depends on their own decisions." Taking a drag on his cigarette, Qing Feng continued, "And who's to say that cigarettes are bad? Who's to say that alcohol is bad? Things in themselves are not good or bad. Only the human heart is bad." Ren Yuan's lips twitched, but he remained silent. He did not know what to say. Qing Feng had really changed his view of Taoism. Old Man Lin was an unfortunate man. He had just lost his son, and now his daughter. He had illusions about his daughter, but you shattered them. How could I know that the friend's daughter he was talking about was actually his daughter? "The root of this matter is not my fault," Ren Yuan explained. "Well, it's not your fault. Old Man Lin did it on purpose. He was afraid that people would not tell him the truth if he said that she was his daughter. But sometimes the truth is the most unpleasant and most likely to disappoint." Ren Yuan rubbed his hands and asked, "Master, can you tell fortunes?" Qing Feng turned around abruptly, and the long ash from the dying cigarette in his hand fell onto his pudding-stained cuff. "A fortune? How reliable do you think it is? At least none of my predictions came true. I don't know why." Qing Feng narrowed his eyes. Ren Yuan hesitated for a moment. The answer was a little ridiculous, but at the same time, very true. When a Taoist asks how reliable fortune-telling is, how should one answer? At least Ren Yuan was speechless. How ironic. "Ha-ha, master. You have a good sense of humor," Ren Yuan said with an awkward laugh. Qing Feng threw the burnt fortune-telling stick to the ground and stepped on it with his torn shoe. He turned around, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Ren Yuan, right? I, an old Taoist, also played with him in my youth and enjoyed it. In my youth, like you, I was also interested in the accuracy of fortune-telling. So, after becoming an Orthodox Taoist, I did my own fortune-telling. To date, I have read a total of 3,386 fortune-tellings myself. You ask if they are accurate? Agree? Okay, enough. Ren Yuan quickly stopped the Taoist who was about to leave. It seemed that these 3,600 plus fortune tellings had caused him so much pain that they had become a black shadow in his heart. The Taoist looked to be about 50 or 60 years old. If he tidied up his hair and beard, he would look 10 years younger. Ren Yuan peeked into the room to see Lin Miao, who looked back, sighed, and said, "Come in." "It's okay." Ren Yuan patted Taoist Qing Feng on the shoulder and bowed his head, inviting him in. Lin Miao looked a little haggard. His face was less energetic than before, as if he was seriously ill. How did they die? Ren Yuan scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Should he tell the truth? If he did, Lin Miao would pass out. Lin Miao seemed to sense Ren Yuan's uneasiness and waved his hand. "It's okay. Tell me. I'm ready." "It seems your daughter's boyfriend had cancer and committed suicide. I saw his suicide note, but then I saw 2 bodies. Your daughter's, I'm not sure. I didn't pay much attention to it. At least she didn't turn into a half-dead zombie. That's enough." Lin Miao sighed. After a moment of silence, Lin Miao looked at Ren Yuan strangely and said, "Then you must have been to my house too, right?" Yes. Ren Yuan didn't hide anything. There was no need for it, and he was not afraid of Lin Miao knowing about his projector. "What did you see?" Lin Miao asked cautiously. "Flying Dragon. This is the first generation, put into production very early. After decades of hard work, the foundation was finally built, but there were always problems with energy. Later, I won't go into details, but now we have a second generation. And, according to Liu Jianguo's description, the technology used in the fusion reactor in your car is the best way to limit nuclear reactions." Ren Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly and finally returned to the original point. After all, the problem must have started with the bus. "We will not ask about the origin of your bus. We have given special permission not to requisition it by force and not to disturb your good relations with the military. If you're willing to let our research team explore the reactor, we're willing to provide you with all the materials and everything else we need." "Really?" "Honestly, I'm willing to run. I can say that there is only one such specimen on the blue planet. I cannot reveal its origin. It was extremely difficult to obtain." Lin Miao waved his hand and firmly stated, "No way. In fact, even if you don't give us the opportunity to investigate, we won't take any action against you." "There's no need for that." "Oh? What do you mean? The idea of using gravity confinement for nuclear fusion was proposed long ago on the blue planet, and a very simple prototype had already been built. It just died for some reason, and the death was very sudden. The official German response was a laboratory explosion, and the resulting fire destroyed all the research data. But just last year, our agents in Europe intercepted intelligence that pointed to a large German family. This family played a very important role in the entire history of Germany. Intelligence indicates that the scientist who proposed gravity confinement has a son and most likely has all the information about the experiment. The authenticity of this information is very reliable." Ren Yuan frowned and asked, "Are you talking about Bern Weiss?" "Yes. You saw that after the apocalypse began, the authorities sent special forces to Germany to search for this information. A total of 8 teams were sent out, but unfortunately, none of them were able to leave the Dragon Country." "They flew by land?" "Why not by plane?" Ren Yuan asked. "By plane? Let's not talk about his endurance and problems with flying. What about landing?" "Airports are unlikely to have clean runways. No one can say for sure whether there are zombies at the airport, and who can say for sure whether there are still German officials there? What if we get shot down? Because of the Zombie King, electromagnetic signals across the blue planet are completely chaotic. Phones don't work, and even satellites sometimes fail to relay signals. We have no choice but to fly overland." "What if we fly over and parachute out?" No, that won't work either. Before Lin Miao could refute Ren Yuan's question, Ren Yuan himself refuted it. Parachuting? That's not parachuting, that's inviting death, jumping from a great height. This will only allow more zombies to see them and wait on the ground to catch them. Lin Miao rolled up his sleeves and checked the time by candlelight. It was almost dawn. Let's get ready to go without further ado. We'll talk about the rest on the way. Good. Taoist priest, do you have a shovel or something? Lend it to me. Taoist priest Qingfeng pointed to the door and said, Behind the door, there are basically all sorts of farming tools. You can use whatever you like. Ren Yuan picked out a shovel and then pulled out a bamboo basket from under the table. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know where the vegetable garden was. The Taoist priest. Qingfeng understood what Ren Yuan wanted to ask. He poured himself some tea and, without raising his head, said, There will be a small alley on the right when you go out. Go to the end. It will be on the right. If your car fits, you can take everything. I may not have the chance to come back, so you do what you want. Qingfeng's voice sounded a little lonely and hesitant, and his gaze was incomprehensible to Ren Yuan. I, a Taoist priest, have traveled the world with my master since I was 13. At that time, the situation in the country was extremely tense. Taoists were not allowed to wear clothes. Isn't that funny? But monks could sit quietly in their temples. As an orthodox sect with over 2,000 years of heritage in the land of the dragon, we are inferior to a foreign teaching with less than 1,000 years of history. Truly ironic. But in essence, it is because we are too relaxed, without desires and ambitions, striving only for immortality. In good times, I retreat to the mountains. In difficult times, I help people. Perhaps because he had already lived more than half of his life, the Taoist priest was now full of emotion. Ren Yuan leaned the handle of his shovel against the door as he listened to Taoist Qingfeng tell him about his past experiences. My teacher died at the hands of the very people he had once wanted to save. That year, during the hottest days of summer, my teacher and I were passing through Luoyang. We came across a group of children playing in the water near a river outside the city. One of them slipped and fell. My teacher saw us, immediately undressed, jumped into the water and saved the child. At that time, we all wore rags over our Taoist robes, and my teacher took off his rags when he jumped into the water to save the child. Wiping away his tears, Qingfeng continued. The child was already dead when he was pulled out. My teacher immediately took out a silver needle, opened the Hegu and Taichung acupuncture points, and pinched the tip of my tongue with a branch and pulled it out of my mouth. By this time, the other children had already called for help. Seeing my teacher and I doing acupuncture while the other one pinched my tongue, they mistook us for human traffickers. 4 or 5 peasants immediately came and grabbed me and my teacher. The child just started to react, but as soon as I let go, his tongue was sucked into his mouth, blocking his throat. No matter how much the teacher and I explained, they refused to believe us. In the end, the child died, and my teacher and I were identified as human traffickers. And the other children didn't say anything? Didn't they see your teacher jumping down to save people? Ren Yuan asked in confusion. Qingfeng smiled sadly and said, Ha ha, they didn't explain anything to us. Instead, they followed the example of adults and pointed out that my master and I were human traffickers. Rumors are a scary thing. When everyone thinks that we are human traffickers, then that's how it is. In the end, my master and I were hanged on a large carob tree. In the end, my master was exhausted, his arms were dislocated, and he died of pain. I, on the other hand, was relying on my youth to hold on for a little while longer. When I thought I was dying, I happened to meet Lin Miao, who was visiting his family. He let me down. Qingfeng's voice trembled. But my master still didn't survive. He's gone. I still remember what my master told me before he died. He said, Don't blame them. It's fate. No one can escape it. Indeed, these are truly stupid people. Ren Yuan also thought that Master Qingfeng's death was too insignificant. Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, Later, when those children grew up, they told the truth. But what's the use? The people were already dead. Some make mistakes and only receive a few insults, while others are hung on trees. I have always been here. I am here, waiting for their apology, waiting to correct the master's injustice. See, this is a carob tree. The tree is as old as I am. Ching Feng pointed to the west. Ren Yuan ran out of the room to look. Indeed, there was a carob tree, but it looked withered and would soon wither. The entire village looked completely deserted, as if no one lived there. Ren Yuan returned to the room, looked at Ching Feng and asked, "Where are the villagers? Didn't you say there were others?" Ching Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and he replied, "Dead. 87 people in the village died in accidents within a year. At first, I thought it was Ching Feng's fault, but after investigation, it turned out that it was not. They all died in accidents. Someone got into a car accident, someone drowned, and someone even choked while eating." Lin Miao, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Damn, does it really have to be that scary? Why do I feel like it's Taoist Ching Feng's teacher who is taking revenge?" Ching Feng shook his head and said, "No, teacher would never do something as senseless as revenge. It's cause and effect. What goes around, comes around." Lin Miao knocked on the table and said, "The investigation didn't go very smoothly at first. I remember the last defendant was named Zhao Daiyong. At that time, this incident caused a big stir in the police. Even the 507th Institute was dispatched to the scene, but there was no result. Do you know how Zhao Daiyong died? It was exactly 5 o'clock in the evening on June 20th, 1987. It was lunchtime for the police officers of Luoyang Municipal Government. At 10 minutes past 5, a guard brought Zhao Daiyong a lunch bag. When the guard returned to the room where Zhao Daiyong was at 20 minutes past 5, he was already dead. The medical examiner quickly took the body for an autopsy. The results showed that Zhao Daiyong died of suffocation. The medical examiner found a large amount of rice in his throat and trachea. Taoist Ching Feng sighed and said, "In any case, it's over, and I have to go. Although I can't help you much, I can still earn some money. Xiaoren, go pick vegetables in the garden." Ching Feng still has no intention of returning. Taoist Ching Feng's garden was not rich in harvest, but there was plenty of harvest, at least not enough for the bamboo basket Ren Yuan carried. Mostly cabbage, some peppers, eggplants, and even green onions. After cleaning up the Taoist's garden, Ching Feng, Ren Yuan stood at the entrance of the thatched hut and said, "Let's go, you two." Taoist Ching Feng was still wearing his tattered Taoist clothes. Lin Miao was wrapped in her military cloak, and only Ren Yuan was wearing a thin jacket, but he was not cold at all. Cold. "Hey, young man, don't you cold?" Taoist Ching Feng looked at Ren Yuan in surprise. Ren Yuan, clutching the bamboo basket, couldn't turn around, so he slightly tilted his head and said, "I'm cold. Are you looking at me with a bamboo basket? I don't care. Get on the bus. Hua hua, open the door." "This bus, young man, must have cost a lot of money, right?" Taoist Ching Feng said, touching the bus's armor. "Yes, I spent almost all my savings." Lin Miao sneered. "Are you the only one who still has savings? There's only 36 wen on the bank card. And savings. Are you checking me?" Ren Yuan looked at Lin Miao in surprise. At this moment, the bus door suddenly swung open, and Kuihua reached out to Ren Yuan to take the bamboo basket. "Wow, what a beautiful girl." "Your girlfriend?" Ching Feng asked, looking at Ren Yuan. "Teacher, wait a minute. Answer my questions first, and then check me." Lin Miao spread his hands and said, "I really want to know your background, but the system has failed. We can only find out your address and bank card information. We found out through the loan information. We want to know more, but the conditions do not allow it. So tell me, even if you have to take out a loan of 5,000 wen, where will you get the savings to buy a car? You can say you picked it up or robbed it. Whatever you think, I want to tell you, don't touch my profits. Oh, it's cold outside. Can we get in the car and talk? Why don't we just talk?" Taoist Ching Feng asked with a grin. The car had a constant temperature, so Ren Yuan at least didn't feel either cold or hot. How warm. Sit wherever you want. If you get tired, there's a sofa and a bed in the back. Ren Yuan immediately walked into the cabin without paying any attention to them. Hua Hua, cook something. Freshly picked eggplant, stewed eggplant? Okay. Ren Yuan started the bus and headed back to Luoyang. If he hadn't met Lin Miao here, Ren Yin would have headed straight to the heart of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou's agriculture was very developed, with a wide variety of fruits, vegetables and melons. But it was really difficult to travel there now. According to Lin Miao's description, Luoyang military region was built on the border of Luoyang and Zhongzhou, on the north bank of the Huai River, not far from it, which provided easy access to water. After driving for about 40 minutes, Ren Yuan already saw the Huaihe River. The entire southern bank of the river was surrounded by a powerful city wall. A bridge, presumably recently built, was thrown across the river. However, as he approached the southern bank, the bridgehead rose up, its deck supported by 8 thick metal cables. It was a drawbridge. It certainly provided good protection against zombies. This time, Lin Miao didn't have to get off the bus to greet him. As the bus approached the drawbridge, the bridge began to lower, and at the same moment, the city gates slowly opened behind it. The gates were made entirely of metal, jagged and dented, as if cast from a single piece. Inside stood 8 soldiers in chemical protection suits, each of them, who carried a canister of disinfectant on their backs and sprayers in their hands. The one in front told Ren Yuan to start the bus. As soon as the bus had completely entered the city gate, the drawbridge slowly rose and the gate closed. 8 hazmat fighters began to disinfect the bus. Because of its size, the disinfection took about 40 minutes. Okay, get out of the car. The people also need to be disinfected. Lin Miao led them and got out. Ren Yuan followed, and Kuihua stayed in the car. Getting out of the car, Kuihua thrust a pill into Ren Yuan's hand. Black, so light that it was unnoticeable. Take it. This is an instant messaging system. If you call me unexpectedly, I will destroy this place. Don't doubt me. My abilities in vaccine research are the same as in virus research. Kuihua looked at Lin Miao as she was talking to Ren Yuan. Lin Miao was stunned, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Ren Yuan touched Kuihua's head and said, "Be smart, wait for me." After taking the pill Kuihua gave him, Ren Yuan followed Lin Miao and Qing Feng into Cement House. The floor of the room was covered with a non-slip surface, and there were 4 sewer hatches in the 4 corners. The whole room was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The ceiling was densely packed with shower heads. When the 3 of them entered, the soldier in the hazmat suit closed the door. The room was illuminated by purple tubes, and disinfectant began to spray from the shower heads. "Take off your clothes," Lin Miao said. "It's time to be honest," Taoist Qing Feng joked. The smell was unpleasant, and Ren Yuan regretted that. Came in, but now that things had gotten so bad, all he could do was hold his breath and pray for the disinfection to end soon. The disinfection lasted 5 minutes. The shower head stopped spraying disinfectant and started pumping clean water. The water was warm, like a shower. Ren Yuan himself had not washed himself for a long time. While Ren Yuan was enjoying the warm water, he suddenly heard a strange sound. There was a creaking sound, the sound of water spots rubbing against each other, the sound of a scraper. Ren Yuan turned his head and squinted to see that it was Taoist Qing Feng rubbing his stomach. "Oh, Qing Feng, why are you so embarrassed? This is a disinfection room. I'll find a place for you to take a shower when you come in. Don't embarrass yourself now," Lin Miao said with a sneer. Ren Yuan also laughed. This Qing Feng was very down to earth, not at all immortal. However, this old man seemed strange. He had a large tattoo on his back that was not very visible in the light. Ren Yuan was about to go closer to take a closer look when suddenly the water stopped and the door on the other side of the room opened. 2 men in suits appeared at the door. Lin Miao came out first. He nodded to the men, and they didn't react when Qing Feng passed by. But as soon as Ren Yuan left the room, the 2 men bowed slightly at the same time and extended their hands. "Welcome to Luoyang Base, Mr. Ren." Ren Yuan extended his hand and shook them. Hello, but could you please? Would you like to get dressed first? Please." They made an inviting gesture at the same time. The fitting room was a small, partitioned space filled with a black suit and underwear that looked brand new. Wow, they look expensive, Ren Yuan muttered. Ren Yuan had never worn a suit before. There was a mirror in the small room, but it only reflected the upper half of his body. Ren Yuan looked at the mirror and felt handsome. He felt that he had never looked so handsome. When he left the room, Qingfeng and Lin Miao were already waiting for him outside. Qingfeng changed into clean, casual clothes, but his hair was loose and he looked a little disgusting. Lin Miao put on a military uniform. The big star on his shoulder was shining. "Mr. Ren, please follow me." The two men in black suits motioned to him at the same time. "Come with them first. I'll find you later." "Qingfeng, come with me. They want to see you," Lin Miao said, looking at Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan nodded without saying a word and followed them out of the locker room. Outside, there was a car with a banner that said it was made in China. One of the men got into the car, and the other opened the door for Ren Yuan. The door was thick, very thick, at least 30 centimeters thick. It must be bulletproof. What was it? A bulletproof car? Yes. "There's a fridge in the back with wine, drinks, and water. Help yourself." After another man in a black suit got into the passenger seat, the driver started the car. The car was moving smoothly, but it still couldn't catch up with the bus. Outside was a vast expanse of buildings, mostly concrete, with a few smaller ones. It took about 15 minutes before the car finally stopped. The entire base was huge. A man in a black suit stood up from the passenger seat and opened the door for Ren Yuan. "Mr. Ren, we have arrived. Please get out. Where are we? Where are we going?" It was just an empty lot, only concrete. Suddenly, the ground ahead began to slope away, revealing a square passage. The man in the black suit hurried down. Ren Yuan followed him. About 5 meters down was a row of doors, about 10 in all, each with a display and a button. "Elevator 3, 7th floor." A man in a black suit came from the door. Ren Yuan was about to ask who he was talking to when the doors suddenly swung open and a mechanical female voice came out. "Elevator 3 is open." The man in the black suit did not enter. Instead, he turned and motioned for Ren Yuan to come over, waiting for him to come in. When the elevator doors opened again, Ren Yuan was stunned. It was not a basement, but a whole underground city, hollowed out from below, with reinforced concrete ceilings and metal supports every 10 meters. Several people stood at the elevator doors, led by a middle-aged man, about 40 or 50 years old, slightly plump, with a slicked-back hairdo and graying hair. Ren Yuan's pupils narrowed. "This is Long Guohua Long Guohua. Ha ha ha, we finally found you. The two academicians, Liu, have talked a lot about you." Long Guohua extended his right hand to Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan hurried over and shook his hand. "Hello, boss. Little Ren, I heard you've been avoiding us. Even the boss came to greet you. I'm afraid you'll be upset." Liu Jianguo asked sarcastically. "Huh? No, I'm not avoiding you." Ren Yuan shot Liu Jianguo a murderous look. Noticing his look, Liu Jianguo quickly waved it off. No, I misunderstood." He was still waiting for Ren Yuan's bus. Obviously, it was not a good idea to offend Ren Yuan now. "Ha ha ha," Long Guohua said with a slight smile. Okay. Haven't you had breakfast yet? Lin Miao heard that you rushed here at night. You did a good job." "Yeah, good." "I ate on the way." Ren Yuan waved his hand hurriedly. "Then rest first. There's no hurry." Ren Yuan was stunned. "Didn't you say you needed to talk to me? Are you in no hurry now?" This was clearly an example of him trying to hurt me, but Ren Yuan didn't dare say it out loud. Not out of fear, but out of respect. "It's okay. I'm not tired. I heard that you needed to talk to me, so let's get down to business first. After all, the current situation doesn't look too optimistic." Long Guohua shuddered slightly. Liu Jianguo, who was standing next to him, hurriedly said, "Aren't you tired? I'll show you something." Long Guohua glanced at Liu Jianguo, then at Ren Yuan. Seeing that Ren Yuan had no objection, he said, "Let's take a look first. Good idea. It's urgent for us." Liu Jianguo and Liu Jianjun walked ahead, and Long Guohua and Ren Yuan followed. About 10 meters away from the elevator, there was a cable car. It resembled those you see in zoos. It was electric and not very fast, but it was enough for underground space. About 10 minutes later, the car drove into the factory building. There were many people inside. Some were welding, some were assembling, some were supervising the work with drawings. In the middle of the building, something was covered with a tarpaulin, and its contents were unclear. The height of the object was about 3 meters. This is a workshop for the production of combat robots. We have recreated the combat robot that you destroyed in Jinling, down to the most complex components. But we still do not understand how it is powered. We're using the latest graphene batteries, but they only run the car for 5 minutes, Liu Jianguo said, pointing to the robot hanging from the car window. It's actually very similar to number 1, except for the uglier welds. Why don't you try zooming in? Battery? Increasing the battery would mean proportionally increasing the size of the robot, so adding batteries is pointless. So, what exactly is your power source? Don't tell me you installed a thermonuclear reactor inside the robot, Liu Jianjun exclaimed in surprise. Ren Yuan smiled faintly, patting the robot hanging on the lathe. It's not just energy technology, even basic technology is failing. If you want to produce large quantities of robots according to production standards, you will have to disassemble a lot of parts. Your current technology does not allow you to produce such high-precision combat robots in large quantities. If you force production, there will be many defective machines. Ren Yuan, of course, did not understand any of this, but Kuihua did. There was a chip in her head. Although not for combat, she knew the basics. Ren Yuan was about to say that he didn't know when Kuihua's voice rang out in his head. Basic technology? Are you saying that these robots are not up to standard? Liu Jianguo asked. Long Guohua also watched Ren Yuan with interest. Kuihua's intention was clear. She was trying to create an image of a super genius for Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan walked to the center of the factory and pulled back the canvas, revealing the majestic figure of the first. Compare for yourself. It's not just about energy and strength, the foundations are too far apart. Damn, where's my star-smashing sword? The star-breaking sword on the number 1 combat robot disappeared, leaving only the weapon. Long Guohua turned away in embarrassment, not daring to look Ren Yuan straight in the eyes, like a child who had taken someone else's thing. For Long Guohua, this was a very shameful act. Although he himself did not do it, his subordinates did, and he felt ashamed. Liu Jianguo asked indifferently, "Oh, you said that this great sword was requisitioned. What happened? Didn't you say not to requisition my things?" Ren Yuan glanced at Long Guohua with caution. Long Guohua, noticing Ren Yuan's gaze, coughed awkwardly and said sternly, "Who took the sword? Give it back immediately." His gaze clearly showed reluctance. Ren Yuan waved his hand and said, No, that's not what I meant. It's just a sword. I meant it's useless to you." "Why? It's just a sword. Isn't it for fighting? Can it be used to cook food?" Liu Jianjun rubbed his chin and asked, "Gentlemen, do you know that there is such an energy weapon? My sword can be recharged. After recharging, its power increases by more than 100 times. Ren Yuan asked helplessly. Hearing this, Long Guohua immediately turned to the person behind him, who quickly ran towards the factory gate. Energy weapon? Laser? Or electromagnetic technology? Neither. It's just energy. Highly concentrated, highly compressed energy. Did you take it apart? Ren Yuan noticed a scratch on the combat robot's joint. It looked old, indicating that someone had tried to dismantle it with violence. Yes, we tried, but we couldn't get it off no matter how hard we tried. There were no joints on the surface, no screws, no clamps, and it was too hard. Yes, I found this metal by accident. I won't go into the details of the production process now. It's too complicated. Okay, now you can tell me what you urgently need. Why do I feel like you're looking down on us? Liu Jianguo sighed. Not really, you're just not very smart, Ren Yuan teased. At this moment, a shirtless man walked through the factory gate. His tanned skin and a dozen abdominal muscles, as if testifying to his strength, walked in. Who is this? Ren Yuan stared at the man in surprise. Oh, let me introduce myself. This is Jiang, the former captain of the Army Special Tactical Survey Team and the first and only super soldier of the Dragon Country. Long Guohua smiled as he walked over, as if to show that he finally had some face. At this moment, Ren Yuan's gaze suddenly fell on the long cloth-wrapped object on his back. If nothing unexpected happened, it must have been the one who took the first one's sword. Jiang stepped forward, saluted, and stood behind him with his arms crossed. You said that this sword is an energy weapon? Liu Jiangguo asked, pointing to the cloth-wrapped star destruction sword on Jiang's back. Yes, it uses wireless energy transmission technology, a wave. The star destruction sword and the robot are equipped with equipment to receive this wave. I have a design concept and calculation formula for wireless transmission of energy. If necessary, we can transmit it directly visually. Hua's voice echoed in Ren Yuan's head. The main event had arrived. Everyone looked at Ren Yuan eagerly, waiting for him to explain how wireless energy transmission was accomplished. Liu Jiangguo froze for a moment, looking at Long Guohua and exclaiming, "Comrade!" Long Guohua held his breath and was silent for a moment before saying, "Comrade Ren Yuan, you are compatriot Lung, and I am sure that you are well aware of the current situation. The country needs you, and the people of Lung need you. Are you willing to help your country and your compatriots?" Long Guohua's words were so convincing that they sounded like a mantra in Ren Yuan's mind. Seeing Ren Yuan remain silent for a long time, Long Guohua sighed and said, "Let's eat first. Everything is ready. Let's go together." With these words, Long Guohua was the first to leave the factory gate. The black-robed bodyguard kissed Ren Yuan. Liu Jiangguo and Liu Jianjun also shook their heads as they followed Long Guohua out. Ren Yuan intended to share with him the concepts and formulas of wireless energy transmission that Hua had spoken of, but to put them into practice, he needed prerequisite. It was a thermonuclear reactor. Ren Yuan had the knowledge, but he couldn't build it. Hua also had no data, so Ren Yuan remained silent. The dining room was a spacious room with concrete walls, luxuriously decorated with ceiling lights. In the center was a long dining table, already laden with food, which could seat about a dozen people. Long Guohua waited at the door for a moment. Then, when he was level with him, he glanced at Ren Yuan and walked in. As soon as they entered, music began to play. A group of soldiers in military uniforms, holding various instruments, began to play. Everyone began to sing, and Long Guohua joined in. Ren Yuan was left alone, completely at a loss. What was going on? As an orphan from an orphanage, he had never seen anything like this before. This scene was too incredible for him. To call this dinner luxurious would be blasphemy. It was a state banquet. Above the dining table, there was a podium with a microphone. Next to the microphone stood a soldier with a tray and a cup. Long Guohua slowly walked to the podium and stood next to the microphone. He paused. There are no waiters here today, no luxurious decorations, and even the standard tableware is lacking. But we have organized all this with all our efforts. On behalf of Long Guo, I want to thank one person, Ren Yuan. He single-handedly saved 300,000 soldiers and civilians of Jinling and saved academician Chen Anyang. This led to a breakthrough in zombie virus research. Thank you, Comrade Ren Yuan. For some reason, Ren Yuan suddenly remembered the 318th and 319th regiments. No, it wasn't me. Ren Yuan activated the modification system. Combat Robot Number 1 was currently waiting for connection. Once the bus was within 30 kilometers of the robot, it would be able to connect via the modification system. After connecting Number 1 online, Ren Yuan gave a command, sending it to the restaurant. Inside the factory, the chest of Combat Robot Number 1 suddenly began to accumulate energy. From it, a blue light burst out. He left the factory at breakneck speed and arrived at the restaurant. Hua, download the CCTV footage from Jinling that day and have Number 1 show it. Okay. Suddenly, A blue light burst out from number one's chest, opening a virtual projection onto the open space to the left of restaurant. The 318th Regiment was stationed there that day. Brothers of the 318th Regiment, do you see that bus? They're going to put everything we've done today on display for all to see. There are no cowards in the 318th Regiment. Captain, we can't hold out any longer. Who else but me? The virtual image was so realistic that it felt like he was there, and Ren Yuan felt like he was back on that day. It's all my soldiers. Lin Miao looked at the projection screen with tears in his eyes. The restaurant was silent. Only the roars and screams could be heard from building number 1. In the picture, soldiers lined up in rows of 10, C4 in hand, rushing towards the zombies. No one retreated. No one looked back. Only that last scream remained. Even Long Guohua was stunned. He had never seen such a scene in Jinling. In front of him was only a fragment of data, the data of a dead soldier. But he did not know what the officers and soldiers of the 2 regiments had done. Now that Ren Yuan had restored the atmosphere of that time, everyone present was shocked. Brothers, let us flourish one last time. This is the highest honor. These were the last words Du Guobin of the 318th Regiment left to the world. He dedicated his life to the civilians behind him. The shot finally stopped on the scene where Chen Mingsheng leads the explosive team, rushing towards the zombies. By this time, the reactor had already been shut down. I can hardly imagine what kind of faith it was. What kind of faith could have made them die so resolutely without hesitation? Talk of glory? It's all fiction. Only by surviving can one know glory. Death is already behind them, and not one of them wavered. Ren Yuan said, pointing at Chen Mingsheng's back. So don't thank me, but them. They are heroes, and I don't deserve it. Everyone here can do the same. This is our responsibility, entrusted to us from the day we took it upon ourselves, Long Guohua said quietly. Sorry for letting you down, Ren Yuan said, pointing to the somewhat battered plates on the table. Ren Yuan noticed that Long Guohua's plate contained pressed biscuits. Most of them. Dishes had already been placed in the place assigned to him. It seemed as if the dinner party was about to fall apart. Everyone felt like there was a weight pressing on their chest, making it hard to even breathe. As for wireless power transmission, I have specific design concepts and data formulas, and I can even provide the blueprints. Ren Yuan paused, but continued. Receiver and transmitter. The transmitter absorbs the reactor's energy and transmits it to the receiver. The receiver receives the energy and transmits it to the installed equipment to ensure normal operation. It's very simple. We have a formula. You can easily figure it out. Ren Yuan frowned and continued. But all this presupposes a nuclear fusion reactor. Liu Jianguo suddenly asked, can a fission reactor transmit energy? No, wireless energy transmission depends on the purity of the energy itself. Transmission always has its own path, unless you want to turn Blue Planet into a giant nuclear radiation field. You need to use clean energy. Ren Yuan shook his head. Then, could you share the reactor's design concept and formula? No drawings needed, Liu Jianguo asked cautiously. Ren Yuan smiled wryly and replied, well, I didn't design this reactor. It's just mine. I don't have a specific design concept or formula. Not you? Someone else? Who is it? Can you tell us where it is? Liu Jianguo asked 4 questions in a row. It follows that they urgently need a reactor. Whether it is the large-scale Feilong aerospace launch platform or the practical application of wireless power transmission, both require the support of a fusion reactor. Without the reactor, everything else is irrelevant. I can shut down the reactor on the ship and let you watch the entire process. Once shut down, you will be able to inspect the core up close and study the principles of its construction. Whether you can build it or not is up to you. This is all I can do, but the condition is that the reactor cannot be damaged or dismantled. Is it possible to stop a nuclear reactor? Liu Jianjun cried out in amazement. If it can be started, then it can be stopped. The inability to stop him is simply a lack of technology. Okay, without further ado, let's go. Liu Jianguo said hurriedly as he ran out of the restaurant. Liu Jianguo and Liu Jianjun hurried to the exit. When they left, Ren Yuan was the only stranger in the restaurant. The rest were all soldiers in uniform. Ren Yuan, really? Not bad. I really like it. The old commander patted Ren Yuan on the shoulder. Huh? Ha ha ha. No, it's just a trifle. All for Long Guo. Long Guohua came down from the podium, stood in front of Ren Yuan, and bowed deeply. I understand what it means for you to expose all this. We will not let you down. Ren Yuan's actions really did risk life and property. The reason for all this can be attributed to a retired veteran, Ye Lan's husband, Wang Jianguo. It was a state banquet where no one touched chopsticks. It was the most humble banquet, but it also marked the most important event since the founding of the Dragon Country. After bidding farewell to Long Guohua and the group of veteran generals, Ren Yuan returned to the surface. Long Guohua and his men faced no less difficulties than Liu Jianguo. The evacuation from the north was not easy. The beasts had evolved again, making normal firepower ineffective. Consequently, any wolf attacks now required missiles. Missiles, unlike bullets, were inexpensive. They were expensive to produce and supplies were limited. The number of missiles lost, damaged, and used was decreasing every day, and production lines were running low. Demand was already outstripping supply, and sooner or later, the ammunition would run out. It would be the end of the world. The bus had already pulled up to the entrance of the base below. When Ren Yuan approached, the door opened and Kuihua came out. Hua, you worked hard. It's not difficult. Kuihua was a clone, possessing human emotions. She was uneasy being on the bus all the time. When they arrive, I'll take you out for a while. I heard there is a supermarket here. Let's go shopping. Kuihua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Okay. Then she naturally took Ren Yuan's hand. Ren Yuan was stunned. It made them look like a young couple. Kuihua looked like she was just starting to fall in love. Hua, what do you think about love? Ren Yuan asked hesitantly. I think the same as you. I am an ordinary person, just with an intellectual chip in my brain and organs powered by an energy source. Otherwise, I'm no different from an ordinary person. You see, I have a body too. She squeezed her hand as she said this. It's okay. I was just asking. The two stood outside and waited for a while, and soon a large group of scientists in white coats emerged from the underground base. Is that an atomic bus? It looks very powerful. Don't be silly. I heard this opportunity didn't come easy to us. Should I ask? Do we need to ask for something that the country needs? How is that even logical? Shut up and don't talk nonsense. If I hear you say that again, you can go live in a civilian zone. I don't want any troublemakers in my group. Liu Jianguo turned his head and said sternly. After scolding his subordinates, Liu Jianguo smiled and looked at Ren Yuan. Haha, these are all from our research group. Let's get started. He was about to board the bus, but Ren Yuan held out his hand to stop him. Choose 4 people to board. No one else can. The bus is too small, and it won't be able to maneuver with so many people. Besides, who will be responsible if something gets damaged? Well, Liu Jianguo frowned and said, Can we film the process? Record the entire process and take it to the Institute for Research. Ren Yuan thought for a moment and said, Okay, I will not restrict your research. I will not go back on my word. But there's a saying you should know. Too many hands, too many hands. I don't want anything to happen to my bus. Liu Jianguo thought for a moment, then picked 2 people and boarded the bus with them. Shishun, reactor maintenance. The task is clear, reactor maintenance. Ren Yuan then ordered combat robot number 3 to get out and go into the open. Number 3, reload the sword that smashes. Stars. Mission accomplished. Recharge the Starbreaker sword. The reactor in the carriage suddenly began to accelerate. The wireless power transmission device inside the reactor seemed to turn into a vortex, frantically absorbing the energy generated by the reactor's nuclear fusion. The Starbreaker sword in Third's hand also glowed continuously, its light growing brighter and brighter until it appeared again. A lightsaber, more than 10 meters in diameter. The first one swung the Starbreaker sword furiously, and a white streak of light streaked across the sky into the distance. What is the principle? What is it? The 4 people gathered around the active zone scratched their heads. Renyuan thought for a moment and asked, "Do we need to restart the reactor right now?" Liu Zhengguo quickly waved his hand. No, there is no hurry. Go do what you need to do and don't worry about us. Don't worry, we won't do anything. Well then, we'll talk about it when I get back. Ren Yuan was extremely interested in the supermarket that Lin Miao had spoken of. The supplies that Lin Miao had promised verbally were right there, and Ren Yuan had been given permission to take whatever he wanted from there. Soon, a jeep drove up from afar. A soldier was driving, and Taoist Qingfeng was in the passenger seat. "Teacher, why are you here?" "Oh, I heard old man Lin say that you were going to the supermarket, so I just wanted to take advantage of your opportunity to go shopping," Taoist Qingfeng replied, stroking his beard. "Oh, I didn't think you were so modern. You even like going to the supermarket," with a smile. Renyun said, "Who said Taoists can't go to the supermarket? Who said I can't be a little more modern? Why on earth do you think a Taoist should be pure and otherworldly?" Taoist Qingfeng rolled his eyes. "I'm just curious." "Forgive me, Taoist priest." Ren Yuan smiled and clenched his fist. "Let's go. Hua Hua, get in the car. Let's go to the supermarket." The car drove a little and arrived at the foot of the city wall. The driver got out and talked to the soldiers guarding the gate. The guards opened the gate. "Where are we going?" The driver answered. "To the residential area. Luoyang Base is divided into military and civilian. This is done for better management. Ordinary soldiers may not like the militarized management. Therefore, the residential area is outside the military zone. The residential area has many more houses than the military zone, which is much smaller. Most people are in the underground base, and some live in tents on the surface. The supermarket is in the center of the residential area. There is a kiosk at the entrance, where several employees are handing out food. I eat this every day. I am going to throw up. Maybe you can try something else?" A middle-aged woman turned to the employees. "Sorry, sister, we really have nothing to replace this with. We also eat pressed cookies. We've only just started planting, so the fruits and vegetables aren't ripe yet. Even with the catalyst, it'll take another 2 weeks. Wait a little longer, and we'll have to make do with them for a few days," the employee explained sincerely. "Is this a supermarket? Why does it look like a refugee camp?" Ren Yuan asked in surprise. The driver muttered. "Actually, it's a refugee camp now. They recently held meetings to discuss how to accommodate civilians. They should set up a planting area at the base so that ordinary people could grow vegetables and at least become self-sufficient. Even pressed cookies are not enough. Eating everything is not a long-term plan." The driver's words were reasonable. The beasts in the north and the zombie kings in the southern city have now been captured. It would be difficult for ordinary people to survive outside the city gates. A self-sufficient system is indeed a long-term plan. At least they can't be kept idle all day. So here we are. Get out of the car. I'll take you there. Are you there yet? That's it? Ren Yuan asked in surprise. Come with me. This is everyone's dream now. Many want to get inside, but they can't. The driver showed his ID to the soldier at the entrance to the supermarket, who opened the gate. You go in. I won't go, the driver said, looking at Ren Yuan. It wasn't so much a supermarket as a warehouse, since the shelves inside were of the warehouse type. There were many boxes on the shelves, 8 rows, each of which stretched for several hundred meters, which seemed incredible. Above each row, there was a sign: essential goods, food, dried fruits, electronics, appliances, and so on. Wow! Ren Yuan exclaimed as he looked at the goods and suddenly felt irritated. There were too many of them. He couldn't carry much of them himself. Taoist Qingfeng looked at Ren Yuan and said, Don't be greedy. Enough is enough. Too much is just a burden. I know. I just think, never mind. Taoist, don't rush. Hua Hua, let's go there and take a look. Ren Yuan and Kuihua arrived at the convenience store. Many of the boxes were open, and some of the closed ones had labels on them, probably to make them easier to find. Take these pressed cookies. They are emergency supplies. I tried to find them, but I couldn't. I'll take 2 boxes later. Are they tasty? Why 2 boxes? Kuihua asked, confused. It's not about whether it's tasty or not. This stuff is good for satisfying hunger. Hua, look what you need. I'm looking for cola. Next time I'll find some chicken and make chicken wings with cola. I also have vinegar in this stuff. I'm almost out of everything. They should have everything you need. Look around. I'll go check the electronics and come back to rearrange them. Many of the electronics were in large boxes, mostly large appliances. Renyuan even noticed a large central air conditioner. Shh! A drone! Renyuan suddenly noticed a row of boxes labeled drone. Renyuan took one off and opened it. Inside was a Dayu drone. Before the apocalypse, Dayu produced 70% of Blue Star's drones. This was largely due to the high efficiency and low cost of Dayu drones, which some affectionately called Dayu ammunition. Dayu drones were used in large numbers on the battlefield. In the Yellow Sands region, troops armed with Dayu drones were a common sight. Take a few more, because the magnetic field of the explosion on the Blue Star is now everywhere, and if you are not careful, the aircraft will be destroyed or destroyed. Renyuan! Renyuan! Suddenly, several people in white coats rushed into the warehouse, looking around and shouting Renyuan's name. They seemed very anxious. Renyuan was choosing which drone model to take, and was startled by the sudden shout. He hurriedly grabbed the 2 boxes and headed towards the warehouse door. Are you Renyuan? The man was sweating and looked very anxious. Without waiting for Renyuan to respond, he picked him up and ran out. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't finished choosing yet. Renyuan was completely confused. The 2 of them were wearing white coats, but their clothes were different from Liu Jianguo and the others. No time to explain. Come with me. Ha! Renyuan shook off the hand and stood at the door of the warehouse. He looked at the man holding him and said, If you don't explain it clearly, I probably won't go with you. But the man clapped his hands and explained, Chen Anyang asked me to come and ask you. He's in trouble. Chen Anyang, the academic biologist? Renyuan thought for a moment before remembering that he was one of the 3 people he had saved from Jinling. What happened to him? Oh, please come with me first. I'll explain it to you on the way, okay? Renyuan saw that he was really worried and said to Kuihua, who was standing at the door of the warehouse, Tell the Taoist priest to wait for us here. You come with me. The Luyang base was relatively safe now. There were no reports of zombies approaching. If there was a problem, someone must be to blame. After instructing Taoist Qingfeng to wait, Renyuan and Kuihua got into the jeep. The ignition was left on, and the driver waited in place. As soon as Renyuan and Kuihua sat down, the jeep sped away. Tell me, what happened? Why are you so worried? Renyuan asked, frowning. Let's get down to business. Teacher Chen is working on an anti-zombie virus serum. I was just about to invite Teacher Chen to dinner, but when I sat down, he was already lying on the ground. The mask of his protective suit was covered in blood. Brown blood. Brown blood. He's dead. Renyuan frowned. No, not quite. His body is technically dead, but his mind and consciousness are still alive, Kuihua added. We have placed him in a separate dormitory. His only request is to see you. Me? Renyuan pointed to his nose. Kuihua whispered into Renyuan's ear. He is the creator of the Xiangjian vaccine. This Chen Anyang has been conducting experiments since he was in Jinling. Why is he still so restless in Luyang? Renyuan helplessly slapped his thigh. His pleasant day was interrupted again, and Renyuan felt helpless. But after all, this was someone else's territory, and he had already decided to leave the Luyang base at the end of the day. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of the underground city. The man in the white coat hurried to the elevator and swiped the map on the screen in front of him. The elevator doors opened immediately. He entered first, then held the door with his hand, waiting for Renyuan and Kuihua to go up. The lab was on the 8th floor, 1 floor lower than when Renyuan arrived today. In the morning. The car was already waiting for them. The laboratory was located at the very bottom of the 8th floor. There was no one within a kilometre of the laboratory, and the entire area was cordoned off with a transparent insulating cloth. Ren Yuan was about to lift the cloth and enter when a man in a white coat stopped him. "Wait, put on your hazmat suit before you go in." This isolation suit was a top-grade biochemical isolation suit with its own independent oxygen supply system, completely isolating it from the outside world. It was a little stuffy, and as soon as Ren Yuan put it on, he felt a rush of heat. "Okay, let's go." A man in a white coat led the way, pulling out about 7 or 8 cards along the way, each of which opened a different door. It was obvious that the level of danger here was high, and the military seemed to be taking it very seriously. Ren Yuan and Kuihua were taken to a dormitory. There were simple bunk beds with toiletries on top and bed linens underneath. Chen Anyang was lying on one of them. He looked pale, and even his breathing was ragged. The air he exhaled was clearly weaker than the air he inhaled. As he lay in bed, Chen Anyang seemed to hear someone enter and reached for his nightstand, feeling for his gold-rimmed glasses. Since our last meeting, it had only been a few days, but Chen Anyang, who stood before him, had already become a drug addict, just like a drug addict who had been suffering from addiction for a long time. After searching for a long time, he could not find his glasses. So the man in the white coat who brought Ren Yuan and the others came over and put the glasses in Chen's. "Anyang." Chen Anyang put on his glasses with a trembling voice, and his gaze brightened a little, but only for a moment. "You are here, Shutong. Go out first." The Shutong that Chen Anyang spoke of was the same man in the white coat who brought Ren Yuan and the others. Hearing Chen Anyang's words, Shutong seemed to want to say something, but Chen Anyang's eyes were full of determination. So he left anyway. After Shutong left, Chen Anyang leaned his hands on the mattress as if he wanted to raise himself up a little. But despite several attempts, he couldn't. Ren Yuan reached out and helped him up. "Thank you. No need." Ren Yuan looked at Chen Anyang, who looked like he was about to die, and asked, "What did you ask me to do?" Perhaps he just tried too hard to sit up. Chen Anyang was suffocated and unable to speak. After a long breath, he finally managed to regain his breath, swallowed, and said, "You injected me with the serum, so you also examined the serum." Ren Yuan nodded, but said nothing. "That's right. I have extracted a special substance from your blood that can completely inactivate the zombie virus. It inactivates only the part that penetrates human consciousness, preserving some of the zombies' special evolutionary abilities. It's incredible. I desperately need it, so I created a new synthetic substance. This substance also completely kills the zombie virus, but it kills it completely, leaving no room for evolution." After speaking for another 5 minutes, stammering and catching his breath, Chen Anyang continued, "I still haven't been able to reproduce this substance. It's like a safety valve. The serum kills the virus, but leaves behind a harmless part that allows the body to thrive. It's incredible. I don't think I can do it. What are you trying to say?" Ren Yuan frowned as he looked at Chen Anyang, whose eyes were lifeless. But Chen Anyang was lying on the bed as if he was dead, his chest no longer rising and falling, but his pupils were not dilated. "Hua, look, is he dead? Can he still be saved?" Kuihua took out a scanner from her bag and scanned Chen Anyang from head to toe. After looking at the results, she said to Ren Yuan, "He can't be saved. His organs have already rotted, and there is no need to re-examine them. Logically, he should have died long ago." "Oh, why? Let's go, Hua." Ren Yuan had just lifted his leg when Chen Anyang, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sighed, sat up, and grabbed Ren Yuan's hand. He was resurrected. Damn it. Chen Anyang, however, looked at Ren Yuan with pleading eyes and said, "Ren Yuan, save the Luyang base, save the Dragon Nation. The zombie mutation is just the beginning. If the Dragon Soul does not evolve and develop sufficiently, sooner or later the entire food chain will reject it. Then humanity will have no chance of survival." With these words, Chen Anyang, without a moment's hesitation, collapsed to the ground. His pupils began to dilate. Shu Tong, who was just about to enter, accidentally saw this scene. He immediately threw off the blanket and pounced on Chen Anyang. "Master, What's wrong with you? I told you that I could be a test subject. Why, why don't you agree? The experiment can go on without me, but without you it's over. It's gone. My condolences. Ren Yun sighed and walked out of the laboratory. When he left, a large group of people had already gathered outside, led by Long Guohua. Long Guohua looked at Ren Yuan with sadness, and Ren Yuan understood what he wanted to ask. He was gone. I'm so sorry. He can't be saved. Long Guohua took a deep breath, exhaled, and said, This is a problem. There is no one in Luoyang who can continue Academician Chen's work now. In a big country like Long, are there really no other first-class experts in biological virus research? Ren Yuan asked in confusion. The man standing next to Long Guohua said, Yes, but it's too far. It's in the north, and the conditions there are not as good as Luoyang. Then let's occupy it. Let's occupy it? The man chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued. The northern base is completely surrounded by beasts. We dare not let him leave her. I am confused. All these modern weapons can't handle a few wolf cubs. Long Guohua spread his hands helplessly and said, There are not only wolves in the north. There were only two options left. Either bring back a person from the north to replace Chen Anyang, or let Kuai-hua stay and replace Chen Anyang. Looking at Kui-hua, who was standing obediently behind him, Ren Yuan's heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately discarded the idea. Kui-hua had a serum that could destroy the virus and preserve the ability to evolve, but their number was limited. A dozen? Dozens? Hundreds? These numbers seemed insignificant compared to the entire population of the Luoyang base. Therefore, the serum research had to meet the requirements of the base's production line. It had to be something that could be mass-produced at the Luoyang base. Ren Yuan was very upset, really upset. He couldn't just leave. These people, including Long Guohua, had shown him great respect. I'll go. Ren Yuan gritted his teeth. Where? Long Guohua was stunned. I will go north to take this person. Long Guohua fell silent, as if deep in thought. He was silent for a long time. Ren Yuan, seeing his silence, also did not dare to speak. No, you can't go. It's too dangerous. Long Guohua shook his head. Lin Miao, who was standing next to him, said, Actually, we are already planning to send someone after them. Zhang Zhang and his team are leading the squad. Ren Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. Even if we don't go there, I still want to go. I was going to tell you later, but since it has come to this, I will say it now. I don't really want to stay here. Long Guohua thought for a long time before reluctantly saying, Since you have made your decision, it is up to you. But I still hope that you will not go north. It is too dangerous. Don't forget to come back and check. With that, Long Guohua left the lab, leaving Lin Miao standing. I brought you here, so I'm responsible for your safety. Listen to me. Don't go north, Lin Miao said, staring at Ren Yuan. Why? It's just a wolf. Even if it's a mutant, you shouldn't be so surprised. Lin Miao sighed and said, Come with me. I'll show you something. What is it? Ren Yuan asked, puzzled. You'll know when you see it. Ren Yuan followed Lin Miao into a room with a small wooden bed and a tofu-like blanket. Apart from the bed, there was only a table with a laptop in a briefcase on it. The laptop was military grade, shaped like a briefcase for easy carrying. Most importantly, when closed, it was waterproof, shockproof, and heat-resistant. The body was made of a special material that made it easy to destroy with explosives. Before the apocalypse, Ren Yuan saw a post about it on a military forum. The post mentioned a sniper shot detector. It would detect the location and distance of a sniper based on the sound of gunshots, allowing him to strike. Lin Miao reached out and fiddled with his laptop. A video immediately started playing on the screen. Blurred, probably filmed in fog. However, the recording was done with a thermal imager, which indicated that the filmer was running. They are coming. Left. Shoot. The soldiers' weapons in the video began to glow white under the influence of the thermal imager. In the distance, several red and white objects were rapidly approaching the cameraman. Bulletproof! Run! It's too late. I'll cover you. Bring Dr. Liu back. Hurry! The video looped for about 2 minutes before finally stabilizing. A wolf-like creature appeared on the screen. Ah! The wolf howled as the video ended. This video is the first and only one we have found since the mutant wolf was discovered, Lin Miao said, pointing at the computer. Ren Yuan frowned and asked, "What if it is an armored vehicle?" Lin Miao sneered disdainfully. "Forget about armor. Even a tank can easily tear them apart with its claws." Wait a minute. Lin Miao clicked the screen a few more times, and the video showed a picture of a destroyed tank. The picture showed a Type 98A main battle tank. Half of the turret was gone, along with part of the gun barrel. The cuts were smooth. The block of reactive armor on the frontal armor was gone, replaced by 3 long scratches. The tank was as fragile as paper to them. They feared only fire, which was necessary for the survival of the northern base. Our only means of attack now are incendiary gas and oil bombs, and flamethrowers. It seems he has the strength of a corpse king. How many of these wolves are there? Ren Yuan asked. They are even more terrifying than zombie kings, especially in packs. These wolves are not rare. Every one of them is like this. The reason why there hasn't been a large-scale evacuation in the north yet is because they're afraid of attracting wolves to the Luoyang base. Wolves are good at digging holes, and even tank armor can't stop their sharp claws. Do you think concrete walls are reliable? Lin Miao asked, looking at Ren Yuan. That's right. Ren Yuan was shocked. According to Lin Miao, once these wolves grouped into a pack, it would be impossible for tens, hundreds, or even thousands of people to deal with them. Nuclear weapons will probably be the only way out if necessary. So, I hope you don't go north. This is my personal advice. It might be a dead end. After thinking for a while, Lin Miao firmly replied, "No, this is definitely a dead end. I will think about it seriously." After saying goodbye to Lin Miao, Ren Yuan and Kuihua returned to the surface. Ren Yuan has returned. Hearing about Ren Yuan's return, Liu Jianguo hurriedly got off the bus, grabbed his hand and said, "Thank you. There is progress. Now we can start the reactor." Oh, the restart may take some time because the reactor was forcibly shut down, so a preventive restart is required. How much? 8 hours. Zixun, start the reactor. Mission accomplished. Start the reactor. Zixun took out his multifunction repair gun again and began to supply power to the reactor. Restart. Estimated time. 8 hours. Liu Jianguo and the others looked at the reactor wide-eyed. Wide-eyed. They seemed even more confused, wondering why the reactor needed an external force to restart. Ren Yuan didn't quite understand either, and this question was troubling him as well. Even Kuihua knew very little about the reactor. Come on, Huahua, let's get back to shopping. We're not done yet. Ren Yuan and Kuihua got back into the car and headed to the supermarket. This time, Ren Yuan was even more worried. No matter what, they had to go north. According to their description, even if the northern base was not evacuated, the wolf pack would eventually spread to Luoyang. After all, they were all in Longguo. How far could it go? Taoist Qing Feng seemed to have already gathered everything he needed and was now standing at the entrance of the warehouse, carrying his things. What were you doing? You left me here alone for such a long time? Qing Feng looked at Ren Yuan with indignation. Ren Yuan was stunned. Aren't you in contact with Lin Miao? Why are you acting like I let you down? No, weren't I with you? Aren't you responsible for my journey? Ren Yuan thought about it. Although he was right, he did bring Taoist Qing Feng with him. He still refused to give up. It's reasonable, but I remember that we won't be here for long. Taoist, are you impatient? Qing Feng smiled bitterly, pointing at the crowd of civilians in the distance. Try letting them stare at you. You wouldn't be able to stand it for 5 minutes, much less an hour. Ren Yuan glanced back, then looked at Qing Feng again and asked, "What's going on? Don't ask me." "Ask him," Qing Feng said, pursing his lips as he looked at the soldier standing next to him. The soldier's lips trembled several times, and he said with embarrassment, "These are all strategic supplies, all for centuries. Even our regiment commander cannot enter. You need a special permit, and these ordinary people survive on pressed biscuits. There's an old Taoist priest standing there with a bunch of snacks. They can resist going for them, which is a blessing in itself. Then why don't you just go in and wait? Ching Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Ren Yuan. I want to, but they have to let me in. Once I go out, they won't let me in. The soldier awkwardly replied, I was ordered to open the door only with permission, no other way. Every time I enter, I have to show permission. Well, no need to guess. Ren Yuan knew what was going on. After finishing packing, the old Taoist priest was about to go out for some fresh air. However, after he walked out of the warehouse door, he found it difficult to return. More and more ordinary people arrived in the residential area across the street, which led to the current situation. Come on, come on, come on in quickly. This is so embarrassing, Ren Yuan said hurriedly. Facing the gaze of an ordinary person, Ren Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The driver showed his ID again, and the group returned to the warehouse. Ren Yuan began unloading the goods he had just selected: drones, pressed biscuits, and soy sauce stewed beef. After searching for a while, Ren Yuan took out 2 tablets and several USB drives. These were military archives that were kept both in peacetime and now. In order to prevent the current situation and preserve cultural heritage, Ren Yuan chose several USB drives with movies. He also took several USB drives with online novels. They were all very capacious. Their exact size was unknown until we saw them, as there was no marking on them. Yes, this is sushi, Ren Yuan quickly answered. Saying it out loud, especially in front of a woman, was awkward. Kuihua frowned, thought for a moment and pressed, but isn't sushi food? How could they fit on a USB drive? Knowing that he was about to be exposed if he continued his speculations, Ren Yuan accidentally saw Taoist Ching Feng holding a bag of food at the door. Master, help me get this across. Ren Yuan packed the necessary items into a large box. It was full, mostly electronics. A small portion was food. Ren Yuan wasn't very interested in vacuum-packed food. Ren Yuan was now only interested in fresh, steaming food. He spent the first 2 days of the apocalypse eating snacks, and since there were no fresh foods in the supermarket, he had to stock up on food from the reserves. The back seat of the Jeep couldn't hold everything, so Ren Yuan simply found a rope and attached it to the roof. Master, you eat so much greasy food, Are you afraid of the 3 highs? I lived a simple life, so why do I need fatty foods now? What happened? Besides, who knows how long I'll live these days? Ren Yuan had hoped to chat to pass the time, but Master's words silenced him. Ren Yuan lost interest in the conversation and could only look out the window. Outside, rows of heavily armed soldiers appeared, apparently preparing for some major operation. When he passed by just now, they weren't there. When he returned to the bus, Liu Jiangguo and the others had already left, leaving only the man in the black suit outside. Where are they? Academician Liu and the others returned to the factory. He asked me to tell you thank you. Ren Yuan waved his hand and said, Tell him from me. I can only help him with this. Hua, hand over what you have prepared. Kuihua handed over the wireless energy transmission concept and data formulas she had prepared to Ren Yuan. This needs to be handed over to Liu Jiangguo. Taking the paper from Ren Yuan glanced at Taoist Ching Feng again. Master, we are leaving. What are your plans? Ching Feng, busy with his own affairs, sighed without raising his eyes. I'm old. I don't want to do this anymore. Ren Yuan bowed and said, See you soon. Taoist Ching Feng released one hand and waved without saying a word. Ren Yuan closed the door of the bus. Finally, these trifles were resolved. They got what they deserved. Now it's up to them. As for the northern part, Ren Yuan will definitely go, if only to see the mutant wolf and see if it really matches their descriptions. After all, if everything is as they say, this world will sooner or later be overrun by wolves, and Ren Yuan, sooner or later, it will collide with them. The reactor had not yet fully restarted, so the car could not leave. Ren Yuan leaned against the sofa in the back seat and dozed off for a while. When he woke up, it was already dark, The reactor had completely restarted, and Kuihua had already prepared dinner, waiting for him. The Taoist's vegetables are quite good. It's all thanks to your cooking skills, Huahua. Look, Kuihua pulled out a small box from the cabinet. Inside was a bottle of red wine, complete with a glass. Red wine! Hey, try it! Kuihua placed 2 glasses, one for each of them, and brought them to her nose and mouth, taking a deep breath. In the dim, warm light of the car headlights, this sight left Ren Yuan a little stunned. Ren Yuan grabbed glass and was about to drain it, but Kuihua stopped him. Well, that's not how you drink it. You can't touch the bottle with your hands. It will affect the temperature of the wine. This is Romani Conti from the Burgundy Conti winery. It costs 180,000 Dragon Country currency. That's it? 180,000? Ren Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at the red liquid in the glass. Ren Yuan took a sip, imitating Kuihua. The smell of fried pickles hit his nose. What is this? Isn't this just the leftover pickled vegetable soup? 180,000 yuan? It seems that 18 is too much. Kuihua covered her mouth with her hand, smiled and said, I tried to drink this wine in the most ordinary way, but it still wasn't as delicious as the Dongdi Mao Tai we drank that day. This is the national cellar of the Dragon Country. Can French wine compare to the Dragon Country? Dun dun dun! The double doors of the bus swung open, and Lin Miao stood outside with a skewer of meat in her hand. Do you want me to come in and sit down? Come in. He, what a cold weather. It's almost New Year's and I have nothing good to offer. Consider this spit my gift in advance. Pork? Thank you. I didn't expect a busy man like you to have time to give me a gift. Hey, it's not like that. You can thank me for saving your life, right? I'm just giving you a skewered meat. Besides, this isn't regular meat. It's mutant cow meat. When we were evacuating Jinling, we encountered a big yellow cow on the road. It knocked over several of our carts, and we ended up blowing it up with a flare gun. Cattle, you're giving me mutant beast meat. Are you trying to poison me? Ren Yuan hung the meat on the edge of the table. It's not like that. If I'm not sure it's edible, can I give it to you? I can tell you in advance that this meat is good for us. It contains substances that promote evolution. How is Zhang? Yes, that's right. According to the Kuihua test, Zhang is a level 3 evolutionist. It is logical to assume that his appearance is unlikely, since he is completely relying on himself to fight the zombie virus's penetration into his consciousness. There are very few people like him. His strength was not inferior to the Jinling Corpse King, who could tear apart combat robots with his bare hands. Lin Miao, however, was not embarrassed by this comparison, and did not take his eyes off his food. Kuihua handed Lin Miao a pair of chopsticks. Ren Yuan looked at him and asked, Do you want some wine? Lin Miao was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, Okay, wine. I haven't had a drink in a long time, so I'll have one. Why red? Something good. Next time, I'll bring you some Mao Tai, and we'll have a real drink. Let's make do with this for today. Ren Yuan poured Lin Miao half a glass of red wine. Shh. Except for the loss of strength and the strange taste, everything else was fine. This old man who lost both his son and daughter was truly pitiful. Although he seemed dissatisfied, he was actually suffering. It couldn't be any other way at the base. The work was intense, and every day he saw either subordinates or superiors. He had few close friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to Zhongzhou to find Taoist Qingfeng. Perhaps because of his bad mood or alcohol, Lin Miao quickly lost consciousness. Lin Renyuan was also a little drunk, and even with his eyes closed, he felt dizzy. He reached out and lightly pushed Lin Miao to prevent him from responding, and then staggered as he opened the car door. Sure enough, there was someone waiting for him outside. It seemed to be his new bodyguard. He was drunk. Take him back. We're leaving. Ren Yuan got into the cab, lit a cigarette, and started the engine. It was already deep into the night. Ren Yuan turned on his night vision, drove out of Luyang Base, and headed north. Shishun, lead the way. Perhaps it was the age of the wine, or perhaps it was counterfeit, but for some reason Ren Yuan felt a little uneasy. After handing over the controls to Shishun, Ren Yuan got into the cockpit, already stunned. Unbuckling his belt, he pushed the trunk door. The light was off, and it was dark. Ren Yuan groped his way to the bed. It was the first time he had slept in a bed in many days, and in his dream, he saw the middle-aged man again. His swollen head looked completely unreal, like an abstract painting. The middle-aged man did not speak, and Ren Yuan did not speak either. They looked at each other for more than 10 minutes. That's what it seemed like to Ren Yuan, but he had no idea how much time had actually passed. But after those 10 minutes, Ren Yuan woke up. The weather had turned cold, and the CCTV camera in the back had changed from green to plain white. The bus was still moving, but he had no idea where it was going, since Zishun had been driving it all night. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a strange sensation. Wow! Ren Yuan blurted out almost immediately. He lifted the blanket and looked, and indeed he had no pants on, only shorts. In such a situation, Ren Yuan simply could not help but feel. If he did not feel anything, then he did nothing. You woke up! Kuihua rubbed her head against Ren Yuan's back. Ren Yuan hurriedly leaned forward, muttering awkwardly, "I'll go see where we are. You can sleep a little longer." "Okay, go," he said, and fell asleep again. It was a little awkward. In fact, except for Kuihua's cybernetic form, everything else about her was truly perfect. She had a perfect figure, perfect looks, she could cook and heal. Where else would you find someone like her? Compared to the girls from Longguo, Kuihua was a goddess of dreams. But Ren Yuan couldn't accept that Kuihua was a cyborg. "Alas, I can't do anything. Let's take it step by step. Shishun, where are we?" "We're almost out of Zhongzhou." "We're still in Zhongzhou. In half an hour, we will leave Zhongzhou and enter Ji Province. We are in Ji Province. It is quite fast. We can cross Zhongzhou in just one night." Ren Yuan seemed to feel a little more at ease. He didn't have to drive all the time. Zishun could handle it. As Ren Yuan was getting dressed, he noticed something new on his stomach and arms. "Oh my God, what happened to me?" Ren Yuan looked at his arms and stomach in surprise. He had at least 7 or 8 more abdominal muscles from just one originally. This was a response to his increased muscle strength. The growth of the abdominal muscles also reflected the further development of Ren Yuan's physical form. Does this mean that one day I will be able to become as powerful as the Corpse King? Ren Yuan sighed. After getting dressed, Ren Yuan sat in the passenger seat. For some reason, he didn't feel like driving today. He was bored, and he started looking at the passenger's camera. The scenery was the same everywhere. Nothing special. After fiddling with it for a while, Ren Yuan pulled out the modification panel. All modification options lit up except the fusion reactor and the vehicle's armor, which were re-modified. Maybe the reactor had reached its maximum level. It was pointless. If that were the case, the modification options behind the fusion reactor wouldn't be dark. They should have disappeared. In that case, there was only one reason: lack of power. Scan, bus hull, body armor, multifunctional emergency response armor, upgradable. Dark engine, original secondary modifiable light energy, fusion reactor, modifiable dark interior optimization, main space, modifiable light combat, robot X3, maintenance robot X1, medical robot X1. Number 1. Offline number. 2. Offline weapon system assembly. 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. 20,889 rounds, modifiable light tires. All-terrain special tires, modifiable light. Oh shit, number 1 forgot it at Luoyang Base. The booze ruined everything. Ren Yuan scratched his head as he watched number 1 and number 2, who were now disconnected from the modification system. From what he could see, the combat robots should be able to handle any situation. This meant that the weapon system was not that important. Combined with the horrific scene this morning, Ren Yuan couldn't help but shudder. We still need to update the interior. Who knows? There might be surprises. Ren Yuan pressed the interior update button. The bus stopped abruptly. Ren Yuen, who was sitting in the passenger seat without a seatbelt, was thrown out of the car and hit the front armor plate of the passenger seat. Even his slippers flew off his face. After hitting the armor plate, Ren Yuen rolled down the center console and fell onto the floor of the cabin. "Oh shit, Zixun. You're trying to kill me!" Ren Yuen glared at Zixun. Since the space upgrade requires the full power of the reactor, the car's power plant lost power and automatically braked. "It wasn't me," Zixun replied with a gloomy expression. "Oh shit." Ren Yuen could only rub his mouth, which seemed to be constantly cursing. He couldn't help it. He had given the order for repairs, and no matter how shameless he was, he couldn't just blame it on the robot. Rubbing his lower back, Ren Yuen stood up and opened the cabin door. The central compartment has become more than twice as wide, and a small spiral staircase has appeared next to the rear door, leading to the upper level. My God, is this a double-decker bus? The small table on the reactor has also turned into a large rectangular table, and even the material of its body has changed. It wasn't metal anymore. The place where the freezer used to be was taken by a full-size refrigerator, and there was also a sofa set there. On either side of the sofa, Ren Yuen had arranged the tablets he had taken from the warehouse at the Luoyang base on the coffee table in front of the sofas. It was a wooden coffee table, and on it stood a small box with neatly arranged tablets. On the coffee table stood a laptop. Ren Yuen opened the back door and looked around. The back compartment had also expanded. The small bed turned into a large round bed, and next to it was a shower stall separated by glass. Ren Yuen reached out and knocked on the glass of the shower stall, discovering that it was not glass, but a thick layer of plastic, meaning there was no need to worry about the glass breaking and cause injury. Ren Yuen stepped out of the back carriage, looked at the spiral staircase at the entrance, and looked up. It was dark and he couldn't see anything. He stepped forward. At the top was a square space with a sliding door that automatically slid shut when opened. Was that for combat robots? Finally, we didn't have to raise the roof. Ren Yuen immediately helped Third up onto the roof. Then he sat down on the sofa in the middle carriage, lit a cigarette, opened his laptop, took out a USB stick from the tablet case and inserted it into the computer. Zixun, drive! Ren Yuen held a cigarette in one hand and a tall glass in the other. But there was cola in it. Shh, shh, this is life. Hua Hua, Hua Hua, get up and watch a movie, Ren Yuen shouted to the car behind him. Wow, an upgrade! The voice came before the passenger even appeared. Kui Hua opened the back door, stood by the door and stretched, revealing a patch of white skin on her stomach. Hey, it's morning. I'll cook first and we'll watch while we eat. Kui Hua went to cook and Ren Yuen sat on the sofa and watched a movie. The movie was good, but Ren Yuen had bad luck today. The bus braked suddenly, and Ren Yuen was thrown off the sofa and into the open door of the bus. He hit the center console and fell to the ground. If Ren Yuen had not evolved, he would probably have died. Ren Yuen wanted to stand up and stab Zixun, but Zixun's next words stopped him. Ahead, many civilians appeared. According to the interstellar laws of the Heavenly Court, civilians cannot be harmed, so I slowed down. Oh, Heavenly Court, I'll deal with you later. Ren Yuen rubbed his head and looked at the surveillance footage from the co-pilot. A group of people, or rather a large group, were walking through the farmland. There were young people, old people, and children. The only thing they had in common was their disheveled appearance. Very disheveled, like refugees, some even unkempt. They saw the bus and looked in its direction as if trying to figure out what it was. They were refugees, and they were going the wrong way. North. There were wolves in the north, mutants, and these people would certainly die if they went there. There was no chance of survival. At a time like this, every person was a valuable resource, and the construction of the Luoyang base also required population, so it would be a good idea to give them a generous donation. Ren Yuen, dressed in a suit and slippers, got off the bus, stood in front, and cleared his throat. Where are you going? One of the men, who looked quite old, leaned on a branch and slowly walked towards Ren Yuen. He gasped and said, "Are you a survivor too?" Why do you need a car? We are all survivors in Zhongzhou. We are all from a small village. There are few young people in the village, and we haven't suffered much. Then what are you doing? Since you have nothing to do, why don't you stay in the village? Ren Yuan asked, puzzled. Hehehehe. The old man coughed a few times and continued, You're right, but who would leave their homeland with their family if they could survive? The sun rages every morning. They say it's called something like a solar storm. This solar storm erupts every day. Every time it erupts, people turn into monsters and crops affected by it stop growing. Add to this the constant attacks of monsters, and it becomes clear that it is impossible to stay here. The young man supporting the old man said, We are going to the capital. After all, this is the capital of the dragon country, so there should be soldiers there. Ren Yuan smiled helplessly and replied, No need to go. The capital has fallen, and the military is evacuating. Luoyang Base is the only major safe zone in the country. Maybe you have a chance to survive there. How do you know? The young man looked at Ren Yuan with apprehension. I am from Luoyang Base, Ren Yuan replied with a smile. It's hard to believe that you all arrived safely after such a long journey. It's incredible, Ren Yuan said, scratching his head. It's mainly thanks to the few young people who served in the army. Without them, we would have died long ago. Oh, there are veterans? Great. Ren Yuan's eyes lit up. He was wondering who to give the weapon to. There were several Type 56 submachine guns stolen from Zhenghui on the bus. If used skillfully, they can be very helpful. But if used incorrectly, they can be deadly weapons. Now it's easy. Since there are veterans, they can be dealt with easily. Just give them the guns. Then can you let them come? I have something for them. The old man nodded, then looked back and said, They all went to scout. This is also a necessary condition for us to successfully avoid monsters. Then you are really lucky Ren Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The old man frowned and said, But today, something is wrong. They went out early in the morning and were supposed to come back, but they still haven't returned. Maybe something happened? Where did they go? North. Thorn North. Ren Yuan hurried back to the bus and looked at the map. When Ren Yuan was at the Luoyang base, he downloaded a map of the country through the base's intranet. Now, he no longer needed to look at a paper map to check it. It was enough to open the tablet. Ren Yuan searched on the computer. Now, they were right at the border of Zhongzhou. A kilometer away from him was the territory of Hebei province. About 2 kilometers from here was a small village. The map said Wen Village. It was a large village with a population of tens of thousands. Things are bad. We are probably surrounded by zombies. Ren Yuan turned on the microphone of the CCTV camera and said insistently, Old man, don't go any further. Just find a place to hide here. There's a big village ahead with a population of tens of thousands. Those soldiers are probably in trouble. I'll go and take a look. Hey, wait a minute. Do you want us to find a few people to go with you? The old man didn't even finish speaking when the bus pulled away. Uncle, what should we do? Did he find anything? It's all right. It doesn't matter whether he found anything or not. Wen Village is ahead. The soldiers are probably dead, and it's unlikely that the young man driving the car will return alive. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Take care of these women and the food. Let's go. Be careful not to leave a trace. The old man immediately became a different person after Ren Yuan left. Ren Yuan put on his shoes and sat in the passenger seat. Watching the approaching Wen village on the CCTV camera, he felt something was wrong. How could such a big village look so deserted and then set it on fire? Shishun, stop the car. Ren Yuan got into the car, took out the Dayu drone from the cabinet, opened the door, and parked it. Outside, he launched the drone with the remote control. Dayu was equipped with a high-definition Suha action camera, and its stabilization system was excellent. Ren Yuan unloaded the drone and flew over Wen village. Indeed, the seemingly quiet village was not like that at all. In the center of the village was a large open space surrounded by many zombies. Looking closely, Ren Yuan realized that these zombies were not surrounding the square, but a small building to the left of the square. The zombies near the building were in complete confusion. Ren Yuan lowered the drone's altitude, and suddenly a dark figure flashed in the corner of the video recording on the control panel. It rushed towards Wen Village at breakneck speed. The Zombie King. There was only one creature, but it was incredibly fast. In a matter of seconds, it had already broken into Wen Village and stopped in the middle of the square. Ren Yuan focused the camera on the Zombie King. Why did this face seem so familiar? Ren Yuan felt like he had seen it somewhere before. The zombies in the square voluntarily parted to make way for the main entrance of the small building. The Zombie King jumped up in fury and charged straight at the door. His blow tore a large hole in it, but the door did not open. The Zombie King punched through the top half of the door, missing the lock. Suddenly, a dark object flew out from inside and rolled towards the Zombie King's feet. The Zombie King's attention was drawn to the dark object. Bam! It was a grenade. The grenade exploded at the feet of the Zombie King, and the shrapnel knocked down several normal zombies. The Zombie King was also thrown back a few steps by the blast. After regaining his balance, he rushed furiously towards the door. This time, the Corpse King kicked the door of the small building. The blow hit the lock right on the wall, and the door collapsed. 2 more grenades flew out of the building, one of which landed right in the pocket of the Corpse King. The Corpse King was wearing a versatile everyday jacket with many pockets, one of which was right next to his mouth, where the grenade landed. Boom! There were 2 muffled explosions, and the Corpse King's entire jacket and half his trousers were torn off. However, his torso remained intact, and his distinctive abdominal muscles gave him away as a level 3 Corpse King. Suddenly, 2 figures in military uniforms jumped out of the building's doorway, one of them holding a giant silver sword. "My sword!" Ren Yuan exclaimed. The figure with the giant sword struck the Corpse King's head, but he was faster and dodged the blow with a swing of his head. The 2-handed sword hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The man behind him, holding a 2-handed sword, unhooked his backpack. He pulled out 3 more grenades from the bag and threw them at the zombies, then quickly took cover behind the man with the sword. "Shishun, attack. If all goes according to plan, that sword must belong to number 2, the one who got lost in Jinling." So, this man escaped from the battlefield in Jinling. Zishun drove the car, and Ren Yuan kept his eyes on the drone control panel, not taking his eyes off the man with the sword. The Zombie King dodged the blow, turned around, and struck the man with the sword. The man held his great sword horizontally, blocking the Zombie King's strike. With a loud clang, the sword in the man's hand bent slightly, and his hand on the hilt began to shake violently. "Captain, you first." The young man behind the man glared at the Zombie King. "You can't get away. Get ready. I will entangle him. Find a way to leave first. How is this possible? You are first. I will entangle him. You will not defeat him. Listen to me and move faster. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape." The big guy shouted and rushed to attack again, holding a 2-handed sword in his hand. The sword passed diagonally across the waist with incredible speed. The Corpse King was unable to dodge and received a sword strike to the stomach, leaving a small wound on his left side. A dark brown liquid began to flow out of the wound. The Corpse King, in pain, kicked the big guy in the stomach. The big guy's enormous force sent the big guy and the young man behind him flying towards the main entrance, raising a cloud of dust. "Ha-him! Move!" The big man coughed up blood and pushed the young man away, trying to make him run. "Too late, Captain," the young man said, looking at the big man with relief. The big man frowned and sighed heavily several times, then helplessly lowered his head, obediently submitting to the actions of young men. The young man took off his backpack, pulled out a grenade, and squeezed the grenade ring with his fingers. He waited for the Corpse King to enter the small building, and then pulled the grenade ring. The Corpse King slowly approached the main entrance of the building, his eyes full of amusement. Just as he was about to enter, the left wall collapsed and a massive black object crashed into him. He was thrown back 10 meters. "Lin Hu!" Ren Yuan looked at the big guy lying on the ground in amazement. It was the same man who drove a tank into a crowd of zombies in Jinling and never came back. He was still alive. You? Lin Hu stared at the bus in surprise. Get on! Ren Yuan opened the door and, together with the young man standing behind him, lifted him on board. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Surviving the crash is fortunate. I am not dead. Lin Hu gasped for air as he lay on the floor of the middle carriage. Why are you here? Have you evolved? Ren Yuan asked. Evolved? Is this evolution? Am I infected with a virus? Lin Hu asked, examining his body. Yes and no. You are infected, but this is a good form, not the one that turns you into a zombie. Damn, why does he always jump on my roof? Ren Yuan glanced at the roof and cursed. It was obvious that it was the Zombie King who had jumped onto the roof of the bus. The Zombie King? Lin Hu's pupils narrowed. Ren Yuan looked at the roof and said, Wait a minute, I'll deal with him. Number 3, kill the Zombie King. The task is completed. Kill the Zombie King. The door to the roof swung open. Number 3, sword in hand, slashed at the Zombie King, who jumped back, dodging Number 3's blow. Hishun, machine gun. Shots rang out, but the bullets were becoming less and less effective against the Zombie King. They were barely a bother. Ren Yuan ran into the cabin and looked at the surveillance footage. The fight between Number 3 and the Zombie King was surprisingly even. The fight was very intense. Ren Yuan scratched his head anxiously and activated the modification system. He had just reconfigured the interior, but there was no longer enough energy to even summon the combat robots. Zhishun, get out of here. Anyway, they had to get rid of the zombie horde first before they could think about other things. At least the regular zombies had to be dealt with first before they could find a way to deal with the Zombie King. There shouldn't be any serious problems yet. Number 3 held off the Zombie King while the zombie and the robot locked horns in a power struggle. The combat robot was made entirely of a special metal, and the Zombie King knew that he would not be able to cause serious damage to Number 3, so he resorted to brute force to damage the robot's joints. The Zombie King held Number 3's arm, twisting it against the joint. Suddenly, the Zombie King roared, and the entire bus shook violently. A powerful electric shock pierced the confused Zombie King in third. The bus even began to glow with electricity, but fortunately, the interior was not damaged. Let me help him. He won't be able to hold on that fast, Lin Hu said, looking at third on the CCTV camera. You? Can you? Are you hurt? Ren Yuan asked, looking at Lin Hu, who was clutching his stomach. Stop the car, open the door, and let me climb onto the roof. If I don't do this, we'll all die. No need to stop. You can just use the stairs inside the car. Lin Hu, overcoming the pain in his stomach, climbed up the stairs, dragging the star-smashing sword behind him. Get ready. I'll open the door, Ren Yen warned. At this moment, the Corpse King and the third stood in front of the door to the roof, and the Corpse King looked the other way. Open the door. Lin Hu suddenly grabbed the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the Corpse King's back, where it was stuck in the pelvic cavity. Roar! The Corpse King screamed, pushed third away, jumped off the roof, and limped away, taking the sword with him. What a tremendous power! If we give him more time, I'm afraid even the combat robots won't be able to compare with him. This evolution is too terrible. Do you want to obtain this ability? Kuihua asked, looking at Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan was stunned and asked, Are you saying that I can do it? Kuihua tilted her head and replied, Of course I can. I just need to constantly evolve. They must evolve by eating their own kind. What? Ren Yuan stared at Kuihua with wide eyes and asked incredulously, So if I want to have this ability, I need to eat people? Kuihua smiled slightly and shook her head. No, not only people, but also beasts. She pointed to the dried meat hanging on the wagon. This was the meat Lin Miao had given when they left Luyang Base. You mean the evolutionary beasts? Yes, the evolutionary beasts. Isn't that the purpose of your coming to the north? I thought you knew. The young man standing in the cabin, seeing the Corpse King running away, quickly climbed up to the roof and helped Lin Hu down. How did you get here? Lin Miao was sweating profusely, seeming to be in pain, but he didn't seem to be injured. Ren Yuan looked at Kuihua. Kuihua took out a scanner. scanned Lin Hu's body, put it away, and said, "This is an external injury that requires medical equipment, but I don't have it now. I can only use the most primitive treatment methods." "What do you mean by the most primitive methods?" Ren Yuan and Lin Hu looked at Kuihua in confusion. Kuihua walked to the dining table and picked up something from the table. As Ren Yuan approached, he realized that it was a square piece of iron. "What is it?" Ren Yuan asked, pointing to the piece of iron in Kuihua's hand. "A kitchen knife!" Ren Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Shh, I get it." "Lift it onto the table," Ren Yuan said to the young man who was supporting Lin Hu. Lin Hu was very heavy, perhaps because he was nearly 2 meters tall. Ren Yuan only lifted his lower body, feeling fine, but the veins on the youth's forehead bulged, apparently from incredible strength. "What then?" the young man asked, looking at Ren Yuan. Lin Hu winced. "It hurts, Xiao Hu. If I die, you will be the only one left in the Tiger Armored Brigade. Don't forget to burn incense for me every 1st of August. Captain, you won't die." "I won't let you," Xiao Hu said impatiently. Ren Yuan replied impatiently, "Get out of my way." "Who said he'll die? Undress him." Kuihua took out a cylindrical object from her bag and threw it onto the roof of the car. The cylinder hung in the air, and a weak electric current formed a protective shield with a diameter of about 3 meters. "What is this?" Ren Yuan asked curiously. "It is a disposable sterilization capsule. She can keep the room sterile for 20 minutes. Let's begin." Kuihua shook her hand, and the metal sheet in her hand instantly turned into a long knife. "Wait, you two, don't you even need anesthesia?" Lin Hu looked at Ren Yuan and Kuihua, laughing and crying. Kuihua smiled faintly and said, "Do you think this is an ordinary scalpel?" Naive. With that, Kuihua slashed Lin Hu's chest. A small cut immediately appeared, but there was no blood. Even with his eyes open, Lin Hu didn't feel any pain. "Aren't you starting yet? I'm holding back. If it hurts, just let it out. Come on, scream, otherwise I'm not Lin Hu." Captain, you really don't feel anything?" Xiao Hu stared blankly at Kuihua as she cut Lin Hu's skin. "Do you feel it?" "What do you feel? We haven't cut it yet, right?" He began to look up. Xiao Hu and Ren Yuan both shouted at the same time, "Don't look up! What happened?" Lin Hu's face was filled with panic. Xiao Hu carefully approached Lin Hu's head and placed his hands on it. "Xiao Hu, what are you doing? What happened? I saw everything." "Don't stop me. Let me see," Lin Hu said, and started to get up. Xiao Hu grabbed his head and whispered, "It's already started. Captain, don't move. I have a feeling you won't have to die. She's a miracle healer." Ren Yuan stood nearby and watched carefully. As the knife passed through the skin, it emitted a weak blue electric current, which is probably why the skin did not bleed or hurt. "Hold me," Kuihua said, pointing to her cut. "Me?" Ren Yuan pointed to his nose. Kuihua smiled faintly and said, "I don't trust anyone else, so you will be my assistant." Ren Yuan closed his eyes and clasped his hands on the huge wound on Lin Hu's chest. Even Xiao Hu turned away. The touch was terrifying. Ren Yuan felt like he was being cut. After Ren Yuan fixed the wound, Kuihua took out a small cylinder from her bag. She pressed one end of the cylinder and inserted it into Lin Hu's abdomen. "What is this?" Ren Yuan, like a curious child, wanted to look, but did not dare. But in the end, curiosity overcame fear. Kuihua answered, waving her hands. "Magnetic device. This magnetic field attracts only the skeletal materials of carbon organisms, that is, calcium and phosphorus." "Is there such a thing?" Xiao Hu asked with an expression that seemed to say, "Don't lie to me." After moving the cylinder around in Lin Hu's stomach for a while, Kuihua put it away and took out another one. They looked the same and seemed to be the same set. The previous one was yellow and this one was red. It seemed to be a set of tools. This time, without waiting for Ren Yuan to ask, Kuihua explained herself. "The principle is the same as before. The device contains skeletal materials of carbon organisms, and the device is mainly used for bone synthesis." "Bone regeneration technology?" Kuihua smiled and nodded. The operation lasted about 15 minutes. There were no marks on Lin Hu's abdomen. There was only a big hole, exactly the same as before. Ren Yuan and Xiao Hu unconsciously reached out and touched each other. Lin Hu sat up and cursed, "I am not Brokeback Mountain. Go and find Brokeback Mountain. Stay away." Ren Yuan hurriedly stepped aside, hugged Kuiwa, and said, "Go to hell. I'm an ordinary person." Only Xiao Hu stood alone. He smiled awkwardly. Lin Hu rubbed his stomach, then squeezed his legs together, stepped forward with his left foot and kicked with his right hand. A powerful gust of wind even hit Ren Yuan in the face, 5 meters away. "What is this? Kung Fu? Real Kung Fu?" Lin Hu folded his fists, straightened his shoulders, and clenched his fists, looking at Ren Yuan. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is the second time you've saved us. I'll never forget your kindness. Yes, I've been practicing since I was a child. I was taught by a friend of my father's, and he claimed that I was a real martial arts prodigy." "Amazing. This is real Kung Fu, not like what you see on TV. What? Are you interested? I'd like to introduce you to someone sometime. I wonder if that old Taoist priest is still alive." "Okay, huh? Huh? Taoist priest? You're not talking about Taoist Ching Feng, are you? How do you know Taoist Ching Feng? Have you seen him?" "No way. He's in Zhongzhou." Lin Hu's face was filled with disbelief. Captain, can we discuss this later? Have you forgotten?" Xiao Hu asked, pointing to the south. Yes, I almost forgot. We still have things to do. Let's contact each other when we have time." Lin Hu hurriedly clenched his fists and was about to get out of the car. "Don't worry. Wait a minute. You mean that group of refugees, right? I saw them before I came here. They are about 1 kilometer to the south. I will take you there." Lin Hu's eyes lit up and he said, "Great brother, you are lucky. I will not say anything else. Only for your reckless action to buy time for the civilians, I commend you." Ren Yuan patted Lin Hu on the shoulder. Their ages were not too different. Lin Hu, the regiment commander, was appointed at a time of crisis, primarily because he was respected by his subordinates. The entire Lin family was willing to do anything for Lunguo. 1 kilometer was not a long distance. At the speed of a bus, it would only take a few minutes. However, the situation here made those standing in front of the CCTV camera think deeply. "You said that you saw them before you came and told them to wait here, right?" Lin Hu rested his chin on his hand and looked at Ren Yuan. "I think they thought they had waited too long, so they left first. It seems like they deliberately covered up all traces of their departure. This place is in farmland with very soft soil. It's impossible for so many people to leave without leaving a trace unless someone was deliberately trying to prevent Ren Yuan and the others from noticing them. Captain, do you think it was Qi Chengguang? I always felt that there was something wrong with him. It's possible, but we can't jump to conclusions. First, we have to find them. We've been gone for less than 2 hours, and from his description, it should have been less than an hour." Ren Yuan looked at his watch and said, 43 minutes. "And I won't call him. Just call me Ren Yuan. They probably won't come back. Vancouver is further north, and they won't go there either. So they can only fly west or east. Wait, I'll bring something." Ren Yuan got into the car, put the drone outside, launched it, and flew west. "Let's go east. This drone has a long range. Once we get out of range, we can see if they are heading west." Lin Hu thought for a moment and said, "That's good. It will save a lot of time. There is a big forest to the east or west. If they deliberately hid, it would be difficult to find them." After driving east for a while, Ren Yuan turned onto the road and entered the forest. About 2 minutes later, a long line of footprints and some branches appeared ahead. The branches must have been used to cover up the tracks. Something is wrong, nothing surprising. "It's definitely Qi Chengguang," Lin Hu muttered through his teeth. "From the very beginning, he sent us to certain death. If it weren't for his status, I would have kicked him out a long time ago." Is there any story?" Ren Yuan asked, looking at Lin Hu. "Oh, I don't want to tell you. If I tell you, you'll get angry too." "No need. Everything will become clear once we find them. Lin Hu waved his hand impatiently. The tracks started and ended here. The only possibility was that they led into the forest. Ren Yuan clicked the button on the passenger seat and the surveillance camera switched to thermal imaging mode. "Brother, you have a thermal imaging camera in your car," Xiao Hu exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the camera footage. "There are many places to hang it. Take your time. Let's go first. They won't be able to get far, Hua Hua. Put the drone away." About 5 minutes later, a large source appeared in the forest and bushes ahead on the surveillance camera footage. "Warmth. Found it. What's the matter?" "Do you want to warn them?" Ren Yuan asked, looking at Lin Hu. "No, I'll go down and ask. Don't worry." After saying this, Lin Hu headed towards the car door. "Wait." Ren Yuan stopped Lin Hu. "Hua Hua, bring them 2 pistols. Thank you." Lin Hu took the Type 56 submachine gun that Kui Hua handed to him, pulled the bolt back and held it in his hands. Ren Yuan looked at Lin Hu on the CCTV footage. He headed straight for the place where the man was hiding. The man was hiding behind some bushes. Lin Hu kicked the branches with his feet, causing them to fly up and fall onto the bushes. But the man hiding behind the bushes didn't seem to believe that he had been discovered. "If you don't come out, I'll shoot." Lin Hu deliberately pulled the trigger, making a mechanical click. The person did not come out, but the bushes shook slightly. Lin Hu walked over in confusion and parted the bushes with the barrel of his gun. Only then did he clearly see that it was a woman. The woman was about 20 years old, not bad looking, but her hair was a little disheveled. She was shaking, clutching the roots of the bushes. "Come out, everyone. I know you're here," Lin Hu said, looking around. "Lin Hu, be careful behind you." Suddenly, a middle-aged man jumped out from behind a large tree behind Lin Hu. He held a log as thick as a thigh in his hand and hit Lin Hu squarely on the head with it. "Captain, be careful." Hearing Ren Yuan scream, Xiao Hu immediately turned around and looked at Lin Hu. But the log passed less than 10 centimeters from Lin Hu's head. With a dull thud, the log hit Lin Hu's head, causing him to stagger. Xiao Hu aimed his .56 submachine gun at the burly man with stick and pulled the trigger. The bullets hit the strong man's head and he fell to the ground. Hearing the shots, the people hiding in the bushes ran in different directions. Xiao Hu didn't even think to stop them, but rushed straight to Lin Hu. "Captain, how are you?" Lin Hu lay on the ground, shaking his head. He looked at Xiao Hu and said, "I'm fine. Don't let them get away." "Don't let them get away," he meant Qi Chengguang and his group. Xiao Hu let go of Lin Hu and chased after the fleeing crowd, shouting, "Don't run! It's me, Xiao Hu." "Xiao Hu?" Someone stopped and looked back at Xiao Hu. "It's Xiao Hu. They've come back. Everyone, don't run." "Where's my uncle?" Xiao Hu asked, looking at the man who stopped. "Uncle? Hey, wasn't he here just now?" "Uncle! Uncle! Stop shouting! He must have run away." Xiao Hu looked around, but did not see Qi Chengguang. Ren Yuan also got off the bus and looked at Lin Hu. The blow to the back of his head was so strong that a piece of his scalp fell off, leaving only a piece of cloth. "Shh! How cruel! Where did he come from? This damn old coffin, he actually dares to do this." Lin Hu touched the back of his head and touched the open skull, closing his eyes with a grin. "Let Hua Hua examine you. You must have a concussion." "Xiao Hu! Xiao Hu! Come back, don't chase." Ren Yuan shouted to Xiao Hu, who was about to run away. Most of the others had returned, and those who had run away were actually Qi Chengguang's gang members. Xiao Hu continued to shout that he wanted to catch Qi Chengguang and avenge him. "Don't worry, look, there are mutant wolves in the north. We block them to the west. To the south is Wen village, and he can only go east. To the east is Luyang. You will definitely run into them on the way back, so don't worry," Ren Yuan persuaded. "What if he goes around?" Ren Yuan chuckled and said, "Don't worry, the nearest base is Luyang. They have nowhere to go except Luzhen. There is no way they can survive with just a handful of people. Whether it's a village or a city, zombies are everywhere. If they didn't go to Luoyang, there's only one option. They're dead. Lin Hu picked up the cola on the coffee table, opened it, took a sip and said, "By the way, I haven't asked yet. Did they escape that day?" Almost Ren Yuan took out a cigarette, gave each of them a cigarette and said, "Except for 318 and 319th Regiments, almost all evacuated. Of course, there are also your tank troops. I do not know your specific organization. I heard him call you a regiment commander, but that day, your tank organization was definitely not on the scale of a tank regiment." Lin Hu smiled bitterly and said, "Of course, it is not a regiment. It is an entire tank brigade. Xiao Hu and I are the only ones who survived." Lin Miao suddenly looked at Ren Yuan as if pondering what to say. "Wait a minute, let me think about it." That day. It seems that night, the tank I was in had its tracks broken and stopped in the middle of a crowd of zombies. Having used up all our ammunition, we could only hide in the tank's cabin and wait for death. When I thought I couldn't get out, gunshots and explosions suddenly rang out from the safe area. Ren Yuan covered his face with his hands and said, "That's what I did." "You're so brave, brother." Lin Hu playfully patted Ren Yuan on the shoulder. The explosions almost attracted all the zombies around. Just when I was about to get out of the car, 3 jeeps drove up from afar. I thought it was a squad of ours, but after listening closely, I realized it was a group of foreigners. They seemed to be lifting something. I've heard the word battle more than once. I'm a complete idiot in English. I only know a few words, and that's from movies. Fight? What do you mean by fight? The group you're talking about, if nothing happens, must be that damn Society of the Holy Light. I ran into them in Luoyang City. It seems these guys had a disagreement and started arguing right there. Then, as soon as the zombies came back, they left in a hurry. And those freaks opened fire. They took all the zombies. I don't know what happened next. I didn't dare leave the hut until the next morning, and when I did, I found the sword I'd seen before." "What did you say?" Ren Yuan stood up. What the hell was going on? A fight? Fighting robots? They were carrying number 2. Fortunately, number 2 was already damaged. What happened? Lin Hu looked at Ren Yuan with some confusion. "It's okay, we'll talk later. I have things to do." Ren Yuan pulled Kuei Hua into the back seat of the car and closed the door. "Does the combat robot have a tracking device?" Kuei Hua thought for a moment and said, "Of course it does, but it is connected to the main engine, so we can't find it." "What is the main engine?" Ren Yuan scratched his head. "This is the terminal that controls all the AI robots. You only have the control, but there is no AI terminal here." "What happened?" Kui Hua asked, puzzled. "Number 2 must have been kidnapped. Things were so chaotic back then that I didn't think to take the body. That's a problem. If someone else gets the combat robot data, it's useless. They won't even be able to build it." Kui Hua pouted. "Not necessarily. With Blue Star's current technological level, using Millie Country as a model, it is possible. It's just that the cost is extremely high and the quality will not be very good. The most important thing is that they have no power source, so the robots have to be equipped with independent sources, which greatly limits the capabilities of combat robots." Hiss! "If so, there is nothing to worry about. But it doesn't matter. We'll deal with it later. He was already lost, and there was no way to find him yet. Ren Yuan could only let him go. He hoped that the enemy would not develop anything useful. Although this was a crisis for humanity, the Holy Light Society's position was clear. They were opposing the Dragon Country. Ren Yuan had already mentally blacklisted the Holy Light Society. If he had the chance, he would have to deal with them. Opening the trunk, Lin Hu and Xiao Hu simultaneously looked at Ren Yuan with questioning eyes. Let's talk in private. Do you mind?" Lin Hu and Xiao Hu exchanged glances, then turned away, crossing their legs, looking bored. Hua Hua, go cook something to treat the brothers." Ren Yuan winked at Kui Hua. "Oh, you're comfortable here. Hey, and there's meat. Not bad." Lin Hu's eyes lit up as he looked at the dried meat hanging in the trunk. "Hua Hua, fry the meat." Ren Yin took out the meat with a sad expression and handed it to Kui Hua. Fortunately, the meat was given to him by Lin Hu's father, so Lin Hu naturally ate it. Is this too much for us? Lin Hu asked cautiously. Ren Yuan tilted his head and glanced at him, causing Lin Hu to become a little embarrassed. He quickly waved his hand and said, "I just asked casually. You don't have to answer." Ren Yuan understood what Lin Hu meant. He asked for food for ordinary people from the car. "You two, eat as much as you want. I won't give a penny to everyone else." But Ren Yuan interrupted Lin Hu with a wave of his hand. "First, I'm not a soldier. I don't have to feed outsiders. Second, even if I feed them now, what about the future? This is not a long-term solution. Even if you return them to Luoyang, you cannot guarantee free food every day." Lin Hu fell silent, not because he could not argue with Ren Yuan, but because he felt Ren Yuan was right. Endless handouts breed laziness. Let them starve for now. It's easier to talk to them when they're hungry. And when I'm gone, you can blame it all on me and say I didn't give up, Ren Yuan said, raising an eyebrow. "But I always feel a little awkward. We're enjoying the feasts here, and they're starving outside." Lin Hu frowned. "You can go down and starve with them. Xiaohu, drink with me." Ren Yuan smiled at Xiaohu. Xiaohu glanced awkwardly at Lin Hu, then said, "Captain, I think Ren Yuan is right. After all, even if we feel sorry for them, there is nothing we can do. We are penniless, and they saved our lives. Why should they take on even more responsibility? All right, go eat." Ren Yuan stood up and patted Xiaohu on the shoulder, smiling and saying, "Let's eat, Xiaohu, don't worry about him. He will figure it out soon." Lin Hu didn't know whether to go out or not. He sat on the sofa and stared at Xiaohu. Ren Yuan smiled, but said nothing, pretending not to see, and began to eat. Lin Hu hoped that Xiaohu would come back and persuade him to find a way out, so he walked over. In the end, Lin Hu couldn't resist the smell of food and ran over happily. Ren Yuan and Xiaohu laughed at the same time. "Well done, now you've learned how to deceive me." Lin Hu walked over and grabbed Xiaohu's ear. "No, Captain, I really didn't notice just now." "Didn't you say you didn't want to eat?" Okay, stop and tell me something." Ren Yuan interrupted their laughter. "Chen Anyang is dead. He used himself as an experiment, trying to develop a vaccine for human evolution. But he died without creating it. And now there's no one left at Luoyang base to continue his work. Chen Anyang? Is he dead? I thought he was crazy. In Jinling, almost all of us went to catch the zombie king for him." Ren Yuan chuckled and said, "He is not a psycho. On the contrary, he is a savior. A serum has been developed that affects human mutations, which means you don't have to worry about turning into a zombie if you get scratched or bitten." "Good news," Xiaohu's eyes lit up. Ren Yuan shook his head and said, "But there is bad news too. The mutated zombies are constantly evolving, and eventually they may become too strong for humans to handle." Ren Yuan suddenly remembered Chen Anyang's words when they first met. Gods, mythical gods, may appear on the surface of the blue planet. "How is the captain?" Xiaohu pointed at Lin Hu and said, "I knew the captain had changed. He even hit me harder than before." Lin Hu, who was completely lacking in a good mood like Xiaohu, looked melancholic. "What about the headquarters in the north?" Ren Yuan rubbed his face and replied with the same melancholy. "There are more problems in the north. There are not only zombies, but also mutant beasts. Someone will explain this problem to you when you return to Luoyang. Besides, there is good news." "What good news?" "There is a person in the north who can replace Chen Anyang, but he is stuck there and cannot reach the base in Luoyang. The north doesn't have enough experimental equipment. This time, I went to the north to help and rescue him." "Jiang Yunwo," Lin Hu blurted out almost immediately. "Who? Who is Jiang Yunwo?" Ren Yuan was a little confused. "He is the one you said could replace Chen Anyang. He is the crown jewel of the entire northern group." "A woman?" Ren Yuan asked in surprise. "By the way, the entire military leadership of the Dragon Kingdom knows about her. Do you know the Dragon Kingdom's exoskeleton? She invented it, right? And I can't tell you. All you need to know is that she developed something truly remarkable, and she did it at only 15 years old. She even surpassed the president of the Academy of Sciences. Wait, you just mentioned exoskeleton armor. Is that also related to biology? Lin Hu smirked. Amazing. Not only is she good at physics and biology, but she is also a very skilled surgeon. Ren Yuan looked back at Kuei-hua, feeling the same way. Shh. Strange. If she were trapped in the north, Liu Yang would not have done anything. She is a future star. Interesting. A female genius. Ren Yuan was intrigued by Lin Hu's description of Jiang Yunwo. I'm full. I won't eat anymore. Is your meat expired? 3 plates wouldn't have been enough for me before. I'm already full after just a few bites, Lin Hu said, rubbing his stomach. I don't know if it's expired. You should ask your father. This meat was given to you by your father. My father? Is he here too? Yes, and your teacher, Taoist Qingfeng, are all in Luoyang. Take all the weapons from the bus and leave me one. I won't need it. After dinner, Lin Hu and Xiao Hu got off the bus. They had to take the ordinary people back to Luoyang. Ren Yun didn't want them to be on the bus all the time, causing inconvenience. Don't go straight to Luoyang. Go around Luoyang. Luoyang Lin Hu stopped him. I understand. I know my situation well. Thank you, brother. Ren Yuan nodded silently. Lin Hu took a few steps, turned around, and said, Wait until I come back. I will gather myself and lead my soldiers north to support you. No need, you won't find me. No need to cause unnecessary losses. With that, Ren Yuan closed the door of the bus. Xishun, go. Wow, this upgrade is so convenient. No need to drive anymore. Ren Yuan relaxed on the sofa, enjoying the snacks and drinks Kuei-hua offered him. Jiang Yunwo, hehe. You seem very interested in this woman? Kuei-hua looked at Ren Yuan strangely. Not really. I just want to meet this genius, Ren Yuan said after taking a sip of cola. Hey, it seems like Mount Yunmeng is right in front of us. I heard that there are really nice views from there, but apparently you can't drive up there. Boom! A loud crash came from the side of the bus. The car didn't shake, but the sound was clear. Xishun, what's going on? The huge beast-like creature is dodging. Ren Yuan hurriedly stood up and walked to the passenger seat, looking at the CCTV camera. The left monitor showed a huge dark beast rushing towards the bus. Damn! This beast even hits the target! What the hell is this? Due to the distance and the thicket of weeds, Ren Yuan couldn't see anything clearly. He could only see 2 huge tusks on the beast's head. A boar! Damn it! This time, Ren Yuan saw it clearly because the boar had already rammed the bus from the side. Fortunately, after the upgrade, the buses were much wider. Otherwise, it would most likely have flipped over in the collision. No, there was no way around that, not to mention weapons. Boars have thick skin, and after the mutation, it definitely got thicker. Number 3, kill the boar. Mission accomplished, kill the boar. The hatch on the roof opened, and Number 1 jumped out, landing right in the boar's path. In a split second, the boar was already charging at Number 1. Number 1 extended his arms in a defensive stance, legs one in front of the other. Boom! Number 1 flew back, but the boar's speed did not slow down at all. Damn, what a powerful force. Number 1 extended his leg to stop it from retreating back and rushed at the boar again. The boar, apparently annoyed by Number 1, decided to stop pretending to be a bus and began chasing and ramming Number 1. Blood stained its massive tusks, suggesting it had eaten something alive, perhaps a zombie. This pig is bringing me shashlik. A boar is still a boar, no matter how mutated it is. Number 1 dodged the boar's attack with a few leaps. Just as the boar was preparing to attack again, the first one pulled out a long sword from behind his back and grabbed it with both hands. He rushed forward with his whole body, following the boar's charge. About 3 meters away, the first one powerfully struck with his star-breaking sword. The tip of the sword pierced the flesh of the boar, exiting through the anus and impaling it. This boar was incredibly resilient and jumped several times after the strike. But just a few strikes forced Ren Yuan to return the carcass. The pig must have weighed 1,000 pounds, huge, with polished tusks. We'll have a snack tonight, but we need to get rid of the carcass. We don't need the entrails. Of course, Ren Yuan wouldn't do such dirty work, and he certainly wouldn't let Kuihua do it. Instead, he instructed the first to rip open the belly and clean out the abdominal cavity. Wild boar meat can be either a delicacy or an unpleasant taste, depending on how it is prepared. The first step was to solve the toughness problem. Leave some in the refrigerator and marinate the rest to make jerky. The boar was so big that it wouldn't fit in the car, so Ren Yuan ordered the first to drag half of the carcass onto the roof and leave it there until he finished cutting. Pickling requires a lot of salt. When Ren Yuan left Luoyang, he brought a box that was almost enough to pickle this boar, but after pickling, there may be very little left. Supplies are still needed. There's never enough of everything. After working for a while, Ren Yuan asked Zixun to continue on his way and buy supplies if there were any villages or towns nearby. Hey, why does this pig have a tumor on its bone? Don't tumors grow on meat? Is this bone hyperplasia? Kuihua chuckled and said, "What bone hyperplasia?" This is a place where the bones are not strengthened. In one day, this boar will successfully advance to the third evolutionary level. What exactly is the concept of the third level? Ren Yuan couldn't help but ask. The zombie king we encountered this morning was a level 3. The second level is needed to emit electromagnetic waves, the third to strengthen bones, the fourth to strengthen flesh, and the fifth to be at the top of the food chain. Of course, each level of evolution is difficult. Over time, normal zombies will be promoted to level 2 or 3, but level 4 requires a special substance, and level 4 evolutions are rare. Ren Yuan asked curiously, "What special substance?" "Energy." "Energy? Do living organisms need energy too?" Kuihua explained as she sprinkled salt evenly onto the boar meat. "Star energy. The zombie virus has changed the physique of blue star creatures. The substance that allows humans to evolve absorbs the energy of stars. This substance is of random origin, which means it will be saturated. That's why some zombies can reach the 4th level, and some can't. So, as the bus rushes, zombies, mutants, and people who have gained evolutionary abilities are all going there." Ren Yuan looked at the CCTV camera. It was almost dark, and the bus had already entered the Yunmeng Mountains. The sunset painted the mountains in a ghostly color. Ren Yuan opened the door and got out, looking at the breathtaking view of the Yunmeng Mountains in the distance. "Let's stop here." "We're not going anywhere tonight," Ren Yuan said without turning around. Perhaps because he hadn't seen mountains since he was a child, he was immediately captivated by the beauty and suddenly wanted to see what the sun would look like when it rose tomorrow morning. "We'll have wild boar barbecue tonight. It's a pity there's no beer." Tsk tsk. The kitchen utensils on the bus were connected to the reactor and were difficult to remove, so Ren Yuan simply cut some green branches from the forest at the foot of the mountain, impaled large chunks of boar meat on them, and placed them on the ground. There were plenty of dry branches in the forest, so he could use them right there. The fire was quickly lit. Ren Yuan and Kuihua gathered around the fire, and number 3 stood guard nearby. "Hua Hua, go get some cumin. I remember bringing it from Luoyang." "Yes, I saw it at noon." "Oh, it's been a while since I've eaten barbecue, let alone wild boar. We used to be so poor that we couldn't afford it, and now we're even poorer, so we can afford it, but we have to fry it ourselves." Ren Yuan twirled the chopsticks and sprinkled cumin on them. The meat became drier and drier, and the aroma grew stronger. Kuihua couldn't help but warn, "If you fry it longer, it will become dried." "Ah, you don't understand. The key is concentration." "The real taste is in this concentrated dried meat," Ren Yuan countered. "You'll still eat it yourself." "I won't eat your roasted meat," Kuihua said, rolling her eyes. "Then roast your own meat. Everyone will roast their own meat and eat what they roast." Ren Yuan handed Kuihua a sharpened branch. Kuihua took the branch and went to the cart to get some meat. As soon as she left her place, Ren Yuan suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye a white figure slowly descending on the distant slopes of Mount Yunmeng. He rubbed his eyes, and the white figure disappeared again. Kihua had returned. What happened? Kihua asked, noticing Ren Yuan's strange expression. Nothing. Maybe I stared at the fire for too long and my vision got blurred. Your meat is very big. If you're not careful, it will burn, Ren Yuan said, looking at the meat that Kihua was skewering. The branch she was holding was thicker than the meat, which was practically tied to the branch. Small pieces cook faster. Yes, it smells so delicious. Ren Yuan took a bite of meat that had just come off the fire. The meat was hot, but Ren Yuan could taste it, and as soon as he looked at Kihua again, he saw the white figure on the far side of the hill again. This time, the figure was closer, no more than 500 meters away. Get in the car. Ren Yuan stood up from the ground, grabbed Kihua, and ran to the car. What are you doing? My meat is not cooked yet. There is someone there. It might be a person. I am not sure. Someone came down from the mountain. I know. I am not mistaken. The CCTV footage shows a white figure approaching. Ren Yuan turned on his thermal imaging camera. This figure has a heat source. It's a human. Who is it? Stop. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. Ren Yuan turned on his microphone and warned louder. The white figure froze, obviously surprised that Ren Yuan noticed him. He simply froze and bowed. Brother, I am Yun Zhongzi. This evening, I was meditating in a Taoist temple when I suddenly saw fire rising up on the mountain below. I am here to tell you that Mount Yunmeng is home to many ferocious beasts. Please don't burn yourself. He must be talking about mutants. Normal animals are afraid of fire. If he says so, let's add fuel to the fire. I just think this wild boar meat tastes terrible. But we only have 3 fighters now. Isn't that too few? Kihua asked. At worst, we can just run away. What is there to be afraid of? Ren Yuan spoke into the microphone again. Thank you, Taoist priest, for reminding me. Please come back. I need to add fuel to the fire. Brother, no way. This is not an ordinary beast, and it is definitely not under human control. Yun Zhongzi hurriedly shouted, Master, please come back. They are coming. On the surveillance screen to Yun Zhongzi's right, 2 heat sources suddenly appeared, rushing straight at him. Master, be careful, Ren Yuan warned softly. Oh, you're in trouble, Yun Zhongzi shouted. Master, run to me. It was unclear what kind of beasts they were, but they were incredibly fast. Yun Zhongzi wasn't slow either, and every time he saw the beasts about to pounce on him, he managed to dodge. Come down. How can I help you if you're still here? Yun Zhongzi continued to stomp on the hillside, dodging the attacks but refusing to come down. Do you think I don't want to? How can I hide without these trees? Come up and help, Yun Zhongzi said angrily. If you don't come down, I'm sorry, I can't help you. You'll have to stand up for yourself, Ren Yuan said casually. Yun Zhongzi dodged the attack of the 2 beasts with a few jumps, and then jumped down the slope, tumbling and crawling towards the bus. Number 3, kill the beasts. Mission accomplished. Kill the beasts. Yun Zhongzi was about to scold Ren Yuan for his injustice when a silver figure flashed past him and charged straight at the 2 beasts that were chasing him. What is this? A white-browed tiger. This is the Tiger King of Mount Yunmeng. What else is this? Yun Zhongzi rubbed his buttocks and leaned forward, trying to see the chaotic tangle of 1 car and 2 beasts. It was completely dark, and only thermal images were visible on the CCTV cameras. The 2 orange shadows continued to attack number 3. After about a minute, one of the orange figures collapsed and the larger one rushed up the slope. It was over. Give me the body back, Ren Yuan muttered. The first one, dragging the black furry corpse behind him, walked step by step to the front of the bus and jumped onto the roof. Wulian Tianzun. Is this a catapult launch? Yun Zhongzi stared blankly at the bus. Master, please come back. We can protect ourselves, Ren Yuan said into the microphone. No, I won't go back. Since you are now safe, I will leave. Yun Zhongzi did not go back up the mountain, but headed out, apparently to the north. Master, wait. You are not going back up the mountain? Master, before I went up, I told you that in the event of a serious disaster, I must come down from the mountain to provide medical assistance. Yunzhongzi folded his hands and bowed in gratitude. Why do I keep bumping into Taoist priests these days? You may never meet them in your life, Ren Yuan asked curiously. This Yunzhongzi, dressed in white robes, did not look like a Taoist priest at all. Besides, he wouldn't live long if he came down from the mountain empty-handed like this. I am becoming more and more interested in these people. All sorts of monsters and demons are crawling out of this chaos. Let's go up and see what it is. Ren Yuan couldn't see the body that number 3 brought back. It looked like a tiger and a wolf. Willian Tianzun, run! I'll distract them. Run! Suddenly, a loud, incredibly loud scream came from outside. Yunzhongzi, look at what's going on. Ren Yuan hurried down from the roof. He barely took 2 steps before Zishun started the bus. He lost his balance and rolled down the spiral staircase. Kuihua followed him, sliding down. What the hell? You couldn't say anything. Ren Yuan barked at the driver. Before he could stand up, the bus suddenly tilted to the left, and he hit his head on the sofa. Kuihua fell into his arms, and Ren Yuan grabbed the back of the bus tightly. Then the bus swung sharply to the right. The entire body shifted. The front and back parts flipped over. Hua, hold on tight. I'll go see what's going on. Logically, Zishun wouldn't go crazy just like that. He would only do that if something happened outside. After falling a few more times, Ren Yuan finally entered the cockpit. The screen was bathed in red light. Damn it! What's going on? The bus was surrounded by red heat sources, and faint, chaotic screams were coming from inside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A monkey? Ren Yuan sat in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and began to operate the machine gun, firing at the vast area of heat sources. Heat. Yunzhongzi's voice faded, and it was unknown whether he was alive or not. Judging from the situation was probably serious. The bus was completely surrounded. Zishun had already pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the fuel gauge needle had shot up to the maximum. The sounds of collisions continued to echo around the bus. Suddenly, Ren Yuan saw a large red spot ahead. It split. One group turned around and rushed at the bus, while the other group, like a sharp sword, rushed north. Yunzhongzi, Shishun, go north. These red heat sources must be the wild animals of Yunmeng Mountain. All kinds of beasts, anything. Ren Yuan even heard the rats squealing. The machine guns on the roof continued to fire. Shishun lowered the ram, and the bus moved like a plowshare plowing the earth. The animals, apparently frightened by the heavy losses, began to move away from the bus towards Yunzhongzi. Ren Yuan watched Yunzhongzi through the CCTV camera. His heat source rose and fell as if jumping. Faster. Ren Yuan continued to shoot at the animals chasing Yunzhongzi. 3. Block the car. The sunroof suddenly opened, and 3 came out. The hatch closed quickly, but something had managed to get inside. Suddenly, a clattering sound came from the car. Number 3 began firing his energy pistol. The weapon in his hand was much more powerful than the machine gun mounted on the car. One shot caused a wave of heat. Hua, get back in! Kuihua was just a medical robot, incapable of fighting. Ren Yuan didn't know what had gotten in yet, so he could only let her hide in the back. Ren Yuan fixed the onboard machine gun, pointed it at the back of the bus, and started shooting. Shishun, give me your gun. Shishun quickly pulled out 7 or 8 scraps from his pocket, collected, pistol, and handed it to Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan now regretted giving all the Type 56 assault rifles to Lin Hu and the others. He wasn't used to Shishun's weapon. Shishun's gun was also an energy gun, but it had no trigger, and Ren Yuan had no idea how to fire it. However, Ren Yuan didn't have time to ask. The beast that had climbed inside had already rushed towards the cabin door. Before he could open it, a dark figure rushed at him. What the hell? What the hell? Ren Yuan instinctively grabbed his gun and swung it at the furry object, causing it to fall to the ground with a thud. But then another dark object flew past, landing right in Ren Yuan's hands. Shit. How do I shoot this gun? Ren Yuan swung the gun again and struck. At that moment, he felt a sudden pain in his hip. He looked down and saw a red-eyed rabbit lying on his lap. He reached out and pushed the rabbit away. but another dark figure rushed straight at him. He reached out and swung the door open, grabbing the shadow with his hand and pushing it against the shoulder. In the dim light of the cabin, he finally saw what he was holding. It was a furry golden monkey with a golden body, each hair like a golden thread. A monkey? A rabbit? What the hell? Suddenly, Ren Yuan felt a tension in his thigh, as if something had pinched his leg. He looked down and saw a colorful snake wrapped around his leg, its head hanging down and its tongue hanging out. Ren Yuan's hair stood on end. He immediately opened the lowered door of the cabin and reached out to grab the snake wrapped around his leg. As soon as he moved, the snake bit his thigh. Ah, damn! The pain wasn't severe. It was more of a panic attack. By then, Ren Yuan had already caught the snake, pinned it to the ground, and started attacking with a gun. But as soon as the door opened, another monkey jumped on Ren Yuan's back and scratched his head. Zhishun, how do you even shoot a gun? Suddenly, the gun on Ren Yuan's phone turned into a knife, its blade glowing blue. Ren Yuan aimed at the snake, then slashed the monkey's head with his blade. Then, he reached out to the monkey sitting on his back. After 2 touches, he grabbed the monkey's fluffy tail and tore it off his back. He threw it to the ground and slashed it with a sharp blade. Only then did Ren Yuan have time to take a look at what was happening inside the carriage. There were 3 monkeys, 2 mice, and a rabbit. He rushed inside and hit one of the monkeys with his sword. Suddenly, the carriage tilted and Ren Yuan fell to the ground. The 3 monkeys pounced on him, pounced and began to scratch. It didn't hurt, but it itched. Ha ha ha! Shit! Ha ha ha! The back door suddenly burst open and Kui Hua rushed out, knocking one of the monkeys away. The other 2 monkeys turned around and Ren Yuan stood up. By the time they looked back again, Ren Yuan's blade had already slit their throats. Throwing away one rabbit, Ren Yuan rushed towards the last monkey. The monkey tried to escape, catching its tail on the railing. Ren Yuan jumped forward, grabbed it by the tail, and threw it to the ground. Then he stepped on its head and slashed with his sword. The last monkey was dead. The 2 rats were motionless. They were gnawing rice in the cabinet. Ren Yuan walked over and killed the last 2 troublemakers. "What the hell is this?" Ren Yuan exclaimed, picking up the rat's carcass. This rat was bigger than a normal pig. Ren Yuan looked very embarrassed. His hair was disheveled like a chicken coop, and even the suit he wore in Luoyang was torn. The bus was still racing. Ren Yuan glanced at the rats and immediately returned to the cabin. Seeing 2 snakes on the ground, he remembered that he had been bitten. "Hua Hua, help me check. I was just bitten by a snake." "Don't worry, it's okay. There is no poison on Blue Star that could harm you yet. The evolved cells of your body will eliminate all the toxins. This is good." The bus was now very close to Yunzhongzi. There were almost no animals around the bus. Most of them were attracted by Yunzhongzi. Ren Yuan turned on the microphone and shouted, "Master, is he dead?" A weak, abrupt cry reached Ren Yuan's ears. "I'm not dead yet, but I'm almost there. Wuliang Tianzun circle, as close to me as possible." Yunzhongzi began to slowly turn left. This turn required skill. If he had made more, the animals behind him would have pounced on him. Less turns would have been pointless. Yunzhongzi did it perfectly, controlling the direction and increasing the speed, his legs moving like a roller coaster. Especially in the thermal image, the red heat source looked exactly like fire. When Yunzhongzi was about to reach the bus, he suddenly tripped, quickly knocked down by the herd of animals behind him. "Master! Master, I'm okay." Suddenly, the heat source where Yunzhongzi fell exploded like a bomb, and countless heat sources shot up from where Yunzhongzi fell. Yunzhongzi jumped up and ran toward the bus. Zhishun slammed on the brakes, just enough to steer Yunzhongzi with the door. Quickly, into the bus. Yunzhongzi jumped up in his seat, flew straight into the bus, and fell heavily into the car. "Zhishun, hurry up!" Ren Yuan stood up from the passenger seat and entered the car. Yunzhongzi lay motionless in the car, entwined with several snakes. "Master?" Ren Yuan asked hesitantly, and suddenly Yun Jongzi's entire body trembled. Then a creepy laugh rang out. He he he, ha ha ha, master. Yun Jongzi turned over and looked at Ren Yuan with his disheveled hair. His hair was stuck to his face with sweat, and his face showed that he was crying and laughing. What are you doing? Yun Jongzi suddenly burst into tears and sobbed. Ren Yuan stepped forward, grabbed the snake hanging on his body, threw it to the ground, and cut off its head with a knife. I have lived on Yunmeng Mountain since I was a child. I have seen animals big and small, but I do not know when all these monkeys came here. Look, this is the only garment my master left me. I begged him for 8 years before he finally gave it to me, before he ascended to heaven. I've only been wearing it for a day, and those monkeys have already torn it to shreds. Ren Yuan suddenly wanted to laugh. Yun Jongzi was sitting on the ground, sobbing and complaining, his white robe riddled with holes. His pants were torn, revealing large patches of skin. It seemed like every hair on his leg was protesting. Hua, check him to see if he's okay. Hua took out a detector, scanned Yun Jongzi, shook her head at Ren Yuan, and said, He's also an evolver. Master, you're amazing. How did you just get up? I thought you were going to die. Yun Jongzi stood up from the ground, touched his face, and sighed. This Taoist robe is a magical weapon. The energy that just burst out is the spiritual power contained in the robe. Spiritual power. Ren Yuan was a little confused. Where did this spiritual power come from? Master, have we got the location wrong? Is it just this white Taoist robe? Or something else? Ren Yuan asked, pointing at Yun Jongzi. What white? This is blue. Ren Yuan's face was filled with disbelief. He waved his hand in front of Yun Jongzi's eyes and said, Are you okay? It's white. Yun Jongzi scratched his head in embarrassment and said, it's faded. How long does it take to wash a pure blue Taoist robe to white? Yun Jongzi stretched out his finger and said, Once, if I hadn't been going down the mountain, I wouldn't have washed it. It would easily be ruined after one wash, but it would be too dirty if I didn't wash it. The paint on the clothes must have faded and the mud grooves retained the color, so it fell off after just one wash. Hua touched Yun Jongzi's Taoist robe and said, Master, how long have you had this robe? Ren Yuan asked curiously. Yun Jongzi looked up at the ceiling of the bus, pinched his fingers a few times, then looked at Ren Yuan and said, More than 82 years. Ren Yuan gave Yun Jongzi a thumbs up and turned to the cabin and said, Master, please, sit down. Hua, bring some drinks. Ren Yuan had only met Yun Jongzi once, and he had saved him mainly because he had not run away from the beasts alone, but had returned to warn Ren Yuan. Thanks to Shishun's skill, the bus had finally broken away from the herd of Yunmeng Mountain. The heat source on the CCTV camera disappeared. Ren Yuan switched the CCTV camera to night vision mode, stood up, picked up the bodies from the ground, and collected them in the middle carriage. He opened the door as he was moving and threw the bodies down. He threw away everything else except the rabbit. Monkeys, snakes and rats were too much prey for Ren Yuan. While he was wondering why these beasts suddenly appeared and attacked him, Yun Jongzi's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Ren Yuan turned around abruptly, raised his knife, and was about to slash. Yun Jongzi quickly stepped back and waved his hand. Brother, don't suddenly appear behind me. It's very dangerous, Ren Yuan said seriously. Brother, I have a question, Yun Jongzi said embarrassedly. Come on. Ren Yuan sheathed his knife. The one who saved me before was a human? Yes, a robot. A robot? Brother, although I don't go down the mountain very often, the signal is still good there, and I sometimes go online. I've never seen a robot as powerful as yours. Ren Yuan looked at Yun Jongzi as if he was an idiot and said, You have a powerful fighting technique, so are you bragging? Have you heard the saying that the innocent are guilty of possessing treasure? Yun Jongzi scratched his head and said, You're right. At this time, Hua came over with 3 cans of cola, handed one to Yun Jongzi, and Ren Yuan took one too. Ah, great. Let's find a place to continue grilling kebabs. Don't go to the mountains this time, Ren Yuen said to Xishan. Brother, I told you, Taoist priest, we don't know each other very well. Once we get to a safe place, you should leave. Ren Yuen glanced sideways at Yun Zhongzi. Senior brother, do you have a change of clothes? My Taoist robe. Yun Zhongzi reached out and pulled it off, almost tearing it to shreds. Ren Yuen turned around, revealing his wounded back, and spread his arms helplessly. Yun Zhongzi's lips trembled, and he smoothed the hair on his forehead. He bowed, turned around, and entered the carriage. As soon as Ren Yuen turned his back, Ren Yuen faintly noticed something like a scarlet mark on his back. The shirt was only slightly cut, making it difficult to see. Ren Yuen paused, and then stopped Yun Zhongzi. Teacher? Big brother, what happened? Yun Zhongzi asked, puzzled. It doesn't matter, nothing. After thinking about it, Ren Yuen decided not to ask. What if it's a secret? It would be awkward to ask. Ren Yuen just thought that the item on his back was very similar to the one on Master Ching Feng's back. He picked up the tablet from the passenger seat, opened the offline map, and scrolled through it. They were quite far from Yunmeng Mountain. Further north, not far away, was the city of Wei. Wei City had at least 2,000 years of history and had experienced many disasters, but none of them were so serious. Ren Yuen shook his head and put down the tablet. About 100 kilometers ahead, there was no one, and he no longer needed to stay in the passenger seat. He turned around, opened the cabin door, and entered the middle compartment. Yun Zhongzi was sitting on the sofa, meditating. If it weren't for his disheveled hair and tattered clothes, he would have looked like a hermit. Ren Yuen opened his locker, took out a bag of chips, and sat across from Yun Zhongzi, munching on them and reading the notebook on the coffee table. The movie was about the undead of Mile Country, but the zombies weren't as ferocious as in reality. They writhed and writhed, as if they were seriously ill, and seemed harmless. It seemed that if the director exaggerated the zombies' abilities, the main character and supporting characters would not survive and remain ordinary people. At this time, Yun Zhongzi opened his eyes, looked at Ren Yuen, and sighed. He remained silent, probably thinking that Ren Yuen was being too noisy. But then he remembered that they were in Ren Yuen's car and remained silent. Ren Yuen did this on purpose, just to test whether Yun Zhongzi would be able to meditate normally if he continued to disturb him. Ren Yuen deliberately increased the volume of the computer, and the roar of the zombie inside became especially shrill. Yun Zhongzi adjusted his posture, put his hand in his pocket, and rummaged around in it a little and pulled out some copper coins. He weighed them in his hand, muttering to himself, "Strange. I'm definitely okay. I'll come down the mountain with good luck tonight. What could possibly go wrong?" he muttered, clutching the coins in his hands and shaking them a few times before letting go. The coins fell into his lap, then bounced and rolled on the ground, spun around, and landed at Ren Yuen's feet. They hit Ren Yuen's leg and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Yun Zhongzi got up from the sofa, walked over to Ren Yuen, squatted down, and looked at the coins scattered on the ground. The inner hexagram is Zhen. The outer is Kun. Zhen symbolizes the mountain. Kun symbolizes the earth. The mountain is hidden underground, master? Yun Zhongzi put away the coins and leaned back on the sofa opposite Ren Yuen, this time with a smile on his face. Master, what does this hexagram mean? Yun Zhongzi's face was full of surprise, as if he was waiting for Ren Yuen to ask him. As soon as Ren Yuen opened his mouth, he immediately replied, "To be honest, I also read the hexagram before going down the mountain. It is difficult to predict good or bad luck. Although it seems safe and sound, the hexagram contains hidden dangers." This hexagram is the Chen hexagram of the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. It is the only hexagram in which all 6 lines are auspicious. As if afraid that Ren Yuen would not understand, Yun Zhongzi continued, "Brother, have you ever bought a lottery ticket? This hexagram is almost like winning the lottery. Rare, rare." "Okay, where are you getting off?" Ren Yuen asked as he lay down on the sofa. "I will follow your instructions, big brother." Yon Zhongzi seemed to be in a good mood. Then we will talk about it when we get to the Wei capital. I should warn you in advance. There are zombies everywhere outside, so I still advise you not to run. Yun Zhongzi waved his hand casually and said, "It's okay, big brother. Thanks for the reminder." Ren Yuan looked at Yun Zhongzi curiously. Yun Zhongzi looked young, about 20 years old. Unlike Qingfeng, he had short hair, although it could be worn long or short. Yun Zhongzi noticed Ren Yuan's gaze and looked at him questioningly before saying, "Brother? Really? Back off." Yun Zhongzi thought he was having an affair. Ren Yuan understood what he was about to say and quickly interrupted him. "I'm just curious. How did your teacher teach you? Talk about how to heal people at a time like this?" Yun Zhongzi sighed and said, "Someone has to do it. I'm definitely not alone." Ren Yuan did not agree with Yun Zhongzi. He was an ordinary person. Even if he had evolved, he was still powerless against the zombie horde. After the commotion, it was already dark. Ren Yuan looked at the time. It was already past midnight. He stood up, walked into the cabin, and replaced Zishun. After the fierce battles with the monkeys and rats, Ren Yuan was still far from clean. His body was sore and covered in blood. He checked the map. The nearest river was about 5 kilometers away. Or rather, not exactly a river, since the map showed a lake, and it didn't look very big. This lake seemed quite famous. Ren Yuan had heard of Lake Xinfeng many times. The legend was that it was an artificial lake, supposedly dug by some emperor for some important project. The details were unknown because many years had passed, but the latest legend was quite outrageous. The legend goes that there is a village on the shore of Xinfeng Lake where the people make their living by fishing. Suddenly, one day, there was a heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and a golden dragon with 5 claws descended from the sky and landed in Xinfeng Lake. Due to the dragon's enormous size, the water overflowed its banks, flooding the village. Not only did the villagers lose their fishing gear and homes, but they also suffered countless casualties, and all the fish in the lake disappeared. The villagers were hungry, but one brave young man, who was truly starving, took advantage of the night, armed himself with an axe, swam to the center of the lake and cut off a piece of flesh from the dragon's carcass. The next day, the news somehow spread throughout the village. This first man was followed by others, and soon the entire dragon was devoured. Later legends said that the dragon was the son of a dragon king, who, in his anger, sent a flood that drowned the entire village. Since then, Xinfeng Lake has been abandoned, although it has recently been developed as a tourist attraction brought him back to life. Ren Yuan wanted to see what the lake looked like and also to get water for a hot bath. His skin was sticky and unpleasant from dried monkey blood and sweat from intense exercise. 5 kilometers was not a long distance. Less. 10 minutes later, Ren Yuan saw a lake shimmering in the moonlight. Ren Yuan parked his car by the lake, which was perfectly fenced and even had a gazebo. He went into the bathroom and looked around. The shower head was attached to a ceiling faucet. The clamp on the roof disconnected a hose that connected to a large object on the roof. It looked like a filter. Ren Yuan pulled out a section of the hose and threw it straight into the lake. The splash was especially loud in the calm water. Ren Yuan put the hose away and closed the sunroof. He turned on the shower, and the light on the roof immediately lit up. The water was the perfect temperature, not too hot and not too cold. It was very comfortable. It would have been nice to take a bath. The only problem was that taking a shower standing up was too tiring. "Hua Hua, go make dinner. I'll go take a shower," Ren Yuan said to Kui Hua, who was sitting on the bed. Kui Hua nodded, got out of the trunk, and closed the door. Ren Yuan took off his torn clothes and shook his head helplessly. He didn't have any clothes at all. The one he was wearing before was left at the Luyang base, and he didn't take it. Too many things were missing from the car, so he had to look for supplies: shower gel, shampoo, clothes, and so on. After taking a shower, Kui Hua had already prepared food. Ren Yuan reluctantly got dressed. Fortunately, the shirt inside was not too dirty and could still be worn. Ren Yuan washed the suit and hung it in the shower. "Hey, Where is the Taoist monk? Ren Yuan asked, looking at the sofa where Yun Zhongzi should be sitting. He said he wanted to get out of the car and walk around, so I opened the door for him, Kuei-hua said, serving food to Ren Yuan. He is truly a man of great skill and courage. Do you feel that there is something special about this Taoist priest? Kuei-hua frowned, thought for a while, and said, compared to Taoist priest Qingfeng, Yun Zhongzi is purer and more like a Taoist priest. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about his behavior, Kuei-hua asked, puzzled. Behavior? What behavior? Look around. Would a normal person dare to walk around at this time? Kuei-hua suddenly remembered, nodded, and said, unless he has important things to do. Ren Yuan entered the cabin and turned on the thermal imager on the CCTV footage. He looked around. There were no heat sources nearby, only a human-shaped heat source in the far pavilion. Shh! What is he doing? The orange Yun Zhongzi in the video waved his arms incessantly. It was unclear what he was doing, but his movements were strange. Suddenly, a heat beam burst out from between Yun Zhongzi's waving hands, flying out at an incredible speed. It's some kind of energy, Kuei-hua said thoughtfully. He's back. After the heat source disappeared, Yun Zhongzi headed for the bus. However, Ren Yuan did not open the door this time. This Yun Zhongzi was so strange that Ren Yuan felt uneasy. Brother? Brother? Yun Zhongzi knocked on the door of the bus. After a pause, he knocked again. Brother? What were you doing? Ren Yuan asked through the door. Oh, I sent a message to the Taoist Association. I don't know if they received it. Yun Zhongzi's words seemed to be filled with worry. Ren Yuan looked at Kuei-hua in surprise and said, he spoke the truth. Strange. He doesn't seem stupid, but he is too honest. Let's check on him later. Let's let him in first, just to be on the lookout. If Yun Zhongzi is okay, then he's just too naive, too pure. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Ren Yuan opened the door. Yun Zhongzi rubbed his hands, jumped on the bus, and sat on the sofa, rubbing his palms. He looked frozen. Who did you say you sent the message to? Yun Zhongzi was stunned. The Taoist Association. The Taoist Association's headquarters is in Hebei province. What did you send the message with? A mobile phone? Is there a signal? Ren Yuan asked curiously. Yun Zhongzi spread his hands and said, Brother, you're kidding. How can my phone still have a signal? Besides, I lost it on Yunmeng Mountain. He took 2 steps and sat down on the sofa, continuing. I sent a message using the sound transmission talisman. It's tied to my date and time of birth, and it's a dedicated line. Look, do you think I'm a fool? Ren Yuan felt like Yun Zhongzi was treating him like a fool. Dedicated line, talismans for transmitting sound. Are you an online writer? Just making things up? He's talking nonsense. Yun Zhongzi was stunned and said innocently, Brother, if you don't believe me, I'll show you. He then pulled out a piece of yellow paper from his tattered Taoist robe. He pinched the paper between his index and middle fingers, forming seals with both hands, and with a few quick movements, the paper disappeared. That's it? You're just casting a spell, right? No, this really is a form of communication. It's a transfer of energy. Kuei-hua, who was standing next to him, pulled Ren Yuan's hand. Brother, you have done me a favor. How could I lie to you? Everything I say is true. Seeing that Ren Yuan no longer believed, Yun Zhongzi was ready to swear. I can feel this energy. What he said is true, Kuei-hua whispered into Ren Yuan's ear. Forget it. Let's eat. Ren Yuan still doubted the truth of Yun Zhongzi's words, although Kuei-hua could feel that energy. The rice was made from wild boar meat stewed with potatoes. The taste was delicious, but there was too much meat and the dish was a bit greasy. Brother, my sister-in-law cooks so well. I haven't eaten such delicious food since I was a child. Yun Zhongzi's mouth was greasy and he ate too much boar. Don't talk while you eat and don't talk in your sleep, don't you know? Ren Yuan rolled his eyes at Yun Zhongzi. Kuei-hua's face was full of embarrassment, and Ren Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was clearly a problem. Hui's entire behavior now indicated that she had fallen in love with Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan was not a fool. He saw this, but he simply didn't want to say anything. After all, it wasn't against common sense. Who would marry a robot they themselves had summoned? Even if it was a clone, Ren Yuan couldn't accept it. Since Hua was silent, Ren Yuan simply played dumb. It was almost midnight after dinner. Ren Yuan was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and Yun Zhongzi was sleeping. What irritated Ren Yuan the most was that when he was switching movies, he somehow stopped at My Robot Girlfriend. Ren Yuan tried to switch, but Hua stopped him, expressing her genuine interest in the film. Ren Yuan felt upset, but he couldn't help it. Hua cooked for him and massaged him all day long, and when she finally showed interest in something, Ren Yuan naturally did not refuse. All he could do was go to his room and sleep. It had only been a day since he left Luoyang, and he had already been through so much. Further north, he expected more trouble. Ren Yuan was considering whether to upgrade the weapon systems first or focus all his efforts on summoning combat robots. There was no instruction manual for this modification system, so he would have to figure it out himself. Now, Ren Yuan was very eager to find a safe place to upgrade his machine to the maximum level before setting out. But this was clearly not the way. The northern region was in immediate danger. If Zhang Yunwo did not go on Chen Anyang's mission, the Luoyang base would sooner or later cease to exist. By then, humanity would be doomed. Although Ren Yuan might be safe thanks to the modified system, he would be left all alone in this world. What is the meaning? Thinking about this, Ren Yuan fell asleep. Suddenly, in his sleep, he heard a faint, intermittent knocking sound around him. It was faint, but rhythmic. 3 knocks, then a pause. 3 knocks, then a pause. The sound moved continuously from left to right. Ren Yuan opened his eyes abruptly and sat up in bed. The sound was still there. It wasn't a dream. He quietly stood up and carefully opened the back door. Hua was already asleep on the sofa, and Yun Zhongzi was still asleep too. The knocking moved to the front door of the bus. Suddenly, the knocking became faster. Boom, 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 boom. Ren Yuan's scalp tensed, and he slowly walked towards the cabin, his eyes fixed on the door, not daring to move. When Ren Yuan reached the door, he quickly ran inside. He quickly looked through the CCTV footage. The thermal image showed nothing where the door was, but the knocking continued. Unsure of himself, Ren Yuan turned off the thermal imager and turned on night vision for low-light operation. The strange creature lay huddled near the door of the bus. His arms were incredibly long, almost as long as his entire body. His legs were short, and his face was humanoid, covered in hair. It looked completely wet, as if it had just emerged from the water. After watching for a moment, Ren Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. This creature was not only terrifying in appearance, but also incredibly frightening in its movements. Who wouldn't be scared to see an unknown creature knocking on the door in the middle of the night? And what kind of strange creature was this? As if sensing Ren Yuan's attention, the creature clasped its hands on the door of the bus and climbed onto the roof. Its movements were so loud and noisy that Yun Zhongzi, who was sleeping on the sofa next to the door, heard them. First, he opened his eyes and looked around, and then suddenly sat up, preparing to knock on the back door. Seeing Ren Yuan waving at him from the cab, he tiptoed over to it. "Brother, you..." Ren Yuan put his finger to his lips, silencing him. "Did you hear that too? Look." He pointed to the CCTV footage. Yun Zhongzi gasped and whispered, "What the hell is this?" Ren Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just heard a noise and got up to check. It kept knocking on the door." They watched the scene, and Yun Zhongzi rubbed his chin and asked, "Why does it feel like this thing came out of the water?" They looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time, "The lake! What difference does it make? Let's shoot first." "I'm already scared." Ren Yuan got into the passenger seat. The machine gun on the roof suddenly rose, and the thing turned and looked at the raised machine gun. Yes, yes, yes. Ren Yuan pressed the fire button, and a barrage of bullets threw the thing back, and it fell off the roof. But it did not die, but instead rolled under the bus. Xishun, lead the way. Xishun, who was standing at the ready, heard Ren Yuan's command, started the engine, and stepped on the gas. The bus started moving, but the thing appeared in a different place than it should have. It must be hanging on the bottom of the bus. Quite unpleasant, Ren Yuan cursed. What should we do? Yun Zhongzi looked at Ren Yuan and said, Forget it, let's get out of here first. I have a feeling that there is something in this lake, Ren Yuan said. Xishun drove the bus straight ahead, away from Xinfeng Lake. Just 100 meters away, the bus's CCTV camera recorded a sudden surge of waves on the previously calm surface of the lake. A huge tentacle, visible to the naked eye, rose from the water. Damn! Run! Ren Yuan exclaimed. Yun Zhongzi was so scared that he sat down on the ground. For him, who already believed in such things, this was the most terrible thing. The creature under the bus began to knock on the chassis again. The knocking became louder and louder and seemed to be getting closer and closer. Xishun began to circle, accelerating and braking sharply, but he was still unable to throw the creature off the bus. And on the CCTV footage, a long dark figure resembling a snake could be seen behind him, which slithered toward the bus at an incredibly high speed. The dark figure behind him was getting closer. Ren Yuan kept his eyes on the spot until he saw it. It was not a snake. It was a snake. But it was not a python either. The body was jet black, faintly shimmering in the moonlight. Forget about what was under the bus. Run! The giant snake on the surveillance camera disappeared into a black afterimage, accelerating. Xishun, having received the command, pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and Ren Yuan instantly felt a powerful push on his back. Hold on. As the snake approached the back of the bus, Ren Yuan's heart began to beat faster, and even the breathing quickened. As the head of the huge snake approached the back of the bus, it leaned to the left and crashed into it. Boom! The speed was too great and the impact was so strong that the bus began to lurch and stagger. Finally, the left wheel lost traction and the entire bus rolled to the left, flipping over before the tires even touched the ground. The chaos inside the vehicle was even greater. Fortunately, the lockers, sofas, and coffee tables were securely fastened, but the passengers who fell were the ones who suffered the most, especially Yun Zhongzi. Ren Yuan was wearing a seat belt, and Yun Zhongzi was standing behind him. He rolled around the car, first from the floor to the roof, then from the roof to the center console, before finally landing in Xishun's arms. Ouch! Yun Zhongzi grimaced, clutching his waist. Xishun ignored him and stepped on the gas again, but it was too late. The giant snake had already slipped under the car through the gap between the chassis and the ground, jumped out on the right side and climbed onto the roof. It made a circle, wrapping itself around the bus, and the gap between its body and the body continued to narrow. The wheels hung in the air, and no matter how hard Xishun pressed the gas pedal, the tires just skidded. What kind of monster is this? Where is Qiangua? Yun Zhongzi's eyes were full of confusion. Now I finally understand what this legend is about. What legend? Yun Zhongzi asked, looking at Ren Yuan. It's the legend of Lake Xinfeng. Haven't you heard of it? Brother, we are in a deadly situation now. Can we discuss the legend later? Yun Zhongzi said, almost pleadingly. Ren Yuan, firing his machine gun, ordered third on the roof to kill the giant snake. The legend says that a dragon fell from Xinfeng Lake. Now I understand. It was either a dragon or that snake. Judging by its size, it must be the offspring of the snake it ate. The hatch opened and 3 came out. As soon as he emerged, the giant snake spotted him and swung its head, knocking number 3 off the roof. Number 3 rolled several times before regaining his balance and drawing a long sword from his back. A stream of blue energy erupted from the thruster holes on his back. He rose up like a dragon and returned to the roof. With his sword in hand, he slashed at the snake that was wrapped around the bus. The snake tried to dodge, but its body was wrapped too tightly, so it could only block number 3's blow with its head. With a whistle, the tip of the sword slid right through the giant snake's eyes, tearing off several scales. The snake screamed. The body tensed even more. The entire carriage began to bend, and Ren Yuan, who was inside, clearly heard the sound of metal scraping against metal. Suddenly, square pieces of metal began to burst out of the bus, like patterns on the back of a turtle. The ridges appeared instantly, and the area wrapped around the giant snake's body was also covered in metallic ridges. Cracks began to appear on the snake's body, and large chunks of scales began to fall off. It was clear that the snake was no match for the all-metal armor. The ridges were emergency response armor that would activate when the giant snake moved. The armor opened up, tearing through the snake's body. Feeling the pain, the snake finally let go of the bus, and blood gushed out from the jagged wound. Before it could react, Third's sword hit its target. The snake jumped back, but it was too late. The star-breaking sword struck the snake's tail about 2 meters away, cutting it off completely. The giant snake suddenly raised its head, opened its mouth, and let out a low roar, as if in pain. The third one prepared to swing his sword again, rushing at the snake, but the snake, realizing that it was outnumbered, turned around and rushed towards Xinfeng Lake. The path was covered in blood as she hurried. Even hundreds or thousands of other small snakes could not compare to the blood flowing from a giant snake. Snakes have little blood because they have few organs and therefore do not need much blood to sustain life. But this snake was different. The third strike was like severing an artery, and blood gushed out from the circular wound in a continuous stream, just like a human. What the hell is this? Ren Yuan frowned, looking in the direction where the snake ran. Yun Zhongzi also saw it and was stunned. After a moment's pause, Yun Zhongzi turned and looked at Ren Yuan. "I think I know what this is. It's not a snake, it's a dragon." Ren Yuan spread his hands and asked, "What do you mean? It seems there is no difference between a snake and a dragon. These are completely different species and have nothing to do with each other. Snakes can't have that much blood, only dragons. Dragons have an internal elixir, and they need a lot of blood to nourish it. Teacher, senior brother, what do you say?" Yu Ren Yuan did not finish his sentence when a bulge suddenly grew on the floor of the middle carriage with a loud noise. The door of the carriage was not closed, and Ren Yuan saw the bulge. It was small, only about a centimeter. "Damn, it's that monster knocking on the door." As he spoke, the bulge grew again and rose another centimeter in the same place. "He's not trying to break through steel with his bare hands," Yun Zhongzi said, swallowing hard. "Okay, let's go and wait." "Zishun! Knife!" Taking the knife from Zishun, Ren Yuan carefully approached the edge of the bulge. Bang! The bulge rose another centimeter. The metal was already white and seemed about to burst. Ren Yuan stepped back slightly, still a little confused by this unknown thing. Ren Yuan raised his knife and pointed it at the ledge, waiting for it to break through the armor before striking it. But after a long wait, there was no movement. Did not follow. Ren Yuan scratched his head curiously. This thing was so strange. It almost opened, but it did not open. Did it notice us? Yun Zhongzi asked cautiously. "Quiet, listen." There was a creaking sound, like someone scraping their nails on metal, quite unpleasant, loud enough to echo throughout the entire car. "Damn it, he's coming for us," Ren Yuan cursed. This thing hadn't caused any harm yet, but its subtle movements had scared Ren Yuan. After all, who wouldn't be scared when such a cunning thing was nearby? The noise continued. Kiwiwa pushed the trunk door, pointed inside, and said to Ren Yuan, "Inside!" Ren Yuan quickly ran inside. There was a long hole in the right side of the body. A white, jagged object rose from under the car, soaring through the armor. Damn, they still had tools. The cut was already about 30 centimeters long, apparently square. The armor was almost 50 millimeters thick, and Ren Yuan wondered how that thing could cut through her. Ren Xuan stepped forward. His blade swung just as the saw's teeth extended, but missed. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if the creature below noticed, but it was just a coincidence. When Ren Yuan struck, the man below drew his saw. Number 3, kill. Him Number 3, who was on the roof, jumped down immediately after the order. However, Number 3 was too tall to crawl under him. He could only draw the energy pistol hanging on his back from its sheath, holding it with one hand, and aim at the bottom. The energy discharge passed through the right side of the bottom and flew out to the left without reaching its target. The creature moved again, this time towards the cockpit. Soon, an alarm sounded in the cockpit, and several red lights flashed on the surveillance devices. The connection with the video surveillance in the rear of the cabin was interrupted. The screen went dark. The microphone connection was also disconnected, and even the machine gun controls on the roof was destroyed. Damn it, this is too much! Ren Yuan immediately pulled Zixun out of the driver's seat, took control of the vehicle, and fastened his seatbelt. Hua Hua, Taoist monk, fasten your seatbelts. With these words, Ren Yuan started the bus and stepped on the gas. The bus immediately picked up speed, and Yun Zhongzi, caught off guard, crashed into the driver's door. When the bus stabilized, he quickly climbed into the passenger seat, but he couldn't fasten his seatbelt properly. Brother, how do I fasten this belt? Yun Zhongzi's face was covered in sweat and fear. He had already guessed what Ren Yuan was going to do. Quickly, Ren Yuan glanced at Yun Zhongzi, but he was still frantically fastening his seatbelt. Ahead of him, a dirt slope appeared on the road. Ren Yuan abruptly turned the steering wheel to the left, released the gas pedal, and pressed the brake. It was as if he was sucked into a huge vacuum cleaner. Fortunately, Ren Yuan had a seatbelt, which securely fixed him in the driver's seat. Yun Zhongzi was less lucky. He was pressed against the wall of the car. He hit it, but he didn't know where exactly. His face was covered in blood. The brakes were applied, and the bus suddenly lost its center of gravity. The car flipped to the left 3 times, and Yun Zhongzi flipped over in the car as if in a black gate. Fortunately, the injury was not too serious. Brother, you must have been a hero among the bandits. A thug. Ren Yuan was moved by this feeling in the depths of his heart. At that moment, his eyes were red, his mind was blank, and he did all this unconsciously. The bus overturned. Ren Yuan was hanging in the middle of the bus by the seatbelt. Yun Zhongzi had already fallen. Zixun remained motionless, probably due to the magnetic attraction to the floor of the bus. The third's mission to destroy the creature was not accomplished. Ren Yuan took the creature with him, and the third pursued him and finally reached the place. The creature was still lying on the bottom of the cabin. The third raised his gun and fired, the first bullet piercing the creature. The bullet penetrated the armor from below, dissipating its energy inside the car. Damn it! Don't hit me! Use your sword! Chop it! Ren Yuan roared, looking at the bullet hole in the floor. The third one snatched the star-breaking sword from behind his back and jumped onto the overturned floor of the bus. The creature moved into the middle car. It no longer tried to open the bus, but instead focused on Number 3, extending 2 incredibly long arms. Number 3 lunged forward, delivering a horizontal blow from above. The creature jumped, and Number 3's sword struck the bottom of the bus. Luckily, the hole was small, and there wasn't much damage. Otherwise, if the creature had broken through the hole and entered the bus, it would have been truly devastating. Number 3's sword strike missed, and the creature jumped off the bus and climbed up the slope. Number 3 gave chase. Just as Number 3 was about to reach the top of the slope, the creature suddenly turned and jumped, landing squarely on Number 3's shoulder. Extending its saw, it began sawing at Number 3's neck. The combat robot's neck was made up of many joints, hence the protective armor. After 2 blows without a reaction, the creature gave up on the idea. But by the time it could get down, it was too late. Number 3's arm had twisted 180 degrees and was in a strange position, out of reach. Human. She wrapped her metal arm around the creature's neck. Then, with a sweeping motion, the robot threw the bus hard onto the ground. He twitched a few times, his movements slowing down, obviously stunned by the powerful throw. Number 3 raised his star-breaking sword and plunged it into his stomach, sending out a pool of green liquid, the consistency of blood, but green. Ren Yuan, who had been watching the fight, watched the scene unfold. Having finished off the creature, number 3 angrily clenched his fist. Damn it, you scared me again. Number 3, hold the bus. Shishun, help. Without 2 robots, turning over a bus weighing tens of tons would be a real challenge. Even with the combined efforts of number 3 and Shishun, it would require a lot of effort. Looking at the dented bus, Ren Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Shishun, fix it. Without Shishun, the bus wouldn't have been running for a long time. He had been experiencing this kind of strangeness for several days now. While Zishun was fixing the bus, Ren Yuan and Yun Zhongzi went out to have a look. The creature looked strange. Its face was strikingly reminiscent of a human, but it was covered in hair, with moss growing at the roots. It looked as if it had been in the water for a long time. Shh. What? A water ghost. In some places, they call it a water monkey. Now that you mention it, I guess. The saw teeth are probably used to cut through the bottoms of boats. Normal boats wouldn't be able to withstand a saw like that. Luckily, my car has thick skin. But aren't these just legends? Yun Zhongzi shook his head and said, Many years ago, my master and I were going down the mountain and saw such a creature. It looked a lot like this one, but it definitely didn't have the serrated teeth on its front paws. Before the apocalypse, someone debunked the rumor that water monkeys were sloths, but that doesn't seem to be true anymore. Even if they mutated, it was unlikely that they would suddenly appear with 2 saw-like teeth on their front paws. Yun Zhongzi shook his head several times and said, There are many unknown creatures that humans have not yet discovered. The rumors that were spreading in society must be true, just exaggerated. That night, after the encounter with the water monkey and the dragon, Ren Yuan was still deeply shaken. The external damage to the bus had almost been repaired, and Zishun was still finishing the work of repairing the center console. Dawn was breaking, and the world was once again filled with fog. Kuihua was already preparing breakfast, and Ren Yuan was sitting on the sofa smoking. Yun Zhongzi was sitting on the sofa opposite Ren Yuan, meditating. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched, revealing a feeling of depression. Alas! Yun Zhongzi took a deep breath. What happened, Taoist monk? Ren Yuan asked, blowing out a smoke ring. Yun Zhongzi stood up from the sofa and began to pace the carriage, as if trying to think of what to say next. He looked at Ren Yuan and said, The Taoist Association disappeared, and then they were killed. Who are they? Why are they killing each other now? I don't know. I just heard that they were some foreigners with a bunch of guns in their hands. They are in Wei City, ahead. Ren Yuan frowned and said, As far as I know, the headquarters of the Taoist Association is not in the capital. When did it move to Wei City? It's a branch. The headquarters didn't receive my message at all. It was intercepted by fellow Taoists in Wei City. Only 3 survived. Wei City Taoist Association, foreigners? Why do I feel like it's that group of people? Ren Yuan muttered a few words. Brother, do you know who did this? I know a little. If it was a foreigner, then it's most likely the Holy Light Society. But why would they attack the Taoist Association? Strange. Brother, I'm leaving. I have to go to Waidu and rescue a few brothers. Ren Yuan scratched his forehead and asked, When are we leaving? The sooner the better. Wait, I'll take you to the outskirts of Waidu. Thank you, brother. Yun Zhongzi was actually quite a good person, but Ren Yuan was very reluctant. Interfere in other people's affairs. He had already caused enough trouble by interfering in other people's affairs. Sending Yun Zhongzi to Waidu was the most he could do. He continued north, and Yun Zhongzi continued to practice medicine. Hua, make breakfast. The Taoist monk is leaving soon. Okay, what do you want to eat? We have eggs. Let me make fried rice? Ren Yuan nodded and said, Okay, fried rice. Yun Zhongzi was absent-minded while eating, clearly nervous. He only ate a few bites and didn't touch the chopsticks anymore. Finally, when Ren Yuan was almost finished, Zishun finished the last repairs. Go to the outskirts of Waidu. Waidu was still quite far from where Ren Yuan and his group were now, about 50 minutes by bus. At full speed, it would have taken less than 40 minutes, but the main road was closed, so they had to drive through fields, over rivers, and many obstacles. After more than an hour, the bus finally arrived at the outskirts of Waidu. Fireworks were flashing everywhere in Waidu, in stark contrast to the quiet of the city. "Brother, farewell." Yun Zhongzi clenched his fists and greeted Ren Yuan, who waved his hand. The journey only took one night, but they had a pleasant conversation. If it weren't for the need to go north, Ren Yuan would have sincerely wanted to help him. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. To go north, he had to pass Waidu, otherwise there was a high probability of being chased by zombies. Ren Yuan looked at a small town not far from. About 20 kilometers west of the city center was a town called Wujia. As the name suggested, most of the residents had the surname Wu. He looked for clothes first. His clothes had not yet had time to change and were already starting to smell. Watching Yun Zhongzi walk away, Ren Yuan closed the door of the bus, entered the cabin, and sat in the passenger seat. Xishun started the engine and drove towards Wujia. On the way, Ren Yuan even noticed a destroyed tank. It was a T-72, the famous tank with its turret torn off. He had the honor of being the one whose turret was removed. The T-72's most famous feature is its sympathetic detonation system. When hit, the shell inside has a 50% chance of exploding. This tank must be from nearby Polar Bear. How did it get here? Imported? The further Ren Yuan went, the more worried he became. There were not only tanks, but also armor, with holes everywhere. There were several headless bodies lying in the compartments. Their wounds looked like lacerations, as if they had been torn off by force. Comparing the holes in the armored vehicles, Ren Yuan realized who did it. The holes in the armored vehicles were punched by fists, and the heads inside were torn off. It was obvious that human strength was not enough. There was only one explanation: the Zombie King. And the Zombie King was higher than level 2, almost level 3. Stop. Ren Yuan was considering whether to continue moving towards Wujia City, as the tanks and armored vehicles were moving in that direction. From a distance, the smoke column seemed quite long, although most of it consisted of wrecked vehicles, and there were only a few armored vehicles and tanks. But it was enough to illustrate one thing: someone was waging a war on their own path. Perhaps it was over. Perhaps it was still going on. The road ahead was almost completely blocked by broken-down cars and armor plates, so Xishun steered the car into the wasteland beneath the highway. After driving for about 15 minutes, a dark object appeared on the highway ahead. It looked like a small hill. Why was there a small hill on the highway? Ren Yuan was puzzled. It was definitely not built like this on purpose. As the car got closer, Ren Yuan could clearly see that it was a small mound of corpses. It needed to be burned with gasoline. It was estimated that after adding gasoline, most of the corpses were still in human form, and the skin and flesh were connected. It could be said that they were burnt on the outside and soft on the inside. Ren Yuan suppressed the urge to vomit and hurriedly waved his hand. Xishun immediately drove away from the hillside area. This was human work, most likely zombies. The bodies were neatly laid out, but the cremation turned into a barbecue in a hurry. If I guess correctly, they had just finished laying out the bodies when something unexpected happened. Kuihua asked from the side, "What does this mean?" Ren Yuan smiled slightly and added, "So there is no danger." Ren Yuan had already roughly guessed that this was probably done by the military clearing the area for the troops evacuating from the north. Otherwise, it would be unclear why they would suddenly attack the zombies in the city. What surprised Ren Yuan most was that there were members of the Holy Light Society in the city. The first time he encountered the Holy Light Society was in Luoyang, when they were chasing the Special Forces unit from the Luoyang base. The second time he encountered them was on the outskirts of the city when Ren Yuan was leaving Luoyang. And the third time was from Lin Hu's story. There was no deep hatred between Ren Yuan and them, but it was close. They attacked him twice for no apparent reason, and even stole number 2. Wujia City looked very large, taking up more than one city block. Xishun parked the bus about 500 meters away from the city. Ren Yuan needed to inspect the city before entering, as he did not know what was going on inside. If he rushed, he would likely invite trouble. To Ren Yuan's surprise, Wujia City was not peaceful. Ren Yuan even saw several figures walking on the streets. These people were in civilian clothes and looked clean. They seemed to be moving something, moving quickly and in a hurry. They also found a bus. After all, it was such a huge thing that suddenly appeared in the wasteland outside the city. Two more people were riding a motorcycle towards the bus, and the person sitting in the back was holding a gun. Zhang Hao, what the hell is this? It wasn't here 10 minutes ago. It's not a monster, right? A young man named Zhang Hao asked without turning around. Whatever it is, no matter how it changes, just give it a blast. Now we're on the same page. Get ready and use the same force as on women. Perhaps the motorcycle was going too fast. Liu Lei, who was sitting on the back seat, did not hear what Zhang Hao said. Wait, stop first. Liu Lei patted Zhang Hao on the head, who was driving the car. Liu Lei leaned over to whisper in his ear, so that Zhang Hao could hear clearly and slowly slowed down. Zhang Hao was not tall, and when the motorcycle stopped, his feet did not even touch the ground, so he had to jump off. It was like riding a 28-inch bike in the old days, with a running start both when stopped and when moving. It looked pretty funny. Why? Zhang Hao looked at Liu Lei, who was still sitting in the back seat, with displeasure. However, Liu Lei seemed not to notice Zhang Hao's expression and completely ignored his angry tone. This hissing sound, why does it feel like a car? Do you think I'm an idiot? Your car is that big. The head is bigger than the Jiafang truck. Even if it's a modified car, it can't be that ridiculous. Hurry up and take a look so I can report. If I weren't trying to get supplies, I wouldn't go out with you. No, Brother Hao. Look at that black thing. Is that a wheel underneath? And there's a door on the left. Zhang Hao looked closely. There were indeed doors and wheels, but where were the windows? Driving without eyes? Okay, stop thinking. Let's go and take a look. Okay, let's go and take a look, Liu Lei said, touching his nose. Zhang Hao suppressed his anger and rolled his eyes. He looked at Liu Lei and said, You are the boss. Am I pushing you? Get off and lead. I will sit down. Before that, he held onto the wall to start the motorcycle. Now, without the wall, he couldn't move. Liu Lei took off the belt with the gun from his neck, handed the gun to Zhang Hao and took control of the motorcycle. Zhang Hao took the gun and hung it on his back. He put both hands on the back seat of the motorcycle, jumped up and sat on it. He patted Liu Lei and said, Okay, hold on. The motorcycle started again and drove towards the bus. The two men acted very dexterously. They drove to the left side of the bus. It seems like they were going to go around it first to observe. It really is a machine. The modification is outrageous, Liu Lei muttered. A human is easy to deal with. As long as it is not a zombie, we are not afraid. Zhang Hao patted the pistol in his hand. Ren Yuan looked at the two observers in silence. Without realizing it, he realized that these were the observation posts sent by the boss to Wujia town. Is there anyone in the car? Get out. Liu Lei parked the car in front of the bus, and Zhang Hao poked the armor plate with the barrel of his gun. It looked like steel. Our guns can't penetrate it, Zhang Hao whispered in his ear. What should we do? Retreat? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes and said, Let's go back and report to the boss. Wait, what's going on? Suddenly, a voice came from the front of the bus. The voice was so loud that Liu Lei and Zhang Hao's ears were buzzing from the noise. What's going on? Huh? What did you say? What's going on? I asked. What's going on? I can't hear you well. What should we do? After about 5 or 6 minutes, the men finally came to their senses. This time they learned their lesson and moved a little further from the front of the bus. Who are you? Zhang Hao scratched his ear and said, We are from Wujia town. We just came to see what you're doing. Don't get me wrong, brother. We don't want to hurt you. Do you have any supplies? Food or something else? Zhang Hao was taken aback, but quickly replied, Huh? Yes. Okay. I need food, Ren Yuan said into the microphone. Okay, but, supplies are scarce at times like these. You might want to barter something. Zhang Hao looked at the huge bus greedily. Renyan has already seen everything he did? No problem. If you have food, I'll trade. I have cigarettes? Cigarettes? Zhang Hao and Liu Lei glanced at each other and swallowed. Okay, then come with us. Liu Lei started his motorcycle and waved towards the bus. Why did he have such a strange expression? Kui Hua came from behind Ren Yuan. Haha, they want my car. I'm afraid this will end badly. In Wujia Township, Wu Zonghui was giving orders to his men to move things. Seeing the people he had just sent out to scout, he frowned and walked over. His frown deepened when he saw the large vehicle trailing behind the motorcycles. Liu Lei parked his motorcycle at the city gate, and Zhang Hao jumped off the back seat. But the height was too high for him. His groin caught on the back of the motorcycle, he lost his balance and fell face down, hitting his teeth on the ground and leaving a piece in his mouth. Wu Zonghui, who was standing nearby, was stunned. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't believe that something like this could happen on a motorcycle. Ren Yuan and Kui Hua were laughing so hard in the cockpit that they couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Hao really had a talent for comedy. Zhang Hao stood up, spat, wiped his face, looked around awkwardly, and ran to Wu Zonghui dejectedly. Master, they came to exchange supplies. He leaned closer and whispered in Wu Zonghui's ear. I heard they have cigarettes and the price is good. The bus has steel plates and looks like it's been repaired well. Maybe we should... Wu Zonghui glanced at the bus, then at Zhang Hao. Have Wu Yonghui prepare the flare gun. We don't have many cigarettes. Most of them were taken by the military. Brother, can we get off the bus and talk? Wu Zonghui shouted into the bus. No, let's talk here. What supplies do you have? Brother, you see, we just got together and haven't had time to count them yet. Maybe you should go out and choose something? Just gather up whatever you like and take it with you. What do you think? Wu Zonghui seemed to be waiting impatiently for Ren Yuan to get off the bus, but then someone younger than Wu Zonghui, but very similar, approached him. Brother, what's going on? Have you seen that car? I'll go take a look. What do you think? Can it be penetrated by a missile launcher? Wu Yonghui squinted, looked at her and asked, Brother, do you remember the box we picked up in the Wuhan area? I remember what it was about. Wu Zonghui frowned and looked at Wu Yonghui. It contains anti-tank missiles, a set of launchers, 3 shells. Wu Yonghui chuckled. Are you saying that it can be penetrated? Wu Zonghui looked at Wu Yonghui and said, Of course it can be penetrated. Anti-tank missile launcher, a car like this, modified by ordinary people, creates a big hole with one shot. Wait, how about this? Don't shoot the front of the car. Make a hole in the interior, then go in and shoot them. The car might still be usable after repairs. You never know when you won't be able to stay in Wei City, so leaving this car is also a backup plan. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. Wu Yunhui nodded. Wait, don't do anything for now. Wait for the people in the car to get out. Wu Zonghui took 2 steps forward and pulled out a vacuum sausage from the box his people had collected. How do you trade? I only have cigarettes. Wu Zonghui thought for a moment and said, How about this? For every cigarette, I'll give you 10 sausages. Understand, brother, without food, people are dead, but without cigarettes, they can still survive. This was done to make Ren Yuan understand that the cigarettes in his hand were not that important. If you have anything else to exchange, please tell me and we will discuss it. Anything else? Ren Yuan was stunned. Cigarettes must be irresistible to men. I wonder what you consider valuable? Ren Yuan asked. Hey, brothers, all reasonable people. I don't need to explain some things too clearly. Wu Zonghui laughed lustfully. Ren Yuan immediately understood. This is definitely not good. If he guessed correctly, he meant people, women. Women on the blue planet are incredibly unlucky. Women suffer in wars, and they suffer again in the apocalypse. No wonder women rose up and sang before the apocalypse. They complain, they want revenge. First 20 pieces of meat, and then I'll give you another 10 packs of cigarettes. You can exchange the rest. I'll go, said Kui Hua, clutching the cigarettes in her hands and about to get out of the car, when Ren Yuan hurriedly stopped her. Wait, you can't leave. Let Zishun go. If nothing had happened, 80% of these people would have resorted to violence. Kuihua was a clone, so if she was shot, it would be difficult to deal with her. Zishun was made of metal, so even if she was shot, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ren Yuan moved Zishun from the driver's seat and put Kuihua in the passenger seat. Get ready. If they start a fight, shoot, Ren Yuan Kuihua said. Zishun got out of the car with cigarettes in his hands. Just 2 or 3 meters away, Wu Zonghui waved his hand and shouted, "Attack!" Wu Yonghui immediately ran out of the room, armed with a flare gun. "Zishun, come back!" Ren Yuan shouted hurriedly. He guessed that they were going to attack, but not so soon. He could easily kill them all from the start. But in order not to hesitate to kill, he had to sacrifice Zishun. If they had attacked first, Ren Yuan wouldn't have had to worry about killing them later. Zishun ran into the bus just as Wu Yonghui fired his anti-tank missile. The missile, leaving a crimson tail, raced toward the bus. It was too late to dodge. He had no choice but to take the brunt of the blow. The missile jerked as if it was about to lose control. Boom! There was a metallic clang, but the explosion did not occur inside the bus, but about 30 centimeters from the armor. As soon as the missile was about to touch the target, the emergency protection on the skin was triggered, instantly rising and blocking. Blow! Seeing that the bus was undamaged, Wu Zonghui clenched his fist angrily, clearly disappointed. Wu Yonghui immediately ran inside. After the missiles exploded, Kuihua opened fire, raising the turrets on the roof and mowing down everyone standing on the street. It was almost impossible to survive a bullet. The 12.7mm bullets were a nightmare for the average person. When they saw someone get torn in half, some people screamed and ran away. But Kuihua, completely unperturbed, clutched the joystick and shouted out the names of passers-by. Don't worry about the people on the street. The main target is those in the house. These are the Wu Yonghui brothers' closest relatives. Bomb him! Wu Zonghui shouted toward the room where he was staying. He looked furious. He had never imagined that a machine gun could be mounted on the roof of a bus. Kuihua pointed the machine gun straight at the door of Wu Yonghui's room. The bullets whistled, instantly tearing apart the metal door. But there was no trace of Wu Yonghui inside. Wu Zonghui was stunned, thinking that his brother was dead. "Zhang Hao, blow up this car for me. Blow it up, and I'll help you raise your parents." Zhang Hao's pupils narrowed, and he stared at Wu Zonghui, saying, "Boss, you should know Of course, if you blow up this machine for me, I'll solve all your parents' problems. Your parents are my parents. What do you think? You want to do this? You know me?" Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll do it. I trust you." His father had lung cancer and was on the verge of death. The day before yesterday, a military officer passed by and heard about a serum that could cure all types of cancer in humans. But the price was high. To do so, he had to kill the zombie king. He had seen military battles with zombie kings and knew how difficult it was to kill a zombie king, so he agreed to Wu Zonghui's request. But most importantly, Wu Zonghui was a man of his word, always keeping his word, especially to his subordinates. A subordinate standing behind Wu Zonghui walked over with a bamboo basket and handed it to Zhang Hao, saying, "This is a detonator. It will explode if you hit it. Be careful. It's insulated with foam. Just dump it out when the time comes." Zhang Hao gave Wu Zonghui one last look, turned around, and ran out with the basket in her hand. Kuihua immediately spotted Zhang Hao and pointed a gun at him. Zhang Hao ducked, ducking behind a flower bed. The concrete wasn't thick, but it was filled with dirt, which absorbed most of the bullet's kinetic energy. But Kuihua aimed at the ground as if ploughing a field, faster than a plough, scattering it everywhere. Zhang Hao lowered his head, not daring to look up. At this moment, the security screen flashed a warning about the barrel overheating. Kuihua angrily slammed the center console. When the shooting stopped, Zhang Hao immediately jumped out from behind the flower bed, lowered his head, and ran towards the bus. "What the hell is this crazy guy holding? Don't worry. The dynamic protection will withstand most conventional bombs. Kuei-hua told Ren Yuan. But we can't let it explode, Third. After thinking for a moment, Ren Yuan still didn't give the order to Third. It was better not to expose the combat robots in such a critical situation. Zhang Hao had already run to within 5 meters of the bus. Inside, Wu Zonghui looked at Zhang Hao nervously. His palms were wet with sweat. Zhang Hao turned around on the spot, throwing all the detonators in the bamboo basket towards the bus, and immediately rushed back. Boom! Everyone closed their eyes. The explosion died down, the smoke and dust cleared, and the bus's armor remained intact. No, this was impossible. Wu Zonghui took 2 steps back in disbelief. Detonators were designed to explode rocks, and they required drilling holes to use. Using them directly on the surface would be ineffective. The bus's reactive defense didn't even work. The thickness of the armor blocked the shockwave. The noise was only slightly loud, and Ren Yuan's ears were ringing. Damn! Zhang Hao jumped back into the house. The machine gun barrel had cooled considerably, and the alarm went silent. Kuei-hua raised the machine gun again, aiming it at Wu Zonghui's room. Just as she was about to fire, Wu Yonghui suddenly jumped out of the room and fired a missile. The missile flew straight towards the cabin. Ren Yuan instinctively lowered the ram of the bus. The missile hit the ram precisely. Boom! It's not over yet, right? The supplies dumped in the middle of the street had already been mostly destroyed. If this continues, there won't be a drop left. Ren Yuan started the bus and stepped on the gas, heading towards Wu Yonghui's house. Boom! The bus crashed through the front wall and came out the back, quickly knocking down 4 or 5 more walls one after another. This was no longer the same bus from Kunlun City. It had more than enough power. Wu Yonghui was crushed by the debris, lifeless. Ren Yuan turned the bus around, heading towards the house where Wu Zonghui was, and ran straight through it. Wu Zonghui, who was inside the house, saw the buses collide and immediately retreated. Zhang Hao and his younger brother followed them. The bus was moving so fast that before they could even leave the room, Wu Zonghui jumped out the window. The front corner of the bus had already touched the wall of the house. Boom! The wall collapsed, and the bus, unafraid, crashed straight into the window. Zhang Hao and his younger brother stared wide-eyed as the bus rushed toward them. With no place to hide, Zhang Hao jumped out the window. His weaker body was less fortunate, but his younger brother was torn in two by the impact. The bus crashed through the back wall of a house and flew out through smoke and dust. There was another house behind it, and the bus went straight through the wall of the house behind it, crashing into the house behind it. There was an alley behind the first house. Wu Zonghui and Zhang Hao, each on one side, ran left and right. Surrounded by houses, it would be difficult to catch up with them by car, so Ren Yuan simply gave up. He backed out of the house and parked the car in the middle of the street, which was now littered with corpses. These were all the people shot by Kuei-hua. Ren Yuan looked at the bodies on the CCTV footage, then at Kuei-hua, thought for a moment and said, "Hua Hua, I have never seen you so angry before. They actually want to use women as bargaining chips." Kuei-hua raised an eyebrow. "Ah, you understand," Kuei-hua said, pouting. "I saw it on TV. If you think about it, you'll understand. Men think with their lower body. You can do it, but they can't." Ren Yuan was stunned and smiled bitterly. He didn't understand when this girl had learned double standards. Okay, the man is dead. Don't be angry." The Wu brothers perfectly illustrated the saying, "Too much evil, and you yourself will perish." They could have easily exchanged the cigarettes for something else, but instead they were ready to attack Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan ordered Zhishun to get out of the car and start loading the supplies. Some were hit by bullets, some were lying on the ground, but most were vacuum-packed. Ren Yuan ignored it, simply asking Zhishun to load the boxes into the car. Fresh food has become a rarity. In the past, people always looked for something convenient and quick, like instant noodles and self-heating rice, and so did I. Now I want to cook myself, but I can't find the ingredients. "How ironic," Ren Yuan said, shaking his head with a wry smile. The distance from Waidu to the capital is about 450 kilometers, passing through two major cities, Shunda and Changshan. Ren Yuan stood up from the driver's seat, but suddenly his legs gave way and he collapsed on the floor of the cabin. What am I? Ren Yuan blinked, looking at Kuihua, who was watching him anxiously. Don't move! Kuihua took out a scanner and began scanning Ren Yuan's body. The more she looked, the more she frowned, her eyebrows almost tangled. What happened? The evolutionary force inside you is combining with your muscle tissue, which means it is evolving. Muscle tissue absorbs subcutaneous fat. Ren Yuan's mind was clear, but his body was completely exhausted. He couldn't even feel his limbs. Am I paralyzed? Ren Yuan looked at Kuihua bitterly. I don't understand what's going on yet. It was logical that an evolutionary force shouldn't do this, but Kuihua carried Ren Yuan into the trunk and laid him on the bed. Only a few days had passed. I finally got the transformation system and can turn over, and now I'm paralyzed. Ren Yuan lay in bed with mixed feelings. Kuihua took out a knife from her bag and took out the cylindrical instrument that Lin Hu had used. Why? Kuihua asked casually. I need to see how the evolutionary power has changed, so I need to make an incision. No way. Ren Yuan looked at Kuihua with a wry smile. No. Kuihua unbuttoned Ren Yuan's shirt. Ren Yuan didn't feel any pain, only a chill ran through his stomach. About 10 minutes later, Kuihua put away the knife and looked at Ren Yuan. Okay, this is the evolutionary power temporarily turning off the autonomic nervous system in your limbs. I think it's so you don't have to experience the pain that evolution brings. So, am I lying here because I'm afraid of pain? This question touches on a very deep problem, some of which even I can't answer, just as no one can explain why carbon-based organisms, such a complex spinal nervous system develops. Okay, then when will I be normal again? I don't know. Depends on the power of evolution inside you. It won't hurt you. The longer you stay, the more benefit. Well, as long as I'm not permanently paralyzed, that's fine. Hua, bring me a cigarette. Kuihua took out a cigarette case from Ren Yuan's shirt pocket, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Then, using a lighter, she lit the cigarette. She held it in her hand. He took a drag and she put the cigarette away, exhaling smoke. Kuihua put the cigarette butt back into Ren Yuan's mouth and let it burn until it burned out. What should we do now? Should we continue north? Kuihua stubbed out the cigarette butt on the floor and picked it up. Well then, let's continue north and see what's there. Let's go to Shunda first, Ren Yuan sighed. Okay, then you all rest for a while. I haven't slept for a long time. Since the outbreak of the virus, Ren Yuan really hadn't slept at night. He was either excited or scared. Zishun's car was driving very smoothly. I don't know if it was Kuihua's intentional direction or the easy way out, but the swaying was quite pleasant. I don't know how long it took Ren Yuan opened his eyes after hearing a soft call, and the first thing he saw was Kuihua's stunning face. Ren Yuan smiled and asked, What's wrong, Hua? Get up and eat. Seeing that Ren Yuan had woken up, Kuihua helped him stand up and lean his back on the chair. After Ren Yuan parked safely, Kuihua got out of the car and came back with a plate in her hand. On the plate was fried rice with an egg, and Kuihua spoon-fed Ren Yuan a piece. Delicious. And this sausage is just super. The sausage is really delicious. After eating, Kuihua carried Ren Yuan to the passenger seat and helped him buckle up. It was unknown whether the road was too difficult or Zishun was driving too slowly, but the 450 kilometers took a full 20 hours. We made a big circle, and there was a shootout on the road. Why didn't you call me? Ren Yuan asked in confusion. I didn't think it was that important, so I didn't call you. Besides, it has nothing to do with our route. Okay, you're right. The CCTV footage already showed the buildings of Shunda City in the distance. It seemed like a forgotten city, separated from the capital by Changshan City. Shunde seemed less important. The city walls were not very developed, and many houses were built in the last century. Only a small part were new buildings. I want to go in and take a look. We haven't been in the city for a long time, Ren Yuan Kuihua said. The main thing was that Ren Yuan was confident. He had been gathering energy for 2 days and didn't even know how many combat robots he could summon. But dealing with 100 or so zombie kings shouldn't be a problem. Shishun, go. Ren Yuan chose a secluded corner to enter the city. The zombies here were scattered, not as dense as in Jinling. There were a lot of zombies on the streets, but not too many. They were just regular zombies lying on the bus, slapping the armor, and not showing any aggression. Hey, there's a tobacco shop up ahead. Let's go take a look. Shishun pointed the double doors straight at the main entrance, opened it, and walked in. There were 3 zombies inside, but they were all normal. Zishun didn't even bother to pick up a weapon, but dealt with them with his bare hands. A large portion of the cigarettes on the shelves had disappeared, but there were still many of them. The cigarette models that were supposed to be on display were gone. Ren Yuan, looking at the video sent by Zishun, was in deep thought. Who is this idiot who took all the mock-ups and left the real cigarettes? Wait, it's, cordyceps. I haven't tried it yet, take it all. Isn't this underground Myo Tai? Look up, yes, bring it here. Ren Yuan told Shishun to rearrange the things while Kuihua massaged him. He had already taken out almost all the cigarettes from the store, and as for the liquor, he had left 2 boxes of underground Mao Tai untouched. Ren Yuan had no idea about alcohol. He drank it simply because it was expensive. He did not know the difference between good and bad. He drank it simply for pleasure. After Zishan loaded everything into the car, Ren Yuan hurriedly called out to Kuihua. Hua, help me open the package of cordyceps so I can taste it. I've only heard of it before, but I've never tried it. It's not just about food anymore. It's about showing off, living a full life. Shh, I can't try it. I'd better go to Longhua. Let's find a mall and pick out some clothes. The 3 of us can pick out a few things. What a show-off. Why are you suddenly different today? Kuihua was also in a good mood. Before, I always thought, what if zombies destroy humanity? What if I'm left alone? But after yesterday, I suddenly understood. For others, this is the end of the world, but for me, it's heaven. I am God. Congratulations, you finally understand. Kuihua clapped her hands, a rare gesture. Did you know all this? Ren Yuan looked at her in surprise as she applauded Kuihua. Well, this is a growing up process for you. Sometimes lower life forms don't deserve pity. The original Blue Star Society was also a survival system based on the survival of the fittest. Now, someone has simply improved on that system. Once you are destroyed, you will die. So you always knew that some of my actions were wrong, so why didn't you stop me? You should understand this yourself. There is no point in me saying this. Okay, enough chatter. Let's go to the mall. To go to a mall, you first need to find one that closed before the apocalypse, not one that stayed open during the apocalypse. Some cautious businesses closed their malls after news of the virus broke before. Apocalypse. Of course, there were also some brave souls who, believing that the virus was a rumor, continued to visit shopping malls. For example, the mall in Kunlun City was closed before the apocalypse, so there weren't many zombies there. According to the map, 3.5 kilometers north of where Ren Yuan was, and his group, there was a large shopping center. It was a nationwide chain. Before the apocalypse, this company was also very famous and was called Deep Sea Group. Most of the shopping centers owned by Deep Sea Group are very popular and are located mainly in the most prosperous areas of the city. However, the Deep Sea Center in Shunda district looks very strange. The map shows that there is no subway station or bus stop nearby. Even the nearest residential area is 2 kilometers away. This place does not look like a place for business. Zombies on the streets behave very freely. Without the guidance of the Zombie King, Ren Yuan and his team do not have to worry about the threat of ordinary zombies. They headed straight to the Deep Sea shopping mall. There were few cars on the street. Thanks to the power of the bus, they had no trouble squeezing through the stuck column. When Ren Yuan arrived, he found that this Deep Sea shopping mall was not so simple. It was a completely new place. Not to mention residential areas, there was not a single building within a 500-meter radius of the shopping center. There was a banner hanging at the entrance to the shopping center. It seemed to have appeared only recently. gold letters on a red background. It was an invitation to invest, but this place had already turned away most companies, and the doors of the mall were half open. There were no zombies around. It was normal for a place like this to be deserted. Number 3, come in and take a look. Ren Yuan couldn't drive, so he couldn't earn extra money. Driver. Zixun had to drive anyway, so he had to let number 3 in. The view from the window of number 3 was captured on a CCTV camera. All the shops in the mall were closed, empty, and many were dark. However, some of the billboards had signs made of ordinary acrylic. They seemed to have serious intentions, but Ren Yuan knew that this was only an appearance. In the years preceding the apocalypse, the number of enterprises increased dramatically, and in many industries, enterprises of the same industry were actually located next to each other. However, there was a so-called transfer fee between them. If someone rented a store, the place became popular, and he wanted to leave, he couldn't just leave. The successor had to pay a transfer fee, or, to put it politely, a redevelopment fee. It's all about money. This transfer fee has created a whole new chain of industry relationships. For example, when a newly built property has just opened and is still relatively empty, a group of people show up, rent a store, do some renovations, wait for the place to become popular, and then sells it at a high price. It is very common to see a newly built property completely empty, but filled with businesses. Developers indulge in this model because it is a sure way to make money. Another ghost town. Ren Yuan sighed. Number 3 walked inside and, sure enough, found a milk tea shop, even with a vending machine and a magnificent signboard. The 1st to 5th floors were deserted, but the lower floors were a surprise. Next to the toilets on the lowest floor was a large iron door with a heat source inside, and it actually worked. There were quite a few of them. It looked like there might be survivors here. If number 3 hadn't had a thermal imager, he wouldn't have been discovered. Number 3 approached the iron door. It was made of steel and looked solid. There were 2 handles on the door, and there didn't seem to be a lock on the outside. Break it in? Hey, Hua, you've learned some bad habits. Be polite and knock. Number 3's 3 metal fingers knocked loudly on the metal door, audible throughout the entire lower floor. The people in the room heard it too, and several heat sources on the CCTV footage simultaneously stopped working. An infrared detector hung above the door. Camera. He turned around, and just as he was about to focus on number 3 immediately pulled out a long sword from behind his back and slashed at the camera. What's going on? Why is the camera frozen? Chen Tianhai dropped the mouse from his hand. Chairman, this can't be. Shut up, this is impossible. We're in the basement, there can't be zombies here. Could it be the military? Unlikely. I've been sending a message for 2 days now, and the military has received it, but they haven't come. This speaks for itself. They can't come. Maybe they have new problems. Or maybe they are all dead. Chen Tianhai said the last 3 words with his eyes closed and his teeth clenched. It was obviously hard to say, because for him, the military was the last straw. What should I do? They're knocking again, the secretary asked nervously, looking at Chen Tianhai. Where is the gun? Chen Tianhai tilted his head and looked piercingly at the door. The 3 remaining in the room raised their guns at the same time. Xiaoliu, you open the door later. Everyone else, watch me. If I shoot, shoot together. Whatever it is, we'll turn it into a hornet's nest. Ren Yuan, who was standing opposite, looked at the camera footage curiously, catching every movement. Chen Tianhai glanced back at the man behind him and nodded. Secretary Liu began to turn the door handle. The lock on this door resembled the door of a bank vault. In the center was a disc. Secretary Liu turned it, and the iron bars embedded in the wall at the 4 corners of the door began to retract. 1 circle. 2 circles. Finally, on the 8th circle, the iron bars were completely retracted, and the door opened with a click. Secretary Liu slowly opened the door. Chen Tianhai stepped forward, holding a .416 rifle in one hand and a flashlight in his left. When the light from the flashlight fell on the third's face, Chen Tianhai instinctively pulled the trigger, certain that it was not a human. After a flurry of gunfire, the entire doorway was covered in smoke from the barrel, and nothing could be seen. "Ahem," Secretary Liu said, fanning his face with his hand. "Chairman, are you okay? Look at that thing. Be careful. It doesn't look like a human," Chen Tianhai warned, waving a flashlight. Ren Yuan was looking in the other direction at this moment. A convoy was approaching from the south. There seemed to be at least a dozen cars, and they were racing straight towards the deep-sea shopping mall. "Oh my God, what the hell is going on?" Ren Yuan was confused. What a coincidence. How could someone just show up? The new guy was driving really fast, and suddenly the column of oncoming cars changed from vertical to horizontal. The line of cars rushed towards the bus. At that moment, a window in the column opened and a figure emerged. The figure pulled out a long rectangular object and lifted it onto its shoulder. Suddenly, a flame burst out. A point of light, shrouded in smoke, flew at incredible speed straight toward the bus, crashing right into the frontal armor. Boom! Only after the explosion did Ren Yuan realize it was a missile. Shit! At the same moment, the windows of all the cars in the oncoming convoy simultaneously opened, and a figure with a gun appeared from them and started shooting at the bus. Shit! Is this a gang fight? He's foreigners! Holy Light Society. Ren Yuan immediately pulled out the modification system and tapped the combat robots back 5 times. Number 10,034 at your service. The system has been activated and is being programmed. Programming complete. Please state 10,034. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. Number 8. Voice authentication successful. You have successfully called out 10,034, 10,035, 10,036, 10,037, 10,038. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. Number 8. Kill them. Ren Yuan has not used the stored energy for the past 2 days, waiting for this moment. This group of people had deceived him several times, and this time he had to take revenge. Kui Hua ran into the middle carriage and opened the door of the rear carriage. 5 robots jumped out of the carriage one after another, instantly accelerated and rushed towards the column. Oh my, these are the 5 divine punishments. Damn it! Evacuate! Evacuate! Damn it, it's too late. Take up defensive positions. RPG. The speed of the 5 combat robots wasn't very fast, much slower than the speed of number 3 alone. What's going on? Ren Yuan frowned. The power source. The reactor can't handle that many combat robots. 2 are already at their limit. With 6, we'll have to reduce power output or the reactor will overload like when charging the Star Smasher sword. Damn it, why didn't you say that before? Cui Hua said with a slight smile. I thought you knew. Number 7. Number 8. Come back. Ren Yuan immediately decided to call back 2 robots. If 5 went at once, the speed would be too slow. If they found the missing robot, these guys might pick them up and damage one. It would be embarrassing. Zishun couldn't fix it, so it would be a shame to throw it away, but it would take up space. The enemy convoy stopped, a dozen machines huddled together, forming a simple position. Everyone leaned over their bikes and started shooting at the 3 robots. Why did you send 2 back? I don't know. I just know we're doomed. This is God's punishment. Conventional weapons are useless against it. Shit, you said this mission was easy. You set me up. God help me. I didn't know we'd run into this damn death fortress in this place. And I tried to talk you into it. But you were the one who insisted on attacking him, Jason. You're dead. Your family is dead. You ruined everything. No, it's not my fault. You didn't explain it clearly. I didn't know the Death Fortress was a machine. I thought it was just a regular modified car. What the hell were you thinking? Fortress of Death is top-level intelligence. How could I tell you if I didn't want to die? I already hinted. It's over now. Daniel, report to headquarters. We have failed, but perhaps we still have a chance to fight for the hope of survival for our families. Daniel slammed his hood in anger, saying, It's too late. The Starbreaker sword had already cut through Jason's head, and the cars connected to him had been cut in half as well. Shots rang out for a moment. The bullets hit the body of the battle robot, causing sparks but not causing serious damage. Damn, Jason! Fuck! Daniel spat angrily at the battle robot, grabbed a large white object from the car, and rushed towards number 4. Number 4 was holding the Starbreaker sword to cut the car. There was another man in the car, but he missed after a few hits. Daniel saw an opportunity and directly attached C4 to number 4's back. When it was about to explode, he simply opened the protective cover of the control panel. A silver light flashed, and his hand with the remote fell to the ground. Number 4 didn't kill him. Instead, he reached out, pulled the C4 off his back, threw it to the ground, and ran. Daniel covered his broken right arm. He sat on the ground, sweat pouring down his forehead. The intense pain prevented him from doing anything. He could only sit and wait for God's punishment to reap his life. Why don't you kill him? Kuihua looked at Ren Yuan with some confusion. There are some things that need to be clarified. This guy would make a good prisoner. All the cars in the column were quickly destroyed by the 3 robots, leaving only Daniel, who Ren Yuan had deliberately left behind. Number 4 walked up to Daniel and suddenly a voice rang out. "What's your name? I don't understand what you're saying." "Sorry, I don't speak the language of the land of dragons," Daniel replied, confused. I don't have a translation program." Kuihua chuckled and said, "Let me do it myself." "What's your name?" This time, Tsuihua asked, in European. Daniel Craig, you're going to kill me." Daniel's eyes filled with fear. "Tell him that if he cooperates, I might consider releasing him." Tsuihua spoke a few words in European into the microphone, and Daniel responded. After that, Kuihua shook her head, looking at Ren Yuan. "What? You won't tell me? Then kill him." "There's no point in leaving him alive." Number 4 raised his sword and swung it furiously, slashing the blade across Daniel's neck. Daniel immediately fell to the ground, clutching his neck with his hands, looking at Number 4 with fear in his eyes. "Zizi, this is Eric. Target acquired, response received. Come in." Just as Number 4 was about to evacuate, a voice suddenly came from the security camera on the center console. "Eric?" Number 4 walked up to the car, which was broken in 2, and reached through the window to pull out a radio transmitter. "We can determine their location by radio frequencies?" Ren Yuan asked, looking at Kuihua. "No, but we can use the AI of the combat robot to recreate Daniel's voice," Kuihua replied. Ren Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "How?" "Just tell the combat robot." Fourth's 5 mechanical fingers grabbed with amazing dexterity. Radio, then pressed the transmit button. Suddenly, Daniel's voice came from Number 4's mouth. "This is Daniel. Target not captured, under attack, requesting backup. Reception." The imitation of 4's voice was incredibly convincing, and Daniel's anxious tone could be heard in it. Daniel, lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, looked at 4 with a demonic gaze. He desperately wanted to tell Eric on the other end of the line that it was a trap. But it was all just his imagination. Eric on the other end of the line quickly responded, "Damn, tell me where you are. Who are they? The Dragon Kingdom Army?" "Wait, the rapid response team is already on its way in a helicopter." "Over. We're at the Deep Sea Mall. Our target. We're surrounded and we can't evacuate. Damn it, hold them off. Where's Jason, damn it, Daniel? Listen, we have to get Chen Tianhai. This is our last chance." Eric didn't hang up, continuing to press the transmit button as if mobilizing personnel. "Team 1, board. Team 2, board. Raise anti-tank weapons. Team number 2, bring in individual anti-aircraft weapons. Warthog, takeoff cleared. Control tower, roger. Warthog, you are cleared for takeoff." It was easy to see why Eric would do this. It would give Daniel confidence, letting him know that reinforcements were on the way. For a moment, the radio channel on the other side of the world was chaos, a cacophony of conversation. Okay, turn it off. It's too noisy." Ren Yuan Kuihua said helplessly, "Write it down. Just because I don't want to hear it doesn't mean I don't want to know. I want to see what they're doing." "Okay, the combat robots will record and decipher it. Report when you want to hear." Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the headquarters of the northern base in Shunda. An unidentified aircraft was spotted. Should we intercept it? Headquarters has made it clear that no aircraft can take off without first finding out how the Corpse King triggered the electromagnetic blast. Quickly, find out who violated the order. Luoyang Base reports that the aircraft did not take off. Maybe the takeoff site was found in a small town about 200 kilometers south of Shunda. Shunda? Ren Yuan is in Shunda? Quickly, take off and intercept. It's the Holy Light Society. They're chasing Ren Yuan. Luo Tianyu, dressed in a military uniform, angrily slammed the table, startling everyone present. Ren Yuan, enjoying the cigarette offered by Kuihua, had no idea how much trouble his conversation with the fourth had caused him. Elsewhere, on the ground floor of the Deep Sea shopping mall, Chen Tianhai was tapping his gun on Third's chest. He. What is this thing? A new energy source? My Deep Sea group has been researching artificial intelligence for so many years, but I've never heard of such a thing. I don't even have a clue about it, let alone the real thing. Chen Tianhai walked around building number 3 in surprise. Chairman, I don't think this thing is from the blue planet. Could it be an alien? Chen Tianhai turned around and looked at Secretary Liu in surprise. Why isn't he moving? Is that the one who knocked on the door just now? Forget about him. Close the door. It would be better if he didn't move. Chen Tianhai patted Secretary Liu and said, If I die, you have to take the box out. Secretary Liu looked at Chen Tianhai with constipation in his eyes and said, Chairman, you know me. I can't do this. There's nothing we can do. This is the only way out. I have a feeling this thing didn't appear by accident. We're being targeted. Then why don't we run? Run? Haha, you're too naive. This thing appeared here, which means the entire mall is under total surveillance. There is no escape. Let's just hope that it's the Dragon Nation military that's surrounding us, and not someone else. Several people quickly retreated through the iron gate and closed it. Number 4 had already returned with a radio, and Ren Yuan was now using Kuihua to translate the conversation on the radio. ZZ, Daniel, listen. We lost 4 F-22s and 5 Apaches supporting you. 13 dead. We have to catch Chen Tianhai. F-22s? Damn it. Ren Yuan's head is itching. Go, get out of here. I thought these were just ground troops. Where the hell do these guys get fighter jets? Go. Evacuate number 3. Shishun, take the helm. It was too late. Ren Yuan could already hear the rumble of supersonic explosions. Suddenly, a row of 4 fighters appeared on the left side of the surveillance camera frame. Too high to see their models, but whoever they were, it was unclear whether the bus could survive 2 missile strikes. What bad luck! Ren Yuan sighed helplessly. Enter the shopping mall. Shishun started the bus and quickly began to back up, retreating to the entrance of the shopping mall. At this moment, 5 more fighters suddenly appeared from the right. Before they could even get close to the 4 fighters, 5 plumes of white smoke burst from their bellies. Enemy snapdragons. Evade! Drop jammers! The radio on the center console suddenly deafened with the voice of the Holy Light pilot. Shit! Jimmy's down! The jammers aren't effective! They don't use infrared detection! Shit! Jimmy's down! Jimmy's down! Fight back! Fight back! Show those yellow-skinned apes how strong we are! Boom! Another Holy Light plane explodes in a fireball. The 5 snapdragons, as if greased, sped away at breakneck speed. Frank is dead. Frank is dead. Shit! We can't evacuate. Shit! It's a trap. Eric, for my life, take care of my son. Okay? No. Get back. Evacuate. Leave that damn Daniel alone. Come back, Eric begged, his voice almost pleading. Oh shit! This isn't a trap, Eric. Listen! I see the Fortress of Death. This is the Fortress of Death. Death, boom. He didn't even have time to finish the last sentence as a white streak pierced the plane. Eric covered his face in agony and fell to his knees, clutching the radio tightly. His fingers turned white from the tension. Fortress of Death again. Damn it, I'll blow you up. Go to hell. Interception mission accomplished. 3 enemy F-22s destroyed, 3 casualties. 2 of them had instrument panels fail after takeoff, which turned out to be caused by magnetic disturbances. Xiao Fei was killed. He was hit head-on by the enemy. Xiaofi is a hero. You are all heroes. Lord Tianyu sighed as he stood at the negotiating table. Mission accomplished. Shall we return? Lord Tianyu immediately announced, all crew members, jump with parachutes from the deep-sea shopping mall. No need to return. Why not return? Since they took off, 2 planes had already crashed due to the electromagnetic explosion caused by the Corpse King. Returning would certainly cause more casualties. It would be better to parachute out of the deep-sea shopping mall and join Ren Yuan. In addition, Shunde's ground forces were already heading to the mall. After landing, quickly enter the deep-sea mall. Someone will pick you up at the mall's underground floor. Remember to identify yourself and wait for the ground staff to arrive. If you see a modified machine, do not make contact with it. Remember. But if there is danger, do everything possible to protect it. You can throw Chen Tianhai if necessary. Got it. 1072, throw the parachute. 1071, throw the parachute. 1073. Throw out the parachute. 1075. Throw out the parachute. Looking from Ren Yuan's side, a very strange scene occurred. A group of people suddenly flew by, and suddenly another group flew by and knocked down the first group of people. Then the second group didn't fly away, but flew over the deep-sea mall and jumped out with a parachute. The plane flew straight to Shunda City and turned into a huge fireball. What's going on? Free planes? Ren Yuan looked at the 4 parachutes slowly descending from the sky in amazement. The aerial battle that had just begun was quite noisy, and the zombies in Shunda City were beginning to awaken. Many zombies had already rushed out of the city and were heading towards the deep-sea shopping mall. Ren Yuan watched, people slowly descending from the sky, and then zombies pouncing on their prey like wolves. If he didn't care, these 4 would definitely become zombie prey. Xishun, lead the way. Save the people. The 4 pilots jumped out of the sky one after another. The time difference between them was very large, and the flight altitude was different. The last one hovered in the sky for several minutes. All 4 of them, without exception, were caught by Xishun on the roof of the car. Hey, guys on the roof, where are you from? Ren Yuan did not expect that the people on the roof would not respond to his words, but when the bus stopped at the entrance of the deep-sea shopping mall, they all jumped out at the same time. Bus and rushed to the shopping mall. What's going on? Ren Yuan was confused. Wasn't he the one hiding from the military? Why did they have to hide this time? Maybe they had their own business, Kuihua said with a smile. Someone from the shopping mall? The one Eric wanted to catch? Never mind. It's okay. Since they're not going to fight us, we can just leave. Several pilots entered the mall and immediately closed the main entrance. Soon, zombies appeared knocking on the door. But fortunately, no zombie kings appeared. Not seeing any zombie kings, Ren Yuan told Xishun to leave Deep Sea Mall and head to the outskirts of Shunde. Let's go. Let's continue our shopping plan. But we won't do it in Shunde. Let's go straight to Changshan, and from there, straight to the capital. The roads between Shunda and Changshan were relatively free. They mostly stuck to the highway, and the traffic was surprisingly light. Hua hua, music. Ren Yuan's neck tensed. My neck was in terrible pain from being inactive for so long. It was the only part of my body that could still move. Oh my God, when will it heal? I need to go to the toilet. Don't worry, the slower it heals, the better for you. Oh, do you need to go to the toilet? Ren Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, wait until we get out of this city. I'll let Xishun help me. No, I can do it myself. Hey, no. But it was too late. Kuihua unzipped Ren Yuan's pants, pulled down his belt, and held him like a child as she opened the bus door and spread his legs. Ren Yuan's face flushed, and he regretted mentioning his urgent need to pee. At this moment, a whistle broke through the music playing on the bus. It was incredibly awkward. Ren Yuan tried everything, but nothing worked. It wasn't that he was sick, it was that he was just too nervous. And since they were passing through a small town, Ren Yuan could only see buildings rushing past and zombies flashing by. Ren Yuan stood like that for at least 4 or 5 minutes. He clearly needed to go to the toilet, but he couldn't. Hua, why don't you just let me in? I'll ask Zishun to help me later. We won't have to bother you, huh, dear? No way. How can Zishun be as considerate as me? What if he accidentally throws you out? No, I'll wait until he stops, okay? Ren Yuan was almost crying. Suddenly, Zishun in front of him abruptly braked and Kuihua lost her balance and fell backwards. Ren Yuan was tightly embraced, but his lower body was naked. The sight was shocking. Damn you, Zishun, you're doing it again. What's going on? Ren Yuan cursed. Although he knew something was wrong since Zishun had stopped, he was still furious. Hua, quickly close the door and take me to the driver. Kuihua quickly pulled down Ren Yuan's pants and carried him to the passenger seat. Sitting right at the front of the bus was woman. It was definitely not a zombie because her face was normal, just a little darker. Wait, let me think. She looks familiar to me. 2 or 3 minutes later, Ren Yuan suddenly said, I remember. It's that Liu Juman, the folk singer. I often listen to her songs. She doesn't look so good. Kuihua frowned. Indeed, she looked very bad. Both legs were broken, as if she had fallen from a height. Her face was covered in dirt and sweat. Ren Yuan said to the soundtrack, Help me. He didn't hear a sound, so he thought she was dying. Hua, pull her out, but be careful, careful. After thinking for a while, Ren Yuan repeated, Let the combat robots take up position on the roof. If they can squeeze through, they can do it. It's wrong to cram them all into the car. Ren Yuan looked at Kuihua and carried Liu Rumeng into the car. Putting her on the sofa, Kuihua walked into the car. Hua, how is she? Both her legs are broken, but everything else is fine. It seems like her legs took most of the impact. What to do? Save her. Ren Yuan thought for a moment and said, We can save her, but not like this. We have to save her like this. Kuihua was at a loss and frowned. How can we save her? We can't use methods beyond Blue Star technology to save him. In other words, we can only use the existing level of Blue Star medicine. Okay, I get it. After the operation, can't we just stitch it up with needles and thread? Why make it so complicated? You're right, it's fine. Zishun, keep going. Wait. Ren Yuan suddenly saw a store that seemed to sell women's clothing. There seemed to be some men's clothing there, but it was towards the end and not very visible. Zishun, go down and take a look. If there is, help me choose a suit. Isn't this a suit shop? Where can I buy some? And Kuihua's voice suddenly came from behind. You're going to save people. Why are you here with me? Okay, you see, just put the bones back, sew them together with thread, and bring them. It's that simple. Kuihua bowed her head. Okay, do you want to go down and take a look? I haven't gotten out of the car for a long time. If I could move, I would love to. Well, I'll go and take a look too and help you pick up a few things. Okay, go ahead. Before Kuihua left, Ren Yuan gently called Third from the roof and put him in the cabin. He was in such a state that even a child, let alone a woman, could kill him. He had to be careful. Kuihua and Zishun had already gotten out, leaving only him and Liu Jumeng in the car. Is there anyone? Ashish. Where is it? A hoarse sigh came from the car behind him. Ren Yuan's head stung, and he swallowed hard. We're in the car. Don't move. I just had surgery. Who are you? I am the owner of this car. Did you save me? Yes, to be more precise, my people saved you. By the way, I have a question for you. Ask it. Her voice was weak. Are you Liu Zhumen, a singer? Ha. If I had to choose again, I would never want to be a singer again. I'm Liu Zhumen. It seems you're holding a grudge. Can you tell? I hate evil and like to stand up for the weak. Who knows? Maybe I'll even get revenge for you. Ha. Liu Jumeng laughed self-deprecatingly and said, What's the point? There are no police, the end of the world. Women have become their currency. It seems like you've been through a lot. Ren Yuan couldn't help but ask, I don't know who you are, but if you do anything to me, I'll bite you to death. Liu Jumeng gritted her teeth. Oh, wake up. Kuihua and Zishun got on the bus, carrying clothes. Here, I picked these out for you. Look how well they suit you. Kuihua waved her khaki jacket in front of Ren Yuan. Stop shaking, Auntie. My neck is almost broken. Are you torturing me? Oh, Kuihua said and walked to the back of the car. Ren Yuan thought for a moment and said, Hua Hua. Ah, forget it. He was still holding back his urine. Now that Hua Hua was there, he might have been able to restrain himself, but now that his idol was in the car, he would not allow Kuihua to behave like that again. The car had already left the city, and Ren Yuan hurriedly said, Zhishun, stop the car and help me. Only then did Ren Yuan notice Liu Rumeng lying on the sofa. Both of her kneecaps were broken. Kuihua had already sewn up the exposed bones and stitched up the flesh, even though there was no gauze or anything like that. But Ren Yuan was in no mood to ask about it now. His bladder was about to explode. You're hiding from me, holding onto my shoulders and taking off your pants. Shit! Take them off from behind. Shit! Yes, hold on. After relieving himself, Ren Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been holding back the urge for so long, and if he hadn't been unable to move, he would have emptied everything long ago. You are not ordinary people, Liu Jumeng suddenly exclaimed. Oh, this is something new. If we are not ordinary people, then what are we? Ren Yuan asked with a smile. How can an ordinary person have money for such a modification of a car and still be alive? You know, I bought a car on credit and modified it myself. I took out a loan. I'm just a doomsday survival enthusiast and I just got lucky. If that's the case, then you're very lucky. Ren Yuan? Do you know me? Do you still remember Duodo? Are you Duodo? Adopted by Duodo? Well, after my adoptive father, Liu Jiancheng, took me in, he sent me to a boarding school. I worked hard. I just wanted to earn more money so that I could return to the orphanage in the future and give all the children the opportunity to study, but some things are beyond the power of an ordinary person, and they cannot be obtained through hard work. This world is full of rules and injustice, and the creators of these rules often occupy high positions. I thought you would be happy. When you left, everyone thought you would have a good life, eat meat every day, study in the best schools, and enjoy the most delicious snacks. Why didn't you come back? They didn't look at each other, but their conversation was full of memories. Ren Yuan sat motionless in the passenger seat, and Liu Zumeng lay motionless on the sofa. Hehe, I tried to come back. Then they locked me up for 6 months, and I sat in my room all day and studied. I could only see the sun through the mirror. The old dean, he died. Liu Zumeng, lying on the sofa, shuddered, as if Ren Yuan's words had touched her heart. When we were little, the old dean always spent the change he earned from cleaning shoes on food, and you always ate more than anyone else. Do you know why? Ren Yuan sighed. The old dean owed you, and we owe you, and I am helping them repay the debt. So why? Liu Rumeng asked. The answer was no longer important. With these words, Ren Yuan ordered Kuihua to close the door of the cabin. In fact, Ren Yuan was torn. What should he do with Liu Rumeng? Send her to Luoyang Base? In Ren Yuan's eyes, Luoyang Base was the safest place in the world, except for the bus. Yelan and her daughter were sent to Luoyang Base primarily because Yelan's husband was a soldier, and Luoyang Base had to take care of them. But what about Liu Rumeng? The singer? Or maybe a citizen of the Dragon Country? Those were inappropriate reasons. Hua Hua, change her clothes later. And don't hide anymore. Help her heal her leg. I never dreamed of meeting her in my life. That's why Liu Rumeng became Ren Yuan's idol. Her songs were beautiful. She was beautiful. And most importantly, she always seemed familiar to him. Before the apocalypse, she was a public figure that someone as insignificant as Ren Yuan had no chance to approach. Until today, Ren Yuan finally understood why Liu Rumeng always seemed so familiar to him. Aren't you curious about why her leg is broken? Kuihua asked, looking at Ren Yuan. What happened? I hurt my leg when I fell, but there are bruises on my arms and other parts of my body, and there are marks on my wrists. It seems I was jailed. Jailed? Ren Yuan and Duodo, also known as Liu Jumeng, had not seen each other for a long time. Their warm, childish feelings were not very strong. The mention of Liu Rumeng possibly being imprisoned did not cause Ren Yuan any pain or distress. There are things I can't ask. Ask yourself. Kui Hua left the cabin and walked to the sofa where Liu Rumeng was lying. She covered herself, took out a scalpel and opened the previously stitched wound. Don't move! The wound opened, blood gushed out, and Liu Jumeng's face immediately distorted with pain. Be patient. The pain will soon pass. After stitching the wound with a tissue stitcher, Kui Hua patted Liu Jumeng and said, Okay, you can sit up. Tell me what happened. Liu Jumeng stared at her leg in shock, exclaiming incredulously, My leg, how could this happen? It couldn't have happened so quickly. Kui Hua sat comfortably on the sofa cushions, crossing her left leg over her right, looking majestic. Let's not talk about that for now. Tell me what happened. Kui Hua took Liu Jumeng's hand and examined the marks. Nothing. I just fell by accident. Kui Hua raised an eyebrow. I don't think you're covering for the one who hurt you. So, are you thinking about me or about him? She pointed to the cockpit. Liu Jumeng lowered her head, not saying a word. Kui Hua nodded and said, Well, not bad. You still think about him. It's okay, tell me. Don't worry about us. What are you talking about? Liu Rumeng looked at Kui Hua with confusion. Tell me, who kidnapped you? And why are you here on this street with a broken leg? Liu Rumeng's eyes widened as she stared at Kui Hua and suddenly asked, Have we left yet? Of course we haven't left yet. What do you mean? Hurry up. Get out of here. It's too late if we don't leave now. Kui Hua was stunned and confused by Liu Jumen's sudden outburst. What happened? They have weapons. They? Who are they? The ones holding you captive? Just weapons. You don't understand. Ren Yuan! Ren Yuan! Liu Jumen suddenly shouted. The stunned Ren Yuan suddenly heard a roar and snapped out of his stupor. What happened? Ren Yuan shouted back. Liu Jumen suddenly jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the cabin. Before she could open the cabin door, Kui Hua put a knife to her throat. You can't, Kui Hua said calmly. You, Ren Yuan, you must listen to me. Go away quickly. Go away from here, Liu Jumeng said in a pleading tone. Ren Yuan's lips curled slightly as he said with a smile, Okay, Duodo, don't be afraid. You mean them? On the bus's CCTV footage, there was a group of 7 people on the left, all around 30 years old, looking unfriendly. Liu Jumeng saw them too, and her body shook uncontrollably. She let out a stifled sob. Go, no, go. That brute, is she on the bus? The leader, holding an iron rod that looked like some kind of bulky machine, pointed at the bus with a disdainful smile. So what if she's there? So what if she's there? Ren Yuan replied casually. If she's there, you're a corpse. If not, you're also a corpse. Oh, how bossy. I want to see how doomed we are. The elderly commander bowed his head, and next to him, a large man immediately rushed towards the bus, suddenly grabbing a knife. The man rushed headlong towards the door of the bus and slashed at it with the knife, as if he was going to pierce the armor. The blade sank into the door, making a creaking sound and leaving a long scratch. The big man froze, stunned for a moment, and then turned to the middle-aged man carrying the iron pipe. Brother Long, there's something weird about this bus. My knife can't even cut through iron. Ha 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 ha, Sun Tianfu. Did you overexert yourself last night? You can't even handle such a small thing, smirked one of the 7, armed with a pistol. The others joined in the laughter. It seems that the energy of the old sun is damaged. Of all of us brothers, he works the most at night. When I get up to pee in the middle of the night, I hear noises coming from his room. Ha 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 ha. This is bullshit. There's definitely something weird about this bus, Sun Tianfu whispered, stepping behind the leader. What are you panicking about? I saw it. I'm not blind. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, leaning leisurely against the curb. He looked up and smiled. I'll give you 10 seconds. Get off the bus and I'll think about inviting you to join us. And I'll give you this woman. Brother, why? This woman? The others behind him seemed to have a different opinion of his decision. Ren Yuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the bus, frowned. Sun Tianfu's speed was simply eerie, almost absurd. He looked like an evolved, and the middle-aged man leading the group with an iron rod in his hands didn't look like an ordinary person either. It seemed like they had all evolved. No wonder they are so arrogant. For ordinary people who suddenly gain abilities beyond their normal capabilities, such inflated self-esteem is incredible. As their abilities grow, they gradually begin to do things they would never have done before, including, but not limited to, capturing women. Ren Yuan wanted to test how strong these people were. So far, he had only met two evolved, Lin Hu and Zhang Jiang. He didn't know how strong Zhang Jiang was, but Lin Hu looked definitely lackluster, far inferior to even an ordinary corpse king. At best, he was somewhere between the corpse king and an ordinary person, far from the corpse king status. Not talking, not getting off the bus. So you refuse? Sigh. Actually, I'm in a good mood today, and I didn't want to kill anyone. But since you are like this, I can only apologize. The iron rod of the middle-aged man leading the group shook violently, and he suddenly jumped out. The rod hit the armor, creating a deafening echo that spread throughout the street. A middle-aged man stood next to the bus, holding a rod in his hand, and looked at the slightly vibrating rod with disbelief. "Something strange about this bus. Get on," the man said sternly to the six behind him. Their faces froze, their smiles frozen. Even if this bus had been modified, after their boss's attack, there should have been a big hole in the bus's lining, but only a small groove remained. Compared to the Wu brothers who were in Waidu before, these people are much more valuable. Ren Yuan is even more intrigued by how they evolved without vaccines and serums. Number 5, come out. The hatch on the roof quickly opened, and Number 5, emitting a silvery white glow, came out of the hatch. He jumped up and landed right behind the middle-aged man. The appearance of combat robots means that these people are dead. They can't leave this street alive, otherwise Ren Yuan will get into trouble. Robot? I told you, something is weird. Don't stand there, brothers. We've encountered a tough guy. Sun Tianfu licked his lips and said, "Xiaomi, Marshal, Xiaobo. Deal with this robot. Tianfu and Zhuan follow me to meet this machine. Lin Xuan comes back and calls for help. Bring heavy firepower." After saying this, one of the team members ran out into the street. At that very moment, the fifth drew a long sword from behind his back. The middle-aged man, who was facing the formidable enemy, raised an iron rod and said at the same time, "Everyone, forget about the machine. Dismantle this robot first." The oppressive feeling of the combat robot was too strong, especially the Starbreak sword in his hand, causing everyone to shudder. "I'll go first." The first one, who had just slashed the bus with a knife, clutched the knife in his hand, rushed towards the fifth, and pierced the transparent energy point on the fifth's chest. It seemed that he intended to destroy the fifth on the spot with one blow. The idea was good, but the motive was too naive. At this moment, Kuihua scanned the cultivation level of this group of people. The leader was at the second level, and everyone else was at the first level. However, the leader seemed infinitely close to the third. "Get out of the way. Damn it, this thing is too nimble. We can't fight her head-on. We need to buy time and wait for Zhuan." "Ah, I'm afraid so. They won't give us time." "Big brother, you go first. I'll stop him." "No, I'll stop him, you guys. Your abilities aren't enough to stop him." "Okay, since we're so close, don't go." Number 4, get out. The roof hatch opened again, and Number 4 quickly came out, jumping out of the bus and standing among the others. "Guess how many of these robots I have left?" Ren Yuan said jokingly. "Damn, I'm in trouble this time. Brother, we can discuss anything." "There must be some misunderstanding between us." The middle-aged man looked at Number 4, sweating. "Oh? What if my car was just an ordinary car? What if there were no robots? Would it still be a misunderstanding? That's different. As for the apocalypse now, we respect the strong." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and continued, "I can give you the position of big brother. I have a lot." Before he could finish speaking, Number 4 rushed forward with his sword. The middle-aged man desperately extended his iron rod to block the strike. But the iron rod was just a rod, no match for the sharp star-smashing sword. The sword's tip sliced through the rod like a cucumber, breaking it in half. The tip of the sword slashed across the middle-aged man's thigh, stomach and chest, leaving a long gash on his chest. Big brother. The others all turned their gazes to the middle-aged man at the same time. He was already lying on the ground, clutching the wound with his hand, blood oozing out from between his fingers. Quickly tell Jiwan to stop. Human forces can't handle this. The others looked at each other and slowly retreated, clearly intending to flee. Are you thinking of leaving now? It's too late. Ren Yuan chuckled and said, 6th, 7th, kill them. Mission accomplished. Kill the evolvers. Mission accomplished. Kill the evolvers. Run! Seeing the two silver-white figures appearing from the roof again, the few who had lost hope of success finally ran for their lives. The 4 robots quickly gave up and soon caught up with the last one, Sun Tianfu. Just as the 6th's sword was about to touch him, he seemed to sense it and looked back in fear. The next moment, the tip of the sword pierced his body, and Sun Tianfu found himself pierced through by the star-smashing sword. The others experienced a similar scene. The middle-aged man walking in front of him angrily slammed his fist on the pavement, as if he was going to regret his decision today. What? Should I get out of the car right now? The middle-aged man smiled ominously. Don't think I don't know, that damn woman made you do it. The only thing I regret now is that I couldn't kill her. Okay, let's leave that topic. Answer my question, and I think I'll let you go. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and asked, What's the question? He didn't want to die either. If it were possible, who would want to die? Therefore, he was very interested in Ren Yuan's question. How did you obtain this inhuman ability? The middle-aged man frowned and replied, Just this question? It seemed like he was struggling to think of a way to answer Ren Yuan. Judging from his expression, the answer was quite complicated. Should we say it? The middle-aged man suddenly became embarrassed. Speak. We raped an infected woman. At first, we were all scared and thought we would get infected. At first, we actually had adverse reactions. Someone's arm was paralyzed, someone's leg, and someone's face. But in the end, everyone recovered. After recovery, we found that our bodies seemed different. That's what happened. You have quite a strong taste. No. Our taste is completely normal. We just didn't know it then. That woman intentionally harmed us. She knew she would be attacked, so she intentionally infected us with the zombie virus. And by chance, we got this ability. Tsk, tsk, tsk. It's not for nothing that they say good people don't live long, but evil lasts for thousands of years. Can I go? The middle-aged man glanced at the bus. Go? Of course. Thank you. A middle-aged man was dragging his wounded body to the other end of the street when a long sword suddenly pierced his chest. He stared in horror at the second blade in his chest and cried out in despair, You lied to me. He knew he was doomed. He simply argued that Ren Yuan was a man of his word. But he was wrong. Rape a newly infected woman and evolve? That's just... Kuihua shook her head and said, He lied. This is definitely more than just rape. Why do you say that? The virus can enter the body in many ways, but not like that. The reservoir of the virus is the brain, especially in newly infected people, where it concentrates. If I'm not mistaken, they didn't rape her. They ate her, Kuihua said thoughtfully. Eat? What the hell? Ren Yuan stared at Kuihua in amazement. Cannibalism was just a rumor, not reality. If Kuihua's words were true, then these people really deserved it. Leave? Kuihua asked, looking at Ren Yuan. Wait a minute, this guy saw a combat robot, so it's best to get rid of him. Liu Jumeng had been listening to Ren Yuan and the others' conversation, and was completely stunned by this point. Are you really the Ren Yuan I know? Liu Jumeng looked up at Ren Yuan and muttered, Of course. I wonder how you recognize me. Most people's noses aren't as graceful as yours. Liu Jumeng smiled slightly. Ren Yuan's nose was perhaps his most prominent feature, with a high bridge that looked very expressive. Hurry, hurry! Big brother is waiting for us. Jiwan, are you kidding? Is there anyone the boss can't handle? A strong man with stubble on his face ran quickly with a machine gun in his hands. More than 20 ordinary people, armed to the teeth, ran behind him. Most of them didn't even know the basics of handling a gun. At best, they could shoot, but it was unclear whether they would be able to hit accurately. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry, hurry, follow us. When you see that bus, hit it with all your might. Don't hesitate. This time, it's serious. They soon rushed to the scene of the fight. The bus had disappeared, and only a few bodies remained on the ground. The boss is dead. Jiwan looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with disbelief. Now the boss is gone. What should we do? What if the Zihuang come next time? The bearded man asked anxiously. I don't know. The Zihuang are not easy to deal with, but if we don't destroy this bus today, we'll die. Where is the bus? I don't know, but they should be somewhere nearby. I know this woman won't let us go that easily. Bang, da, da, da. Suddenly, bullets rained down from a street store, killing several people who didn't have time to react. Take cover, it's them. Jiwan's pupils narrowed as he saw the bus in front. In the store. Bomb him, don't hold back, or we'll all die. Bazooka! Dash! The rocket flew straight into the store where the bus was hiding, making a big hole in the wall. The bus broke through the wall and rushed into the crowd. Use explosives. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. Xiuan roared at the top of his voice. One of his men, clutching a dozen grenades with wooden handles, threw them at the bus. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the bus was completely enveloped in smoke and dust. Ren Yuan helplessly shook his head and asked curiously, I don't understand. Long Guo has such strict gun control. Where did these bastards get guns? The explosion damaged part of the armor, mainly due to the shockwave. It worked. Try again. Jiuan looked in amazement at the armor of the bus that was pierced by the grenade. My God, this bus is so strong. We have too few grenades. Even if we use them all, we won't be able to penetrate the armor. The man who had just thrown the grenade said to Jiuan, How many grenades are left? Tie them all together. I don't believe there is anything that can't be blown up by explosives. Even if he's a tank today, he'll be defeated, Jiuan said through clenched teeth. No, I won't be able to move them all if I tie them up. Judging by the current ratio, there are still 3 left. Should I try again? There's no time, and he won't give us a single chance. I'll throw them, and you help me tie the grenades. Okay, 1 minute. Quickly. The machine gun on the roof of the bus continued to fire. Most of the people on the street took cover in buildings. Some were unlucky. They leaned against the weaker walls and were hit by bullets that pierced the walls and hit them directly. Heavy machine gun. Be careful, the walls can't be too thin, Jiuan shouted. Ha ha, did you think you could hide? Xishun, show them what you can do. The bus suddenly started to back up, driving more than 10 meters before slamming on the brakes and rushing out of the store. Jiuan, who was hiding in the store, saw his pupils suddenly contract and then screamed at the top of his lungs, Get out! Quickly! With these words, Jiuan rolled over and crawled out of the store, running into the alley opposite, with half his head exposed, looking at the ruins of the store. Are you ready? Where's the grenade? Brother Jiuan, Xiao Liuzi is dead. What should we do? So tell me, what can we do? Fight like hell. I'll hold him back. You guys go. Jiuan gritted his teeth and said, But no buts. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll die. The younger brothers looked at each other, exchanged glances, and then turned around and ran into the alley. Quiet. We can't let them get away. Xishun chases after them. Huahua shoots with a machine gun. Go, go. Jiuan, seeing that the bus was preparing to chase someone, suddenly rushed out of the alley and proudly stopped in the middle of the street. As the machine gun on the roof swung towards him, Jiuan dove headfirst, somersaulting right under the hood. Damn, what a cunning guy. At the moment when Jiuan rolled under, hood, Xishun began to back up. Jiuan immediately threw the gun over his shoulder and, clasping his hands in the gaps between the armor, hung under it. Ren Yuan looked at the sweaty Jiuan and said with a smile, "Run! Wait! Can you not kill him?" asked Liu Jumeng, who was standing behind. Why? Ren Yuan was at a loss. It was logical that Liu Jumeng should hate these people, but her current behavior was wrong. He helped me. If it weren't for him, they would have raped me already, and I was saved only thanks to him, Liu Jumeng explained. Awkward. Awkward. Ren Yuan's head started to hurt. Noticing his gloomy face, Kuihua immediately let go of the joystick, walked up behind him, and rubbed his temple. Are you sure he won't attack us again? We killed many of his friends, and he saw things he shouldn't have seen. So I'll have to kill him. Sorry, Ren Yuan said, looking at Liu Rumeng. Shishun slammed on the brakes, and the bus skidded to the side of the road. Just as the bus was about to crash into the wall, Jiuan, who was lying on the front of the bus, stepped on the armor plate and kicked it, sending it flying. Whether it was the momentum of the bus speeding along or the force of the impact, it was clearly fatal. He fell into the collapsed store and began writhing in pain. Ah, shit. Zhuan gasped, covered in dust, as the tower on the roof of the bus slowly turned towards his head, and he closed his eyes in despair. As expected, Zhuan had died. Liu Rumeng's face was expressionless, but Ren Yuan knew that from this moment on, she had truly grown up. Let's go. Get out of here, Ren Yuan said. What have you been through all these years? Liu Jumeng asked, looking at Ren Yuan. Nothing serious. I just endure it day after day. Over the years, I have become accustomed to it. How is your body? Liu Jumeng asked carefully. I am paralyzed. I was paralyzed just 2 days ago. She has such outstanding medical skills. Can't she cure it? Liu Jumeng glanced at Kuihua. It can't be cured? It's not something that can be solved with a small operation. Maybe it will go away on its own someday. Who knows? I thought you were a mature person, but now it seems I overestimated you. Even in this situation, you still know how to joke around. Liu Jumeng frowned. What should I do? Ren Yuan asked with a helpless smile. I can't even turn my head right now. I heard that the military has a medicine that cures all forms of cancer, and it seems to cure some forms of paralysis. It seems to be some kind of serum. Oh? Ren Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, Who told you that? Zhang Jiuan. He told me about it when we were bored. It's true, but it doesn't help me, Ren Yuan replied. How can I know if I don't try it? I can try exchanging it for another one. Liu Jumeng thought for a moment and asked, Do you know how much this serum costs? Ren Yuan asked with a wry smile. Liu Jumeng shook her head and said, I don't know, but it shouldn't be too expensive. After all, it's something that benefits humanity. I don't know if it's expensive because it can't be bought with money. Something of equal value is needed. Food? Weapons? Liu Jumeng asked. No, this is the leader of the mutated zombies. You should see their leader in action. The zombie we need to exchange the serum with is even stronger than him. Okay, that's it. Don't think too much. I'll drop you off if there's a suitable place. And don't run or touch anything. If you need anything, tell Hua and she will help you. Now, you can go and rest. Wait. Liu Rumeng evaded Kuihua's invitation and stuttered to Ren Yuan. Your girlfriend. I just asked. Ren Yuan was stunned. The question was a little unexpected. Ugh, did this Liu Jumeng really fall in love with him? They only met once. Yes, Hua is my girlfriend, Ren Yuan replied with a smile. What happened? Is something wrong? Huh? No problem, nothing. I'm just curious. There was obvious disappointment in Liu Jumeng's voice. Please. Kuihua led Liu Jumeng into the car and closed the door of the cabin. Fortunately, there were 2 sofas in the car. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable for an adult woman to sleep on one of them. It seemed that the northern military had begun to rely on civilians. The situation in the north was not encouraging. The endless forest was home to all sorts of birds, and the vast territory was inhabited by all sorts of people. Among ordinary people, There are bound to be people like Jiang Jiang who have evolved through their own efforts. The people Ren Yuan just encountered are a prime example, and the military must have noticed this. This ability is not available to everyone, so the serum became a people as a necessary means for their development and empowerment. Kill two birds with one stone. While he was thinking about this, Kui Hua opened the door for him. Hua Hua, you're just in time. Let's see how long it takes to get to Changshan. We really need to work harder on our appearance. The clothes we just grabbed in that town won't look so good. Changshan is just around the corner, still over 150 kilometers away. Why are you suddenly so worried about your appearance? Ever since my last trip to Luoyang Base, I've been constantly worried about this. Haven't you noticed? Okay, I'm hungry. Let's cook something. Okay. Kui Hua's eyes narrowed into little crescents. Hiss, Hua Hua, you're wrong. You seem to be really thirsty. I really like this buzz. I always feel much better when I drink a lot, Kui Hua said with a smile. Wine was originally used as a drink. Coca-Cola did not exist back then, and its exact origin is unknown. It is said to have appeared during the Great Fish Era, when heavy rains lasted for a long time. Some of the common people's houses were poorly protected from the rain, and as a result, the granary leaked and water accumulated in the rice vat. When one farmer discovered the rice, it had turned into rice wine. At first, the farmer thought the rice had been thrown away, but when he came closer, he smelled a refreshing aroma. He took a sip and discovered a drink that people had enjoyed for millennia: Dukang. Ren Yuan had always dreamed of tasting wine, but he was disappointed. Most modern wines are mixed with alcohol. To put it bluntly, this is basically just drinking alcohol to get drunk, which completely deviates from the original meaning of wine. Xishun, please stop the car. When will this end? Ren Yuan took a deep breath. He still couldn't move. Ren Yuan felt like his neck was about to break, as if it had been hit with a stick. The pain was unbearable. It was probably caused by using his neck as a lever for so long, and there was no solution. After Zishun carried him onto the train, Ren Yuan lay down comfortably on the sofa. Does your neck hurt? Kui Hua asked while cooking. Yes, it's fine. Lying down is much better. What are you going to do? Kui Hua nodded to Liu Jumeng, who was sitting opposite Ren Yuan. Oh, I don't know. We're heading north now, and the situation there doesn't look particularly optimistic. Leaving her alone wasn't a good idea. It would be troublesome. Ren Yuan and Kui Hua chatted light-heartedly in front of Liu Rumeng. Liu Rumeng didn't know what to say. After all, Ren Yuan had already saved her life, and asking for more would be too much. Although they had known each other since childhood, just a few days later, she was taken away and used as a tool to make money. If you are inconvenienced, I can get off the train at any time, Liu Juming said. I am not going to kick you out. It's just that what we are about to do is too dangerous. If anything happens to you, I will be very apologetic to the old dean. Ren Yuan blinked. Liu Rumeng suddenly raised her head, looked at Ren Yuan and said, If so, don't worry about me. Just let me die. I have no family or friends anymore. You are my only friend. Where are your foster parents? They turned into zombies. I was giving a concert in Changshan City at the time. When the virus broke out, I left the city with my agent until we hid in that small town. I didn't have time to ask you now. How many people are in this group? Ren Yuan asked, looking at Liu Rumeng. I don't know the exact number. I've been in their camp all this time. Zhang Jiuan said that there seemed to be more than 100 of them, and they were all led by these 7. There should be another group nearby, and they often trade with each other. Ha ha ha, a new world system has begun to form. What is the currency of trade? Barter. Everything. Food, cigarettes, alcohol, even people. Some pre-apocalyptic celebrities or beautiful women, they leave me as collateral, Liu Jumeng replied coldly. Logical? Logical? If you are a human, then if you have lost even the most basic humanity, are you still a human? Ren Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head. Human nature is animalistic. The law of the jungle is ingrained in us. Even if you were not imprisoned, How long could you survive among the zombies? So beautiful women with no abilities are destined to become bargaining chips. Even if you're right, there are still the military. Aren't they afraid? Haha, the military has even more problems. They have to support this already broken world, and we are all just trying to survive in this supported world. Okay, stop sighing. Eat. Kuihua placed the lunchbox on the coffee table. Liu Jumeng swallowed involuntarily, not taking her eyes off the food on the table. Eat. You're welcome. Seeing Ren Yuan's agreement, Liu Rumeng picked up her chopsticks and scooped up a large piece of egg and sausage. Wow! If you like it, our Hua Hua is the goddess of cooking. Come on, the wine is here. Do you want some? Kui Hua asked Liu Rumeng. I don't usually drink, but give it to me anyway. Liu Jumeng replied with a smile. 1 bottle for each. Kui Hua placed 3 bottles of Dongdi Mao Tai on the coffee table. Hey Hua Hua, you're not too addicted to this, are you? Ren Yuan looked at Kui Hua in surprise. How could I? If you don't finish it, keep it for yourself. If you don't finish it this time, next time. This is too much. Liu Jumeng awkwardly looked at the bottle of wine in front of her, even stopping to chew. Just a little, just a little. Let's drink first. Kui Hua opened the bottles for Ren Yuan and Liu Jumeng herself. I can't touch it anymore. Do whatever you want. Don't force yourself, Ren Yuan said, looking at Liu Rumeng. It's okay. Liu Rumeng smiled and looked at Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan couldn't help it. Kui Hua offered him a few sips at first, but as they drank more and more, the atmosphere became tense. They ignored Ren Yuan and just drank themselves. I heard you sing. Do you want to sing for me? Kui Hua asked confusedly, pointing at Liu Jumen. Forget it. You don't even have the most basic instruments. Even if you sing, it won't sound very good. Forget it. Who said there are no instruments? What do you want? I'll find them for you right now. No way. Do you have tools in your car? Judging by your voice, you have quite a few. Kui Hua smiled mysteriously and pulled out a tablet from the drawer under the coffee table. After a few manipulations, several strings appeared on the screen. Guitar. Should I play or should you? Kui Hua, holding the tablet, looked at Liu Zumeng, her face flushed. You play. Just play your melody. A beautiful melody began to fill Ren Yuan's heart. The only drawback was that the sound was too mechanical. A real guitar would have been even better. Under the acacia, I send you my longing. We will meet in the next life, and I will take my longing for you. When the piano music faded, Ren Yuan was completely enchanted. But when Liu Rumeng's voice faded, he opened his eyes. He stopped because Kui Hua had fainted. She had drunk too much and was now lying in Ren Yuan's arms. You shouldn't drink, but you're pretending. Ren Yuan glanced awkwardly at Liu Rumeng. Do you know what I dreamed of when I was a child? Liu Jumeng blushed. Her eyes filled with intoxication. What is it? Ren Yuan asked instinctively. I won't tell. Liu Jumeng suddenly burst out laughing, collapsed on the sofa, and fell asleep. Ren Yuan remained sitting there, haggard, unable to move. Shishun, help! Zishun helped the 2 women into the trunk, and Ren Yuan and Zishun entered the cabin. At this moment, Ren Yuan was still very happy. There was a laptop in front of him, and Zishun was standing next to him, holding a drink in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Here's smoke, here's water. Come in quickly. For a moment, Zishun was extremely busy, while Ren Yuan was enjoying the scene. A French action movie called French Woodpecker. Ren Yuan forgot the exact name. This flash drive was also found at the Luyang base. Judging by the contents, it was not taken by the military, probably just for inventory. Damn, can't you just change the cigarette after it burns out? It burns your mouth. Damn. Ren Yuan scolded Zishun. As soon as he shouted again, cigarette! Zrania, a half-burnt cigarette was inserted into his mouth. If Ren Yuan had not been unable to move his hands, this would not have happened. Ren Yuan's mouth hurt, but he couldn't even touch her, so he could only lick her with his tongue. Damn, what the hell is going on? Ren Yuan was at a loss. The laptop in front of him was still playing some inappropriate animation, but Ren Yuan had already lost interest in watching it. At this moment, the cockpit door swung open behind him. Kuihua walked in, her face flushed. She kicked Zhishun, causing him to stumble, and then collapsed into Ren Yuan's arms, resting her head on his back and falling asleep. Meanwhile, the laptop in front of Ren Yuan had just begun to play out the main scene. Although Ren Yuan had lost control of his body, he couldn't help but react instinctively. Ren Yuan's eyes almost popped out of his head as he stared at Zhishun, who was sprawled on his side. Through clenched teeth, he whispered, "Turn it off! Turn it off!" Zhishun quickly turned off the laptop and Ren Yuan sighed in relief, nodding towards Zhishun. Zhishun got behind the wheel. His duties were enormous. He had to monitor the situation around the bus around the clock. In case of danger, he had to react immediately. Looking at Kuihua hugging him, Ren Yuan smiled helplessly, twisted his neck, and closed his eyes. When he woke up, he found himself lying in bed, and beautiful singing was coming from outside. From the voice, I knew it was Liu Rumeng. Ren Yuan waited until they finished singing before calling Kuihua. Kuihua opened the door, looked at Ren Yuan, and said, "Why don't you come here? We can sleep together." So Kuihua didn't know anything about this? Even if his body was not controlled, it was still torture for him. "Help me." "By the way, why did you go into the cabin yesterday?" Ren Yuan asked. "I can't sleep without you," Kuihua said, offended. "Come on, you're my aunt." The longer she lived with Ren Yuan, the more humane he became. She knew a few things, but that was all. For example, alcohol. She knew it dulled the nerves and made you dizzy, but after drinking, she still fell in love. We're almost in Changshan. About 10 kilometers from here, we will enter Changshan's jurisdiction, Kuihua said, sitting Ren Yuan down on the sofa. Okay, let's stop 2 kilometers away for reconnaissance. It's been a while since we launched a drone, so let's go there and take a look. Zhishun parked the bus in a ditch. The ditch used to be a river, but now it was dry, and its bed was still covered with cracked, dry earth. Kuihua threw the drone out the door and activated the control panel. She sat down next to Ren Yuan, tilting the control panel towards him. Shh. There are so many zombies in Changshan. From a bird's eye view, the zombies were so dense that it was impossible to tell from above how many zombie kings there were. Nowadays, on a bus, a large number of normal zombies would not matter. The only thing to worry about is a large number of zombies, possibly high-level ones, which would be completely unbearable. Although there are now 6 combat robots on the bus, the more of them are used, the less their capabilities. Against normal zombies, this isn't much of a problem, but facing high-level zombie kings would be pretty stupid. Just like in Jinling, when building number 2 was destroyed by the Jinling zombie king, who was only level 3 at the time. Who could guarantee that the city, Changshan, doesn't have a 3rd-level zombie king? Of course not. Ren Yuan also noticed a large SOS signal on the roof of one of the apartment complexes. It looks like someone is stuck there. Hua, come down and take a look. As the drone descended, the view from the roof became clearer. No need to go down. The man is already dead, Ren Yuan said, shaking his head. The door to the roof is open, and there is a lot of blood on the roof. There is a body in the lower right corner. It looks like he committed suicide. As the drone moved, the camera kept switching, and Ren Yuan saw a clear area. This area stood out in a city full of zombies. There was not a single zombie. It seemed like this area was bordered by a street. No zombie crossed the border from this road. He. Very strange. It makes sense that zombies shouldn't have such discipline. Unless someone forbids them to go or gives them orders, then it can only be the zombie king. How can the zombie king be so unhurried? No. For an animal that is so territorial, I think you should have guessed. Ren Yuan looked at Kuihua and said, "Looks like we've come to the right place. The city?" Ren Yuan shook his head. "No, not yet. Let's look around and find nearby military bases. Changshan is a fairly large city with a population of about 11 million people. Taking into account the population of nearby cities, the total population is almost 15 million. The reason for including the population of nearby cities is that along the way, they have seen almost no zombies in the cities. If nothing happens, they should be within the city limits of Changshan. The drone reconnaissance site is on the second western ring road of Changshan. Ren Yuan and his team are a little away from the third western ring road, not far from the city, but still some distance from the most populated part. Let's go to the outskirts. If they went further, they would be in an inaccessible area, so Ren Yuan couldn't afford to send Zhishun to the suburbs. Ren Yuan and his team could go to the city alone, but it would be pointless. He came to pick up someone, not to see the sights. Why is there a hill here? Ren Yuan looked at the top of the hill on the surveillance camera in surprise. This scenic area looks like a park. I've been here before and even climbed it. The mountain is called Locking Dragon. Why are all the names so weird? Ren Yuan grumbled. That's not the weirdest part. I remember there are other mountains called Stone Mountain, like Black Dragon, White Dragon, and so on. There are many, Liu Zhumeng said. You've been to many places, right? You know, I write folk songs, so I always travel to find inspiration. There are countless sites and historical sites here, Liu Zhumeng said, smoothing her hair. This hillock here seems a little out of place. Come closer and get a thermal imager. It doesn't look far, but you'll know how far it is when you get there, Ren Yuan said with a wry smile. When we were in the suburbs, Locking Dragon Mountain seemed close, but we didn't know it until we got there. The bus travelled for 27 minutes, 10 of which were at full speed. The mountain was not very high, but it was not short either. It seemed that the peak was not visible from below. What happened? What happened? Liu Zhumeng asked. Nothing. Hey, have you ever been there before? Are there any buildings or anything on the mountain? Yes, I remember there was what I think was the Locking Dragon Academy, and some houses. There weren't many people there, but sometimes someone would climb the mountain, but they were mostly locals, and visitors were rare. The academy couldn't be a military headquarters, right? And building a headquarters on a mountain is really unreliable. Ren Yuan shook his head. Hua Hua, give me a cigarette. Ren Yuan frowned and looked at the sign in front of him. The area beyond Fenglong Mountain is mostly mountainous. The military is probably in the mountains, but the bus can't get there. There's nothing we can do. Let's find a place to stay for a few days and rest. I'm going to puke from being in the car all day. Ren Yuan caught the cigarette Kui Hua handed him and took a drag. Shh. It makes sense that this is the only way from the north. The east coast would probably be difficult to navigate. All the coastal cities are big. If I were to draw up an evacuation plan, Changshan would definitely be my first choice. Once we pass Changshan, we can bypass Shunde and Weidu. Not necessarily. What if they go by sea? Liu Ruming blew away the smoke that was threatening to get closer to her. Could you please stop smoking in the cabin? Smoking is bad for your health. If the old dean were here, he would definitely kill you. Liu Zhumeng frowned. Could you please consider the patient's mood? I'm paralyzed. What's wrong with smoking? Ren Yuan muttered, holding a cigarette in his hand and closing one eye. Okay, you take your time, figure it out. I'll be back first. Liu Zhumeng, picking her nose, got out of the cabin. After yesterday's drinking, everyone had become closer to each other, at least not as alien to each other as at the beginning. Hua Hua, take out the drone and take a look. I feel that something is wrong on this mountain. Beware of signal shielding in the mountains. We only have 2 drones, so use them sparingly. Why can't I see anything here? Kui Hua asked, frowning. When something seems unusual, there's always a problem. Let me ask, what's the most common thing in the mountains? Who did we encounter on Mount Yunmeng recently? Animals? Yes, animals, but I just scanned them with a thermal imager and didn't find a single insect. Isn't that weird? Ren Yuan continued, spitting out his cigarette butt. It's a pity this drone doesn't have a thermal imager. Let's try our luck. Maybe we'll find something. Whether it's military or something else, we need to be more confident. Okay, I'll take the drone. Kui Hua nodded and got into the crew. Regardless of whether they found military here or not, they needed to at least assess the situation. After all, this is a major transportation artery. Kuihua quickly entered the cabin, holding the drone's remote control. She casually sat on Ren Yuan's lap and brought the video feed from the remote control closer to him. Most of the trees on the mountain were bare, which was a big advantage for Ren Yuan. There was indeed a large building. It looked very old, but beyond the fence on the way up, there seemed to be a completely different place. This area stood out from the rest, strikingly different from the rest, like a red patch sewn onto a snow-white garment. Come closer and look! As the drone's camera zoomed in, the patch became clearer and clearer, and Ren Yuan's face grew more serious. It wasn't a patch at all, but a pile of bones, human, animal, and even two long ones that looked like snakes. Shit, I knew it! Just as Ren Yuan was about to ask Kuihua to bring the drone closer, the image on the remote control suddenly went dark and the screen went completely silent. What's going on? Is the battery dead? Ren Yuan exclaimed in amazement. No, it was jammed. Kuihua placed the remote control on the center console and rose from Ren Yuan's lap. Ah! Suddenly, a wolf howl was heard from the foot of the mountain, followed by rapid gunfire. The CCTV footage showed a red rocket rising from the top of the mountain like a crimson arrow, hovering in the air. The shooting continued for more than 10 minutes before it abruptly stopped. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed across the mountain sky. The sound was incredibly loud, even louder than the launch of a rocket. A long black object broke through the clouds and crashed into the top of Mount Zapati Dragon. Boom! A powerful flash of fire, accompanied by a visible shockwave, raised dust like the rings of Saturn. Dry branches and trees began to fall from the sky, and rock fragments rained down on the armored roof of the bus. Damn it! Ren Yuan was stunned. A loud sound echoed in his mind, completely shattering it. Quickly! Part of the mountain has collapsed! Kuihua clapped her hands, clapping Xishun. The bus had already turned around, and Xishun was waiting for Ren Yuan's order. As soon as Kuihua spoke, Xishun immediately stepped on the gas, and the bus sped away from the foot of Locked Dragon Mountain. It's a rocket, Ren Yuan muttered. For a socially backward person like Ren Yuan, missiles were something that could only be seen on TV. He had read a lot about military equipment, but he had never seen it in person. But today, it dawned on him. Half of Locked Dragon Mountain had been destroyed. Don't go into the city. Go back the way you came, Ren Yuan instructed Xishun. After only 5 minutes of driving, Ren Yuan's pupils suddenly narrowed when he saw that the supposedly deserted road was now crawling with zombies. These zombies were rushing towards him at breakneck speed. Ren Yuan drove along the highway, approaching the third Western Ring Road, which consists of overpasses. He couldn't get off the bus, so he had to turn around. But the bus was too long, making the turn difficult. He had to make a big detour. By the time Xishun turned the bus around, the zombies had already reached him. Normal zombies were not a serious threat, but Ren Yuan was facing a zombie king of level 3 or higher. With so many zombies coming out of the bus, Ren Yuan would rip the mouth of anyone who said that he was not accompanied by the zombie king. Kuihua was about to fire the machine gun when Ren Yuan hurriedly said, Don't shoot. They are not behind us. It seems like this is a large-scale operation. If they start shooting, we'll be in the center of their target. Then we'll be in trouble. Run out on the right and head for Mount Shuanglong, north of Mount Solon. Trouble. Damn it. A swarm of zombies poured out of Changshan City like a basin of water, their density comparable to that of water molecules. Fortunately, the surrounding zombies did not rush at Ren Yuan and his group, otherwise they would have been surrounded. There is a river ahead. Be sure to go around it on the left, Ren Yuan said, looking at the map. The bus practically broke through the crowd of zombies. Although the zombies did not cause any serious damage to the bus, the sight was still disgusting. Several zombies, beaten black and blue, clung to the front of the bus, making the CCTV footage extremely disgusting. Suddenly, from the swarm of corpses behind them, a tall figure suddenly jumped out of its place, covering dozens of meters in one bound, and ran towards the bus. Damn, we ran into him again. Hua, check his level. No need to check, he's level 3. He's almost fourth. The zombie king behind them was jumping fast, getting closer to the bus with each jump. Ren Yuan's heart sank with each step. He couldn't shoot. If he did, more than one zombie would pounce on him. He could only wait for it to come closer and finish him off with the combat robots. The original route was impossible. The road was completely filled with zombies. The only area where there were fewer zombies was the north. The swarm of zombies was like a river rushing towards the Locking Dragon Mountain. Ren Yuan and his group accidentally ended up on the side that was closer to the river. The bus desperately tried to escape from the swarm of zombies, but they were on the highway and could not turn. They had to stay on the highway and wait until they touched the ground before turning. A dull thud came from the back of the bus. The zombie king had already reached the end. He slammed into the bus with wild fury, clenching his fists and repeatedly slamming his shoulder into the back of the bus. The zombies were already hard to control, and with the zombie king constantly attacking from behind, the bus completely lost control. He crashed head-on, forward to the edge of the overpass, and flew off. There was a road below, but it wasn't a highway, so the traffic wasn't very busy. The bus, weighing several tons, fell like a huge iron block, crushing many stuck cars. The weight was so great that it even broke through the asphalt, primarily because the front part, the car hit the road. The corner of the car crashed straight into the asphalt, chipping off a large section. Everyone in the car felt the impact. Ren Yuan was wearing a seatbelt, and Qiwa was holding his shoulders, holding him tightly to the passenger seat. Liu Rumeng, who was sitting in the other car, was not so lucky. She followed the bus into the air and landed heavily on the ground. The incredible force of the impact had deformed the entire carriage, and part of the armor in the middle section had been severely bent, creating gaps that you could stick your finger through. No one spoke in the carriage. Ren Yuan was silent, as was Qiwa. Both of them stared at the zombie king in the CCTV footage. It was the zombie king who had knocked the bus off the overpass, and Ren Yuan had lost sight of him. A few minutes passed. The bus drove a kilometer or two, but the zombie king still didn't show up. Ren Yuan couldn't help but sigh. What bad luck. It seems like they don't have time to pay attention to us. It seems like something important is happening. Qiwa frowned. At this moment, Liu Rumeng angrily opened the door of the cabin and said to Ren Yuan, "You're on a roller coaster. Look, don't you understand what's going on? Don't you realize that you just walked through the gates of hell? What's going on?" Liu Rumeng took 2 steps back in shock. Nothing. It's better to find a safe place to avoid a repeat of what just happened. That's it. Just as Ren Yuan was about to continue, he saw what he least wanted to see. A furniture store. The sign of the furniture store was big and red, very noticeable. Moreover, this building was the tallest in the area. From afar, the billboard was visible at a glance. Blue Star Hong Kai Long Furniture Store was the iconic building in the vacuum zone that Ren Yuan had seen from the drone earlier, and it was also located in the center of the vacuum zone. On Ren Yuan's forehead, beads of sweat appeared. The streets were completely and ominously silent, and it was clear at first glance that there was definitely something wrong with the sign. Ren Yuan ordered Zhishun to slow the bus down to a minimum, fearing that any noise might cause something strange to appear. But after 5 or 6 minutes, nothing happened. Am I being too cautious? Ren Yuan chuckled. Safety is risk. At times like these, the most important thing is to survive. Liu Jumeng pouted. Forget it. If you don't want to go back, just go in and close the cabin door. The armor plate of the cabin is the thickest part of the car, and it is the safest place. Liu Jumeng entered the cabin and stood behind Shishun. Qiwa closed the door of the cabin. Seeing Ren Yuan and Qiwa staring at the CCTV footage, Liu Rumeng also walked over curiously. What are you looking at? Liu Rumeng asked, blinking. Shh. Since Ren Yuan had no fingers, Qiwa automatically put her finger on his lips when he made a shh sound. They worked well together. Liu Rumeng rolled her eyes, looked at the CCTV footage, and muttered, "Wrong. It makes sense that there shouldn't be zombies here. See that square ahead? I used to give concerts there. The flow of people here is one of the highest in all of Changshan. Confirmed. There's definitely something wrong with this place. A second after Liu Rumeng finished her words, Ren Yuan and the others happened to pass by a store. The store was large and had no door. The entire opening was protected by tempered glass. But now the tempered glass was completely broken and the entire shop was open again. It was a fruit shop. Most of the fruits were still there, but some were scattered on the floor and everywhere. As soon as the bus entered the store, revealing its interior, Ren Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A pack of huge grey wolves were neatly positioned inside the fruit stall, their gazes slowly rotating as they moved. Boss Ren Yuan even noticed a hint of a smile in their eyes. Retreat! At Ren Yuan's command, the bus instantly picked up speed, driving away from the open doors of the fruit shop. All this time, Ren Yuan had been watching the situation behind them. Grey wolves had followed the bus out of the store. This is outrageous. These are wolves? They are almost as tall and big as cows, Ren Yuan exclaimed in horror. But most importantly, the wolves' gaze was terrifying, like the smile of a cunning villain who saw that his plan had succeeded. Many broken cars blocked the bus's path, leaving no place to hide. Zishun did not slow down and crashed into them, scattering cars and crashing into store doors. Along the road, the noise was loud, incredibly loud. The wolves behind were incredibly fast, reaching the back of the bus in the blink of an eye. The first wolf spun around underneath him. A red light flashed on the CCTV footage and a pop-up window appeared, showing damage to the bus's rear right tire. The bus continued to speed, and the damaged tire instantly fell off, leaving only the metal wheel to spin. Sparks flew from the road. The center of gravity of the bus began to shift, causing its speed to drop sharply. There was no escape. We had to face them head-on. These wolves were too fierce. They were no match for the brainless zombies. They even knew how to damage tires. Ren Yuan immediately ordered the combat robots to land. The roof hatch opened and all the combat robots except the third module were deployed. They jumped off the roof and immediately attacked the wolves. Ren Yuan told Zishun to stop the bus. In his haste, Ren Yuan did not notice how many wolves there were, and only now could he see them clearly. There were 3 grey wolves in total. 2 were quite large and 1 looked smaller. The smaller one just crawled under the car. 4 of the 5 combat robots split into 2 groups and rushed towards the 2 larger grey wolves, leaving only the 4th, who rushed towards the smaller one. Ren Yuan felt that the smaller one was probably weaker in combat and that the larger one needed to be dealt with. First, this time, the 4th did not use the star-breaking sword, but instead took out an energy pistol and began shooting at the grey wolf from a distance. Blue beams continued to shoot at the grey wolf, but the grey wolf's body was very flexible. He accurately dodged each beam of blue light. Each time the grey wolf dodged the shots, he intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to number 4, as if everything was calculated. Finally, after dodging number 4's 6th attack, the grey wolf was less than 5 meters away from number 4. Suddenly, he jumped straight at number 4. As if he had foreseen this, energy burst forth from the 2 amplifier ports on his back, shifting his massive body 2 to 3 meters to the left. He quickly pulled out the Star Destruction sword from his back and slashed at the suspended grey wolf. With a wave of his hand, the wolf split in 2 and landed at number 4's feet. He extended a mechanical paw and stomped on the wolf's head. With a hard crunch, the wolf's skull shattered with a loud crack. Elsewhere, 2 grey wolves, besieged by 4 combat robots, were on the verge of death. One lost half his head, but continued to bark at the robots. Fortunately, they only seemed stronger. Ren Yuan couldn't help but congratulate himself on summoning 5 combat robots at once. Otherwise, number 3 would have been hard to deal with on his own. The 3 grey wolves were easy to deal with, but the bus had broken down, preventing a quick departure. Repairing the wheels and carriages would take at least 10 minutes. Zishun got out of the driver's seat, opened the double doors, and got out. 4 combat robots stood in the corner, observing the surroundings. What is this? A robot? Liu Jumeng looked at Ren Yuan in surprise. Why? Nothing, just curious. Liu Zhimeng's eyes were filled with doubt. Sooner or later, something would be revealed. There was no other way. That was why Ren Yuan had turned to the military for help. The military was his last guarantee. Otherwise, if he relies on himself, no matter how cool the bus is, no matter how cool it will still turn to dust when hit by a missile. Ren Yuan is still scared by the scene on Locked Dragon Mountain. The repairs went relatively smoothly, although Ren Yuan has a strange feeling, anxiety, as if someone was watching him. "Why is it so creepy here?" Liu Zhimeng asked, shivering from the cold, touching her white hands. "Anyway, we can't stay here for long. Once the car is repaired, drive away immediately." In fact, repairing the car was simple. Zixun just welded it a couple of times with a multifunctional welding torch, and everything was fine. The problem was with the all-terrain tires. Ren Yun couldn't tell what they were made of, but judging from Zixun's cautious behavior, it wouldn't be an easy task. The jack Zixun was using looked pretty fantastic. It was actually an airbag. Ren Yun wasn't sure what kind of gas it was, but it looked pretty high-tech. The airbag was a balloon, and Zixun simply threw it under the car. It opened with force, quickly filled with air, and lifted the car. The pressure must have been enormous. If she could easily lift the bus at its current weight, one can imagine how strong the airbag pressure must be. The tires are imprinted directly on the outside. Zixun uses a multifunctional welding gun. It's a bit counterintuitive, but that's exactly what Zixun does. Moreover, this tire is not as simple as it seems. It is made up of 3 layers. The inner layer is solid, and the middle layer is hollow, but not completely hollow, like a sausage with a knot in the middle. The outer layer is the most important, allowing the bus to move on soft ground. The third, outermost layer is incredibly complex, and Ren Yuan could only understand a small part of it, thanks to Kuihua's explanation. The outer layer is a black rubbery substance, but it's definitely not rubber. Inside the rubber are 13 metal discs, linked together to form a circle. Their main function is to automatically open up when they hit soft ground, creating an umbrella-like shape that supports the outer layer of rubber and adds a lot of raised areas to the smooth tire. These raised areas are the main reason why the bus does not sink into soft ground. Moreover, even if the outer layer is damaged, the second inner layer can instantly inflate, taking over its primary function. After installing the tire, Zixun pressed the airbag, which immediately began to release air, compressing into a white jelly-like mass. Zixun returned to the car, and Ren Yuan stowed the combat robot in the compartment on the roof. "Go ahead, head north out of the city." The streets of Changshan were still busy, at least much more so than Wei. About 3 kilometers ahead, in the direction Ren Yuan and his team were heading, was the Changshan National Ecological Park. The park was huge, almost as big as the original Jinling safe zone, and had only recently been established. After driving for about 5 minutes, we drove up to an intersection. The intersection was lined with shops, and behind them, with high-rise residential buildings. The view was very limited. Apart from the opposite road, it was impossible to see anything on the other side. When the bus was about 50 meters from the intersection, a military armored personnel carrier suddenly jumped out from the left. The vehicle was equipped with an anti-aircraft machine gun, which was operated by a man who was aiming back to the left of the intersection, out of Ren Yuan's line of sight. The driver of the oncoming car was clearly surprised. Their car window was blown out, with a large hole in it, covered in blood. It looked like they had just been in a fight. The driver was a soldier in his 30s. In camouflage, his rank was unclear. As the car approached the bus, the armored personnel carrier braked sharply, leaving a long tire mark on the ground. The driver immediately jumped out of the car and began waving his arms frantically at the bus. The door of the armored personnel carrier swung open from the inside. 2 men Ren Yuan knew well came out. The man with the machine gun on the roof also turned around. "Oh my God! Xiao Hu! Lin Hu! Zhang Jiang! Ren Yuan!" Lin Hu excitedly waved his hand at the bus. The 3 men quickly ran towards him, leaving no armor behind. Ren Yuan frowned as he looked at Lin Hu's happy face. His face twitched as he said, "Hua Hua, open the door for him." The car door opened and the three of them jumped in. Lin Hu ran to the driver's seat and opened the door of the cabin. "This is fate, old Ren." "Fate? What brought you here? Didn't you return to Luoyang?" Lin Hu took a few breaths, waved his hand and said, "I'm back." "Oh, don't talk about it. As soon as I returned, my father scolded me. When Commander Long heard that you were heading north, he immediately called an emergency meeting." Lin Hu swallowed and continued. "After the meeting, the leadership immediately began selecting people and forming a rescue team. This is the team leader, Zhang Jiang." Zhang Jiang nodded to Ren Yuan, who nodded back. "Rescue team? Who to save? Save me? Forget it." Ren Yuan rolled his eyes. "Ha ha ha," Lin Hu said, putting his hands on his hips. "Of course I'm not saving you. I'm accompanying Major General Zhang Yunuo. Of course, there are additional assignments. If I meet you, I will follow your instructions." Ren Yuan asked doubtfully. "Not true. I had already set off when you left. It's logical that you couldn't arrive before me." Lin Hu smiled mysteriously, spread his arms out to the sides and waved his hand a few times, and Ren Yuan suddenly understood. "An airplane? Damn, it's amazing that it flies." Lin Hu's face darkened slightly as he said, "Nothing special. 8 planes took off, all 2-seater training planes. This is a great rarity because they had only just begun to be mass-produced just before the apocalypse. Initially, there were only a few of them, and then some were destroyed, leaving only a few dozen. 8 burned this time." "What do you mean?" Ren Yuan asked, frowning. "The blue planet is currently full of electromagnetic waves, and their strength varies depending on the region. Airplanes that encounter stronger ones will simply crash. You think we only managed to catch 6 when we arrived and we were lucky? Where did the planes crash?" "Crashed. With such a long distance, even with the extra mailboxes, they wouldn't have been enough. 2 tanker planes were sent to pick us up. The planes were essentially treated as disposable. If they ran out of fuel, they simply bailed out. They fell wherever they wanted." "What luxury!" Ren Yuan exclaimed, "This is the last resort." 2 tanker planes with their crews crashed southwest of Waidu, and 2 fighters remained in Shunde. The higher-ups also say, no matter what the cost, we still have ground troops, so we don't know how far we can advance. "Wait, there aren't 6 of you? Why only 4? How long have you been here?" Ren Yuan asked. "About 7 hours. "Oh, never mind. The wind was so strong that we were blown away. 2 of us were blown straight into the city. Xiaohu and I landed on the roof of the apartment complex, and this guy landed on the street and immediately snuck into the complex to join us." Lin Hu's words revealed his admiration for Zhang Jiang. "By the way, did you find any troops here?" Lin Hu asked. "No, I just arrived too, but I heard gunfire on Locked Dragon Mountain outside the city, and they used missiles. I don't know what kind, but they were incredibly powerful. They leveled a small hill." Zhang Jiang, who had been silent behind him, suddenly spoke up. "The 163rd Missile Squadron, as you said, is the SF-180 surface-to-surface missile." "The 163rd? Lin Hu was surprised. "You don't know?" Zhang Jiang looked at Lin Hu in surprise. "I don't know. I'm not from the northern group." "That's right. You're not high enough," Zhang Zi chuckled. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hu didn't argue with Zhang Jiang, who was looking at him with a sly expression. "Rocket Squad." "Hey, stop for a minute." Lin Hu and Zhang Zi exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. "Sparks. I want to hear the exact information. Does the 163rd Missile Squad have such a weapon?" Such? Zhang Jiang and Lin Hu answered in chorus. "Nuclear. Don't ask this question again, it's stupid. I'll ask, does our dragon country have nuclear bombs?" "Yes, that's it." "The missiles can be equipped with either conventional or nuclear warheads. It all depends on whether you want to use them. All warheads are stored in a warehouse. You can simply pull them out and install them whenever you want. And as far as I know, all types of domestically produced missiles, except for surface-to-air missiles, almost all have corresponding nuclear warheads. Jiang casually explained, leaning against the cabin door. Then you two can study whether they will strike Changshan. Except for nuclear weapons, just assume that they won't use them. They can be considered as ordinary missiles, Ren Yuan asked casually. Hearing his words, Jiang was stunned for a moment, and then he and Lin Hu looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, "Damn! What are you standing there for? Let's go." Maybe they will really try. Before we arrived, the Northerners just contacted Luoyang. Their situation is not very good. They are preparing to break through now. The northern base is almost out of food. Xishun, move. Giving instructions to Xishun, Ren Yuan continued. You said where we will break through from? From Changshan. It seems my guess is correct. By the way, why not break through the East Gulf? Lin Hu lowered his head and was silent for a moment. He looked at Ren Yuan and said, You don't know yet. All the cities on the East Coast are in chaos. The most serious situation is in the East China Sea. We don't know what's happening in the north. 5 reconnaissance teams sent from the north have lost contact. At sea, I don't know. I only know that the last time they contacted was from Penglai Island. Penglai. Let's put it this way. Putting aside the issue of Penglai Island, even if they go out to sea, there is nowhere to land. The situation in the East China Sea is very complicated, Lin Hu said with a sigh. Do you remember our last meeting? I just returned from a mission in the East China Sea to deliver supplies to submarines. But when we arrived at Songcheng Pier in the East China Sea, we found only a submarine drifting offshore, and the crew was missing. What do you mean, damn? Ren Yuan didn't have time to finish speaking when the sound of air being torn apart suddenly came from the sky. A cylindrical object, leaving a long trail of flames behind it, flew over the bus and landed right in the city. Powerful explosions, coming from afar and approaching, crackled and crackled, making the heart beat faster and go cold. Can you determine the launch site of the rocket? Even an approximate range would be enough, Ren Yuan asked without turning around. It's still a surface-to-surface missile with a range of about 30 kilometers. It looks like it's heading north. This type of missile has no guidance system. It relies entirely on its own kinetic energy curve, so its direction is fixed, Jiang quickly replied. As expected, we were lucky that we moved quickly, Ren Yuan exclaimed. This is the only missile that does not using electronics. It relies entirely on the kinetic energy of the engine for propulsion. And Jiang smiled wryly, leaving his sentence unfinished. And the range of this rocket is enormous, Lin Hu finished. What do you mean? Ren Yuan was a little stunned. Let's go. With luck, everything will be fine. 10 minutes later, Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Almost got it. Shh, old Ren, you're wrong. Lin Hu stared at Ren Yuan for a moment. Xiao Hu and Jiang also looked at him, confusion flashing in their eyes. Hua, let's talk in the carriage. Ren Yuan nodded to Hua. Hua unbuckled Ren Yuan's seatbelt and lifted him out of the passenger seat. Ren Yuan was paralyzed from the neck down, so his arms and legs could move freely. Apart from his limp state, he looked like he had recently died. What was going on? Lin Hu frowned. Get out of the way, Hua said to the 3 men blocking the door of the cabin. They quickly parted and disappeared into the car. After seating Ren Yuan on the sofa, Hua deftly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, placed one between Ren Yuan's lips, and lit it with a lighter. Taking a deep drag, Ren Yuan muttered, Paralyzed. The 3 men standing in front of him froze, clearly not believing his words. Lin Hu stepped forward, grabbed Ren Yuan's hand, and abruptly pulled it down, allowing it to fall naturally onto the sofa. What's going on? Even she can't fix this. Lin Hu looked at Hua. Hua didn't really like talking to anyone except Ren Yuan, so she ignored him and sat down next to him, rubbing his shoulders and arms. Sigh. Ren Yuan pretended to take a deep breath, looked at the 3 of them and said, Don't ask. As long as I'm alive. As long as I'm alive. Lin Hu slapped his thigh and sat down on the sofa opposite Ren Yuan. Before leaving, Father asked me to say hello. By the way, my teacher has something for you. With that, Lin Hu pulled out a yellow piece of paper with red letters from his jacket pocket. I am Yun Zhongzi, and my fellow disciples have been locked up in Wei City for several days now. If any of you receive this message, please remember that those who follow the Tao have come here to help in difficult times and must do their part. Yun Zhongzi? What does he mean? Ren Yun asked with a frown. Master said that when we pass by Waidu, we should go over and see if we can help. Besides, this guy is sending a message at the cost of his own life. He clearly risked his life to send that message. And he said nothing else? Ren Yun asked curiously. No, just that, and then asked me to pass you a note. Jiang, who was sitting next to him on the sofa, coughed softly and said, I have something for you too. He pulled out a small red notebook and 2 medals from his pocket. The medals looked quite old. This is the Dragon Nation Star Medal. I doubt you've heard of it, since it has never been given out before. To receive it, one must make outstanding contributions to the Dragon Nation. It's fate, indeed. This medal originally belonged to Zhang Yunuo if you hadn't appeared. I have the medal for now. I'll hold a ceremony for you when we arrive at the northern base. Here, I can hand it to you now. This is your ID. The appointment letters had already been sent to all departments. Jiang placed his officer's ID card in front of Ren Yuan. Looking at his photo, Ren Yuan was momentarily stunned. The insignia clearly belonged to Long Guohua, so his rank was clearly underestimated. Ren Yuan felt a mixture of joy and disappointment. Joy, for a representative of the Dragon Nation, this was a great honor, but also disappointment. After all, by wearing these medals, he pledged to serve his country and people. Jiang looked Ren Yuan in the eyes, as if trying to see something. After a while, Ren Yuan sighed and said, Even if you don't give me medals and titles, I will still consider you. Without you, this world might not exist. I don't mind loneliness, but I don't mind the crowd either. Humans are social animals, so who would want to live alone? Jiang suddenly smiled and said, Your way of self-defense is indeed strange, but it doesn't matter. The authority given to you by your superiors is very broad. The most important thing is that you can come and go freely. Whether it's a large base or a small one, you can get everything without any conditions, including but not limited to supplies. That's quite reliable, Ren Yuan said, raising an eyebrow. Are you hungry? Ren Yun asked, looking at several people. Lin Hu and Xiao Hu swallowed at the same time, but Jiang remained unperturbed. He glanced at them, his lips twitched, and said, Can you show a little cultivation? You have disgraced Lu Yang. Ha 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 ha. Don't blame them. If you tried to cook our Huahua, you would become like them. Huahua map, Ren Yuan said after studying the map. How about it? Qingshui City is up ahead. Let's find something to eat. I will let Huahua show you some skills, but there is one condition. You will search for supplies. Lin Hu's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. No problem. We'll take care of everything. Nestled at the foot of the Taihang Mountains, between the mountains and the water, Qingshui City was truly a paradise on earth. Of course, it would be perfect if it weren't for the zombies. A few zombies roaming the streets spoiled the view, interrupting Ren Yuan's dreams of heaven on earth. Okay, that's it. Old Jiang, you show the way. Lin Hu smiled at Jiang. Jiang pulled out the star-smashing sword from his back, and the 3 men got out of the car one after another. Ren Yun also wanted to see what Qingshui City had to offer, so he sent Third, who remained in the cabin, to explore the surrounding area. The streets of Qingshui were ancient, paved not with cement, but with bluestone slabs that bore the marks of time. All the shops along the street were old arches, most with wooden doors, with overlay panels that looked very retro. There was no supermarket in the town, only a small shop that sold everything from cigarettes and alcohol to oil, salt, sauces and vinegar. Lin Hu and Xiao Hu walked into this shop. How much do you want to sell? Lin Hu put his hands on his hips and asked, noticing number 3 wandering around the street. That's it. Ren Yuan's voice rang out. There was a sewing workshop nearby, full of scraps of fabric, mostly black, and only 2 or 3 scraps, not a single colored one. All this was a manifestation of traditional culture, displaced by industrial design. Tailoring was no longer necessary. Most things were made on assembly lines. Number 3 entered the workshop and looked around. In addition to the fabric hanging on both sides, there were finished items, apparently of an old cut. In the left corner stood a sewing machine. On it lay a lump of black cloth, and on it was some kind of orange object, wriggling. Ren Yuan's curiosity was aroused, and he ordered number 3 to approach the orange object. The black cloth formed a circle enveloping the orange object. Without getting close, it was impossible to tell what it was. Wow, what a fat cat! Liu Rumeng, sitting next to Ren Yuan, exclaimed in amazement. "Give it back," Hua Hua said firmly, her gaze betraying her love for the red cat. The fat cat was very obedient. The third one reached out and grabbed him in his paws. Even his huge palm couldn't hold him in one hand. He had to take both. "Hey, hey, hey, old Ren, you can't eat that." Lin Hu looked at the third one holding the fat cat and walking towards the bus, and immediately shouted at the third one, "Damn it! Who said I want to eat it? This is not what I want. Put your things away." Ren Yuan scolded Lin Hu in a bad mood. "Ha ha ha, you were scolded, right? It seems you're the only one in the entire dragon country who's figured out how to eat cat meat. Let's not discuss whether it's tasty or not. This cat is so cute. Your friends on the bus probably disagree too." Zhang Zi smiled helplessly at Lin Hu and said, "Yes, Captain. This cat is so cute. How could you think of eating it?" Xiao Hu scratched his head in confusion. Lin Hu, while drinking, slapped Xiao Hu on the head and cursed. "You said it yourself. This fat cat has a very funny face. Most of his head is covered in white hair, and only a red circle is visible around his eyes, as if it was specially painted as soon as number." 3 got on the bus. The fat animal jumped right out of number 3's hands and jumped towards Kui Hua. He also poked Kui Hua's stomach with his head. Meow. Ha 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 ha, what a cute kitten. Liu Ziming couldn't help but stretch out her hand to stroke the fat cat's head. This little one is lucky. He actually survived and is so fat. Ha 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 ha. Kui Hua stroked the fat cat's back several times, and stars sparkled in her eyes. The fat animal obediently narrowed its eyes. "Can I take it with me?" Kui Hua looked at Ren Yuan and asked. Ren Yuan answered without hesitation. "Of course, if you like." Seeing Kui Hua happily petting the cat again, Ren Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you give it a name?" Kui Hua was stunned, thought for a moment and answered, "I don't know. What to call him?" Ren Yuan gave her the name Kui Hua, so of course the cat couldn't escape his clutches. After thinking for a while, Ren Yuan looked at the fat cat and said, "Let's call him Sweet Potato. It's round and it looks like it, so let's call it Sweet Potato." Liu Rumeng looked at Ren Yuan with disdain and said, "Why don't you call it Potato? Sweet Potato? No, I don't agree. You have to agree, even if you don't agree." Ren Yuan simply ignored Liu Rumeng's protests. At this time, Lin Hu and Xiao Hu, who had been collecting supplies, returned. They were carrying a large bag. The bag was so thin that they could only hold it with one hand and drag it with the other. Otherwise, the contents would surely leak. Mostly salt, chicken broth, MSG, soy sauce, etc. Cigarettes, alcohol, etc. were also taken. Mostly essentials, but I found some things you haven't seen before. Lin Hu smiled mysteriously and pulled out a bunch of something like celery from his bag. It looked limp, but the leaves were very green, indicating that it had been there for a long time. This shouldn't be here. I'm very curious. This is gong chai. That's why it's called gong chai. It was once given as a gift to the emperor, hence the name. And it only grows in one place. It won't survive anywhere else. How could I not know? Jiang Jiang asked curiously. You're not from around here. Lin Hu rolled his eyes and continued. This vegetable is exported from Luoyang. It only grows in our city. Oh, I was just thinking about this the other day. I didn't expect to find such a familiar vegetable here. Reliable? Gong chai? You seem to be joking. It looks like celery. Don't try to fool me with a handful of weeds, Ren Yuan said, looking at Lin Hu. How is this possible? How could you not know what kind of person I am, Lin Hu? Lin Hu replied innocently. Leave it here. Hua Hua will sort it out later, Ren Yuan said, bowing his head. Hua Hua, stop playing and get back to work. Let them know how happy I am. Ren Yuan smiled happily at Kuei Hua. Could you please stop showing off your love in front of all of us? It's not nice. It's really not nice, Lin Hu said with a wry smile. You'll get used to it. I'm forced to eat a few pieces of dog food every day, Liu Zhumeng replied casually. Who is this? Lin Hu asked, looking at Liu Zhumeng. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my sister. Just call her Duodo, Ren Yuan replied with a smile. Why do you seem so familiar to me? I think I've seen it somewhere before, Lin Hu said, stroking his chin. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Jiang Jiang returned with a large bag on his back. Brother, I just washed the floor, Ren Yuan muttered helplessly. Oh, sorry, I'll take it outside first. Jiang Jiang hurriedly prepared to get out of the car. No, leave it here. Let Hua Hua sort it out later. What's in it? Asked, looking at the bag that Jiang Jiang put on the ground. Oh, I found some sweet potatoes in the field and dug up a whole bag. Ren Yuan and Lin Hu smiled at each other. Ha 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 ha, it really came true. Lin Hu walked over to Liu Rumeng and stroked the sweet potatoes that were lying on her snow-white thighs, which immediately made her angry. Meow. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Haha, I have calluses on my hands, sorry. Lin Hu hurriedly apologized to the angry Liu Rumeng. Ren Yuan coughed awkwardly. He. This is so awkward, he. Lin Hu laughed awkwardly. Didn't you ask about the location of some Changshan soldiers when you came here? I called, but they couldn't answer. Everyone left. Except for the people at the northern base, everyone outside has dispersed. If you're lucky, you might be able to meet them. Don't worry, Lin Hu said. I guess they're probably in the Taihang Mountains. The main reason is that there are no zombies there, and most importantly, it is close to Changshan, Jiang Jiang said. Ren Yuan shook his head and said, although they may be in the Taihang Mountains, Taihang is far from the safest place. Don't forget, there are all sorts of things in the mountains. It's time to eat. Okay, stop talking and eat first, Ren Yuan. Kui Hua smiled. The plates were placed on the coffee table and everyone gathered around it. Kui Hua took out several bottles of Dongdi Maotai and placed them on the coffee table. Shall we go? Drink? Jiang Jiang asked hesitantly. Nothing. We are here to carry out an errand. Lin Hu grabbed the bottle of wine and placed it directly into Jiang Jiang's hand. Don't worry, it will definitely not delay us. Just drink less. After finishing half of the drink, Liu Rumeng carried the sweet potato to the trunk of the car, around the coffee table. Jiang Jiang had already collapsed onto the sofa cushions. This guy doesn't know how to drink much, Ren Yuan said with a smile. It wasn't his fault. The mission he had to carry out was incredibly important. He probably hadn't had a drink since he joined the army, alcohol, so naturally he does not tolerate it very well. Ren Yuan hardly drank, since he could not drink on his own, and relied on Kui Hua to feed him. So he only took a few sips, and Kui Hua and Lin Hu drank most of it. You drink first, and I will go check the cabin. Ren Yuan called Zishun, who carried him into the cockpit and sat him down in the co-pilot's seat. It was already dark outside. He looked at the time. It was already 9. Listening to the noise coming from the car, Ren Yuan felt for a moment that he was still living in a pre-apocalyptic era. Cigarettes. Zishun got up from the driver's seat, walked over to Ren Yuan, and took out a lighter and cigarettes from his pocket. He took out a cigarette, put it in Ren Yuan's mouth and lit it. My God, what kind of cigarette is this? Why is it so strong? The smoke entered his lungs, and Ren Yuan suddenly felt dizzy. In a daze, Ren Yuan felt his head hit the ground and instinctively tried to cushion the blow. But in reality, he was sitting firmly in the passenger seat, completely healthy. It was just an illusion. After coming to his senses, Ren Yuan instinctively wiped his face with both hands. Damn, I'm so drunk I could smoke a cigarette. Ren Yuan suddenly froze. His hands were actually able to move. He raised his hands again and waved them in front of him. Really? Ha ha ha. My hands are moving. Ha 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 ha. My legs. Ren Yuan tried to move his legs, but there was no response. In disappointment, and took the cigarette from Xishun's hand. At least I don't have to rely on anyone to take off my pants, even to eat. Ren Yuan sighed. He looked at the CCTV footage and switched it to low-light night vision. Lighting. There was only one road in Qingshui village. One led to Changshan, and the other to the Taihang Mountains. Ren Yuan and his companions found themselves in the very center of Qingshui village, parked right in the middle of the road. Something was strange. The village didn't look big, but there were at least a few dozen houses. In addition to the houses along the main street, there were dozens more houses in the depths. But where were the people? Where had they all gone? When Ren Yuan and his companions first arrived, there were only 3 or 4 zombies on the street. These 3 or 4 people clearly did not make up the entire population of the city. So, where did this person go? Ren Yuan pondered for a long time, unable to understand, smoking one cigarette after another. City looked eerie in night vision mode, in stark contrast to the paradise it seemed during the day. There was no light or sound from outside the bus. From the outside, Qingshui City seemed incredibly quiet, almost ominous. Suddenly, Ren Yuan noticed a figure approaching the city streets from the Taihang Mountains. The person was wearing a bamboo hat, which from a distance resembled bamboo. At the very least, it could be said that his head was shaped like an inverted T. 1, 2, 3, 8 people in total, plus the man in the bamboo hat, 9 in total, and it seemed that they were heading to Qingshui City. After descending the mountain, the people switched from walking to running. Lin Hu. "Zhang, hurry up!" Ren Yuan shouted as he opened the door of the cabin. Lin Hu patted Zhang in a daze, and Zhang rubbed his eyes and sat up from the sofa. "What happened? Go and see! Someone is coming!" Ren Yuan waved his hand and said. "Hey, you can move," Kui Hua said to Ren Yuan, blushing. When Zhang staggered into the cabin, the people were already less than 50 meters away from Qingshui village. At this moment, Ren Yuan also clearly saw the clothes and appearance of the people who arrived, all in casual clothes, but their movements showed that they had undergone long and intensive training. "How is that? Do you see?" Zhang frowned and looked at him. It was hard to tell. The tactical movements seem wrong, but the face is like Dragon Nation, and the weapon is an AK-74. This is very strange. Are you kidding? Of course not. They are not part of the Dragon Nation military system. They just have Dragon Nation faces. What should we do? Capture them and interrogate them? Asked, looking at Zhang. Wait until they get closer before you act. So, well, I'll go first. If I'm discovered, you cover my evacuation. Ren Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll assign third to cover you." Zhang quickly waved his hand. "Okay." After getting off the bus, Zhang bent down and crept behind a house on the street, out of Ren Yuan's sight. Only when the 9 men walked out onto the streets of Qingshui town did Ren Yuan clearly see that one of them was not wearing a bamboo hat, but a strange one, as if woven from bamboo. The figure in the hat, with a clear purpose, walked straight into the tall building on the street. It was the house where Fat Cat lived, which Ren Yuan had entered earlier. The remaining 8 men split into pairs. Each took a bag off his belt, slung a pistol over his back, and shook it, apparently preparing to pack something. They acted quickly. 2 men, one with a pistol, the other with a bag, entered the house in front of Zhang. They looked very experienced, and this was not their first experience. They did not know that the entire city of Qingshui had already been plundered by Ren Yuan and his men. Perhaps in their haste, or perhaps because they were too focused, they overlooked the bus parked in the middle of the street. Coming out of the house empty-handed, they glanced at the bus, puzzled, but only briefly, perhaps worried about something, and did not approach it. Except for the 2 men who entered the others regrouped on the streets of Qingshui village. They were clearly surprised that the 2 men had not returned. After a few whispers, 3 more entered the room where the 2 had disappeared. But they soon emerged, shaking their heads at the others standing outside. The people waved back, and several quickly retreated into the street. The last 6 only glanced at the house where they had been robbed before running toward the Taihang Mountains. As they walked away, Zhang Jiang, dragging 2 heavily armed men behind him, ran out from behind the house and jumped into Bus. Damn it, old man Zhang, Ren Yuan praised warmly. These 2 are really formidable guys. Zhang Jiang waved his hand helplessly. What's going on? Lin Hu asked. Let's talk later. Let's interrogate them. Get out of here, Zhang Jiang said, looking at Qiwa and Lin Hu. Hua Hua, sit in the back. Having too many people present during an interrogation wasn't always a good idea, but Ren Yuan was eager to see what was going on, if only to learn more. As Zhishun carried Ren Yuan to car, he noticed that Zhang Jiang had pulled out a hood out of nowhere and put it over his head, leaving only 2 eyes open and his mouth closed. Ren Yuan looked at Zhang Jiang and smiled awkwardly. Zhang Jiang also froze for a moment, and the movement of his hands froze. It's okay, don't worry, I have a magic weapon. Ren Yuan shouted to the back of the car, Hua Hua, bring me a shirt. Kui Hua opened the back door of the car and threw Ren Yuan a short-sleeved shirt. Ren Yuan took the shirt, folded the collar and pulled it over his eyes, tied the 2 cuffs at the back of his head, and then turned the bottom of the shirt over and put it on his head. On the head. Zhang Jiang was stunned and gave Ren Yuan a thumbs up. Both of their faces were painted in camouflage, but it was easy to see. Both were yellow people. Zhang Jiang took a bottle of mineral water and poured it on one of their faces. Ahem, ahem. The man took a deep breath and tried to stand up. Putting his hands on the ground, he found that his joints were dislocated and he could only hunch over. What are you doing? The man spoke standard Longguo Chinese with a local accent, and his speech sounded a bit like Northern Chinese. Longguo? Zhang Jiang looked at him and asked, Who are you? The man looked at Zhang Jiang and Ren Yuan in confusion. Now I ask. If I didn't ask, you can't answer. Zhang Jiang directly took out a small dagger and stabbed it into the wooden part of the coffee table. If the situation is more serious and Ren Yuan has already cursed, then this is my coffee table. I am from Longguo. The man seemed to be thinking about something, frowning. A soldier? Yes. Yes? Zhang Jiang was stunned for a moment. Got it. Zhang Jiang took off the hood from his head, walked up to the man, grabbed his hand, and lifted it up with a snap. Ah, sorry, brother. This is a special situation. Please understand. Ren Yuan was still at a loss. How did he suddenly become healthy? As if he saw Ren Yuan's doubts, Zhang Jiang explained, We are one of us. Brother had to serve overseas, right? The man rubbed his hand, grinned and asked, How do you know? Tactical move, Zhang Jiang answered confidently. Most of your tactics are from the Northern Ocean Alliance, but I wonder why you carry an AK. The man helplessly replied, Alas, the unit has disintegrated. The 406th Motorized Infantry Division, to which we belong, was also scattered by the herd of beasts north of Changshan. The entire command system has collapsed. We are the advance company of the 4th Battalion, 107th Regiment, 406th Motorized Infantry Division. We were the first to break through, and others will follow. Our main task is to destroy the herd of beasts and not give them time to cope with subsequent breakthroughs. I don't know why, but this is an order, and we must carry it out. Zhang Jiang slapped his thigh. Okay, well said. We must act. The man smiled bitterly and said, It's easy to say, but doing is quite another matter. We were discovered by the 163rd Rocket Regiment Self-Defense Force on the outskirts of Changshan, and we followed them into the mountains. He pointed to an AK lying to the side and said, This weapon is in the warehouse at the 163rd Garrison. I don't know why it's an AK, but it's really useful. It was a batch of defensive weapons brought in with the creation of the 163rd Regiment in 1993. At the time, Suman had just been disbanded and the country had inherited much of its legacy. However, AKs were still rare, and there were probably only a few of them. After all, we already had rifles of our own design. This batch of weapons was brought from the north and sent directly to the 16th Regiment base in the Taihang Mountains, Zhang Zhang explained. Logical. Zhang Zhang looked at the man and asked, "What's your name?" Wei Dong. His name is Song Jia, Wei Dong replied, pointing to the man lying next to him. Zhang Zhang walked over and stitched up Song Jia's dislocated arm, but he still didn't wake up. Zhang Zhang smiled awkwardly and said, "Yeah, I was a little rude. Sorry." Wei Dong looked at Song Jia and said, "It's okay. I'm not that squeamish. The main thing is that he doesn't die. That's the main thing. Comrade, what unit are you in?" Zhang Zhang frowned and replied, "It was a secret before, but now I don't know if I can tell you." Ren Yuan, who was standing next to him, answered directly, "Army Special Forces Tactics Research Team. Team Leader, Major General Zhang Zhang." Aha, Zhang Zhang froze in place, not knowing what to do. Wei Dong's smile froze. He struggled to his feet and saluted Zhang Zhang. "Hello, Commander. Put it down, put it down. There aren't many rules here." "I'm a pretty calm person," Zhang Zhang said with a smile. Okay, stop bragging. Wei Dong, tell me about the situation in the mountains," Ren Yuan said meaningfully. "The situation in the mountains must be bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone down to the residential area to get supplies." As expected, Wei Dong's face became awkward again. "There's practically nothing to eat on the mountain. Initially, we relied on supplies from outside, and food supplies were small. Most of the warehouses were used for storing weapons. In addition, more than 100 of our people went there to eat and drink for free, and we ate all the food. Our company commander felt unwell and sent us down the mountain to look for something to eat." Ren Yuan said with a constipated expression, "This is really difficult, isn't it difficult? The people finally came down the mountain to get food, but you ended up tying them up. Isn't it embarrassing?" At this time, Lin Hu got out of the car and sat next to Zhang Zhang, putting his hand on his shoulder. Zhang Zhang laughed awkwardly and introduced himself. "This is Lin Hu, a senior colonel from the Armored Corps." Wei Dong stood up again and saluted Lin Hu. "Hello, Commander." Lin Hu blushed and waved his hand. "No need for so many rules. Let's have a drink." Today was truly an unforgettable day for Wei Dong. He was kidnapped in an incomprehensible way, and the kidnappers incomprehensibly became his superiors. "And these two chiefs were even more mysterious. Are there radios on the mountain?" Zhang Zhang slapped Lin Hu's hand and looked at Wei Dong. "Yes, 2 powerful radios." Wei Dong immediately replied. Just when the group was about to discuss how to climb the mountain, Zhishun shouted from the cabin, "We have noticed many armed people. Maybe we should go around them." Ren Yuan, somewhat at a loss, hurriedly said, "Quickly, lead me." Zhang Zhang grabbed Ren Yuan and ran into the cabin. The CCTV footage showed dozens of armed men running down the mountain, clearly in a hurry. Wei Dong's group? Of course. I thought they left those 2 behind, but it turned out they were coming back for help. Zhang Zhang chuckled. "Isn't that what you wanted to see?" Doubtfully. "No, that is exactly what I don't want to see." Zhang Zhang's tone was bitter. "What do you mean?" If they could return with a clear conscience and never return, many unnecessary losses could be avoided. That is what any general hopes for. Zhang Zhang continued, not taking his eyes off the surveillance footage. Like now, they brought more people for Wei Dong and Song Jia. If we were their true enemies, what would their fate be? They also know their fate, but they still came. This is what a soldier wants to see. Ren Yuan was silent for a moment and then said, "Sometimes I really envy you soldiers. You have comrades who can be trusted." Zhang Zhang was stunned, turned his gaze to Ren Yuan and whispered, "We are the comrades who can be trusted. You will understand." Then he patted Ren Yuan on the shoulder. "Let them come." Ren Yuan turned on the microphone, coughed twice and said, "Hey." The soldier in front, Zhang Zhang, quickly covered Ren Yuan's mouth with his hand and asked, "What are you doing?" While Zhang Zhang was covering his mouth, Ren Yuan could only mutter, "Am I calling them?" "It doesn't matter, Yourself. You shut up." Zhang Zhang cleared his throat and said, Cough, cough. I said something wrong? Sorry, Wei Dong and Song Jia are fine." The commander froze for a moment, then smiled narrowed his eyes, glanced at the bus, and waved to the people behind him. Everyone changed from hunched over with guns in their hands to rifles slung over their shoulders and marched in formation toward the bus. Why did he assume the speaker was one of his own? Why did he break formation? Not because the speaker spoke Longguo dialect, and not because Ren Yuan named the soldiers, but because Zhang Jiang named his two lost brothers. Yang Chunfeng had been the commander of the Sharp Blade Company for a long time. If you asked him what he believed in most, he would undoubtedly answer, first, the country. Second, his comrades. And third, his biological parents. As dozens of people approached the front of the bus, Yang Chunfeng raised his right fist. Everyone stopped and looked calmly at the bus. Half of them were in civilian clothes, but they had a military aura about them. It was undeniable. They were immediately recognized as soldiers. Zhang Jiang and Lin Hu were the first to get off the bus and saluted Yang Chunfeng, who returned the salute. Yang Chunfeng, Sharp Blade Company, 4th Battalion, 107th Regiment. Lin Hu stepped forward, stood in a peaceful stance, and returned the salute. Military Region, 37th Independent Armored Brigade, Colonel Lin Hu. "Hello, Commander," he responded automatically. Only after greeting each other, Yang Chunfeng realized that the two young men in front of him did not look like commanders, and a look of suspicion flashed across his face. Zhang Jiang noticed his concerns, but he did not have his ID with him, only Ren Yuan's. He immediately pulled out Ren Yuan's small red book, unfolded it, and handed it to Yang Chunfeng. "Is this a fake ID for such a young commander? And that photo isn't of you." Yang Chunfeng's hand instinctively reached for the pistol hanging on his waist. "Don't worry, we didn't bring the ID," Zhang Jiang muttered helplessly. "Then whose ID is it?" Kui Hua helped Ren Yuan out of the car. Ren Yuan shook his head helplessly and said, "I have to do it. You two look so treacherous." Ren Yuan chuckled and looked at Yang Chunfeng, saying what he thought was a very gentle tone. "Company Commander Yang, right? This is my ID." Yang Chunfeng again compared Ren Yuan's face with the ID card and said, "Hello, Commander." Ren Yuan quickly waved it off, saying, No, I have a special status. Forget about the salute." At this moment, Wei Dong and Song Jia got out of the car, and they supported each other. Company Commander. "Hey, you two, what's going on?" Yang Chunfeng frowned. Wei Dong glanced at Zhang Jiang, who immediately explained, "Well, I thought they were spies who had sneaked in from somewhere. It was a misunderstanding." After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jiang continued, "I have noticed that all your tactics and actions have the spirit of the Northern Ocean Alliance." "What are you doing?" Yang Chunfeng turned awkwardly and said, "Well, I spent some time in Djibouti, met some friends, and we learned a lot from each other." Djibouti Zhang Jiang frowned. "Okay, it's okay. Let's do what we need to do." Ren Yuan interrupted him. Zhang Jiang looked at Ren Yuan meaningfully, nodded, and said nothing. "You two, return to the team." Yang Chunfeng pointed at Wei Dong and Song Jia. Lin Hu took out a pack of cigarettes from Ren Yuan's pocket, handed it to Yang Chunfeng, and lit one himself. "How is Unit 163 doing now?" Yang Chunfeng sighed and said, "Yesterday, everyone in Unit 163's original defensive unit encountered accidents. We were temporarily ordered to take over the defense of Unit 163 in order to prepare for a retreat from the northern base and open a safe passage to Changshan." "Did something happen?" "What happened?" "Yesterday, they went out to scout, but encountered a tad of beasts in the area of Mount Solin. At that moment, the connection was cut off, and the entire Solin mountain was engulfed in an electromagnetic explosion. We knew they were finished. Unfortunately, I had originally planned to send people to rescue them, but the commander of Unit 163 insisted that they were already dead. 2 surface-to-surface missiles were fired right on the spot, completely destroying Mount Solin." He. "Wrong. What's going on with the one in the center of town?" "The one in the center was sent by urgent telegram from headquarters." "We don't know what's going on," Yang Chunfeng shrugged. "Okay, we'll do this for now. By the way, there's a sweet potato plantation over there. There are a lot of potatoes. You can dig and hold out for a while. Jiang Jiang pointed to the area outside Qingshui City. Okay, we're leaving. You have your own business to attend to, so I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, go up the mountain and go left for 3 kilometers. There's a ravine. We'll be there. After Yang Chunfeng explained where their base was, he turned and ran toward the sweet potato farming area Zhang Zhang had spoken of. Zhang Zhang glanced at Ren Yuan and Lin Hu and said, "You guys get on the bus first. I'll follow and show you the way. This place is hard to find." Ren Yuan and Lin Hu returned to the bus. Lin Hu returned Ren Yuan's cigarette and asked, "What's wrong with your hand?" He didn't have time to ask, even now. Now that he had time, Lin Hu immediately voiced his concerns. "I have temporary paralysis. You still won't understand even if I tell you. Just do it and everything will heal." Ren Yuan shrugged. "Will your legs heal too?" Lin Hu asked, his eyes wide. "Well, as you can see, my arm healed first today." They chatted for a while. Zhang Zhang returned with several pistols and placed them on the table. Zhang Zhang said, "For self-defense. You know how to use them, right?" He glanced at Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan waved his hand and said, "I don't need these. I have something better." Kuihua and Liu Jumen have already fallen asleep in the back seat of the car. The noise has almost sobered them up from their recent drinking. It's late. Get some rest. We'll leave for the capital tomorrow. By the way, do you know where the northern base is? Ren Yuan asked, looking at Jiang Jiang. Yes, a map. Ren Yuan handed Jiang Jiang the tablet that was lying under the coffee table. Jiang Jiang took it, swiped his finger across the screen, and handed it back to Ren Yuan. It's south of the capital. We don't need to go through the capital. We can go straight to the base. Between them and the capital highway didn't impress me at all. The supplies in the car should be enough to get to the capital, and the distance is short. If we leave now, we'll arrive tomorrow morning. Zhang Zhang and Lin Hu simultaneously exclaimed, "No, no way. Why? The situation in the capital is very difficult, especially outside the city, so we must always be on guard on the road and be prepared for any emergency. Therefore, having a good rest tonight and leaving tomorrow is the right approach." Zhang Jiang was thinking about safety, and Ren Yuan also took this into account. The reason Ren Yuan proposed this idea was mainly because he believed in Xishun's ability. If Ren Yuan did not notice any danger in time, Xishun would automatically avoid it and immediately report it. Seeing Zhang Jiang's serious expression, Ren Yuan nodded and said, "Then I will listen to you. Have a good rest tonight and leave tomorrow morning. Lin Hu, you and Xiao Hu fit on the sofa over there. The coffee table should be a little tighter. Zhang Jiang, sleep here. I'll go to the cabin." After preparing their sleeping berths, Ren Yuan asked Xishun to carry him to the cabin. The seat in the cabin was adjustable, and Ren Yuan asked Xishun to carry him to the cabin. The seat in the cabin was adjustable, and Ren Yuan asked Xishun to adjust it to a comfortable position. Then he covered himself with a blanket and closed his eyes. Sleep? Ren Yuan fell into a lucid dream again. The difference from last time was that the scene had changed, and in Ren Yuan's dream, a middle-aged man appeared again. There was a bright light coming from behind the middle-aged man, making Ren Yuan barely able to see his face. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked again. His voice was slow and somehow airy, sounding very airy. "Who are you?" Ren Yuan asked again. The middle-aged man was silent for a while. At this moment, he subconsciously said, "Who am I?" "Oh yes, I am Fan Zhongtian." "And who are you?" "I am Ren Yuan." "You are Ren Yuan. Are you from Blue Star?" the middle-aged man asked again. "What does the badge on your chest represent?" The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the medal on his chest. "Oh my God, I am." The man's speech became choppy, and cracks appeared in the space around him. It seemed as if it was about to collapse and fall apart.